The end of the world is approaching. Horror sweeps the entire world, and the earth becomes a hunting ground for zombies and mutants. Zhao Tianlei accidentally obtained a mysterious super system. Although he is not a saint, but seeing the tragic situation in the world and the death of his classmates, how can he stand aside? Zhao Tianlei, who has a super upgrade and an exchange system, leads people to fight the corpses, restore human civilization. The story begins with a gang of school bullies beating up Zhao Tianlei just because he tried to talk to their school beauty, Shen Xinyu. Suddenly the gang leader, who is in a position of power, says that the beating needs to stop. His name is Len Mu. He is a business college student and has a rich family, so everyone is afraid of him and tries not to run into him. Having said this, he advances on Tianlei, and he said that if she finds out that he molested her, she will break his legs. After which they left, and Tianlei was left lying beaten on the ground. He reassured himself that he would take revenge on them all. The main character, Zhao Tianlei, is an orphan who works and studies in the city of Yuzhou. He tries to get to his feet. Losing his balance causes him to stumble, and next to his leg lies a strange ring. Zhao Tianlei falls to the ground and is in great pain due to his injuries. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice saying that the Zero carrier was activated and was waiting to be scanned. Tianlei was surprised because the voice seemed to be next to him, but he did not understand who was speaking, and turned around. He noticed a strange ring underneath him, from which sounds were coming. The voice then continued talking and introduced itself as a virtual god. Having explained that he communicates with Tianlei through the ring, the virtual god further explained that Tianlei is his chosen person, and from now on, Zero is Tianlei's name. In 16 hours, the virus will spread across the earth, and his mission is to kill zombies and save humanity. Tianlei picked up the ring and asked what company it was from. He thought it was a stupid advertisement again. After that, he threw the ring and began to walk. How the virtual god told him to wait and said that if Tianlei puts on the ring, he will believe in his words. Tianlei decided that he still had nothing to lose, and decided to check by putting the ring on his finger. Suddenly, the virtual god announced that the scanning had begun, and immediately after that, Tianlei began to have strange sensations and hallucinations. His eyes turned blue, and the virtual god announced that the scan was complete. Tianlei looked ahead and saw a destroyed city filled with bloodthirsty zombies. The zombies had red glowing eyes. They attacked people, biting them. The virus was spreading very quickly. Tianlei's vision ended, and looking at the ring, he was very surprised and thought, is this really true? The virtual god explained that what Tianlei just saw was information about the end of the world. Tianlei denied that it was true because he couldn't believe it, he thought. It was some kind of stupid hallucination, and he began to take off the ring. His whole hand turned red, and he felt a wild cutting pain. The virtual god explained that once the ring is put on, the owner will not be able to remove it himself. Otherwise, it will be life-threatening. Once the ring is on, it is bound to the wearer, so it is best not to try to remove it. Otherwise, it will be suicide. All this was enough to convince Tianlei, and he believed. Further, the virtual god said that since Tianlei was chosen by the system, he would be left with nothing. The virtual god told him to rub the ring to open the vault that was inside the ring. After 5 seconds, a black cube appeared in front of him. It was a space with exchange, system of resources and weapons in it. The vault has a shopping system, and you can buy various resources by killing zombies and gaining experience. In addition, inside the vault there is a bottle of virus evolution liquid that will help Tianlei significantly improve her physical abilities. But this liquid can only work if she already has the zombie virus in her body. Also, if a normal person drinks it, they will turn into a zombie person, so you can only use it if you are already infected with the virus. The virtual god then announced that this time the information had been transmitted and the system was about to go to sleep. Tianlei did not understand everything yet, so he tried to stop the process, but failed. There are only 16 hours left before the outbreak begins. Time is running out, and he urgently needs to prepare. In the evening, he packed his things and went to the school dormitory. There he was met by a friend who asked what Tianlei was doing there now and asked if he was okay. He then placed the backpack on the table and told everyone to listen to him. He explained that tomorrow the world will end and the world will be taken over by zombies. The dorm building was the safest place in their area. He began to unpack his backpack and said that the best way to avoid the first wave was to hide here and wait out the outbreak. The roommates sitting in their chairs were surprised and turned their gaze to him. Then they started laughing and calling him an idiot who played too much at being a zombie. Then they left. Their roommates were finally convinced that Tianlei was mentally ill. Tianlei's friend's name was Wu Bing, and he politely asked why Tianlei was saying such nonsense. Tianlei replied that if Wu Bing had considered him, he would have simply listened to him. It was strange. But even though Wu Bin believed him, they spent the entire night discussing it and building barricades with chairs. It was a whole night. Therefore, Wu Bing had little faith in Tianlei's words. But Tianlei said that he could not relax because the enemies would come soon. Wu Bin decided to give up and said he was tired, and he got ready to sleep. Wu Bin had already started to leave and go through his own barricades, when I suddenly heard some cries for help coming from behind the door, and Tianlei realized that the zombie was already near their dormitory. Hearing this, the guys jumped up and asked what was happening. Then they looked out the window to see who it was screaming. There was a crowd of zombies that attacked people. They infected them and killed them. It looked much scarier than in the movies or TV series. Wu Bing was scared and realized that Tianlei was telling the truth. He just tried to calm him down and said that this was the worst outbreak at the moment. They need to hide here until the zombies leave, and then they can find a way to escape. Wu Bin told him that John Jun and Liang were still outside and they should help them. They were their buddies. Tianlei replied that in their current situation, self-defense is a problem. Not to mention that the situation is unclear, and looking for them everywhere will only lead to death. But fortunately, these zombies have not yet had time to evolve, and they have time. They were supposed to have a self-study lesson this morning, so the students in their class should be there. Shen Xinyu was supposed to be filming on the playground this morning. So many people went with her. Tianlei says, how is this even possible? After all, Shen Xinyu had to fly abroad to star in public advertising. Wu Bin explained that her flight was cancelled due to bad weather, so the arrangement was temporarily changed. After that, Tianlei decided that he had to save her, so he took a mop and started walking there. He said he believed there was a fire axe in the hallway on the first floor. It would be easier to fight zombies with it, so Tianlei decided to find the Tianlei axe first. Tianlei told Wu Bing that when he leaves here, he does not need to open the door. No matter what, if he survives, he will return. Tianlei was about to open the door when Wu Bing said that he would go with him. Wu Bing explained that Tianlei saved his life, and now he is obliged to help him. Tianlei could use some help too, so he agreed, and they immediately left the dormitory. Along the way, they encountered a zombie, which fortunately was slow. Tianlei explained to Wu Bing that they needed to fight them. As the zombie approached them, Tianlei quickly and hard kicked him in the head. After that, he said that they could not stay here and should run further. On the way, he found a fire axe and, breaking the glass, took it out. Then they opened the doors and went straight out into the street. It was a terrifying sight. Dead, bloody people and zombies devouring them. Tianlei didn't think there were so many corpses on the street. Their classmates stood on the podium as the zombies tried to get inside, almost vomiting from the disgusting smell of decomposition. The people standing on the podium pushed each other in panic, and the head girl said that they couldn't do that, otherwise they would all fall. Wu Bin noticed their classmates and the head of their class on that podium. Tianlei wondered what to do. He saw a car next to him and realized that this was his chance to save everyone. Tianlei was going to drive the car to distract the zombies, and Wu Bing was supposed to take the opportunity to escape with the escaped students. Wu Bin tried to stop him and said that killing so many zombies alone would lead to certain death. Tianlei replied that he could handle it, and that they had no other way to save everyone. As he left, he said that if he dies, he asks Wu Bing to find Shen Xinya and take care of her. He got into the car, and a minute later drove straight into a crowd of zombies. Tianlei began to destroy them one by one. While distracting all the remaining zombies, Wu Bin, standing still, was still screaming. "What are you waiting for? Get down quickly!" People began to jump off the podium and run away. The headman asked Wu Bing if it was he who saved them, but Wu Bing explained that Tianlei did it and simply distracted the zombies. The head girl looked at Tianlei, who was sitting behind the wheel, with so many zombies chasing him that she thought he would not be able to escape. She wanted to help him, but Wu Bin said that it was too dangerous and that she would only create more problems for him. Then he invited her to take everyone there. He said that he himself would help Tianlei, and after a while they would also come to the library. At this time, bloodthirsty zombies tore and broke into pieces the car in which Tianlei was located. But fortunately, he managed to get out of there and hide behind a tree. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the bushes next to him. He got scared and thought it was a zombie, and he was about to hit him with his fire axe. But at the last moment, he noticed that it was Wu Bin and stopped. They were both scared to death and sat on the ground trying to come to their senses. After that, Wu Bin explained that the prefect took all his classmates to the library, and they also needed to get there as soon as possible. Wu Bing called Tianlei a hero, but Tianlei says that he is not a hero, he simply cannot leave his classmates to die. Tianlei also asked if Wu Bing had seen Shunshinya. Wu Bin replied that there were too many people on stage at that moment, and the situation was emergency, so he couldn't see. But Wu Bing, tried to calm him down and told him that there was help in Shunshinyu, so his chances of survival were increasing. Tianlei further said that the library is large and well locked, so it is the best shelter now. They decided not to waste time and go there. Along the way, she carefully avoided the zombies and tried not to catch their eye. But unfortunately, Wu Bin tripped on the step, and the zombies that were nearby heard them. They were followed by a crowd of zombies which became larger and larger. Finally, they climbed the steps and ran to the entrance. Tianlei started knocking for the door to be opened for him. Wu Bing says that it is he, Wu Bing, and Zhao Tianlei. He asks to urgently open the doors for them. The headman heard Tianlei and Wu Bing asking for the doors to be opened for them, so he immediately ran to the door to open it. Some guy stopped her and said they couldn't let zombies come in here, and the headman began to explain to him that Tianlei and his friend saved them all, so they were obliged to open the door. The atmosphere became tense as the zombies came closer and closer to Tianlei and Wu Bing. Suddenly, Jian Hao waved his hand and hit her straight in the face. Two girls in the crowd saw this and told him that he had gone too far because everyone should be on the same team and help each other instead of beating each other up. He got angry and shouted at them, saying that there are a huge number of zombies outside, and if you open the door, the zombies will definitely break through, and then they will all die. Frightened, the headman did not tolerate such disrespect and called him a bastard. Then he hit her again and she fell to the floor. He began to insult her and call her a stupid girl who doesn't understand anything. Wu Bin listened to their dialogue and realized what happened. Then he screamed, "How dare you hit the headman?" When Wu Bing comes inside, he wants to beat up Jian Hao. The zombies were already too close, and it was stupid to expect them to open the door. Therefore, Tianlei ordered Wu Bing to run after him. They ran around the school from the other side, and the zombies no longer pursued them. Wu Bing began to apologize to Tianlei. He says that it was all because of him. Tianlei said that it was not his fault, because even if there were no zombies chasing them, Jian Hao wouldn't open the door anyway. Tianlei explained that this is human nature now that there is chaos. The true truth about the character of a person is revealed. He realized that Jian Hao was now taking out his anger on other people because he had been bullied before. But for what and how he dared to hit the headman, he deserves punishment. Now they could not enter through the front door because it was closed. Therefore, Tianlei decided to climb into the house through the door. Luckily, his plan worked and they finally got inside. At this moment, a classmate consoled and supported the headman. She also said with hatred that Jian Hao was a real bastard. He was also on that stage, but now he did not open the door for Tianlei and Wu Bin, who saved him. The prefect explained that the reaction of her other classmates chilled her heart even more, because no one stood up for her. Now that everyone was only worried about themselves, he and Jian Hao overheard their conversation and told them not to act like holy people. The headman's classmate became angry and demanded an apology from him for such a terrible act. Jian Hao said that he was not going to apologize and that no one should make him angry, otherwise he would beat them. Suddenly, Jian Hao turned around, sensing danger, and I heard footsteps approaching quickly. From Tianlei flew into his face. From such a strong blow, he flew to the side and fell to the floor. Jian Hao, seeing that he was hit by Tianlei, did not understand how they got inside. After that, Wu Bin started shaking and beating him. He said that because of him, they became almost zombies. Jian Hao started making excuses and said that he did it to protect his classmates. He says that these zombies were hot on their heels, and if he had opened the doors, all their classmates would have been eaten. The class president noticed Tianlei and Wu Bing and was very happy that they survived. She thanked them for saving her, because if they had not done so, within 15 seconds they would have been eaten or infected by zombies. Tianlei walked towards Jian Hao again and slapped him sharply in the face. Then he told him to listen to him. Tianlei explained that if Jian Hao even lays a finger on one of his classmates, he will cut off his head with an axe and give him to be eaten by zombies. He then took the headman by the hand and led her away from the place where they were holding hands, and the headman apparently felt crushed. The three of them moved aside and finally sat down to rest. The head girl said that she was sorry that she could not open the doors. They both saved her, and she could not repay them in kind. Wu Bin says it's not her fault. Jian Hao is a coward and afraid of dying. The head girl was upset and said that she was unworthy of the title of head girl, since she couldn't even protect her classmates. Tianlei only consoled her and said that no matter what, she will always be the head girl in his heart. She was crying because she was so afraid that they were going to be attacked by zombies and she didn't understand why. Tianlei said that as long as he lived, he would try to protect her. She thanked him and said that now she doesn't have a class, so she doesn't feel comfortable being called a prefect. She suggested that they call her by her first name and call her Sitong. Tianlei asked her if she had seen Shen Xinya. She had heard before that Tianlei was in love with Shen Xinyu, but after asking this question, she was convinced that it was true. She still thought he was a good person, and she decided to console him. She said that she saw her square and she and her assistant ran away. She also asked for their phone number to call her parents. After the zombies appeared near the school, she could not contact them, and now she needs to find out if they are okay. Wu Bin says that their cell phones also have no signal. After all, this outbreak happened all over the world, and now that zombies are everywhere, communication is probably blocked. Sitong was scared because she couldn't find out whether her parents were alive or not. Tianlei said that they were most likely hiding now and were fine. The most important thing is to protect yourself. In a crowd of people, the girl turned to her boyfriend named Xiao Hao and said that she was very hungry. The two guys sitting next to her yelled at her and said that she only wanted to eat. Xiao Hao stood up for his girlfriend and said that it was none of their business. This guy says that if they are hungry, then stop whining. Everyone else is also hungry. Wu Bin noticed that there was some kind of conflict going on. Sitong also noticed this and decided to intervene to calm the situation. Tianlei stopped her and said that going there was useless and most likely dangerous. The building was in chaos as water and food ran out. Girl Xiao Hao suggested that they go to the second floor because there might be food in the director's office. The same bully Lin Mu was sitting on the second floor. He asks what they need on the second floor. Xiao Hao says that all food and water have run out on the first floor. He wants to go to the second floor to look for food. That same bully, Lin, jerked sharply and kicked Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao rolled headfirst down the stairs and experienced severe pain. Lin Wu said that from now on, this staircase is the boundary, and the second floor is his territory. And if one of them dares to cross this border, he will kill him. Then he began to eat the bread, and everyone looked at him with a hungry look. He was told that there was plenty of food upstairs, and if anyone wanted to eat, they should exchange their valuables for food. Wu Bin was furious that this time Lin occupied the second floor that did not belong to him and pretended to be a king. He then began to tease the Xiaohai girl, asking her not to starve and come with him to the second floor. She abruptly knocked the bread out of his hands and called him a bastard. Then he could not restrain himself and hit her in the face with his hands so that she flew to the side. He grabbed her by the hair and began to insult her even more. Suddenly, the head woman couldn't stand it and screamed for Lin Mu to let her go. She said that now that there is chaos on the street, they should be united, and under no circumstances should they attack or bully their classmates. In any case, this library is not his home, and the food in it belongs to everyone. How can he take it all for himself? Lin Mu told her that she used to constantly disturb him and complain about him to the teachers. But now the teachers are dead, and no one will protect her. Since the head man loves to be the center of attention so much, he ordered his subordinates to undress her and expose her beautiful naked body for everyone to see. Fear overcame her for a second, and she stepped aside slightly when she saw Lin Amo's people coming towards her. As promised, Tianlei stood up for her, raised his axe, and told Lin Mu to stop. Lin Mu in turn began to laugh and call him a loser who has no right to order. Lin Mu asked, "Wasn't it enough for Tianlei that he was beaten yesterday? Tianlei replied that until today everything was different, but now the world has changed. After this, Tiamat swung his axe furiously, making it clear that he was not joking. Friends warned Lin Mu that the axe was no joke. The idea is that an axe is a very dangerous thing, and it is better not to mess with this person. He then repeated that the second floor was his territory, and only there is water. But he also said that if someone dared to sneak up and steal something, he would kill him without a second thought. When Lin Mu climbed up the stairs, he ordered his subjects to find some object with which they could fight Tianlei. Wu Bin sees that the headman is feeling bad. He catches her and asks if she is okay. And when the elder asked if everything was okay, she replied that everything was fine. She just didn't expect that these subhumans could be so terrible for a few hours. They were classmates, and now everything has changed so much. It scares. Tianlei explained that all people can live in peace and harmony, but when faced with the threat of death and out of society's control, some timid people will live only for themselves. To survive, they are ready to sacrifice others for themselves. Tianlei told Shitong that she needed to change her character, otherwise she might be in danger. Shitong says that if they continue to just hide here, then everyone will simply die of hunger. Tianlei also said that there are too many Ling Mu's people here and they shouldn't openly confront them. He then assumed that Shitong and Wu Bing were hungry and offered them something to eat. They were surprised by this phrase because they thought that Tianlei had no food. It turns out that all this time Shen Xinyu was also in this situation. Wu Bing and Tianlei simply did not notice her. A moment later, Tianlei, Wu Bing, and Shitong walked into the corridor. Wu Bin wondered where he was taking them and whether there was food in this corridor. Tianlei came to the door and said that the food was not here, but in the dining room. He was going there. Shitong and Wu Bing did not want to let Chunlei go alone. They were very worried about him. She said that there are a lot of dangerous zombies there, and she is not that hungry and can take everything on herself. Tianlei realized that she was worried about him and reassured her, telling her that everything would be fine. After that, he went outside and they watched after him, hoping for the best. There really were a lot of zombies on the street, but Tianlei quickly and quietly made his way forward. As he approached the cafeteria, he noticed dead people and food scattered around them. There was a backpack on one of the corpses, and Tianlei opened it, hoping that there might be food there. Fortunately, the food was there, and Tianlei was happy. In order not to carry a backpack with food, he decided to act rationally. He hid the food in the storage, which was the ability of his ring described at the beginning. He realized that these products would last him a long time. But considering Shitong and Wu Bing, these products will not last long. He began transferring food from his backpack to a special storage unit in the shape of a cube. These hard snacks can be stored for a long time and can be used as reserves. They will eat them at the very last moment. Suddenly, a zombie noticed him, and upon hearing the sounds, Tianlei managed to turn around just in time. This zombie turned out to be much more aggressive and attacked him faster than the others. Fortunately, Tianlei managed to grab his axe and strike at the zombies. Looking around, he noticed that a huge crowd of other zombies had come running in response to the loud sound. Trying to find a way out, he notices a window next to him. He immediately opens it, jumps, and almost dies. It turned out to be the kitchen where food used to be prepared. This was great news for Tianlei because there could be extra food here. Opening the shelf, he notices a lot of hot rice. At this time, Shitong and Wu Bing were sitting and waiting for Tianlei. Suddenly, they heard a knock in which Tianlei's voice asked them to open the door for him. Wu Bing opened the door and was happy that Tianlei had finally returned unexpectedly. Shitong cried and hugged Tianlei tightly. After this, Wu Bing said that after Tianlei left, Shitong was very worried about him, and I wanted to go look for him. If he had not returned, Wu Bin would not have been able to restrain her. Tianlei apologized for making them worry so much. Tianlei knows they are hungry, so he gets food. He took rice out of his backpack, and they were very happy about it. They started eating it and were filled with positive emotions. Simple food now seemed like great pleasure to them, but Shitong suddenly saw that Tianlei was not eating anything. She asked him why he was not eating anything. Tianlei says that he has already eaten in the kitchen. They got water and started talking about how, when he went outside, he discovered that the zombies outside were much more dangerous, and that in the future, food would be more and more difficult to find. Therefore, they must value and protect their food and water. He also said that food or water should never be shown in front of other classmates, or they will try to attack them. Sitong said that among all these classmates, there are many people who are their friends. Wu Bin was surprised that she was still trying to care about others. Wu Bing explained that Tianlei had put his life on the line to get this food, and when they themselves were hungry, no one cared about them. She listened to him and agreed, promising that she would not tell anyone about it. A few minutes later, they had eaten well, but there was still quite a lot of rice left. So where should we put it? Wu Bin suggested hiding it somewhere. Tianlei, they replied that it was a great idea, and he opened the door leading outside. They didn't understand why he did it, and were a little scared. After that, he slipped outside and put the rice outside the door. He then immediately closed the door, and Wu Bin praised him for his brilliant idea of hiding the rice behind the door, because other people would definitely not dare to open the door for fear of dying from zombies. Tianlei also said that they had better come back now, because if they were gone for a long time, it would raise suspicions. After some time, they returned to all the people. People were very hungry, and Lin, who was mocking them, ate the food right in front of them. Sitong was incredibly angry. Tianlei says that as long as he doesn't provoke them, they shouldn't provoke him. After his bullying, Lin Mu approached the beauty of their school. Since Lin Mu was flirting with her, he offered to go with him to the second floor. After all, there are a lot of food supplies there. Wu Bing and Tianlei noticed her, and were surprised that Shen Xinyu had been here all this time, and they only found out about it now. Friend and assistant Shen Xinyu said that they really hadn't eaten for a long time, so they would be grateful if they were given some food and water. Lin Mu ordered his subordinate to give them some food and water. Lin Mu then began to say that there are a lot of people in chaos here, so this is very dangerous for a girl. He invited her to go with him to the second floor, and said that he would protect her. Shen Xinyu thanked him for the food and water, but said that she would stay here with other classmates. Lin Mu continued to insist, and took her hand, intending to drag her along, but she could not stand it and screamed for him to let her go. Tianlei at this time tried, barely restraining himself so as not to get involved in a fight. Lin Mu did not let her go, and then she got angry and slapped him in the face. Shen Xinyu told him that just because he gave him some food and water, it didn't mean that she would listen to him now. Lin Mu decided that he would wait a few more days until she started begging him on her knees and asking for water and food. After that, their conflict ended, and Lin Mu and his subordinates left. Shen Xinyu's friend surnamed Hua began to comfort her and ask if everything was okay. Shen Xinyu replied that now they cannot trust anyone and rely only on themselves. Wu Bing doubted this and asked why Tianlei did not help her right away. He replied that he was just curious to see if Shen Xinyu would go along with Ling Mu, and if she agrees, Tianlei will begin to despise her and be disappointed in her. Sitong also joined the dialogue and advised him to come and console her, because this way he could touch her heart. Tianlei began to downplay himself and say that he was just a poor student and she was a celebrity. After these words, Wu Bin began to literally push him, saying that it didn't matter. Since he now had a real chance, Tianlei made up his mind and approached her. The first thing he did was ask if she was okay. But her friend Hua says that Xinyu wants to rest now, so there is no need to disturb her. Tianlei replied that he did not mean anything bad, but only wanted to help and give some food and water. Hua was surprised that some people on the first floor had food. Tianlei asked her to be quiet, as others might hear. After that, he explained to them what it was about, but since then she is still suspicious of it, Tianlei said. He just wanted to help her for free. After that, Tianlei left and they began to eat. At this time, Lin Mu was sitting on his second floor, and his subordinates brought Jian Hao to him. They said that Jian Hao wanted to meet him for some reason. Lin Mu sat down in a chair and asked what he needed. Jian Hao explained that they usually have a good relationship, so he asked Lin Mu not to abandon him this time. Jian Hao asks Lin Mu for permission to work for him. Long Mu replied that he had people under his command and did not need extra ones. He asked to give him at least one normal reason. Jian Hao says that bitch Shen Xinyu refused to come up here. It's her loss. He says he can easily bring this chick to him. Shen Xinyu's friend asked her about the guy who helped them. She wanted to know what kind of relationship she had with him. She replied that they did not know each other, but they were just studying together. Hua says that in their time, food is very expensive and should not be shared with classmates. Xinyu says he doesn't know why he gave them food. Hua says that even though she is Xinyu's manager, she treats her like her own sister, and asks about all this just for her sake. Hua began to explain that zombies are dangerous now, but humans are even worse, especially beautiful girls like Xinyu. Now she is in great danger. She would like to protect her, but the best way to do this was to find someone she could rely on. Hua says that she is just a girl and cannot protect Jinya even if she wants to. The best choice would be to find a man and rely on him. Xinyu says that she understands what her friend is talking about, but if that means trading her body for safety, she can't do it. She explained that she was not talking about Lin Mu or what he would offer her next. She asked what Xin thought about the enormous help of Tianlei. After Tianlei returned to Wu Bing and Shi Tong, he asked why they seemed to be in a bad mood. Wu Bing replied with a smirk on his face, "It's all because of Tianlei." Tianlei didn't understand what he had done, and Wu Bing said that he couldn't smell the wind in the air. He explained that as soon as Tianlei went to Shunshin, he upset Shi Tong, so it was obvious that Shi Tong was denying it at that moment and saying that it was not true. Then Wu Bin explained that everything was fine, just someone was jealous. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupted the conversation. The rest of the people were also shocked by what they saw. It was a dead girl who fell from the second floor of the library. It was this girl who was recently kidnapped by Jian Hao and taken to the second floor. With her, he didn't care about the opinions of others. He considered this girl just a bug, unworthy of him. Tianlei walked over to the girl's corpse and covered her with his sweater, telling her to rest in peace. He promised out loud that those who did this would receive their punishment. Hearing this, Lin Mu became furious. How dare someone curse him? Zhao Hao says that Lin Mu has gone too far this time. Lin Mu turns to Tianlei and says that sooner or later he will bring him to his knees. The next night went well, but Tianlei was especially alert and attentive. The night was quiet, but suddenly he heard the sounds of bloodthirsty zombies. Zombies were trying to get into the library, and all that was holding them back were the doors. The rest of the people also woke up and began to panic. Tianlei told them to stop panicking and help him strengthen the doors. The guys started moving a large bookcase. Meanwhile, the girls were moving tables and chairs. Tianlei can also assume that if they are surrounded by zombies, the back door could soon break, so he ran there, hearing someone screaming and asking for help along the way. It was a girl and a guy. They screamed for help as the zombie girl in front of them was quickly approaching. Sitong didn't understand why this girl was a zombie. Sitong clearly saw her fall to her death. Wu Bin says that he has seen this in movies before. A person will not change until he or she is bitten by a zombie. Maybe she had already suffered from zombies on the street, but the virus did not attack her at that moment. Only now the zombie girl was already very close at that moment. And so these two began to run away, and the running guy tripped, and this was the perfect opportunity for the zombie girl to kill him. Tianlei could not leave a man to be torn to pieces by zombies, so he decided to help and hit the zombies with an axe. Then Tianlei and the guys holding the doors heard very scary and loud noises, as if zombies were already here. A loud knock came from the very back door that Tianlei was about to check. Suddenly the door swung open, as it could not withstand the pressure of so many zombies. The zombies saw living people and were very hungry. Tianlei feared most was what would happen first. Tianlei shouted at Wu Bing to protect Shi Tong while he tried to think of something. At this time, zombies attacked people, grabbed them, and mercilessly ate them. All the remaining people began to run to the second floor of the library. They decided to go to the curator's office and temporarily lock themselves there. But they were not the first to think of this. In theory, Lin was already in the curator's office with his subordinates, who were not going to let anyone in. More and more people climbed to the second floor, trying to escape the zombies. Shenxinyu was confused. Everyone was running at breakneck speed and pushing her. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand, and she did not immediately understand what was happening. It was Tianlei who noticed her and wanted to save her. He told her to follow him. Tianlei explained that there was nowhere to hide at the top, and if she went up there, she would die. He asked her to trust him and said he would take her to safety. She saw the zombies approaching, so she decided to agree and go after him. Shenxinyu and Hua ran with them, and now there were already 5 of them. The exit was heavily barricaded, so they ran into the first closest room, which turned out to be the men's toilet. Strong and loud sounds were coming from behind the doors, so the girls were very scared. You may notice an open window, and judging by the shouting, most of the zombies have probably entered the library, so there shouldn't be many outside. Tianlei said that he would take Wu Bing upstairs to see what was happening outside. Wu Bin looked out the window and reported that there were no zombies, and there was a car on the site. They said that this was good news and suggested that Wu Bin go down first to help the others. A few seconds later, he jumped down and found himself outside. And Tianlei told them to go up first, and he would follow them. At this moment, Shen Xinyu decided to thank Tianlei for saving her and her friend. She took his hand, and he felt deeply in love. She was wearing a short skirt, and when Tianlei lifted it, he felt very awkward. Hua told him that even if he helped her climb over, he should not look at Xinyu's panties. She jumped down, and Wu Bin helped her land. After which Hua also climbed over and also landed. And only Tianlei and Sitong remained in the bathroom. He told her it was her turn to climb over. He began to persuade her to climb over first, but she asked him what he was going to do after she climbed through the window. He asked her not to worry and said that he had a plan. She was very worried about him, so she asked him to tell him what was the matter. Sitong resisted and did not want to leave Tianlei alone, since he himself would not be able to cross. Tianlei got angry and said that she couldn't handle the zombies alone, so she needed to get out immediately. The sounds of zombies scared her and she heard them breaking down the door, so she agreed to get out. She confessed her feelings and confessed her love to him, and then she kissed him on the cheek. Tears streamed down her face and she asked him to promise that he would survive. He was a little discouraged, but he promised that he would survive. Sitong began to climb through the window, and they both looked at the door that was about to be broken down by zombies. They burst through the door and made their eerie, terrifying sounds. Sitong climbed through the window, and Tianlei began to try to hold the door so that the zombies would not burst inside. Finally, Tong jumped down and burst into tears. She understood that Tianlei was in a desperate situation, but she could not help. Then Tianlei shouted at him not to wait and to take them. Leaving here, Tianlei told them to go to a safe place and promised that he would find them. Sitong reminded him of the promise he made to her. After that, they started running and ran to the nearest car. At this moment, zombies had already broken into the men's room and began to attack Tianlei. He realized that, unfortunately, he would not be able to keep his promise. Before death, he decided to kill as many zombies as possible. After some time, they ran up to the car and got into it. Wu Bing was already preparing to leave when Sitong stopped him and said that they could not leave now and should wait for Tianlei. Huo got angry and said that in such a situation they cannot wait for him, since zombies will soon appear here too. The library is infested with zombies, and soon they will break out. So if they stay here, they will be eaten by zombies. It was also said that Tianlei may already be dead, and there is no guarantee that he is alive. Wu Bing told Sitong that he was also very worried about Tianlei, but Tianlei told them to leave the school and go to a safe place, and now they had a chance to leave. Sitong burst into tears and tried to run out of the car, saying that she was going to play on the team. Luckily, Wu Bin managed to grab her and stop her. He shouted that Tianlei asked him to protect her, so he would not let her go and would not let her die in vain. Wu Bing says that the Tianlei told him that he must have some plans and he will come back and find them. Sitong didn't understand how Tianlei could cope with so many zombies. Wu Bing asked Sitong to just trust Tianlei. She cried, but he convinced her to get back into the car, and they finally drove away. During this time, all the zombies in the men's room were killed by Tianlei, but unfortunately he was unable to avoid the zombie bites and became infected with the virus. He went outside and walked along the football field, and it was raining outside. Walking heavily, he was exhausted and at some point fell straight to the ground, dropping the axe. Suddenly, a voice came from the virtual god. It warned Tianlei of the danger and that he too had become infected with the zombie virus. The virtual god explained that Tianlei needed to inject himself with the liquid to evolve the virus as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would turn into a zombie. Tianlei had already forgotten about this liquid, so if not for the voice from the ring, he would have continued to lie in the rain. Without waiting for his death, Tianlei activated the vault and took out a syringe with green liquid from it. Tianlei wondered, does this thing really work? It would work, he assumed, and he was afraid that after the injection, he might immediately turn into some kind of monster. In any case, he had no other choice. Therefore, without thinking twice, he injected himself with this liquid. After that, nothing happened, and he decided that the injection had not worked. A second later, his arm became incredibly sore and his veins became large, and he threw away the empty syringe. It seemed to him that his body was about to be torn into pieces. From all this, he lost consciousness and slept all night. The next morning, he woke up and lay as if nothing had happened. He was surprised that he didn't move. He was alive and no mutation occurred. Tianlei rose to his feet and realized that everything was in order, and it seemed that the ring had not deceived him. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the virtual god, who called Tianlei number 0. He reported that number 0 had successfully evolved into the second class and then listed his ability level: strength 18, agility 16, third level storage space, and so on. Tianlei was happy that he had obviously become stronger. The virtual god explained that there are generally 19 classes of evolution. He also explained that for every zombie he kills, Tianlei will receive 1 point, and to level up, he needs 150 points. Tianlei was angry that killing 150 zombies was too long and difficult, and asked if that was too much. The virtual god replied that the system was fair and reasonable. He then said goodbye to Tianlei and said that the hope of humanity lies in his hands. The virtual god said goodbye to him and disconnected from the network. Tianlei was angry that as soon as he wanted to ask something, the system went to sleep. The virtual god also explained to him that after evolution, the body becomes stronger. But Tianlei did not feel any change. Then he decided to test his strength. He noticed a stone pillar in front of him and decided to test his abilities on it. Swinging, he hit the stone pillar, after which it split. The pillar broke into 2 parts. Tianlei was surprised that he had such great strength, but it was only the 2nd rank, and the highest had 19 ranks. He thought that if Wu Bing saw this, he would be very shocked. Looks like the zombies in the library have dispersed. Tianlei decided to check if there were still survivors. Walking inside, he saw scattered desks, tables, and anything else that could have gotten into the room where Lin Mu and his assistants had locked themselves. He didn't see any corpses, so he concluded that it seemed they had escaped. Tianlei noticed that there was a shower in this office and was surprised by this. He decided not to miss this opportunity. He decided to wash himself. He put his things on the floor and began to undress. After he washed himself, he sat on the sofa and decided to try to turn on the TV, because the TV could pick up the connection. Fortunately, the TV did pick up the connection. The news was shown on all channels, and they said that yesterday there was a global outbreak of the zombie virus, and according to incomplete data, more than half of the people in the world. Having turned into zombies, the government took emergency measures, created survivor bases, and sent troops to help. As soon as Tianlei learned about this, he knew that humanity had hope of survival. Suddenly he heard strange sounds and became wary, because it could be a zombie. He took an axe and walked to the closet where the sounds were coming from, after which he quickly opened the closet and prepared to attack the zombies. Fortunately, it was not a zombie, but a frightened girl. She covered her face with her hands and screamed, "Don't eat me!" Tianlei began to calm her down and tell her that he was a human, not a zombie. He explained that he was not going to do anything wrong. He told her he wouldn't hurt her. They sat down on the sofa, and Tianlei could see from her face that she had suffered a great shock. He asked her name and why she was hiding in the closet. She introduced herself as Qing Yao and explained that yesterday she and her friend went to the library to buy books and did not expect that there would be an outbreak of a zombie virus. At this time, the two of them were hiding in the corridor. Zhen Hao came to them and said that he could take them to Lin Mu and give them something to eat. They were so hungry that they listened to him. She didn't expect that when they reached the 2nd floor, Lin Mu and his men would bully them. Her friend could not withstand such pressure and jumped off. Tianlei remembered how the girl jumped from the 2nd floor of the library and realized that it was her. The next Qing Yao said that zombies entered the library, and she and Lin, who were hiding in that room. Later they saw that there were no zombies outside and used the curtains to go downstairs. But the last person, when he went down halfway, these curtains tore. She was afraid to jump from the window, so she hid in the closet. Tianlei was angry at those bastards because instead of thinking of something to do, did they really abandon the girl and run away after her story? Qing Yao asked Tianlei's name and he gave his name. This surprised her, because he was the one who hit Zhan Hao and was going to teach Lin Mu a lesson yesterday. She began to praise him and said that he was so brave that when everyone was afraid of Lin Mu, he was not afraid of him, and said that he would deal with him. Qing Yao explained that Tianlei always had clothes on, But now without them, she didn't recognize him. He apologized and said that he had just taken a shower and forgot to get dressed. After that, he got dressed and asked her if she had eaten anything since yesterday. She replied no, and Tianlei gave her bread and water. Qingyao thanked him and began to cry. He said he couldn't watch the girl cry and asked her to calm down. She explained that all this time she thought she was going to die. But now, fortunately, she had met him. Qingyao asked him if she could take a shower because she had been hiding in the closet for a long time. At one time she sweated and now she stinks. Tianlei said that of course she could take a shower. Tianlei said that he would wait for her here, and she went to take a shower after her shower. She wrapped a towel around herself and walked out. Seeing her, Tianlei was a little embarrassed, as he did not expect to see her like this. A few seconds later, Qingyao sat down on the sofa and prepared to eat. Suddenly she began to cry again, and Tianlei asked why she was crying. He also said that he had never seen a girl as whiny as her before. She apologized and said that she blamed herself because if only she was still thinking about her friend who had to jump from the second floor because of a piece of bread. Tianlei told her not to blame herself because Jian Hao and Lin Mu are scum who deceived them. After all, her friend turned into a zombie, meaning she was already infected, so she would have died anyway. Qingyao clung to him and began to cry, saying that now zombies are everywhere and she doesn't know what to do. Tianlei says the news says the government has set up a base of survivors and they need to get there. Tianlei said that if she wanted, she could go with him. Qingyao was delighted and agreed. Tianlei then took out some clothes from his backpack and said that these were the clothes he left at the dormitory. He turned to her and said that she would have to wear these clothes because there were no other options. Suddenly she kissed him right on the lips and he was shocked. He became embarrassed and abruptly pulled away from her, asking why she did this. Qingyao replied that Tianlei saved her life, but she had nothing to repay, so she was ready to repay him with her body. He said she had watched too many romantic dramas, and they're in the apocalypse now and she's trying to make jokes like that? She replied that she was not joking and was serious, so she was ready to repay him with her body if he did not harm her. Qingyao noticed how Tianlei's face turned red, and he felt very ashamed. She was surprised and decided that this was his first kiss, so she asked him about it. He began to make excuses and said that he had kissed his aunt many times as a child. She replied that a kiss on the cheek is not a real kiss. Qingyao felt some relief when she realized that Tianlei's first kiss was with her. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some people shouting that they were in the broadcast room and asking for help. Tianlei was surprised that there were still living people in the school. Qingyao asked what they would do about it. Having said this, they will go to help. He realized that these idiots were going to bring zombies to them with their screams. At this time, the remaining people locked themselves in the broadcasting office, and the zombies tried to break through to them. Suddenly, one of them heard someone behind him calling him. He turned around. Outside the window, he was Tianlei who climbed the tree. The man was happy to realize that someone had finally come to save them. Tianlei told them to be quiet so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. Tianlei asked what was happening inside the building, and he replied that it was completely filled with zombies, but they managed to escape to the broadcast room. He told them to take the rope. He threw them a rope and told them to tie it to something so they could climb down it. A minute later, they tied a rope to some pipe and began to climb down one by one. Almost everyone went downstairs, but one person was still in the broadcast room, and Tianlei told him to hurry up. His name was Li Yale, and he was very afraid to go down. Gradually he began to descend, but his hands were shaking and he accidentally let go of the rope and fell. Zombies standing nearby heard this sound and turned their attention to living people. Tianlei warned them in advance to be quiet, but unfortunately not everything went smoothly. People started running away, and one of them said that they needed to run to the parking lot because there was a car parked there. When people ran up to the car, they started jostling and trying to get in first, because there were very few places. Tianlei stopped Li Yale and said that the girls should get into the car first. Li Yale began to cry and said that he did not want to die. The men in the car told Li Yale that it was all because of him, and if he had not fallen, the zombies would not have noticed. They began to drive Li Yale away and tell him to get out of here. Hearing their conflict, Qingyao told Tianlei that she would not get into the car and would go with him. He replied that it was too dangerous for her to follow him, so she should get into their car and drive to safety. Qingyao explained that Tianlei had just saved these people, But as soon as they got into the car, they were ready to sacrifice him. And if something goes wrong, they will do everything to survive themselves. And they will throw her away, she said. It is dangerous to be with such people, so she would rather go with Tianlei. Tianlei hesitated, and Qing Yao said that she would be safest with him. Yali with them. After that, they quickly left, and Qing Yao stayed with Tianlei. He grabbed her hand and said that they urgently needed to get out of here. After a while, they ran into the supermarket, and Tianlei began stocking up on food. Qing Yao decided to cook noodles for him at this time. The noodles looked very expensive and tasty. Qing Yao explained that the supermarket only stocked frozen foods. She added sausage, fish balls, and something else. Tianlei was happy and began to eat the noodles. He asked if it was difficult for her to do all this. She replied that it was not difficult for her because he was her boyfriend, and she wanted to take care of him. Tianlei did not expect such a phrase and was shocked. He asked how she could call him her boyfriend. Qing Yao asked what was wrong with this and explained that he saved her, and now she wants to reward him with her love. Tianlei approached her and said that he saved her just like that, and there was no need to try to somehow thank him for saving her. She replied that despite this, she still liked Tianlei and wanted to become his girlfriend. She looked him straight in the eyes, but he only felt embarrassment. He appreciated her and had no other feelings for her. Therefore, Tianlei pushed her away from him. Qing Yao was saddened and said that it means he doesn't like her. She thought that he hated her. Tianlei replied that he did not hate and asked her to stop crying, but she continued to cry and then asked him why he was refusing her. Tianlei explained that he actually has a girlfriend that he likes. Qing Yao suggested that it could be Ye Shitong, since Tianlei protected her in the library. He explained that he protected Xitong because she always took care of him and was like his best friend. Qing Yao asked who then is the one he likes. Tianlei said that he liked Shen Xinyu. Qing Yao was surprised because she realized that he was a celebrity. She asked him if Shen Xinyu was his girlfriend. Tianlan replied that he could not be her girlfriend because he was just a poor guy. He explained that he fell in love with her at first sight. Qing Yao replied that in this case it is unrequited love. She consoled him and told him not to worry and never give up at this time. It doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor. Money will not save you from zombies. She told Tianlei that he is not an ordinary person because he has helped so many people. She called him a true hero and said that he deserves many more beautiful girls, not just Shen Xinyu. Tianlei found it difficult to accept such compliments, so he was constantly embarrassed. Qing Yao said that when she was in the library, she realized that women want to survive by relying only on men, and they do not care what is done to them. They just want to survive at any cost. She said that if he allowed her to stay, she could become his assistant, washing clothes and preparing food to help him. Tianlei replied that even if she is not his assistant, he will continue to protect her after this. She kissed him on the cheek and called him a very good man. A few minutes later, they went down to the parking lot. Tianlei says the supermarket owner is so rich, he has so many cars. Qing Yao says that the supermarket owner is a relative of the school principal. Qing Yao suggested taking that blue car because it is an SUV and has a lot of space, especially since it has better power than other cars. Tianlei was surprised that she knew about cars. In the end, they decided to take this particular car and hit the road. Qing Yao ran along the track at full speed and was happy about it. She had a great feeling. She explained that she had long dreamed of driving an SUV on the highway, and today, her dream finally came true. She also asked where exactly the survivor base was. Tianlei looked at the map and said that the TV was not working well at that moment. There was simply not enough time to determine the exact location before the TV broke. Qing Yao was distracted and also decided to look at the map. Trying to figure out where the survivor's base was, 3 people suddenly ran out onto the road and began waving their arms, trying to attract attention so that the car would stop. Qing Yao noticed them and tried to roll to avoid crashing into them. Luckily, she managed to turn in time and stopped right in front of the 3 people. They began to ask to be let in and the doors to be opened. The girl explained that they managed to escape, and if they were not allowed to get into the car, they would die. Qing Yao didn't quite understand what happened, but he couldn't pass by and decided to let them into the car. They got into the back seats and drove off. The girl asked where Tianlei and Qing Yao were going, and explained that zombies were everywhere now, and they needed to be very careful. Tianlei looked at them incredulously and said that they had not yet answered his question. He repeated his question. Who were they, and why were they on the highway? The girl explained that her boyfriend and brother were next to her. The guy said hello and said that they were supposed to go outside today, but did not expect to encounter a zombie invasion. They further said that they managed to get out onto the highway and run to the broken-down car. At this time, there was chaos all around, and they hid in it until they saw their car. After this, the girl began to ask about Tianlei and Qingyao. She asked if they were a couple. Tianlei was embarrassed and said that this was not true. This girl also says that she noticed that Tianlei is too young and poor to have such a car. She assumed that the car was stolen. The girl was very active and inquisitive. She asked what was in Tianlei's bag and said that they had all not eaten during the day, so she asked for something to eat. She said that if anything happened, she would give her expensive watch in return. Tianlei replied that there was no point in that now, and he said that he would give them something to eat. So he took 3 sausages out of his bag and handed them to them. The girl's younger brother said that Tianlei shouldn't be so greedy because it won't be enough to eat. He also said that Tianlei has a big bag and there should be a lot of food in it. Qingyao said that food is very valuable now and they themselves do not have enough of it. So she told them to be grateful that they at least gave them something. The girl's brother became furious and was ready to start insulting Tianlei and Qingyao. Luckily, his sister stopped him and told him to calm down. She explained that these people helped them and gave them food, so they should be grateful. Qingyao continued driving, and after a while she noticed something terrible. These were zombies that were tearing the car apart. Fortunately, Qingyao quickly shouted, drove around them, and the zombies did not cause them any trouble. The girl sitting behind told Tianlei that there was a city ahead, and there were many people there who had turned into zombies, so she suggested going somewhere else. Tianlei replied that it made sense, but he would still go there. Tianlei said that if they did not agree, he could let them out of the car, and they could go wherever they wanted. This phrase completely infuriated the girl's brother, and he took out a hidden pistol and put it to Tianlei's head. He said that if Tianlei doesn't want to die, then let him do what he is told. Qingyao was very frightened by such a surprise, and Tianlei was more angry than afraid. He asked them who they really were. According to the girl, they just drive through the streets and take everything they need. The girl was told that Tianlei and Qingyao would have to give them food in the car, and only then would they be allowed to live. Her boyfriend also intervened in the conversation, saying that his girlfriend's younger brother is not very kind and has already taken the lives of 3 people, so he advises them to be obedient. This girl's brother was extremely aggressive and said that if they did not know what to do with them, then it would be better to get rid of them. His sister then told Qingyao that if she didn't want her boyfriend to lose his brains, she should give up food and the car. Qingyao was scared and didn't know what to do, because if they lost the car, zombies would attack them. But if she doesn't listen to them, Tianlei will die. But Tianlei made the decision for her and agreed to the conditions. He asked them to guarantee that they would not harm them. The girl calmed him down and said that they would not touch them if they got what they needed. After that, Qingyao stopped the car and they got out. The girl's younger brother told Tianlei that he could leave, but let him leave the girl here. The red-haired guy got behind the wheel and asked his girlfriend's brother why they needed the extra thing. He told him that they had enough food for today and that he wanted to have fun with someone else. Qingyao looked very seductive. Therefore, the girl's brother ordered Tianlei to leave her here. Qingyao was very scared because she didn't know what Tianlei would do. He didn't answer the girl's brother, and then he took Qingyao by the hand and began to leave with her. The green-haired guy's name was Scabby. He was angry that Tianlei dared to ignore him, and he cursed loudly. He pointed the gun at Tianlei's head and said that he would teach him a lesson. Tianlei is tired of putting up with this. Then he turned around and swung his axe at the laughing green-haired guy. Then he pulled out a gun and put it to the guy's head. Tianlei asked loudly, "How dare you try to kill me?" Seeing this, the brat's sister and her boyfriend pulled out their weapons and ran out of the car, ready to attack. Qingyao was scared and told Tianlei to be careful because they had knives. Suddenly, the axe flew into the head of the attacking guy and completely crushed the bones into splinters. Tianlei then used his pistol and shot the girl's large knife. The knife flew out of her hands straight to the ground, and Tianlei continued to hold the gun at gunpoint. He realized that as he leveled up, his reactions and speed became much faster. The girl fell to the ground and began to beg for mercy. She begged him not to kill them. The girl began to cry and pretend to be innocent, She justified herself by saying that she and her brother were actually good people, and the guy simply forced them. And now that he's dead, she's free again. She knelt down, hugged his leg, and said that if he would forgive her and her brother, she would do anything. After that, she began to seduce him, and Qing Yao became nervous. The girl began to say that the Tianlei girl was too young and inexperienced in bed, and she, as a woman, will be able to give him an unforgettable experience. At this moment, Tianlei thought about it and told her that he would not kill them, but he would not help either. He took Qing Yao's hand and told the girl to stay here and wait. He didn't want to kill another person and decided to just leave her here, knowing that she would most likely be killed by zombies soon. The girl looked at him and felt the hopelessness of the situation, but she herself deserved it. Tianlei and Qing Yao were driving along the road. Tianlei noticed that Qing Yao was a little scared and explained to her that he did not want to kill these people, but if he had not done this, they would have suffered. He also said that this is something they deal with every day, so she needs to be brave. Qing Yao replied that she understood that. She was just a little unused to it. She said that zombies are terrible, but people are even more disgusting. She just said that she would be strong and would not become unnecessary ballast. And she also thought that she was not afraid, not that she saw Tianlei killing people. Back in the library, when Lin Mu and his men were running away, everyone turned their backs on her, and she was afraid that she would be left alone and die alone. But now that she met Tianlei, she must grow into a strong personality so that she can be valuable to him and not be a burden to him. This is the only way she can survive. After a couple of minutes, Qing Yao pressed the brake and the car stopped. The traffic here was blocked by other cars. Tianlei suggested that people abandon their cars and began to run away. Fortunately, they were not too far from the city, so they could walk to it. Tianlei touched Qing Yao's hand and they walked towards the city. "All these cars," she said. "There is a completely different atmosphere here. There are no people, no zombies, and suggested that there might be ghosts here." Tianlei smiled and said that if this was the case, then he would rather face the ghost. He explained that compared to zombies who eat people, ghosts seem cute. Suddenly, Qing Yao noticed something strange and thought it was a ghost. She pressed herself close to Tianwei and closed her eyes. It was an ordinary black cat, which for no apparent reason jumped onto the car. Tianlei said that her reaction scared him very much. Suddenly, Tianlei became very worried because he heard something strange. Qing Yao asked what was wrong, and he replied that he thought he heard a zombie. He also said that he heard not just one or two zombies, but a whole group. Qing Yao said that there were no zombies around the cars and asked how he could hear their sounds. Then he told her to come with him and explained that his ears were now very sensitive, and if he was not mistaken, the zombies should be ahead of him. Tianlei also realized that the only thing that could attract such a large number of zombies was a large number of people. There were a lot of zombies at this time. Near the entrance to a large building, people are trying to break in, trying their best to delay the penetration and prevent them from getting inside, but the zombies were very strong. Tianlei said that there is a window and you can see what is happening inside. Among all the people in the building, there was a guy holding his wounded sister in his arms. He promised her that when they got out, he would take her to the doctor and he would cure her. The other people inside were not happy about this, because his sister was bitten by a zombie. They wanted him to throw her out into the street and not put them all at risk. The guy was under a lot of stress and pressure from people. Tianlei and Qing Yao watched from the window. Some girls also began to confront this guy. She asked him why he was still holding his sister in his arms if she was about to turn into a zombie and bite them all. The girl's name was Lian Lon, and the guy replied that he couldn't just leave his sister. One of the people in the crowd said that he saw his mom and dad turn into zombies and be killed. The sister barely managed to escape and stay alive. Lian Lon also talked this guy into killing his sister before it was too late. He asked Lian Lon, how dare she say that because his sister was bitten by a zombie when she tried to save Lian Lon and she succeeded. Then she said that it was not her problem, and from now on she had nothing to do with him or his sister. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his sister, who asked him to leave her. She explained that she didn't want to turn into an ugly zombie and said goodbye to her brother. Realizing that this was the right decision, Lin Lane at that moment said that his sister even asked for it herself, so they did not kill her, but helped free her from torment. Lian Lon and the rest of the people began to approach. Someone from the crowd said that if the guy did not let his sister go, they would kill him along with her. Hearing this, the guy shouted that if anyone dared to offend his sister, he would destroy them all. He was then attacked by an angry, muscular man who was about to hit him. The man hit the guy, but he dodged and took advantage of the moment to strike. After he fell to the floor, Lian Lan warned the other attackers that this guy's kung fu martial arts skills were so strong that 2 or 3 people could not defeat him. Therefore, the man in the suit suggests that everyone attack him together. Tianlei and Qing Yao watched what was happening all this time. Qin Yao said that the loan was saved at the cost of her own life, and she doesn't care about it. These people have no sense of compassion. They have only one egoism, and this is not good at all. She explained to Tianlei that there is no need to take risks for such people. Tianlei said that she was right, and these people did not deserve to be saved, except for one person. She understood that he meant that guy. Qin Yao said, "This guy's sister has been bitten, and if he hesitates, she will turn into a zombie and eat them. So in a way, he is also very selfish." Tianlei explained that others are selfish for themselves, but this guy is protecting his love. One day, Qing Yao asked if there was a difference. He replied that such people are stubborn but very emotional and ready to save a loved one at any cost. Therefore, this is the best person who can become their comrade. The world has changed, and in such turbulent times they will have to face more than just zombies. Tianlei said this in order to protect the people dear to him. He will have to fight with other people, and he cannot do it alone. Therefore, he had been actively looking for useful people lately, hoping to find useful talents among them and assemble his own room. At this time, that guy was actively fighting with other people, and they were trying to subdue him. The muscular man woke up, took a bat, and said that he would first break his sister's head and then return to him. The sister was lying on the floor at that moment. A crowd of people gathered around her, waiting for someone to finally kill her. The muscular man decided to do this and began to come closer and closer, intending to kill her. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of breaking glass. It was Tianlei who broke the window with his axe. People were glad that help had finally come to them. They said that they were surrounded by zombies and asked to save them quickly. Tianlei replied that they had too many people and he could only save one. The man in the suit said that he was the president of a well-known company and would definitely settle accounts with him. And Lian Lan said that she was still very young and did not want to die. An argument broke out between the people below because everyone wanted to escape, and there was only one place. After a while, Tianlei turned to the same guy, whose name was Li Xiaoyong. Li Xiaoyong was picking up his sister from the floor and was surprised that someone was calling him. The muscular man standing next to him realized that Tianlei wanted to take him and his sister. He began to tell him that this guy's sister would soon mutate because she was infected with zombies. Tianlei did not answer this muscular man and asked Xiaoyang if he would go with him. Xiaoyang took his sister in his arms and of course agreed. Tianlei also explained to everyone else that after taking these two, he would leave the rope here so that the rest of the people could escape as well. But if anyone dares to grab the rope right now, he will immediately break it, and they will remain here until their death. After this borrowing, Lian Lan, realizing that she would survive, began to make excuses and said that she was simply completely scared of the situation. That's why she was talking all sorts of nonsense up to this point. She started saying that she loved him and his little sister, but Xiaoyang was no longer going to believe her. That's why he said he had nothing to do with her now, and they left, going upstairs. His sister Li Xiaoyang began spitting red and black blood. Tianlei noticed this and said that this means she will soon turn into a zombie. Shuang told them not to worry and explained that he would look after his sister and carry her in his arms separately from the others. Tianlei said that now zombies are everywhere and Shayan will not be able to escape with his younger sister. So he suggested that they go together. He said that he would take them to safety and Xiaoyang agreed. Her brother hugs her and tells her not to worry. He will definitely take her to the doctor. Qin Yao says that stop deceiving herself because there is no medicine that will cure her of such a disease. Hearing these words, the brother replies that everything will be fine with his sister. Tianlei thinks that this little sister is so pitiful. Even if there is a cure, there is no chance that she will become human. If he wants to stop his sister's suffering, the main character offers the only way out. The sister's brother begins to listen carefully to what the main character is saying. He takes out an axe and tells the guy to stop his sister's suffering, seeing her sadness. The guy is very shocked and cannot believe such an offer. He replies that they, like everyone else, want his sister to go to another world. Even if his sister becomes a zombie, he doesn't let anyone take away her pain. Qin Yao agrees, saying that she cannot be saved, and the boy must understand this. The sister is getting worse, and she says that these people are good, and he should not argue with them. Hearing these words, the boy was even more filled with grief, and began to cry heavily. With the last of her strength, the sister says that she does not want to turn into these terrible zombies, so she asks to be sent to the next world before she attacks. Everyone she asks must do what they must. The brother cries and cannot let her go to another world. Also, at his suggestion, the sister turns to the main character and asks if she can ask him for something. After all, her brother looks very strict, but he is a good person, a little unreasonable and impulsive, often argues with people, for which he received a lot of injuries. She used to stop him to ask him to look after his brother in his absence. Tianlei says with a smile that she doesn't have to worry and that he definitely won't let him do anything stupid. It seems that the girl is losing her last strength. She says that she will look after her brother from her side. The sister tells her brother that his girlfriend Lanlan does not love him. She asks him not to be upset and says that he will find a girl who will love him. Even after taking it, they decided to say goodbye finally before leaving for the next world. The sister closes her eyes, and it seems that this was her last look at her brother. Seeing this, the brother begins to cry a lot and cannot believe that this happened. Tianlei and Qin Yao look at this situation with regret. Suddenly, this girl began to turn into a zombie and now poses a danger to them. Seeing that the girl's body was changing, he was very scared and asked what was happening to her. Qin Yao got scared and realized that the girl was turning into a zombie. Tianlei gives the guy an axe and tells him to act quickly before his sister turns into a zombie. This guy's sister kept turning into a zombie. When she reached the last stage of mutation, the boy fell to his knees and could not raise a hand to his sister. The main character thinks for a long time and decides to take the situation into his own hands. Without hesitation, make sure that this girl does not pose any threat to him. Seeing what was happening to his sister, the boy was determined. Having done this, the main character apologizes profusely to his sister for his action, after which they leave the place where the zombies were and simply watch what is happening. The brother managed to take some of his sister's things, and he promises that he will try to live until the transition to another world. When the zombie apocalypse is over, he will travel around the world and fulfill her wishes. He still stood with his back to the main character. He asks if he can do it. He asks if he can follow along with the main character and the girl. Hearing these words, they were delighted and happily agreed, because this was the desire of his younger sister. Tianlei approached this guy and extended his hand to him as a sign of gratitude. A little later, it was already deep night, and the moon was so bright that the night almost turned into day. The heroes found an apartment and decided to stay here for the night. It has all the amenities, a toilet, and even a working shower. We turned to the entrance to the apartment. The main character saw that the boy was standing. He tells him to go to the middle and, without shame, sit on the bed. A boy who lost his sister asks if he knows their names. Tianlei replies that they are students at a Chinese business college. His name is Tianlei, and the girl's name is Qing Yao. The main character smiles and says that you can call him brother. The girl asks what he can tell about himself, because they know little about him. She wondered how he met that girl because he trusted her so much and she simply deceived him. How did they meet? Asks the girl. The boy replies that he was born into a royal family. His parents quickly passed away, and he was left only with his sister. As for this girl, a relative introduced her. He was so enslaved that she was ready for today, when she shows her true colors. They went to the park for a walk, and then a zombie explosion began. His girlfriend ran away. Her little sister protected her with her body and was bitten by a zombie. Qing Yao was very outraged by this story, and she was very familiar with such a situation. Who did this to the boy, since on his orders the guy was recruited because he is a normal guy. He also knows kung fu. The boy was also very surprised by such open words. The girl said that she cannot be offended because she already has Tianlei. Suddenly the main character hears some sounds. The girl and boy hear nothing and ask if Tianlei made a mistake. Tianlei hears these sounds through his system, and at this time in the corridor in this house, many zombies are already approaching him. Frightened, the girl asks where the zombies in the corridor came from. The guy is also scared because he just checked this hotel and there was an iron gate. Tianlei suspects that they could be in some room, and they simply did not notice them. The guy fearlessly opened the door and did not offer to deal with these zombies. Hearing these proposals, the guy was scared and did not believe that the main character could offer such a thing. Tianlei calms down and says that his elder brother will protect him. Tianlei also says that he will take on the male zombies, and the boy will take on the female zombies. At this time, zombies appeared in the corridor. Without thinking twice, they heard some sounds behind them. Zombies began to run towards the boys, to infect them, using your skills and weapons together. Tianlei effectively attacks these zombie monsters. After successfully destroying the main zombie, the main character saw that he had gained 1 experience. Tianlei sees his experience growing, just like in a real game, which is also very cool. Therefore, he feels that he can destroy them endlessly. He has such an evolution at that time. The boy manages to cope with these zombies much more difficult, because he does not have a secret system. A boy finds himself in a dangerous situation and is attacked by a zombie that looks like his sister. Seeing that it was really his sister, the boy became confused and stopped attacking her because of this. The boy found himself in a very dangerous situation, and now the chance that he will die is much higher. Tianlei saw that the boy was in danger and began to scream so that he would not get scared and attack her. The guy found himself in an awkward position, and it was difficult for him to come up with something to justify himself. At this time, the girl watched what was happening from her room and was very worried about the fate of this guy. But suddenly, the guy did something that instantly caused zombies to scatter throughout the room. The other zombies were very surprised to see this. Qing Yao continued to look at the boys, a place for zombies, and each time she became more and more scared. But it turned out that the guy did nothing with this zombie and just continued to lie on the ground. Tianlei gets nervous and screams, "Why doesn't he kill the zombies?" The guy continues to lie on the floor and fight the zombies. He says he can't do this. After thinking for a long time, the main character takes the situation into his own hands and destroys several zombies in one fell swoop. The girl shouts from the room that this guy can't handle it and let the main character run and help him. Tianlei decided to do nothing. He says that this guy thinks he has friends he can rely on, who can even destroy zombies. What did he come to after these words? The main character simply suggested going. The boy heard it all. The girl asks that if he doesn't save himself, he will be eaten by zombies. The hero says that they will meet their sister in the next world. Hearing these words and seeing that they were just walking into the room, some incredible force appears in the guy's body. Gathering all his strength, he decides to attack his sister, which now in the form of a terrible zombie has received enormous strength and anger. The boy begins to actively attack this zombie. The girl's smell radically changed his behavior, and this surprised them a little. An active struggle for life continues between the zombies and these guys. The guy increases his strength every second and begins to give his all. Seeing what this guy is doing, the girl is surprised at his strength, because he was able to destroy the zombies with one blow. The main character decided to stop this, and holding out his hand, said that that was enough, because the zombie was already dead. The boy had accumulated a lot of anger and now decided to attack Tianlei. Tianlei easily stops this attack, stopping the attack with one hand. The main character wonders what he is doing, why he decided to attack him. The guy gets angry and says he didn't even help him. He just stood and watched it all. The main character says that if he had stood aside, the boy would already be dead in the supermarket. Tianlei turns to the guy and asks to listen to him. He saved him to help him fight, but he can't even defend himself. Hearing these words, the boy became embarrassed and said that he did not do it on purpose. Once a person turns into a zombie, he ceases to be human, and if not destroyed, he will bite a person. He thought that the reason he didn't help him was because he wanted him to change. He told him to beware of his sister. As soon as he sees her from the outside, she must be destroyed. Qing Yao supports the main character and reminds the guy that his sister is more important than anything in the world. And if he were bitten by a zombie, she would be disappointed. Realizing that he made a mistake, he says that he just has a strong temperament, so he misunderstood everything. The guy bowed to the main character and thanked him for saving his life. So he should thank him. From today on, he is very grateful to him. He will be his big brother. He assures that he will keep an eye on them in the future and will not be so soft as to put them in danger. Tianlei was glad that the boy had changed and told him not to disappoint his sister. The hero is turned onto the TV, on which they say that they have already created bases for survivors, and each of them is protected by an army and filled with food. Hearing this news, the boy was happy and realized that now they could go to a safe place. The girl says that base number 6 is in the city, and this is the direction that Tianlai was talking about. Qing Yao asks why the Tianlai looks so disappointed. Tianlai replies that he used to think that everything would be fine and did not think about the possible danger. Hearing these words, the girl was surprised and did not understand what danger he was talking about. After all, the city is home to about 100 million people. This city is home to 100 million people, although only 1/10 of them survived. 10 million left. But there is only one base in this state, which can only accommodate 100,000 people. That is, if they understand what he means. These bases look like a rescue site for survivors. There will be problems due to the fact that those who came first have already formed their own groups and forces, and other people simply cannot be allowed there. This will cause chaos, and this is all the more important because the more people there are, the greater the shortage of materials that even the government and army will not be able to cope with. The frightened boy remembers that his grandfather said that when he was a child, his hometown was flooded, and he fought his way out, and everyone was locked inside the entire village. They didn't eat anything, and eventually they got to the point where people eat other people. Hearing these words, the girl asks what they should do when they go to the base. After this, Tianlai replies that they will most likely have to go there because his friends might have heard the news and go there. You don't need to believe everything, but rely only on yourself. Suddenly, a red laser beam appeared in the hero's room. Seeing this laser, the main character stood up and decided to see where this laser came from and where it came from. Apparently from a parallel house approaching the window. The girl and the main character saw that there were some people standing outside the window opposite their house. People were looking for salvation and accidentally saw that other people were living in the neighboring house. Tianlai starts screaming and asking what is happening to them. The girl realizes that they are too far away and cannot hear them. The guy offers to talk to them using gestures and maybe he can do it. The boy raised his hands and began to make various gestures to talk to these people, making very strange movements with which he asks what is happening to them. The people who are on the opposite side of the house do not understand what he is doing. One of them thinks it must be sign language, but they still don't understand it. Qing Yao asks where he learned such sign languages. The boy replies that he watched them on TV. It looks like the survivors are trapped in the center of the house, so they need to go there and see for themselves. Suddenly, in a parallel building, someone approaches the guys and asks what they are doing. It was Gu Weiping, CEO of Tianqi Entertainment. They explain that there are people in front of the hotel and they saw them. Perhaps they will save them. Hearing these words, the director quickly took out his binoculars to check if this was true. But looking through binoculars, he saw no one. He asks why he doesn't see anyone. The young man says that students came who look 20 years old, and they understand that they are just students. The director is disappointed because he thought that these were people from the army. 3 students won't even be able to defend themselves. How can they save them? You shouldn't rely on them because they are weak right now. The company employees come up to them from behind and say that they think they can still save them. Zheng Binyang, 24, CEO or chairman of the board of directors of Tianqi Entertainment. Other people were surprised that this was the chairman of the board of directors. Gu Weiping realized that he was wrong and apologized to the company manager because he was too impatient. He says that they have been without food for 2 days and everyone here is already hungry. He suggests sending people to check if there are zombies in the house. Suddenly, the second worker asks if he is really hungry. She was Tong Yuxin, 22, secretary to the general manager or chairman of the board of directors. After the chairman distributed the food evenly, she told everyone to keep it for themselves. You couldn't resist and ate everything in less than half a day. Why now do you allow others to take risks for you? The director shouts and says that even if she is the representative secretary, it doesn't mean she can be so arrogant. The chairman supports the secretary and says that she is speaking correctly because they are the management of the company and are responsible for the safety of their employees. And the director of the company says that they cannot always sit still. If all goes well, the spokesman said authorities will take action and send a rescue team to the survivors' post office. She wants to try again to fix the communication device. If they have a means of communication, they can ask the military for help. It is much safer than risking themselves. They must have faith in the government and not lose hope, so they must hold on and they will be rescued soon. The rest of the employees support the representative's words and decide to listen. According to her, the director of this company was very outraged that no one supported him. Suddenly, another man interrupts their conversation and says that Chairman Zen said everything was fine. Turning to see who it was, the chairman was surprised to see a man. It was Mr. Yamada, the company's director of research and development. But he still wants to protest. According to them, he came here at the invitation of their company to talk with them about work. But this happened in their country, and he asks them to quickly suggest how he can leave this place safely. After hearing this protest, representatives of the other company sincerely hope to cooperate with him, but no one expected such an unexpected event. They deeply regret this viral explosion, but as you can see, she cannot carry it out because there are many zombies outside and it is very dangerous to go there. They are already working on it and hope that this director will at least unravel a little. She promises that their company will fully reimburse all of their expenses when this is all over. The director approached her and rudely said that he really hoped that she would keep her word. The chairman told Mr. Gu to take Mr. Yamato back to the office. After hearing this order, he immediately decides to take Mr. Yamato to rest. Zen is very worried about what will happen next. Her secretary asks if she thinks the military will actually send someone to rescue them. Zen replies that she is not sure, but at the moment it is better not to create unnecessary panic. The secretary asks if they have enough food for 2 days, and if no one comes, then for 2. Having brought Mr. Yamato to the office, he began to eat everything that was on the table. Mr. Yamato did not consider this gluttony and could not dismiss this point of view. Mr. Yamato says that if he had known that this would happen, he would not have come here to talk about such nonsense. Even now there are hot springs on the island that they take care of. Looking at the boy, the director asks why he hasn't left yet. The director turns to Mr. Young. He says he has been hungry for 2 days and could he get some food? Hearing this proposal, the director asks if he is sick. This is all he brought with him, and he will eat it until the rescuers arrive. He doesn't want to share with him. The guy replies that when the chairman was distributing food, Mr. Yamato clearly said that he did not bring any food, so they distributed food to him and his secretaries. The director calmly looks at the boy and asks what is happening. He orders him to get out of here, otherwise, without thinking twice, he himself will kick him out. The boy leaves the guest's room. He continues to eat his food and tells the crying Gu to wait. He says there is a saying in the country, whoever doesn't work, doesn't eat. If he wants to get food, then he must fulfill one of his requests. Hearing these words, the guy happily agreed and is ready to fulfill any of his requests. To be honest, he was not interested in working with their company and came here through their representative. According to him, Jen is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and if Gu Viping can lead her to him, then all the food will be his. Hearing this request, the boy got scared because she is his boss. If he does this, his career will be ruined. The man heard these words and began to laugh with the boy in this country. It's already the end, and what kind of reputation can we talk about? All this time, the main character was just the general director, and he has already become a representative. Even her secretary talks to him like he's trash. The man asks the main character how he wants to continue working like this. He can promise him that if he fulfills his request, they will return, and he will appoint him as director of his company. The guest says that women in their country are very gentle, but after hearing these real facts, the main character still agrees to this proposal. He turns to Mr. Yamada and hopes that he will fulfill his promise. The man smiles and, following his words, throws him a bun so that he is sure that he will fulfill his promise. The guy with a sad look accepts this food and goes to complete the task. Meanwhile, walking along the corridor, the girl notices that it is too quiet here. Here the guy thinks that perhaps the zombies have already left this house, but people are still afraid to go outside. The main character turns to them and tells them not to worry, but there should be no more than 20 zombies on this floor, and there were even more on the floor above. Hearing these words, the girls are surprised that the guy has such good hearing, because they can't hear anything. After walking for some more time, they came across statues with various weapons. Suddenly, the main character grabs this weapon and throws it to his partner. Although the boy knows martial arts, fighting zombies with only his hands is dangerous. He believes that this sword will suit him. Having caught the knight, the guy immediately begins to test him to see if he is comfortable. After swinging the sword for several minutes, He realizes that this sword is not bad, and thanks to this, Qing Yao suddenly turns around and sees that the zombie is already here. She shouts to the guys to pay attention to this. Turning to the side, the main characters really saw that there were a lot of zombies. Tianlei says that he will take over the zombies and tells the boy to protect Qing Yao. This is the moment in the parallel building when the guy tries to enter the office of his representatives. The surprised chairman of the company asks what happened. The guy excitedly replies that he needs to discuss something with her. The secretary turns and asks what he wants to talk to the representative about. The guy collects his thoughts and begins to say that they now have little food, and he is afraid that they will not last until the rescuers arrive. So he and Mr. Yamato came up with a rescue plan, and he wanted the chairman to talk to him about it. The secretary warns the representative that Mr. Yamada always looks at her with a perverted look. She warns that it is better to be careful with this person, because he is very strange. Hearing that the secretary rejected this representative, the guy was very indignant and now he wants to drag her into this situation. The chairman asks if he and Mr. Yamato have come up with some kind of plan and would like to discuss it with her. The guy confirms this. He replies that they don't know. Maybe this plan will be successful. They are not sure that it will work, so they want to discuss this plan with the representative. If he finds it successful, he will act on this plan. If the secretary is worried about her, then let him go with her. This guy proposes. The secretary looked at the representative and decided that she would go with her anyway after hearing this answer. The boy was glad that everything was going according to his plan. At this time, the main character and his friends continue to attack the zombies in this room. The boy who joins their team finds it easier and easier to fight and defend against zombies. Tianlei looks at the guy and says that he is already adapting quickly. And the girl says that he yesterday and today are completely two different people. The guy is embarrassed and replies that he just picked up a very convenient sword. This is a random change in his mood. After walking a few meters to the other side, the girl notices that there is an elevator there and reports it. Currently, the electricity is very unstable, and who knows if the elevator will stop. Tianlei replies that it is very dangerous, so they will go up the stairs. If there are the same number of zombies on each floor, nothing will happen to them. Tianlei agreed with a smile and said that let's start from there, talked about ventilation and said that they would definitely not meet zombies on this way. The boy led the representatives to Mr. Yamato. Seeing that he did not come alone, he was very surprised. The chairman and secretary went to the director's room. The director sat in a chair and his secretary served him. They looked at each other with strange suspicion. The chairman said, "This guy said he came up with a plan to save them. This is true?" The director from another country confirmed that he had indeed come up with the plan. Suddenly, the secretary chairwoman noticed that there was a lot of different food in this room. She turns to Mr. Yuma and asks if he said he was missing something. Realizing that he was trapped, he says that he forgot about it, but recently found this food in his trunk. The secretary did not believe it and said that now they have a chairman, and yesterday he only ate one piece of bread. Has the director thought about sharing this food with others? The chairman stops the secretary's hysteria because there is no point in discussing what has already happened. Suddenly, a director from another company stands up and asks if she and her secretary really only ate a couple of loaves of bread. He starts acting strange and offers to share food with him. Seeing what this secretary was doing, the girl became very angry and did not understand what he was allowing himself. The chairman of the company cannot believe his eyes and asks with a very wild look what Mr. Yamata is doing. He replies that he wants to receive payment for giving food. He attacks the company representative and throws her onto the sofa. Her secretary runs to the company representative's aid. She shouts for the chairman to hold on, but Mr. Gu hits the company secretary with his palm and she falls to the floor. Gu's face with fear weeping, and Gu weeping had a face like some kind of crazy person. And then the secretary realized that he was in league with Mr. Yamada. Mr. Gu says that the secretary has always relied on the company representative for support, but today she will die. Mr. Yamada looks at this and says that Mr. Gu is very courageous in this situation. Mr. Yamada's two secretaries looked at this and laughed. The chairman of the company screams loudly and calls for help. Mr. Yamada says that no one will hear her screams because he has ordered all employees to go to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, Tianlei and his friends fell from the ventilation into some room. After the fall, Tianlei opened his eyes and saw that something inexplicable was happening here. Seeing that they fell from the ventilation, everyone was very surprised. Suddenly, the guy apologizes for noticing and says that they are already leaving and won't bother him. But Tianlei says that he is not going anywhere. He wants to understand what is happening here. The secretary starts screaming for him to help her deal with these guys, not holding back her emotions. The director shouts for them to get out of here. Tianlei looks at this man with suspicion and realizes that he is from another country. Qing Yao says, "What kind of person is he? The zombie apocalypse has already arrived, and he is already doing such things." Without thinking twice, the boy took his weapon and began to attack this fat director. Everyone else who was in this room was scared and worried about their future fate. To the guy's surprise, the fat director easily dodges his blow. Performing movements on him, it was clear that he was very proficient in martial arts. The guy realized that this director was fat, but very smart. Did he study martial arts? At this time, the secretary approaches her representative and asks if she is all right. Mr. Yamada asks if the guy knows kung fu and now wants to test whose martial art is better. If the guy is a real man, then he asks to drop the weapon and fight only with bare hands, throwing away the weapon. The boy replied that his hands were enough to win. A battle began between these guys. Proficient in various martial arts, the fat man attacks the guy quite violently. The girl is worried and says that this man looks quite strong and doesn't he need help. Tianlei replies that it is better not to interfere and the guy will handle it himself. He says that you just need to believe in his strength. The fight between the boy and Mr. Yamada continues. The boy and Mr. Yamada are quite strong and compete well against each other. The boy deftly dodges his blows and attacks back. Suddenly, the boy becomes enraged and, gathering all his strength, begins to strike Mr. Yamada with powerful blows. After a couple of seconds, Mr. Yamada collapses on the floor, completely helpless. The guy proudly asks if this is all his strength. It turns out that he really is a weakling. Having fallen to the floor and having no more strength, the director cries and begs to spare him. Qing Yao and Tianlei are very happy for him. The boy realizes that Mr. Yamada will not harm him anymore and decides to leave him. But at this time he gets up and wants to attack the boy from behind. Tianlei sees that it is dangerous and shouts at the boy to be careful. Mr. Yamada stood up and already had a weapon with which he secretly attacks the boy. The director continues to attack the boy with his weapon. Suddenly the boy experiences a secret feeling, and then he notices that he is being attacked. He turns around and with a quick movement grabs his hand, blocks his blow, and throws his own in response. After receiving a powerful blow to the face, Mr. Yamato loses control of himself. The guy becomes even angrier and continues to attack him even harder. Gathering all his strength, he pulls himself together and pushes him a long distance with a strong blow. Mr. Yamato, having lost control of himself, falls under the sofa. Qing Yao says that fat man was talking about fair fights, but he himself struck with the weapon from the brace. The guy thanks the main character, calling him his brother because he helped him choose the right path. Tianlei says that he is exaggerating because people from that country are not like them, and when push comes to shove, you have to be careful. Together with him, people suddenly began running out of the doors to help the chairman and ask what happened to her. The guy who persuaded this director understands that he is now in a very unpleasant situation. He falls to his knees and asks for forgiveness from his company representative. He says this director forced him to do it. For a while he obeyed him but no longer dares. The secretary does not listen to these words and immediately gets down to business. In front of him, the secretary begins to scream and say that all this time the chairman of the company trusted him with the situation, which he sold for food. Hearing these words, the other employees do not rush at the guy and understand how he dared to do this, how he dared to deceive the simpleton and start beating him. After this, the secretary asks what they will do with them now. The chairman says that the two of them should be tied up and thrown out in the utility room. Mr. Gu, with his last hopes, asks for mercy, and Mr. Yamato says that people from his country will deal with everyone here. Tianlei says that zombies have spread all over the world, and perhaps his small country has already become a zombie country. Does he still want to go back there? Gu's secretaries come up to him and say that they are not to blame for anything, and they ask him for help. Seeing this, Qing Yao shouts that they were leaving here too. Shame on them for deceiving the second guy. Seeing them, the guy asks Tianlei, what should they do with these girls now? At this time, the chairman of the company approaches the main character and his friends and orders them to be tied up and locked in the conference room. Tianlei turns to the representative and calls her elder sister and says that they are not her employees, and she cannot tell him what to do. Hearing the word elder sister, the secretary and the chairman are very embarrassed. She asks how he could call her big sister. Why does he call him that? The secretary tries to calm the representative, but Tianlei and the guy did not hear what they were being told. Their gaze was directed completely in the wrong place. Their gaze was directed at the chest of the company representative. After that, they were seated at the table. The secretary suggested that they drink water and not take the incident as a joke. Even the staff laugh because they have never seen the chairman so angry. She's only 24 years old, and of course she hates people calling her big sister. Tianlei says, what if it weren't for them? They would fall into a trap, and instead of thanking them, they would start beating them. The chairman says that if her secretary had asked for help earlier, they wouldn't have done it. Tianlei says to hear this and ask why it happened that they are also to blame. Maybe they didn't need help at all. The secretary tries to calm the situation and says that the representative is just in a bad mood, but she is very grateful to them. She invites them to introduce themselves and get to know each other better. Her name is Tong Yuxin, and she is the secretary of her boss Zheng Binyang. Hearing this girl's name, Qing Yao asks if she is a graduate of the business academy. The chairman, with a dissatisfied look, says that this is so and asks if she knows her. Having recognized her, the girl joyfully replies that she saw her in the biography of their academy, but only during her school years. The girl replies that she is her idol. The representative really likes it and she is happy. Tianlei says it's no wonder the company is acting so overbearing. It turns out that the top beam is not correct and the bottom one is crooked. What kind of commander is this? The girl asks what he means. Last summer, he applied for an internship at their company and met all the requirements, but his application was rejected because he showed up to the interview wearing an old shirt. The interviewer also laughed at him for being poor and immediately sent him home. The chairman of the company replies that this man, who was gripped by horror, was conscientious. Therefore, he should know that the image of a coworker is the face of the company, and if he wants to get a job, he must dress in good clothes. Not only me, but also the ordinary students who went with me were almost unsuccessful, but the brothers who wore the famous brand were enrolled without any problems. The chairman does not remember this and asks the secretary if it was so. The secretary confirms that indeed the person in charge only selected rich people. If their internship is only possible for rich people who want to experience life, then why do it? Tianlei says their company is giving false hope to those who really need opportunities, under the guise of giving back to its graduates and working hard. The representatives realize that it is actually their leader who is at fault and apologize to him and their fellow students. Other people in the room advise the boy to forget about the past, because at such a time there was no point in remembering such trifles. Now the most important thing is to survive. One of the men says that the signal in this house has been cut off, and they cannot contact the military, and asks what is happening outside. Tianlei says that now there are zombies all over the world, and if they want to wait for the soldiers to save them, then the main character suggests that they refuse this. Everyone wondered why he thought this way. He replies that although the news says that the authorities sent rescuers to search for survivors, they came here from school and never saw the so-called rescuers in this house. There are a lot of zombies here. Even if they get to the second floor, they will be free. There's no guarantee that they will be able to get to safety. Having heard this terrible news, people do not understand what to do, but there must be some way out of this situation. Who do they ask to help them? The vents are so narrow that 3 of them can barely fit through, and he doesn't think the others can get through. The chairman asks if there is another way out. Tianlei says that there is only one way out, but a lot of effort was spent on it, and now they just want to eat and find a comfortable place to rest. The main character sees that this office is a good place. He turns to his older sister and asks if she should be kind. The girl became angry when she heard these words. The secretary asks if she's okay. She agrees and says it's time for them all to leave so the new guests can rest here. People think that these are good people and maybe they can really help them. The chairman orders the secretary to find a house plan in order to find another exit from this house. People are very hungry and tired and ask if there is more food because many colleagues have not eaten for several days. The girl turns and hears these words. She thinks what to answer. In fact, all the food had already been distributed to everyone, and the chairman did not want to create panic and did not talk about it. Hearing these words, the people were very afraid, because now they had no food left. Suddenly a man walks by and says that he found some food and that they shouldn't panic. Taking food out of his briefcase, people ask where he got it. Seeing this, the chairman asks if this is the backpack of those people who remained in the room. He replies that he just saw 3 of them go to the second room and he found her inside and took the backpack. Hearing these words, they were indignant and said that this was theft. She says that they can't do this. They need him to return the backpack to them. He asks if they can see what's going on. Everyone is hungry. It will be better if they eat this food. The chairman says that this is wrong, because these people are helping them find a way out. The man replies that he is exploring this house, and there is no other way out. The only way out is through the ventilation. Hearing these words, the girl is surprised and asks if this method works. The man asks why they trust these people so much. Apparently they think that if the situation is so dangerous. He says that if these 3 students can deal with hordes of zombies, then why can't they? After hearing these facts, the secretary and the chairman look at each other. The man replies that when they have eaten everything, he and his male colleagues will go downstairs and meet him, if there are no problems. Upon hearing this proposal, many men said that they were ready to go, because in any case they would starve and should try to do it. The secretary thinks he's right, and why not give him a try? If all else fails, then they will try the ventilation method. Zen thinks about it. Is it worth doing this, since the chances of salvation are low? She agrees and tells him to be careful. Some time passed and the man who decided to try to leave the house climbed out of the ventilation. The guy who came up with this idea got out and looked around from all sides to make sure there were no zombies behind him. Other men also begin to crawl towards the exit. Seeing that it seems safe, they continue to climb the vent, but they accidentally hit each other because the vent is too narrow and their knees are tight. One of them orders them to keep their voices down because the zombies might be nearby and hear them. The leader says that he told them that the chairman of the 3 students was a fraud. He doesn't see zombies everywhere. He disagrees and also believes that the chairman was deceived by these students. But having gone a little further, one of the guys steps into some kind of slurry. He looks around and doesn't understand what it could be. Walking around the corner of the reception desk, he saw something terrible. There lay a zombie who showed no signs of life. The guy who first saw the zombie started screaming. He was very scared of it. But the main one asks him not to panic. He says that the zombie may already be dead. The leader of this group approaches this zombie. The other guys ask him to be careful. This guy sees a crack in the zombie's head, and he thinks that Zhao Tianlei must have killed him with his axe. The guy says he's seen this before in movies. A blow to the head kills a zombie. And suddenly the guy who approached the zombie saw something valuable. These were the keys to the building that he found in this zombie's pocket. But suddenly this zombie came to life and grabbed this man by the hand. The zombie started growling loudly and attacked this guy. When people realized that the zombie was alive, they got scared and said that they had to run away. But this guy says that they shouldn't be afraid. If that disciple Zhao Tianlei could handle those zombies, then they can do it too. He throws a bunch of keys to one of the guys and he wants to kill this zombie. The zombie, meanwhile, quickly begins to run towards this guy. But he picked up a statue of some stone and wants to hit the zombie with it. He swung and hit this zombie hard right in the head. From this blow, the zombie fell to the floor. The guys who were watching this were very surprised at the courage of this guy. He did not stop and continued to hit the already lying zombie with this stone. The ladies begin to encourage this guy and say that they didn't know how strong he was before. The guys thought that these zombies were not scary and could be easily killed. This guy says that they saw everything themselves, and as long as they are together, surviving this zombie outbreak will not be a problem for them. Meanwhile, in the corridor of this building, Tianlei and his friends are talking. They say the people who work here consider themselves elite. They only locked the door to their company when they could have locked the entrance to the stairs. Doesn't that allow zombies to come and go freely? Now that they have checked all the rooms, they know that access up and down is also blocked. At least they can guarantee that this floor is safe. Tianlei also says that when leadership is without brains, others also suffer. Qing Yao doesn't think that Tianlei is stingy, although he was denied an interview that year, but now it doesn't matter. And senior sister chairman, she also understands some things. He doesn't need to worry about it so much. Tianlei says this is important to him. At the time, he put 2 part-time jobs aside and focused on interview preparation. The friend who went with him was still poor and had to work on a construction site because he was suspended from school due to debt. As a result, while working overtime even on a rainy day, he fell from the top floor and became crippled. So who should compensate for the rest of his life? Who cares about him? The higher your position, the more responsibility you have, because their every word, every decision can affect someone else. If they cannot take on this responsibility, then they should not do it at all. Qianlei's speech, she says that he is very cool. The history teacher said that the difference between a hero and a leader is high. A hero fights and only unites people, convinces, admires him, and desires loyalty to the leader. She says that she always knew that Qianlei has the qualities of a leader. He makes people believe and leads them on the right path. But she doesn't know if he will stay with her. Qianlei looked at her with a wary gaze. He grabbed his head and asked what she was talking about. They are his teammates. They will always be together. He asks them to remember what he told them today. They went into the room that the chairman had allocated to them and did not find their things that they had left in it. Meanwhile, the chairman and her secretary are sitting in her office. The chairman is worried about Wang Zhen and the other guys because there is no way out. The secretary asks her not to worry. She says that some of them are smart and will not take risks. Qianlei and his friends come into their room asking where their backpack went. When they looked at the floor, they saw wrappers from their food lying there. They realized that it was they who stole their food. Qing Yao asks why they didn't say they needed food. These foods are also very important to them. Qianlei asks Representative Zhen why she did this. This time he would like to hear her explanation. The chairman, secretary, and the rest of the people looked at Qianlei with a shameful look. The boy says that they saved them, and they thanked them by stealing their things. If he knew that they were such vile people, he would never have helped them. The secretary says that they understand that what they did was wrong, but these are just a few packages of food. Is that really that much? They didn't steal it, they just borrowed it. Then they will give them back everything they took. The boy says his name is Li Xiaoyang. He was not an excellent student at school and did not read smart books. But taking other people's things without asking is not borrowing. It is stealing them. Isn't that so? The chairman asks his secretary to stop talking. She says that they are really wrong because they took their food and didn't ask them. But their people have already set off, and perhaps they will soon find a way out. They have so many people that when they go out into the streets, they will bring them twice as much food. Qianlei says she is naive if she thinks their people can actually come back. The chairman asks, what does he mean? Qianlei says they spent less than half an hour on the first floor, but it took them a full hour on the floor above. He asks how long ago her people left. The secretary says they left 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, these guys were sitting in the dining room. They were glad that they were finally able to eat properly. They thank the chief of them, Zhen. One of them asks, how does Brother Zhen know that there is so much food here? Zhen says there is a modeling agency on the second floor. These models fast all year round and train. When they are hungry, they can't eat because people from the company might find out. So one of the models hid a stove and food here, and when she wanted to eat, she would come here and eat. He saw this several times when he passed by, and when he saw this key, he remembered that there were food supplies here. The guy says that after they finish, they need to come back quickly so that the others don't worry. The other guy says that why would they go to the company if the chairman is too stupid? Zhen Binyan is just a stupid girl. She does not think rationally. Even in such troubled times, she could not come up with a plan to save them. She was even almost raped by Yamada. She's really stupid. It is better to follow Brother Zhen and eat only meat. The guy agrees and says that Brother Zhen is their elder brother after this. They will only follow him. Zhen asks them not to talk like that. They were good colleagues and would always be good friends. As long as they trusted him, he would treat them all like brothers. There is a saying, a crisis is also a turning point. Once they were workers, and they all listened to the chairman all day long. Now the days are changing until they can all create their own business together. And suddenly they heard a sound. They thought it was a zombie. Zhen asks not to be afraid. Now they will deal with them. These zombies just look terrible, but they are very stupid, so killing them will not be difficult. He asks to take a weapon and hit their weak spot, the head. And suddenly some unusual zombie appears from the door. This menacing zombie looks at people and begins to growl loudly. The guys were scared because this zombie was too fast. Meanwhile, the secretary tells the representative that the guys still haven't returned. Were they really able to find a way out? The chairman says that the path there may be difficult, and they did not stay long. Tianlei says that Chairman Zhen, she really believes in this nonsense. The ventilation ducts are small, and it is simply impossible to stay there. They've probably already met zombies. The secretary asks Tianlei and his friends to save their people. The guy says that they are completely strange, they stole their food, and now they also have to save their people. The secretary says, is he the guy who doesn't care? Is food really more important to them than the lives of other people? Is it so difficult for him to save their people? He says it doesn't matter whether he is a guy or not. They tricked them and stole their food. Tianlei says he doesn't think it's impossible for them to save people. Chairman asks if they are ready to help her. Tianlei wants the chairman to start begging him. The secretary says that Tianlei wants too much. The chairman will not beg him. Tianlei says that Chairman Zhen is a businesswoman, and she must understand that you have to pay for any service. If she truly cares about the lives of her employees, then she will be willing to sacrifice her dignity. The chairman, gritting his teeth, agrees with Tianlei's demands. She asks if she begs him, will he save her employees? Tianlei says of course not. He already said that people are not at all opposed to zombies, but they offer to go and fight them, saying that they believe in them. He's not some kind of sucker to do whatever they ask. It's not worth it. The chairman asks Tianlei is deceiving her. Tianlei says that he is teaching her to be human. He says that Chairman Zhen has always been on top, and that is why she considers herself better than everyone. But for them, ordinary people, it often happens that one of her decisions that she made could even turn her whole life around. Now the world has changed, and pride alone will not do anything. Tianlei says he is leaving. The chairman says that Tianlei is a bastard. Qing Yao says that she thinks they should help those people. Even if they encountered zombies, they really wouldn't help them. Tianlei has already said this. He can't watch this. Zhen Binyan shows his pride and asks for help without an ounce of sincerity. If you don't teach her a lesson, this idiot will probably never change. Qing Yao says that they are only 3 people, so it won't be difficult to help them. She kisses Tianlei on the cheek, thereby wanting him to fulfill her request. Tianlei is embarrassed and says that now is not the time for this. Qing Yao asks Tianlei not to think wrongly. This kiss is her gratitude. She loves him very much. Tianlei asks her not to say such serious things, but this is the first time he accepted her decision, which she will remember all her life. The guy says that he and Tianlei will go to save those guys. Tianlei says no, he will go alone. There are several girls in this building. He says to better protect them and Qing Yao. Tianlei asks to remember them. If zombies get here, he asks them to hide in some room and wait for him. Qing Yao says that everything will be fine. It is better for him to be careful, not to worry about them. She will wait for him to return. Tianlei shows a sign that everything will be fine and goes to save the guys. The ventilation holes are open, which means her people got out of here. The first floor is so big, where did they go? And suddenly Tianlei smelled blood. He went into some kind of utility room. Looking around, he saw something terrible behind the boxes. He saw the bodies of the guys he went to save. One of these guys had already turned into a zombie and stood up and started attacking Tianlei. Tianlei was surprised that this zombie was so fast. Before this, all the zombies he had encountered were slow and unintelligent. Why was this zombie so fast? His eyes, unlike ordinary zombies, are red. By the way, the system said that some zombies can mutate. Their bodies are more sensitive, stronger, and faster than normal zombies. They are the biggest threat to humanity. Looks like these are mutated zombies. Tianlei wants to see how strong this zombie is. This zombie begins to quickly attack Tianlei, but Tianlei manages to dodge the attack of this zombie. This zombie opened its mouth wide to bite Tianlei, but he managed to dodge the bite of this zombie. Tianlei thinks that this mutant is really strong. His attacks will be difficult to parry. Tianlei attacks. Tianlei thinks that this zombie even avoids his axe. Mutated zombies are really strong. This zombie again begins to quickly run towards the boy, but Tianlei successfully bends down and dodges the attack of this zombie. When the zombie turned around, he did not see where Tianlei had gone. He throws all the boxes around and can't find the guy, but Tianlei simply hid on top of the rack. While the zombie did not see the guy, Tianlei suddenly attacked him. He killed this fast zombie without any hesitation. Tianlei says what use is a zombie to such speed if he can't even notice him? And suddenly Tianlei notices that there was some kind of stone in the zombie's head. Golos of the virtual god congratulated Tianlei for finding the core. Tianlei asks the virtual god why he only appears in such situations. And what core is he talking about? And why didn't Tianlei see it before? And why is it needed? The core is a crystal formed in the brain of a mutant. Ordinary zombies do not have a core, which is why he has never seen one. The nuclei range from low to high levels: white, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, red, and black. It can be used to improve your own characteristics, buy experience and things in the store. For example, a white core can be exchanged for 1 stat point or 10 experience points, and with each new level, you will receive more experience and points. This core is white in color, which indicates that it is a normal zombie mutation. Tianlei says that the virtual god is playing with him. Why didn't he say this before? Even an ordinary mutation is much stronger than ordinary zombies. Then, all zombies evolve to the highest level. Does humanity have a chance of winning? The ring asks its owner not to worry. The evolution of a zombie requires very strict conditions. Not only does he have to feed on a lot of energy, he also spends a lot of time on it, and the stronger the mutation, the more time and effort he will spend on it. Ultimately, few people can complete the highest evolution. It is very difficult to reach the black level. The ring thinks that there will be no more than 10 such zombies in the whole world. Tianlei asks the virtual god to tell him such important information in advance. The virtual god asks how he uses this crystal. After meeting with mutated zombies, he realizes that he will not need stat points yet. Experience points for killing zombies can accumulate. Tianlei decided he would exchange it for some item in the store. The virtual god says that the store system is activated. Some blue background with inscriptions suddenly appeared in front of Tianlei. This was a store that contained many different items. Tianlei chooses weapons, food, and useful things. The virtual god says that this store is somehow faulty. He can only exchange the core for food, and that's it. Tianlei uses a white crystal and can only be exchanged for food. To buy some other item, you need a core with a better class. In addition, the core is only used for improvement in the system and not for exchange. If he wants to take these products, he also needs to pay experience points. Tianlei was very surprised by this. He thinks that the virtual god wants to deceive him. The virtual god says that this is the end of his powers and he falls asleep. But suddenly Tianlei notices the remains of food that those guys left behind. Tianlei realized that thanks to Zhen Binyan, her employees decided to betray her. But these products are really valuable. I hope to take them to Chun Yao and they will have a delicious dinner tonight. A little later he returned back, but he did not see his friends anywhere. And suddenly he heard someone calling for help. Tianlei ran there. He thinks that zombies have really appeared there. When Qianlin ran to the place, he was very frightened by what he saw. Qing Yao lay dying in the guy's arms. The secretary says to Gu Weiping and Yamada let the chairman go, otherwise they will regret it. It was Gu Weiping and Yamada. They took the chairman hostage. Tianlei ran up to Qing Yao and asked the guy what happened to her. The guy says that Tianlei can blame him for this, but he could not protect Qing Yao. The secretary says that it was Yamada and Weiping. They were able to cut the rope and escaped. So they also took the chairman hostage. Qing Yao put herself under the knife, thereby saving the life of the chairman. Qing Yao asks Tianlei for forgiveness. She promised that she would obediently wait until she returned, but she could not keep her promise. Tianlei calms her down and says that everything is fine, he is already back. The chairman says that it is her fault. If it weren't for her, this would not have happened. Tianlei yells at her to shut up. He tells the stupid thing to shut his mouth. He asks why she didn't send her people to check if they got out. Qing Yao says what's the point of apologizing already? She asks Tianlei not to be angry. They were too mean and deliberately cornered Li Xiaoyang. The eldest sister, she had to protect the other employees before they were caught. So she's actually not as bad as they think. And she seems to be a good leader. But because Qing Yao talked a lot, she felt severe pain. Tianlei asks her not to say anything more. He will stop her bleeding. Qing Yao says that she must tell Tianlei the truth. The day they first met and she said she wanted to be his girlfriend. In fact, she didn't love him at that time. She then hid in the library and was too scared to find someone to protect her so she could survive. But then she began to realize that he was a very good guy. As long as she was with him, she felt safe, even if there were zombies nearby. She knows that she is not his favorite girl, so she decided that she will become his teammate to be close to him. But now she can't be near him. Even after her death, she thinks that Tianlei will find himself a good girl who will wash his clothes and cook noodles for him. She wants Tianlei to promise that he will never forget her. She doesn't need all the space in his heart. She asks him to just leave some space for her. Tianlei asks her not to talk nonsense. He will never forget her. He says that Qing Yao will not die. He will not let her die. She went through a lot in this world, but the best thing that happened in her life was meeting him. She says that she is very much, and after these words she closes her eyes. Chunli screams her name with all his might. The secretary was also very shocked and covered her mouth. The chairman also shed a tear because of this. Yamada says, "Why does Tianlei look so sad? This chick isn't bad, but she's nothing compared to Zhen Bianyan. He wants to make a deal with Tianlei. He will let him get away from here safely, and he will give him the opportunity to have fun with Chairman Zhen Bianyan." But Tianlei didn't think so. He looked at Yamada with a terrifying gaze. Tianlei put Qing Yao on the floor. He turned and looked towards those guys. Wei Ping and Yamada were greatly frightened by Tianlei's gaze. Tianlei began to walk menacingly towards them. Wei Ping asks Tianlei what he's going to do. Yamada says that if Tianlei takes one more step, he will kill the chairman. Tianlei tells him to kill her. If it weren't for her, Qing Yao would not have died. Let her pay with her life. If he wants to kill her, then let him do it. Yamada says that he is not joking and that he will actually kill her. Tianlei again repeats that he should kill her. If Yamada can't, then he will kill her himself. Tianlei grabs Mr. Yamada's hand with one hand and pushes the chairman away with the other hand. Wei Ping picked up the vase and began to attack Tianlei in the back. But Tianlei noticed this and kicked Wei Ping in the face. After this, Tianlei captured Mr. Yamada. He picked up a knife and asked which of the two killed Qing Yao. Wei Ping says it was Yamada. He killed her. He killed her with the same knife. After these words, Tianlei inserted this knife into Mr. Yamada's hand. Mr. Yamada shouts that Gu Wei Ping, he's just a bastard. How dare he betray him? It was necessary to help him hold Zhen Bianyan as a hostage. As soon as she ran away, he should have grabbed her and threatened this guy. The chairman says that he is lying and this is Gu Wei Ping killed Qing Yao. She saw it personally. Tianlei looked towards Gu with a menacing gaze. Wei Ping. Gu Wei Ping was very scared and said that he was wrong. He didn't want to do this. He was just trying to scare her. He didn't want to hurt her. He didn't think that she would use her body to protect the chairman. Gu Wei Ping knelt down and began to bow. He begs Tianlei to forgive him. He says that he wants to live. Tianlei says that Qing Yao also had a family waiting for her, but he didn't spare her, so why should he spare him? Tianlei asks him not to worry. He says that he will not kill him. Even if he killed him 100 times, it would not bring Qing Yao back. Tianlei takes Gu Wei Ping, grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. He says he has another way. Tianlei took him by the hand and led him to the exit of the building. He pressed his hand on the fire alarm. This alarm beeped so loudly that everyone even covered their ears. Tianlei says that now everyone will see why he turned on the alarm. There were too many zombies outside, and they all followed the sound of this siren. Mr. Yamada says that Tianlei is crazy. They will rush inside now. And suddenly, the secretary saw something strange in these zombies. She recognized the two as zombies Wang and Zhao. Tianlei opened the doors to the outside and grabbed Gu Wei Ping by the shirt. He threw him out the door to that crowd of zombies. He leaned against the door, begging for Tianlei to open the door for him. Tianlei says that Qing Yao suffered before her death. More painful than death is the fear of death. Some people do not immediately become zombies after being bitten and remain human for some time. Before you turn into a zombie, you will remain conscious and suffer. Tianlei tells him to enjoy the feeling of being torn to pieces. Everyone who saw it was simply horrified by what they saw. Yamada says that Tianlei is not a person but a devil. The guy says that Tianlei is not the devil. How he thinks Tianlei felt after Qing Yao's death. Yamada asks to be killed here. He would rather die from a human than become like Gu Wei Ping. Tianlei says that if he wants to die, then it is not that easy. Tianlei tells that guy to tie him up and lock him up. The chairman looked at Tianlei with a sad look. When Tianlei passed by her, she could not say anything to him, although she wanted to. After all this, the representative sat in her office and was sad. She could not say a word. Some girl says that Zhang and Jun never returned. What should they do now? Now there are many zombies in the building and they will not be able to get out. The chairman asks not to call her chairman. She does not deserve to be their chairman. She says that if she had not stopped them, they would not have become zombies. The secretary tells her not to say that because this is a decision they made together, and she is not the only one responsible. The chairman says that she was too excited. If she had been calm, she would not have made such a decision. And now the only thing left is Zhen Binyan will try his best to protect them. She says that no one else among her employees will die. Meanwhile, in another room, Tianlei sat on a chair and looked at Qing Yao's dead body. Tianlei says she is a fool. Why didn't she protect herself? Always when some kind of danger occurs, you need to think first of all to yourself. Why did she act so impulsively? Is there at least something worthy in that girl to save her at the cost of her life? When suddenly he hears a knock on the door. It was the chairman of the company that Qing Yao saved. Tianlei asks her what she is doing here. The chairman says that she died while saving her, and she would like to say goodbye to her one last time. Tianlei clenched his fist and told her to leave. He doesn't want to see her. The chairman says that she knows that Tianlei blames her, and she is to blame for the incident with Yamada and weeping. She also says that Tongxi and the other employees are innocent. She begs him to help them. Now only Tianlei can save them. He can say whatever he wants about her, but she begs him to help them. Tianlei says that insulting her will not help bring Qing Yao back to life. The chairman shed a tear. She tells Tianlei to do whatever he wants with her. She won't resist. Tianlei says that Qing Yao always loved branded clothes, but could never afford to buy them. She told him that she always worked and saved money to buy a dress from Chennai. But after the zombie outbreak happened, she could not buy it. And now her dream has not come true. If Tianlei is not mistaken, this dress is worn by the chairman. Now that she's dead, he thinks it would be nice to put her in the dress she dreamed of. The chairman could not answer a word. Tianlei says that she sacrificed her life for her, but she can't even sacrifice her dress. The chairman says that she will fix everything and leaves the room. But Tianlei tells her to undress right here. The chairman furiously asks him if he wants to humiliate her. Tianlei says that she herself just said that he can do whatever he wants with her. Or does she not regret what happened? That's why he hates people like her the most, who are arrogant in the fact that they are successful people who succeed in society, and enjoy the fact that they truly believe that they are all-powerful. In fact, they are selfish and hypocritical when it comes to their vital interests. This shows their true colors. They are not responsible for the lives of other people who worked with them. In front of them, they are just trash. Only this fool called her a good and responsible person, but in reality, she is worth nothing. The chairman says that Tianlei is right. She considers herself better than everyone else. In this rotten society, a girl does not want to bow to a man. She wants to make her career on her own. She did this, never giving in to anyone, never respecting other people. She believed that she was doing everything right. But there is something more important in her heart than that. She has never experienced such humiliation since childhood. But today she is willing to accept it because she wants to prove that she is not the person Tianlei is talking about. She asks Zhao Tianlei to remember what he promised her. After these words, the chairman takes off her dress. She unzips the zipper on the back. Tianlei never turned in her direction. Now she starts to remove the dress from her chest. But she doesn't get around to doing this, and Tianlei tells her to leave. The girl started crying after that. Tianlei says that if her humiliation would bring Qing Yao back to life, he would humiliate her at least 100 times. But this is impossible. The girl began to leave the room in tears. When she approached the door to leave, Tianlei tells her to tell her people that he will be in the conference room in half an hour. The chairman, with a surprised face, asks Tianlei if he will help them. Tianlei says that he is not doing this for her, but for Qing Yao. No matter how much he hates her, Qing Yao always wanted to protect her. The chairman can live in exchange for her life. He doesn't want her to die in vain. He tells her to leave before he changes his mind. The chairman left, and Tianlei remained sitting in the room with Qing Yao's body. He walked up to the sofa where the girl was lying and knelt down. Tianlei tells her that if he doesn't help them, she will be upset, but he doesn't know if they will become a burden to him. She knows how important she is to Tianlei. Despite the fact that he was chosen as a virtual god, he was afraid of this outbreak, and the zombies themselves, often experiencing fear and anxiety, not knowing what would happen tomorrow. Qing Yao was always with him, encouraging him, giving him courage and making him believe in himself. He thanks Qing Yao for everything and asks for forgiveness for not being able to save her. He took her body into his arms, and he took her out of the room onto the terrace. He says that he will continue on her way. He pours some liquid out of the bottle and says that he won't make her worry about him. Tianlei takes a lighter out of his pocket and throws it away. After this, Qing Yao's entire body was on fire. Tianlei leaves this room and says that she will always be in his heart, and he will never forget her. After that, Tianlei came to the conference room where everyone was already waiting for him. The guy tells Tianlei that after that siren, there are probably a lot of zombies in the building. Now the situation is more unfavorable than when they entered here, and he is afraid that if they don't kill them all, they won't get out of here. Tianlei looks towards Mr. Yamada and calls him fat. After these words, Mr. Yamada got scared and asked Tianlei what he was going to do with him. After that, Tianlei grabbed him and took him somewhere. Mr. Yamada tells Tianlei to let him go. He says that he is a famous person, and that Tianlei will regret this. Tianlei asks him not to worry. He will not kill him, but will take him with him. He says Yamada should behave. A little later, all the employees were climbing up the ventilation shaft. Tianlei led them all forward. He held Mr. Yamada on a leash and dragged him along. The guy says that he thinks it will be difficult for them to protect so many people. They even took these 2 foreign girls. Wouldn't it be better to leave them there? Tianlei says they didn't do anything wrong, so let them come with them. And if they left them, they would simply be eaten by zombies. Below on one of the floors of this building, crowds of zombies could be seen. The secretary saw these zombies and said that she was very afraid of them. She asked Chairman Binyan whether they would definitely be able to come out alive. The chairman says that they will succeed. Tianlei turned to Mr. Yamada and wished him good luck. Mr. Yamada was scared. He asked with fear in his eyes what Tianlei was going to do to him. Tianlei opened the ventilation and threw Mr. Yamada down. There were many zombies below who heard this sound. Mr. Yamada was hanging on a rope, and zombies were trying to reach him from below. He loudly calls for help, thereby inviting even more zombies towards you. Tianlei says that now that Mr. Yamada is distracting the zombies, they should hurry up. All employees began to climb the ventilation shaft. Tianlei jumped down first, away from where the zombies were trying to get Mr. Yamada. He helped all the other employees of this office down. When the girls ran up to open the doors outside, they didn't succeed. The way out was blocked by some kind of advertising sign. Tianlei realized that the doors were locked, and now they could not get out through this passage. The chairman says there is an exit on the other side. She asks everyone to follow her. Meanwhile, the zombies are still trying to reach Mr. Yamada. He still calls for help and says that he doesn't want to die. But suddenly he notices his secretaries at the top of the ventilation. He begs them to pull him up. These 2 secretaries took the rope in their hands and began to pull him up. And yet they succeeded. Mr. Yamada cries and thanks the girls for saving his life. But then his grateful features changed to angry ones. He tells them that he will take care of their families when he returns home, after which he threw the 2 of them straight to the zombies. The zombies began to devour the girls, and they shouted to him, "Why did he do this?" He says that only with them as bait to attract these zombies does he have a chance to escape. And it would be a great honor for them to sacrifice their lives for such a great man. He abandoned his secretaries and crawled further along the ventilation pipe. Meanwhile, the rest ran to the second exit. And suddenly, running to the door, they heard the sounds of shots. When they turned around, they saw something strange. It was Mr. Yamada. He was driving an armored truck and holding a weapon. He laughs evilly and says that they thought he was already dead, but he got out and climbed into the vault. Because of the outbreak, there were guns and even a car in this vault. They were going to give him up to be eaten by zombies, but now everything is different. After these words, he points the weapon towards the people and begins to shoot at them. Tianlei saves the chairman and takes her away from the shots. All the other office workers are hiding wherever they can, and Mr. Yamada continues to shoot in different directions with his weapon. He says he doesn't want them to be eaten by zombies, so he won't leave a trace of them. Tianlei and the chairman hid behind the table from the shots. But suddenly the secretary did not have time to hide. She tripped and fell. Yamada saw this and says that they will not be able to escape anywhere. He will kill every single one of them. The secretary calls someone for help. The guy saw this and said that this girl is nothing but trouble. He picks up a chair and, hiding behind it, runs to save the girl. He successfully managed to run towards her and covered her and himself with this chair. He took the girl in his arms and carried her to the shelter of Tianlei and the chairman. When he got to the place, he asks the girl if she was hurt. She looks at him and starts crying. She hugs Li Xiaoxiang and cries. She says that she was very scared. From such tenderness, the guy began to feel embarrassed. But somehow, Mr. Yamada was able to injure several people. The chairman saw this and stood up. She was going to help the wounded girls. But Tianlei took her hand and told her not to go out. Mr. Yamada is still firing. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei if he has any plan. What should they do in the end? Tianlei thinks that the sound of gunfire and the smell of blood will soon attract zombies here. He needs to come up with something. Tianlei turned away from everyone. He looked at his ring and started the store system. A store with a bunch of useful things opened in front of him. He chooses an item, but the virtual god says that his class is too small, he cannot buy this item, and this continued several more times. Tianlei turns to the virtual god and says that there is an emergency situation. Could he lend him something? But he cannot lend things from the store. Rules are rules, and even he, a great virtual god, cannot make an exception. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang and the chairman are watching and think that Tianlei is talking to himself. Tianlei keeps trying to find the item that he can still buy in this store. And yet he finds such an object. It turns out to be a canister of gasoline. He buys this can of gasoline. He turns to Li Xiaoxiang and the chairman and tells them to stay here. He whispered something in Li Xiaoxiang's ear. The guy says that he understood everything. Mr. Yamada still continues to shoot and says that no one can hide from him. Li Xiaoxiang begins to attract Mr. Yamada's attention. He begins to insult him, thereby forcing him to attack him. Mr. Yamada says he will kill him first. He starts driving straight at the guy and says that Kung Fu won't save him from his car. Li Xiaoxiang begins to run away from the car coming at him. And suddenly Mr. Yamada hears some sound on the roof of his car. He smiles and says that he foresaw all of Tianlei's actions. He points the barrel of his gun straight at the roof of the truck and says that Tianlei will be next. He pulls the trigger on his shotgun. But Tianlei was not on the roof of the truck. He just stood nearby and watched, and on the roof of the truck lay a can of gasoline. Mr. Yamada fires a shot and hits a gasoline canister. This causes the truck to explode. Tianlei shields his eyes from the bright flash after the explosion. All that was left of Mr. Yamada was his charred body. Tianlei says that he deserved such a death. Li Xiaoxiang says Tianlei is cool. This fat guy was very dangerous. He also asks where Tianlei got the gas canister from. Tianlei says he found her not far from them. The chairman approached the two girls who had been shot by Mr. Yamada. The representative covered her mouth with her hand, not holding back her tears. The secretary tells her that in the future, there will really only be two of them. They turned around when they heard a sound. It was another girl who survived. This girl immediately ran to hug the secretary and the chairman. This girl is crying and says that she was so scared she thought that everyone was dead, and she would never see her again. Tianlei says that they should not waste time. Since there will be zombies here soon, they must leave this place immediately. Meanwhile, all the survivors went outside in search of the car. Tianlei gets into another car and tries to start it. He was lucky and the car started. This girl says they're finally outside, but what do they do next? The chairman says that she is no longer the chairman and asks to be called simply Binyan. Li Xiaoxiang says that if they have nowhere to go, he invites them to go with them. Tianlei was driving the truck and asks him why he makes the decision alone. Li Xiaoxiang says that there will soon be zombies outside, and they have nowhere to go. He wants to leave them on the street to certain death. He says that if Qing Yao had stayed alive, she would have helped them. Tianlei just thought for a while. The girls stood and waited for Tianlei's decision. After thinking a little, Tianlei agrees to take the girls with them. Li Xiaoxiang calls the girls to get into the car. All the girls were very happy about this news. It was deep night, but they were still driving somewhere in the truck along the road. Tianlei was driving, and everyone else was sitting inside the covered trailer. The secretary turns to Li Xiaoxiang and wants to ask him something. She asks him if he, Tianlei, and Qing Yao were somehow related to each other. She says that they are both college students. But isn't Li Xiaoxiang from another college? Li Xiaoxiang says that he is really not a college student. He is a martial arts student. He asks her if she despises him because of this. The secretary sat closer to him and began to flirt. She says that she thinks that a guy who knows martial arts is very strong and reliable than some weakling from college, isn't he? Li Xiaoxiang is embarrassed and says that she is exaggerating. Li Xiaoxiang says that he met Tianlei when he and his younger sister were trapped by zombies in a supermarket. Tianlei then saved them and helped them bury his younger sister, so he decided to recognize him as his older brother. The secretary says that she doesn't see him being rude to him. Apparently, he really is a good brother. She also asks who was Qing Yao to Zhao Tianlei? Binyan listens attentively to this conversation. Li Xiaoxiang says that he heard Qing Yao say that Tianlei loves school star Shen Xinyu. Secretary Shi Tong says that means Binyan has no chance. Shi Tong asks what about Li Xiaoxiang? Does he have a girlfriend? Li Xiaoxiang says no, he broke up with his girlfriend. She says that if he is free now, then from today she will be his girlfriend. He asks what does she mean? She repeats to him that she has fallen in love with him and wants to become his girlfriend. She says that all girls love strong and tough guys. He saved her, and now he must bear responsibility. He says he just saved her, and now he has to bear the responsibility. She looks upset and asks him if he doesn't want to. She says he means that her slim body is not attractive to him at all. She says she will give him time to answer. She cuddles up to him and says that Binyan and Xiaohe will now be witnesses that he is her boyfriend. If he dares to let her down in the future, they, like her good sisters, will have to punish him. The girls agreed with her proposal. Suddenly the truck driven by Tianlei stopped. Tianlei got out of the truck cab, walked to the back of the trailer, and opened the rear doors. He tells everyone who was in the trailer that they will spend the night here and move on tomorrow. Everyone took turns leaving this trailer. When they saw the place where they had arrived, they did not immediately understand where they were. When they looked around, they saw some kind of construction site around them. Binan says this is a research and development area, built with public investment. In the past year, many research institutions have been relocated to the suburbs due to the high price of land in the city. But apparently its construction hasn't been completed yet, so there shouldn't be anyone here. Not surprisingly, none of these houses have yet been completed. The girl asks Tianlei where they will spend the night. Tianlei says that he saw the dining room completed there, so they will spend the night there. If, of course, the esteemed miss agrees to spend the night in such a place. Binyan became angry at such words addressed to her. She says don't underestimate people. There's nothing she can't handle. After that, they went into the dining room. Li Xiaoxiang opened the refrigerator and saw fresh vegetables and fruits, which means they can have lunch today. He turns to the girls and asks them which of them will cook dinner. The girls looked at each other and just stood there in silence. But the red-haired girl says that she can cook, but she doesn't know if they will like it. Tianlei says that it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. The main thing is not to die of hunger. He tells her to start cooking. The girl was happy and agreed with this. She says that since this is a canteen, there must be canned food or something like that. She wants to go and see what is there. Li Xiaoxiang brought 2 glasses to Tianlei and invites him to drink cold beer. So many things have happened, they should at least relax a little. Tianlei says that he usually doesn't drink, but they better not relax as there might be zombies here. But Li Xiaoxiang continues to offer beer, or he will drink it all himself. He took a couple sips of this beer. This made him very happy. Tianlei sat and watched Li Xiaoxiang enjoying his beer. Tianlei could not resist, and also decided to take a can of beer and try it. While the guys were drinking beer and having fun, the girls decided to go wash the dishes and vegetables for now. The 2 of them stood at the sink and washed fresh vegetables. Binyan asks Tongxi if she really wants to be his girlfriend. She replies that of course she does. She just said it so suddenly. They both met recently, and she immediately confessed to him. Tongxi says that although he is not a rich or famous person, he is very kind. Tongxi says she will tell her the truth. She does this because she wants a man who will protect her. She can't forget the moment when Yamada and Gu Weiping grabbed them. They couldn't do anything. They cried and called for help. Then she was so scared that she couldn't even move her finger. That's when she realized how weak a woman is, especially in a world like this. Without laws and social rules, a man can do anything to a girl. She doesn't want to experience that fear and weakness anymore. Li Xiaoxiang is a very kind and strong person, so she confessed to him. He would not harm her in any way, and she would be safe with him. She says Binyan must take action too. She says that Zhao Tianlei was a humble, poor student, but in days like this after the outbreak, he, as a man, is in demand in the eyes of a woman. She needs to act before it's too late. If Binyan doesn't take him for herself, then some other girl will take him. Binyan says that Tongxi speaks like a woman worse than any zombie, and to hunt a stronger man. Tongxi says she's not joking. Although she is a great person who stands at the top of the pyramid, Tongxi and the others are stepping from the bottom rung to the very top. All these years of working life have taught her a good lesson, compared to men who most of the time think about which girl to insert. There is no competitiveness. She asks her to look at Xiaohe. She is usually more reserved, but today she is a completely different person. But she is not on the same level with her. Binyang is much more beautiful than her. If Zhao Tianlei does not notice her beauty, then he is blind. But perhaps after the incident with Qing Yao, Tianlei hates her with all her heart. She says that it is too late. Tongxi should know how Tianlei feels about Binyang. Tongxi says that Binyan just doesn't understand. If a man really hates a girl, he'll just ignore her. But he turns to her and takes care of her. And doesn't Binyan think about him? Binyan says this is nonsense. How can she think about him? Tongxi says that she has known Binyan for a long time, but today is the first time she has seen her red with embarrassment. These are emotions that she tries not to show. Tongxi says that Binyang, although she is better than her in business, but emotionally she should really learn from Tongxi. She had to act before another girl stole it. Tongxi approaches Li Xiaoxiang and calls him hubby and asks him to help her. Tianlei asks, when did Li Xiaoxiang start a relationship with her? Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei not to laugh at him. He must bear responsibility. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud sound. Tianlei was the first to hear this sound. They all ran to see what happened there. When they arrived at the place, they saw some kind of animal biting a red-haired girl. The girl just looked at them and told them to run away from here. Binyan shouts this girl's name. This sound attracted this beast, and he looked towards the people. Tianlei tells Li Xiaoxiang to take the girls away. Li Xiaoxiang grabs the girls by the hand and tries to lead them away from this place. And Tianlei continues to fight this zombie beast. He manages to hit this beast with an axe. But this had no effect on this beast, but only angered him even more. Tianlei realizes that this dog moves faster than ordinary zombies, and his teeth and claws are very sharp. It is dangerous. Tianlei wants to take him away from this place. This dog begins to run and attack Tianlei, and Tianlei runs away from this beast. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang has brought the girls to a safe place. He tells them that there is a staff room ahead. He tells them to hide there, and he will go help Tianlei. But suddenly they see that the Xiaohe girl has suddenly stood up and is walking towards them. Binyan asks if she is alive. Tongxi also asks her if she is okay. But Li Xiaoxiang realizes that she has already turned into a zombie. This girl has completely turned into a zombie and is attacking people. Li Xiaoxiang covers the girls with his back and tells them to stand behind him. By inertia, he takes out his sword, but the sword was not behind his back. And the zombie girl continues to attack Li Xiaoxiang. Li Xiaoxiang says that he did not want to do this to the girl. He apologized to her in advance and kicked her in the face. Meanwhile, Tianlei continued to run away from the zombie dog. Tianlei makes a jump, and the dog let him out of sight. While the dog was not expecting this, Tianlei struck him. Tianlei was hiding behind the table. He says that this is a stupid dog and calls for her to follow him. The dog starts running after Tianlei again. Tianlei just jumps, and the dog hits his head on the wall. He then took the opportunity to destroy the dog, when suddenly Tianlei heard the voice of a virtual god. A voice congratulates him on successfully killing a mutant type of zombie dog, earning him 2 experience for it. Tianlei is indignant that he was given only 2 points. He spent a lot of effort and energy. Shouldn't it be 10? The system says that 2 is 2 and refuses to bargain. Tianlei starts looking for something in the nightstand, and the system asks him what is he looking for. Tianlei replies that he is looking for the mutant core. This zombie dog is stronger than that mutant zombie. The core must be better. The system says that Tianlei got it all wrong, although a zombie dog is faster and stronger than an ordinary zombie. But this is because the species itself is genetically different. They do not have nuclei. Tianlei continues to talk to the virtual god. But at this moment, Li Xiaoxiang comes up. He heard Tianlei talking to someone and asked who. Tianlei says that he talks to himself. He just talks to himself often. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei, did he kill that zombie dog alone? He says that Tianlei is very cool. He wants him to teach her too. Tianlei says that no problem. The next time they meet a zombie dog, he will show how to kill it. Tianlei asks what happened to the girls there. Li Xiaoxiang says that zombie blood got on them. He was afraid that they might get infected and sent them to the toilet to wash off the blood. Tianlei says that much to his surprise. There are no zombies here. Although anything can happen, there are many other dangers besides zombies, so you need to be on your guard. That time, and this time, Tianlei encountered a mutant, and he knows absolutely nothing about them. It seems that his abilities are now limited to the perception of ordinary zombies. He needs to quickly increase his class. Li Xiaoxiang says that Xiaohao is dead. Who will cook dinner for them now? Tianlei now understands that he will have to cook. A little later, he prepared some wonderful noodles. Tongxi says that she didn't think Tianlei could cook. Tianlei says that he doesn't even know how to cook. He just threw all the ingredients into instant noodles. He says they always ate like this in the dorm. Tongxi says it doesn't matter. It's very cool. If someone married him, that person would be very happy. Tongxi looks at Li Xiaoxiang and says that he should study too. But he says, isn't cooking a woman's job? Tongxi says, how can he say that? Girls are very creative, and they should make their own branded clothes, and cooking is not for women. This difficult job is only for men. Tianlei loudly slammed his hand on the table to make them stop talking. He will say right away he doesn't care who they were. Secretary, chairman, executive director, those days when they commanded and did whatever they wanted are over. His team does not leave a single worthless person who only causes problems. No one here will pamper them like they are used to. If they are going to do nothing and be ballast, then they better leave. Tongxi changes her mind and says that she was just joking. Binyan angrily says, "What? Who said they should follow him?" Tongxi says that Sister Binyan drank a lot. Binyang shouts that Zhao Tianlei always makes fun of her. Even though he saved her, that doesn't mean they can be insulted. She says she won't cook, but she's not ballast either. She asks, does he think being chairman is that easy? When she started her business, she worked long hours, slept very little, and stayed in the office for months at a time. To win business deal with clients, she put in as much effort as anyone else, and he knows nothing. Why does he say such things? She had struggled for so long, worked so hard, and finally she was able to enter the market, but still. In the evening, she worked hard to set up the enterprise because there were no workers. She had to do everything alone. Tongxi takes her away and says that Binyang, she drank a lot, she needs to rest. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei if he is tired. Tianlei replies that he is a little tired. Tongxi brought Binyan into the room and placed her on the bed. Binyan asks Tongxi not to leave and stay with her. Tongxi says she won't leave her. She says that she too can fight against zombies. She doesn't believe that they can't survive without men. Binyan says they will leave tomorrow and she will protect Tongxi. She says that this Zhao Tianlei is really nasty, impudent, arrogant. She has never seen such a hateful person. How can she think of him when she suddenly vomited? Tongxi tells Binyan to rest for now, and she will go find them a change of clothes. After some time, Binyan woke up. The last thing she remembers is that she was in the dining room and does not remember how she woke up here. She begins to remember what she did yesterday, and she felt terribly ashamed. She doesn't understand how she could do such a thing. Why didn't Tongxi stop her? He gets out of bed and says that she smells of alcohol. Meanwhile, Tianlei is walking down the corridor. He is very drunk, and Li Xiaoxiang offers to help him. He feels dizzy and doesn't understand how drunk he got from the beer. As they said in the hostel, beer with fondue is not a bad thing. He thanks the people who made this drink. He remembers Wu Bing and Shi Tong. He hopes they are okay now. And he also remembers his university love. Walking along the corridor, he noticed a slightly open door and decided to look in there. In this room was Binan. She stood and simply changed her clothes. Tianlei became embarrassed when he saw this. He thought for a moment that it was Shun Xin Yu. Tianlei said her name out loud. But Binyan heard this and got scared. She didn't understand who was standing behind the door. But Tianlei continued to think that it was Shen Xinyu. Tianlei was simply blown away, and he entered the room and began to approach the girl. Binyan says how dare he approach her while she is changing. But Tianlei was not embarrassed by this. He walked up to her and hugged her tightly. Because of this, Binyan felt very embarrassed. He says he was very worried about her. He asks not to leave him. He is so afraid that he will never see her again and will never tell her that he loves her. Binyan asks him what he just told her. She pushes him away and says he hated her all this time. How can he love her? Tianlei says she is wrong. How can he hate her? She then asks why he has such a sad face and he even looks at her. He says that she is a goddess who from then on looked like a star and there were so many people around her. And he couldn't do anything, couldn't even afford it. He always loved her, but didn't dare tell her because he wasn't worthy of her. But now everything is different. He is no longer what he was before. He will use his power and will not spare his life to protect it. She became embarrassed and asked if what he said was true. He extended his hand to her face and touched her cheek. He asks her if she will stay with him and let her prove it. He leans as close to her as possible and kisses her. The next morning, Tianlei woke up to a knock on the door. Xiao Xiang came into their room. They were shocked by what they saw. When Tianlei looked to the right, he saw a naked Binyang next to him. Then he saw his clothes lying on the floor. He really didn't understand what was happening. Tongxi started yelling at Tianlei for using Binyang while she was changing clothes. Li Xiaoxiang asks that Tianlei really did this. Tianlei says that all he remembers is the dizziness after drinking beer and how he was looking for a room to sleep, and then he remembered everything that happened that night. He doesn't understand how this happened. Tongxi asks what he wants to say. What if he was drunk and does not admit his guilt? Binyan turns to Tongxi and says that everything is not as she thinks. Binyan says Tianlei shouldn't feel guilty. They are adults, responsible for themselves. She won't blame him. Li Xiaoxiang says that even the girls say that he should be responsible. Tianlei says that if Li Xiaoxiang had not forced him to drink, he would not have confessed his love to her and would not have done this. Binyan was surprised by the words she heard. Tianlei approaches Binyan and says that it is his fault no matter what. He asks her not to worry. He will take responsibility for her. Binyan says that Tianlei told her that he loves her and will protect her even at the cost of his life. It turns out he was thinking about another girl. She slapped Tianlei and called him a bastard. Tianlei did not answer her for this. But suddenly they heard some loud sounds. Li Xiaoxiang realized that it was the sound of gunfire. It was a shootout. Tongxi says that if these were gunshots, is the rescue team really here? Tianlei suggests going and seeing what's going on there. And he tells the girls to stay put. On the street, a group of several people was running away from zombies, shooting back at them along the way. They carried one guy who was badly injured. The wounded guy asks to leave him here and run away on his own. The guy who is talking to him tells him not to say anything stupid. Everything will be fine. He stopped and started shooting at the zombies approaching him. He manages to kill several zombies who were running towards him. The second guy who hid behind a tree encouraged him. The guy didn't expect it, but he ran out of ammunition. Because of this, the zombies quickly overtook him and knocked him to the ground. But this guy does not give up and resists, so as not to be bitten by zombies. Also, the second guy who was hiding will also be attacked by a zombie. But he is saved in time. Someone killed this zombie that was attacking this guy. It was Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang. They helped those guys and killed the zombies. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei to leave that zombie to him. Tianlei agrees with pleasure. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang easily deal with these zombies. The guy who was hiding behind the tree was surprised that these guys were not afraid of zombies. Tianlei tells those guys that there is a cafeteria behind them. He tells them to go there and hide. The guys agree and go to the cafeteria. Tianlei continues to kill many different zombies. The system tells him that he has gained the required amount of experience. His level has increased. Tianlei felt his inner strength increase. Meanwhile, a huge number of zombies are attacking them. Li Xiaoxiang warns Tianlei that there are many zombies there. Tianlei says that it's okay, he'll just practice. Many zombies attack Tianlei, but he is not afraid of them. He starts slashing at each zombie. Because of the new level, Tianlei has become very fast. He feels limitless power. Tianlei feels the flow of air, the increase in movement, all the sounds. His reaction has improved. Moving to a new class is something. Li Xiaoxiang also saw all this and asks Tianlei how he does it. Where does he get such strength from? Meanwhile, those people who were escaping reached the cafeteria. They asked to open the doors for them. Tongxi and Binyan let people inside the cafeteria. These people fell to the floor and were finally able to exhale. They thought it would be the end for them. One of the guys tries to pick up that wounded guy. He says that they are already safe, but that guy was already dead. Tongxi is afraid that this guy might turn into a zombie. The guy says that Xiao Zhou was not bitten by a zombie. He was injured by a crowd of people who attacked them. This guy wants to bury his friend. The other guy says they don't have time to bury him, and now they need to barricade all the doors. Binyan says her people are still outside. They can't barricade themselves. The guy grabs a chair and goes to the door. He says that there are too many zombies outside, and these guys are most likely already dead. He asks them why they froze there. He asks them to bring something to barricade the doors. If anything happens to him, his father will kill them. If there is any damage on his body, his father will punish all of them. But then, Tianlei appears and opens this door with his foot, thereby knocking down the guy who wanted to barricade the doors. Everyone who saw it was stunned that they survived. Tianlei asks them who else is dead. The guy didn't understand how they could survive. Tongxi ran to Li Xiaoxiang and hugged him tightly. She said that she was very worried about him. Li Xiaoxiang says that of course he is fine. He asks to let him go. She says he's her boyfriend, but he's so shy. She says she saw him bravely fight zombies. Li Xiaoxiang says he did almost nothing. Tianlei was so strong that he defeated more than 20 zombies alone. Binyan tells Tongxi to come with her. She doesn't want to see Tianlei. Tongxi says goodbye to Li Xiaoxiang and says that he will go with Binyan for now and then come to him. She asks Binyan not to be angry. The guy who wanted to barricade himself really liked these girls. But the girl who was with him, she says, wasn't he going to barricade the doors? The guy actually remembered that he was supposed to barricade the doors. He asks everyone why they are standing and not helping him. Li Xiaoxiang says there is no need to be so nervous. The zombies outside have already been destroyed and they are safe for now. That guy says, why is he lying? He saw with his own eyes how many zombies were on the street. They couldn't just disappear. Tianlei says that if he doesn't believe it, he can open the doors and check it himself. Tianlei did not wait for that guy to come out, but took him and threw him out onto the street. After that, Tianlei closed the doors on him. This guy didn't look back, but simply banged on the doors and asked that they be opened for him. When Tianlei opened the doors, he simply fell face down on the floor. His friends began to worry and asked if he was okay. This guy calls Tianlei a bastard and says that he doesn't know who he is. If something happens to him, they will simply kill him. He says that his father will finish off Tianlei, but suddenly everyone noticed that this guy's pants were wet. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang started laughing at him. He hit the girl who was with him and says that how dare she laugh at him. Anyone in his situation would be scared. He also turns to the guy who was with the gun and says that why doesn't he deal with the two of them? They dared to disgrace him. He tells the guy to take off his pants and give it to him. The guy says that he is a bodyguard and is only responsible for security and not for solving problems with diapers. He says that if he dares to disobey him, then he will no longer receive a penny at the end of the month. He says he is just his bodyguard. His father spends so much money on him, but he's a worthless piece of trash. When they return, he will tell his father everything about him. The bodyguard says that if the guy had listened to the command and not gotten out of the car to buy drinks, they wouldn't have been attacked by a group of people. They stole a car, not to mention killed his 3 brothers, and they didn't even catch the plane. He and Xiao Zhou fought to protect it from the zombie horde, but now he wants to use it? He says that it's strange that he is the boss, and that guy is the bodyguard. And why should he listen to him? Besides, he gets money from his family. The bodyguard will have to work for him, and he only has himself to blame. Tianlei did not listen to this nonsense, but simply kicked this guy from behind with his foot. This guy turns around and asks how Tianlei dared to hit him. Tianlei tells this guy not to think that he won't be able to throw him away as zombie food. Tianlei says that if he thinks that his father will save him at such a time, then he is a fool. Let his father come and watch his son being eaten by zombies. Tianlei turns to the bodyguard guy named Wu Xuan. He introduces himself and his friend Li Xiaoxiang to him. Tianlei says he shouldn't protect this trash. Even in danger, he did not abandon his brother. Tianlei respects people like him, and he invites him to leave this bastard and join his team. Wu Xuan took some time to think. The guy he was protecting was afraid that he might agree to Tianlei's proposal. Wu Xuan thanks Tianlei for saving him and Xiao Zhou. If not for him, he would have been bitten by a zombie. But unfortunately, he cannot join him. Li Xiaoxiang asks him why he would risk his life for a scumbag like him. He himself said that even if he delivered him safe and sound, he would not give him the money. Wu Xuan says it's not about the money. He is a bodyguard, and his mission must be completed to the end, no matter who is on the opposite side. He cannot give up everything halfway, abandon his employer halfway in order to survive. This is contrary to his professional practice. After these words, Tianlei respects him even more. Then if the employer dies, will the contract between them be terminated from the moment it was in force? The guy was surprised by these words. Tianlei looked at Xiaoxiang as if giving him a command to act. After that, Li Xiaoxiang began to approach that guy. This guy tells him not to dare to do anything with him. If anything happens to him, it will be the end of them all. Li Xiaoxiang takes out his big sword and says that they just saved him, and he was going to barricade the doors and leave them to die, wasn't he? Li Xiaoxiang says he hates people like him, and begins to attack him with his sword. But suddenly that guy is saved by his bodyguard. He says he can't let them hurt him. Li Xiaoxiang realized that this guy not only knows how to shoot, but also knows martial arts. Li Xiaoxiang says that they are loyal to their employers, and they may betray them. This bastard will kill more good people sooner or later. To protect him, the bodyguard will have to kill Li Xiaoxiang. Meanwhile in the room, Binyan collects his things. Tongxi tries to dissuade her from leaving, because how can she survive alone at such a time? Binyan says she really doesn't want to stay here. She says that Zhao Tianlei does not love her. He used her as a replacement for Shen Xinyu. She had never experienced such humiliation in her entire life, and now she has a strong desire to castrate him. If she stays here, then one day she will definitely do it. So she thinks it will be better if she leaves. She tells Tongxi not to worry, and maybe she will meet other survivors. Tongxi asks Binyang, does she love Zhao Tianlei? Binyan was embarrassed and said that of course not. Tongxi saw that Binyan was embarrassed, which means it is true that she loves him. Tong Shi says that although he liked Shun Xinyu before, but now he is by her side. At such a time, there is a possibility that this Shun Xinyu is already dead, or she was bitten by zombies. A person is a creature who, because of love, cannot resist temptation. Tong Shi says that Binyan is very beautiful, and she doesn't think that Tianlei can resist her. Binyan lowered her head and thought about it. Tong Shi says that in the workplace, Binyan has always made the right decisions and never hesitated. Why is she so undecided? Her decisions brought their company millions of dollars, didn't they? Binyan says that Tong Shi is right. Although Zhao Tianlei knew Shun Xinyu, there was no relationship between them. Now Zhao Tianlei is free, and every person has good qualities so she can compete. Tong Shi was happy with these words. She said that now this is the real chairman Zhen Binyan. And then their conversation was interrupted by some noise. They hurried to see what was happening there. And downstairs, the fight continued between the bodyguard and Li Xiaoxiang. The girls didn't understand why the guys were fighting among themselves. The bodyguard attacks with his other hand, but Li Xiaoxiang successfully dodges this attack. He also successfully blocks his kick. But suddenly, the bodyguard put Li Xiaoxiang in a chokehold. Tong Shi was very worried about her boyfriend. Li Xiaoxiang says that this guy knows kung fu, jiu-jitsu, Western fighting. He has exceeded his expectations. It's just a pity that it's all in vain. Li Xiaoxiang was just bluffing all this time, but he likes that he was able to meet a real fighter. But nothing would work out for him. After that, Li Xiaoxiang picked up the guy and threw him over himself to the ground. The girls and Zhao Tianlei rejoiced at their friend's victory. Now Tianlei starts to approach that guy. This guy is very afraid and hides behind his girlfriend. The guy kneels in front of Tianlei and asks him not to kill him. He was just scared. He says he didn't want to do it, and he won't dare again. His girlfriend also asks him not to kill them. They will do whatever he wants. Tianlei says their lives have no value to him. All Tianlei needs is that bodyguard guy. Tianlei leans over to this guy and says that if he finds a way to force the bodyguard to come with him, he will let him go. The guy happily agreed to this. He takes out a contract from his pocket that Wu Xuan signed. He tears it up in a panic and says that he is now fired and is no longer his bodyguard and does not need to protect him. Now he can join Zhao Tianlei's team. Tianlei approaches Wu Xuan and gives him his hand to get up. He says that there are no bad people on his team. Wu Xuan stood up, looked at Tianlei, and did not say anything to him. Tianlei says that if Wu Xuan doesn't want it, then nothing can be done, but he has something useful for him. He takes out a pack of cartridges from his pocket and gives them to Wu Xuan. Wu Xuan was very surprised that Tianlei was giving him cartridges. Li Xiaoxiang asks where Tianlei got these cartridges from, because he was with him all the time and didn't see them. When did he have time? Tianlei says that he and Qing Yao met some marauders on the road before and took it from them. He thought it might be useful and put the cartridges in his bag. But in fact, he simply took these cartridges from the exchange system. Tianlei hands the bullets to Wu Xuan and says that they will help him when meeting with zombies. Wu Xuan says that Tianlei does not owe him anything. He will go with him anyway. Wu Xuan says that he is ready to go with Tianlei. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang were delighted at his words. Li Xiaoxiang says that he has been with Brother Tianlei for a longer time, so he says that Wu Xuan can call him Brother Xiaoxiang. But that guy also wants to join them and says that probably fate brought them together. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang say that the guy probably has no fear at all and tell him to get out of here. He says that he knows that he spoke badly about them, he is very sorry. But he asks them to take him to their team. He has a very famous father, and if anything, he will pay them. Tianlei says that his team never takes people who have no value. If he wants to join, he must provide some benefit. The guy was scared because he doesn't know how to fight. But he says that if they take him on the team, then this girl will belong to Tianlei. She is a very beautiful and famous girl. She has millions of fans. When she debuted, he took her away. Although you can't tell by her clothes, she is a very popular star. The girl says that she will not let these two poor men touch her. After that, he hit this girl. He says that he gave her so many things, a diamond watch and many other things. She should do whatever he says. But then the girls come down the steps and say that he is very mistaken. Binyan says this guy already has a girlfriend. She approaches Tianlei and kisses him on the lips. Xiaoxiang saw this. He stood with his mouth open and could not say a word. Tianlei was also shocked by this. He asks her, what is she doing here? Binyan says, didn't he himself say he would be held responsible? She agrees. Now he will be her boyfriend. Binyan says that she is a very beautiful girl, and she doesn't care who he loved before. From now on, He only has her and no one else. If she finds out that he has someone else, she will kill this girl who tried to seduce him and castrates him. And Tongxi stood behind her and supported her. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei better not provoke her because then he will suffer. Tianlei agrees with this. Tongxi also approaches his boyfriend and says that Li Xiaoxiang also has a girlfriend. And Zhao Tianlei doesn't need a girl like her. This girl begins to say that she has many fans all over the world, and she doesn't want to be some poor man's girl. But that guy makes up his mind and says that he must tell them this secret. His father is a high-ranking government official, and he hired bodyguards to accompany him to the airport so he could travel with him to Kyoto, where there is a safe house. In fact, when the zombie outbreak began, Beijing took special measures. He closed Kyoto, where the strongest defenses were built and the densest deployment of troops, and officials began to invite very famous people there. So now, this is the safest place in the world. If they accompany him there, he promises them that he will take them there too, and they will be safe from the zombies. Tianlei says that the privilege of rich people sounds attractive, but unfortunately he doesn't care. The rest of the guys say that they don't want to either. The bodyguard says that wherever Tianlei goes, he will go with him. The guy asks why they don't want to because they will be safe there. The world has been taken over by zombies, and there are all the people who are left alive. Tianlei says that Kyoto is thousands of miles away. Now trains and planes are not working. It would take a long time to get him there, and they would definitely meet a lot of zombies along the way. And even if they get there safely, Tianlei doesn't believe that he will let them in. They will simply be thrown out as zombie food. Not to mention that there is a base in Yuzhou. Why do they have to go so far? Wu Xuan asks, is Tianlei talking about base number 6? Tianlei asks him if he knows something about her. Wu Xuan says that when the signal had not yet disappeared, he was reading the news on the phone. Even though it cannot compare with Kyoto, the facilities and army are well developed, and it is indeed a good base. This guy says they don't understand anything, and this base is nothing compared to Kyoto. The Kyoto base is much better and safer. But his girlfriend tells him that he sees that no one wants to go to Kyoto. Even if he says that it is safe there, they will not change their decision. She offers to go with them to base 6 first. His father's friends must be there, and they could call his father and tell him to come pick him up. The guy was surprised. He couldn't even think that this girl had a brain. How did he not know before that she was so smart? Tianlei looks at them and says that they are thinking correctly. The guy was surprised that Tianlei heard everything they were talking about. But Tianlei tells them that everything is fine and they can follow them. He turns around and says that only he does what he wants, and he tells them not to expect anyone to help them in trouble. The next morning they all gathered at the table. Tianlei prepared something for everyone to eat. He also says that he has packed all the ingredients they have. They are leaving after lunch. Everyone began to eat the food that Tianlei had prepared. But that girl and guy looked at this food with hostility. They didn't know that such food even existed. They think that ordinary people eat this kind of food. Li Xiaoxiang asks them, are they unusual people? Tongxi asks them how dare they say such things about food. Food is very valuable now, and no one will give them delicacies from the restaurant. Tianlei says that he already told them that no one from his team will help them. If they want to eat delicacies, they can find them on their own. The girl tells her boyfriend that she saw that there are some frozen dumplings in the cafeteria. She wants to go and cook them. After that, they got up from the table and left. Li Xiaoxiang looked at them with contempt, and suddenly everyone hears screams. This guy and girl run out of the kitchen and shout that there is a female corpse in the kitchen. Tianlei says that they don't need to worry, it's Xiaohe's corpse. She became a zombie and they killed her. The guy asks why they didn't throw it away but left it there. They were so scared. Tianlei gets up from the table and says that now that they have eaten, they can leave. After that, they all got into the truck and hit the road. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang are sitting together in the cab of the truck, and everyone else was sitting in the truck trailer. This guy turns to Binyan and asks her what her name is. He heard her called the chairman of the company. She is so beautiful that she can rely on her beauty. Why did she rely on her skills and talents? Binyan simply bowed her head and did not answer him. Tongxi says that she is warning him to stay away from them. She also tells him not to think that anyone will help him. If they are attacked by zombies, she will ask him to be thrown out as food. This guy comes up to Tongxi and says that she is not bad either, although her chairman is prettier, but she is not far behind. She is such a cute and playful girl. He says that he loves people like that. He grabs her face and says that they should choose their boyfriends wisely. What is the point of the two of them? He suggests that it is better to return to Kyoto with him. He will prepare a place for them there. Binyan was afraid that he might do something to Tong Shi, but after that, someone grabs this guy's hand. It was Wu Xuan. He says he better stop before he breaks his arm. This guy asks how dare he talk to him like that. Wu Xuan says that the contract was broken. He is no longer his bodyguard, he can do it. Wu Xuan throws this guy aside and says that he should sit still and not bother anyone. He tolerated his antics for a long time, but his patience is running out. But suddenly they are interrupted by the opening door of the trailer of this truck. It was Tianlei. He opened the doors and says that the road ahead is damaged. The car may get stuck there. Now they will have to walk. He tells them to take the food from the car and share it. Fortunately, he put the rice and noodles in storage. The rest of the food is quite light. The guy and girl were shocked that they would have to walk. This guy is watching everyone else pack their things. He was surprised and asked why no one objects they might meet zombies. Tianlei says that if they are so afraid, they can stay here in the truck. The girl asks her boyfriend what should they do. He says that they have no choice but to go with them. They got out of the truck and shouted to the others to wait for them. After a long time on the road, they reached the city. All the streets were completely empty. There weren't even zombies on the streets. But Tianlei heard something. He warns the others that there are a lot of zombies in the stores. He asks them not to make any sound. They should walk quietly. They all continued to move along the street together. In the alley, they saw crowds of zombies. The girl says that she is very afraid and also wants to go to the toilet. She says they need to hurry. She can't help herself. The guy tells her to stop talking. Because of this, he will also need to go to the toilet soon. This guy didn't look at his feet and stepped on a metal can. Everyone heard this. Tianlei realized that this was not good. This was also heard by all the zombies that were nearby. Tianlei asks them not to move or make any sounds. Meanwhile, the girl could not restrain herself and peed herself. The zombies heard her urine dripping onto the asphalt. The girl says she is very sorry, but there is nothing she can do. And a crowd of zombies runs straight towards people. Now Tianlei tells them to all run away. Tianlei tries to hold off the zombies so that his people can escape to safety. Wu Xuan takes out a silencer for his pistol and places it on the barrel of the pistol. He helps Tianlei and shoots the zombies. He deftly kills the zombies with a shot to the head, one by one. Tianlei was surprised that Wu Xuan had a silencer. Wu Xuan says that he made a temporary silencer from a steel pipe. Bodyguards are trained to use improvised weapons. Tianlei says that taking him on the team was the right decision. It turns out he can make weapons. Tianlei tells him that it is time for them to leave. Meanwhile, the entire Tianlei team was running away from the zombies. But there were also many zombies ahead, and they could not move further. They stopped because they could not move further, and the zombies became more and more. Meanwhile, Tianlei and Wu Xuan ran up to them. Tianlei tells them to go to the store opposite. There are no zombies there. Li Xiaoxiang was happy that Tianlei was able to return. But that guy approached Binyan and began to take her backpack. He pushed Binyan, causing her to fall to the ground. He took his girlfriend and ran to that store. To Binyan and asked if she was okay. Binyan says she injured her leg. She had a graze on her leg and needed to get up. Li Xiaoxiang says that guy is just a bastard. And Tianlei walked up to Binyang and picked her up. Meanwhile, the guy went into the store and locked the doors there. He says that if they thought that they were the smartest, then this is not so. Now they will all be eaten by zombies. He says that now he has food and drinks. They refuse to take him to Kyoto. There is no need for them anymore. He says they are trash and only good for zombie lunch. He says if they hit him, everyone will die. Li Xiaoxiang takes out his sword from behind his back and says that he will break this lock. But Wu Xuan takes out his pistol and points it towards the door. After this, the guy and girl were very scared. Wu Xuan simply took it and fired, but the bullet simply bounced off and fell on the floor. The guy was happy about this and says that now they will all die. Tianlei tells Wu Xuan not to waste bullets because it is bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, the zombies were already a few steps away from them. Tianlei tells Li Yichuan to pray to God not to meet him, because as soon as he sees him, he will make him die a painful death. Tianlei runs away with the Binyan in his arms and tells his friends to run after him. And suddenly he notices an open door of some store in front of him. They ran into this store. Tianlei asks them to barricade the doors. Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan barricaded the doors with different pieces of furniture. Tianlei puts Binyan on the couch. Tong Shi says Binyan's leg is swollen, but Binyan says she's fine and just sprained her ankle. Tongxi says she is not fine. Her leg is red and swollen. It might be a fracture. Tianlei took off her shoe and asks her to be patient. Binyan writhes in pain. Tianlei examined her wound and says that fortunately it is not a fracture. She just damaged the muscle tissue. He will go for medicine. But Binyan grabs his t-shirt and asks him not to leave. She says that there are a lot of zombies outside. There is no need to take risks, and everyone needs him to help them at their post. Tianlei says that she injured her leg and it will get worse and worse. Binyan says don't underestimate pro-women. She's worn hundreds of heels and has already trained her ankles. Her ankles are not like ordinary people's. She says that she just needs to rest and everything will pass. Tianlei agrees with her and says that if she doesn't feel better, she should tell him about it right away. She agrees with his proposal. They stayed in this store until nightfall. At night, when everyone was sleeping, Tongxi decided to check on Binyang. She asks her if she is okay, and suddenly she shouts that Binyan has a fever. Tianlei woke up from this. Tianlei touched her forehead and it was very hot. The leg became even more swollen and inflamed, all due to the fever. Binyan says she is fine, she will sleep and everything will pass. Tianlei says that he can see that she is feeling bad. Why does she say that everything is fine? If she hadn't stopped him during the day, she would be fine now. Tianlei asks Tongxi to look after her while he goes to get some medicine. Tongxi says that because of that bastard, Binyan injured her leg and now has a fever. Meanwhile, Tianlei went outside and found a pharmacy on his way. He went into this library and found an anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and antipyretic drug there. He was glad that there were so many medicines here. He wanted to stock up so that they would have medicine in a critical situation. And suddenly he feels that someone is next to him. He notices 2 zombies behind him. These zombies had red eyes. Tianlei immediately realized that they were mutants. These zombies began to growl loudly. Tianlei took out his axe. These zombies began to attack Tianlei. Meanwhile, Binyan is getting worse and she asks for water. Tongxi approached Binyang and asked her what she wanted. Binyan says he is drying it and asks if they have water. Tongxi says she will bring her water now. Tongxi walked to the backpack and opened it. She saw that there was no water in the bag. All the water they took from the cafeteria was in Binyang's bag, and that Yichuan bastard grabbed it. After that, she went to the sink and wanted to get water from the tap. But there was no water there. Tongxi looked around and saw Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan standing on duty. She asks Xiaoxiang to come to her for a minute. He says that Tianlei told him to be on guard near the doors. She took him by the ear and said, and she herself dragged him to her. He asks what's the matter. Tongxi says that Yichuan bastard took all their water, and the water supply here is also faulty. Sister Binyan has a fever and is very thirsty. She asks him to go outside and find some water. Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei told him to stand guard. If he leaves, zombies might sneak in here. It would be difficult for Wu Xuan to defend them alone. Tongxi says that he often listens to Tianlei. Doesn't he have any brains of his own? Li Xiaoxiang asks what does this mean. Tongxi says that Tianlei is the captain, but not everything depends on him. And now not only are the 2 of them on the team, Wu Xuan has also joined. There will be even more people in the future, and he will always ask Tianlei what to do. She says that he is a fool and should make his own decisions without Tianlei. She wants him to prove himself now to prove that he is a reliable comrade. She pushes him and tells him to go and do it. She has seen him kill zombies and she has confidence in him and Wu Xuan will be enough. And now that they have a problem and need water, he will solve it and his brother Tianlei will be grateful to him. Meanwhile, Tianlei dealt with those 2 zombies. After he switched to another class, killing these mutants became much easier. Before, their speed seemed incredible to him, but now it doesn't. Tianlei took out the core from the zombie's head. He turns to the virtual god and says that he has found 2 more cores. He hopes that this time he can exchange them for weapons. The system says that the same core level can only open the same exchange system level. He used the white core and cannot reuse it. Tianlei was angry that he had killed these mutants in vain. The system says that this is not the case, although he cannot open a more advanced exchange system. But he can use these cores to buy characteristics and experience points. For example, strength, defense, agility can help him in the future. Tianlei is now thinking about what he can exchange these cores for now. While his strength and dexterity are enough to face strong mutants, what should he choose? Tianlei chooses to exchange these cores for power points. The exchange is confirmed, the strength is increased by 2 points. Tianlei does not feel that anything has changed. He asks if the system is deceiving him. The virtual god says that the system never deceives. If he does not believe it, he can test his strength. Tianlei looked around and did not see anything he could test his strength on. After thinking a little, he now understands what he can test his strength on. Tianlei came to the place where that guy and the girl had locked themselves. He wants to see if he can break the bulletproof glass. Tianlei takes out his axe and hits the bulletproof glass with it. His impact shattered the strong glass. Meanwhile, that guy and the girl were still in this store and they heard some sound. Tianlei was glad that he broke this glass with one blow. His strength has indeed increased. This glass can withstand a bullet, and he was able to break it with one blow. And suddenly the guy heard a familiar voice and got scared. Tianlei tells him that he will never run away. But suddenly this guy got into the car and drove away. Tianlei is trying to catch up with this car. He throws an axe at this speeding car, but he missed. And that guy and the girl left. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang was moving down the street in search of water. He thinks what kind of street this is. There are no cafes or supermarkets on it where he can find water. And suddenly he sees a seafood store in front of him. He thinks there must definitely be water there. When he entered this store, he saw barrels of water. When he approached them and opened them, he saw that there was a lot of water in these barrels, and that it was still clean. When he tried to drink it, it was salty and he had to spit it out. And suddenly a man with a bat in his hands and with red eyes appeared behind him. He hit Li Xiaoxiang in the back with his baton. This blow caused Li Xiaoxiang to pass out. There was also a group of people in this store. They thought it was a zombie, but it turned out to be a person. They want to tie him up. Some guys started sharing his sword among themselves. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang woke up. He was tied to a pillar behind him. They all saw that he had woken up and began to stare at him. Li Xiaoxiang asks them who they are and why they hit him. Grandma starts apologizing and says they thought he was a zombie. Then why did they tie him up? Granny says that she will untie him now. But the man stops her and says that perhaps he is infected. And the young man says that even if he is not infected, perhaps he is a bad person. He thinks that Li Xiaoxiang can kill them. Granny asks them how they can say such things, and the second guy suggests that they kill Li Xiaoxiang. Li Xiaoxiang asks that guy to look at himself because he has piercings in his ears. He looks more like a bad person. This guy asks him if he's laughing at him. Li Xiaoxiang says he doesn't even have the skills. He takes Li Xiaoxiang's sword from another guy. Granny and the man ask him to stop and not do this. This guy swings his sword to hit Li Xiaoxiang, but Li Xiaoxiang was not at a loss and kicked this guy in the leg. This caused him to fall and drop the sword. The sword jumped out and went straight into the ropes with which Li Xiaoxiang was tied. Li Xiaoxiang stood up and raised his sword. He says that it will not be able to kill him. Their whole family got scared and hid behind their father. They say that the four of them can deal with him. Li Xiaoxiang tells them not to even think that they can kill him. He says that he will quickly deal with them and asks them which of them will be first. The woman says that their children are a little stupid and asks him to forgive them. Li Xiaoxiang asks them how they ended up here. The woman says that they were going to celebrate her husband's birthday, but zombies suddenly appeared. Zombies began to attack people, and they began to run after the crowd. But they saw that there was no one in this store and hid here. Her husband asks what if Li Xiaoxiang was able to enter here. Does that mean the zombies outside have already left? Li Xiaoxiang says he doesn't know for sure, but there are more than 10 zombies on this street. The guys say that he is lying. If there are more than 10 zombies on the street, then how did he stay alive? Li Xiaoxiang says that he is not lying. He killed more than 10 zombies along the way, and his brother is even stronger. He is from Huazhong College, and he has killed more than 100 zombies. The whole family was very surprised by his words. They laughed and said they would never believe it. They say they're willing to bet he didn't kill a single zombie. The father tells them to both shut up. The father says he believes him. Huazhong Business School, many miles away, they must have come here. He says that he hit Li Xiaoxiang on the head. He was reckless, and he apologizes to him. He wants to ask him for a favor. He wants Li Xiaoxiang and his friend to take them in. His children and wife began to dissuade him from this idea. The father says that they have no other choice. They will not be able to stay in this place for long. They have been sitting here for several days, all these days. They have been eating frozen fish from the refrigerator. What will they do when the frozen fish runs out? If they go outside, will they be able to get out? Is this person their only hope? Or do they want to sit here and starve to death? His wife agrees with his words and says that he is right. They ask Li Xiaoxiang to help them, and they will help him in any way they can. Li Xiaoxiang agrees with their words. Li Xiaoxiang will take them, but he wants them to answer one question for him. He asks if they know where there is fresh water. One of the guys shows him a barrel of fresh water. Meanwhile, Tianlei returned and gave Binyan the pills he found in the pharmacy. Tongxi is worried that Li Xiaoxiang has not returned yet. Tianlei says that if she didn't think twice and sent him, then why bother now? Tianlei asks her not to worry. He knows his abilities. Even if he encounters a zombie, nothing will happen to him. She says she will go to the door and see if he is coming. Tianlei applied ice to Binyan's leg. They both apologized to each other at the same time, and at that moment a spark flew between them. Tianlei says that he said bad things last night and asks him not to take it to heart. Binyan says it's okay. She was just being too confident because she didn't want to be a drag. Tianlei says she is very brave. She asks, don't guys like girls like her? Tianlei says no, but she also has her merits. Binyan asks Shen Xinyu, what kind of girl is this, good or stubborn? Tianlei says that he actually didn't know her very well. He didn't even really talk to her. She's just a famous star and a lot of guys loved her. After his words, Binyan looked at him with a serious face. Tianlei asks why is she looking at him like that? She asks why, when he talked about her, he was embarrassed. Is she really that good? And suddenly Tianlei throws some shoes on the couch. Binyan picks up these shoes and asks what they are. Taking a closer look, she realized that these were women's sneakers. She asked Tianlei where he got them from. Tianlei says that when he was returning, he passed by a sports store. He saw how uncomfortable she was wearing those heels, so he decided to take them. Binyan looked at Tianlei with a loving gaze. She grabs Tianlei's shirt and tells him whether he believes it or not. One day, she will make him forget about Shen Xinyu and will become the only woman in his heart. And suddenly Li Xiaoxiang arrived and brought fresh water with him. But they found Binyan and Tianlei in an intimate situation. They turned away and said they didn't see anything. Tianlei approached Li Xiaoxiang and said that the fellow did everything alone. Xiaoxiang thanks Tianlei and says that he met several zombies on the street. He says that if Tianlei is not busy, he asks him to come with him. He brought Zhao Tianlei to see the people he brought. The father of this family introduces himself and says that his name is Li Jianghe. This is his wife Zhang Shufen, and his sons Hai and Xiao Hai. Li Xiaoxiang told them about him that he was so brave that he was not afraid of zombies. His wife also thanks Tianlei and says that she doesn't know what they would have done if they hadn't met him. Li Xiaoxiang says that he did not say that they would accept them. He only said that he would bring them out, but he does not know whether they will accept them or not. One of the sons says that he heard that Tianlei killed 100 zombies. He says that he doesn't see anything special in him. He thinks that he's better off being the boss of this team. And suddenly the second son notices the bread. He says that all these days they ate raw fish, which made him sick, but now they can eat bread. But suddenly an axe flies into this bag. This axe sticks into the wall and a bag weighs on its handle. This guy hides behind his parents and says he wants to kill them. The father asks for forgiveness for his children. He says that they do not understand what they are saying. Tianlei says that if they weren't children, this guy would have no arms. Tianlei sits on a chair and says that if they want to join his team, they should be useful to him. What can they do? The father looked at Tianlei with a surprised face. Tongxi says that everyone on their team should contribute. She says that Tianlei is their captain. Xiaoxiang knows martial arts. Wu Xuan is an excellent bodyguard. Although she and Binyan can't fight zombies, they can take care of everyone else's lives. She asks what will they do for the team? The father says that he knows how to drive a car. He worked as a driver for a long time. He asks whether he will be useful. His wife says that she can cook very tasty dishes. Tongxi says that they really need someone to cook the food, but she doesn't know about the driver. Wu Xuan says that he would offer to leave them. They could use a driver, but they need someone who won't let them down. The woman says that her husband can be relied on. He is a very responsible person. Tianlei looks at their two children and asks how they will benefit them. Their mother says that although they cannot help with anything important, they can help and do some work. Tianlei agrees to accept them, but he wants to tell them right away. In his team, food is distributed according to the work done. If they want to eat bread, they must work tirelessly. Tianlei took out a map of the area and wants to see what paths there are. From here, there are 2 ways to get to base number 6, although they have not been here for a long time. But he is sure that there are many busy areas. The likelihood of encountering zombies is relatively high. The second path, although a little tortuous, is relatively safe. He asks them which path they should take. Li Xiaoxiang says that, of course, if you think like this, then it is better to choose the first path, because the faster they get to the base, they will be safe. And now their team is growing. If they meet zombies, they will be able to deal with them. Wuxuan says that there are many of them, but they have little fighting strength, and currently only the 3 of them can fight. If they meet many zombies, he may not be able to cope. He suggests a second way. Tianlei also offers a second way. Tianlei points his finger at the map and says that although this road has many branches, there is one main road. Even if they meet zombies, they can split up and then meet back. Li Xiaoxiang says they are right, and he also chooses the second path. Tianlei says that means they have decided, and as soon as Binyang's leg heals, they will hit the road. The next day, Tianlei found a very cool car. Li Xiaoxiang says that this car is very expensive. He asks Tianlei where did he get it from. Tongxi also says that this car will be more comfortable to sit in than that truck. Tianlei says that he returned to that store to take revenge on that Yichuan bastard. He almost grabbed him, but he was able to leave, and not far from the store he saw this limousine. He says this limousine has a lot of space and throws the keys of this limousine to Uncle Li. Tianlei says Uncle Li will drive this limousine. Uncle Li says that he has never driven such cars. He is worried. He says he won't cause any problems. After that, they set off. Uncle Li was driving the car, and Tianlei was sitting next to him. Tongxi wonders how Binyan's leg is doing. Binyan says her leg is almost gone after the ointment. One of the guys says that there are many different devices in such cars. He took red wine out of the refrigerator and wants to try it. And the second guy tells his father to turn on the music. Li Xiaoxiang says that they are not on vacation to drink wine and listen to music. This is the situation in the world now, and they are having fun? Their mother says that they are small children and do not understand anything. The mother tells her sons to sit quietly and not make noise. Wu Xiuxian approaches Tianlei and says that he thinks they are going in the wrong direction. Tianlei says he knows, he just wants to take something before he goes, when suddenly the car stopped. They arrived at the police station. Wu Xiuxian realized that they had come here to take weapons. Tianlei confirmed his guesses. Currently, there are more people on the team. The 3 of them will not be able to protect everyone. So how can others protect themselves? Others need guns for defense, and the place where guns should be is the police station. Li Xiaoxiang says that the police station is surrounded by a lot of zombies. How can they enter? Tianlei says he will distract them while they go inside. Those 2 guys don't believe Tianlei that he can distract such a large number of zombies. Tianlei invites one of the guys to go with him. This guy says he won't go, but only a madman would do such a thing. Wu Xiuxian asks how Tianlei is going to distract them. Tianlei says that he remembers someone who wanted to listen to music. Tianlei reaches for the volume button and turns it to maximum. The guy who wanted to listen to music covered his ears and said that he almost went deaf. Tianlei climbed out of the car hatch and shouted for the zombies to come to him, and all the zombies ran towards him. Tianlei got out of the car and ran to distract these zombies. The guys look out the window and say that he distracted the zombies. That guy says that Tianlei is crazy. He will be eaten by zombies. Li Xiuxian grabs the guy and says that if he hears him say anything bad about Tianlei or the other people on his team again, he will throw him out as zombie food. The guy says that he understood everything. Tongxi asks what should they do now. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei is now distracted by zombies. Binyan's leg has not yet healed. He says that he and Wu Xuan will go and the rest will sit here. Wu Xiuxian says that Aunt Zhang and Xiao Hai will go with them. They were shocked by what they heard. Li Xiaoxiang says that if you take so many people, they will interfere. Wu Xiuxian says that if they don't take people from their family, they will immediately leave as soon as they get out of the car. And there are 2 defenseless girls in the car. Aunt Zhang says she will go with them and the children will stay in the car. Wu Xiuxian refuses her and says something. They all go with them or get out of the car. The eldest son agrees and says that he will go. He says that he is not afraid of zombies. After that, they all went inside the police station. After looking around a bit, they found no one inside the building. Li Xiaoxiang tells Wu Xiuxian to be on guard, because it seems to him that everything is very neat there. As they walked deeper into the building, they finally found the weapons room. They all went into this room together and began to look at the weapons that were there. One of the guys picked up an AK-47, when suddenly they heard someone's voice. It was several policemen. They tell them to put down their weapons, or they will fill them with bullets. Li Xiaoxiang raised his hands and said that they are ordinary survivors and will send them here for help. The captain says that they don't know whether they are infected or not. He wants them to put their hands behind their heads, and they will check them. The police started checking them. Aunt Zhang says maybe there is no need to check on her. But the policeman says that no matter how much she wants, he needs to check on her. The policeman confiscated Li Xiaoxiang's big sword. They also found Wu Shuxian's gun. Wu Shuxian says that this is his personal pistol and he is a bodyguard. The police chief says private citizens cannot have firearms and they will confiscate them. The policeman reported to his superior that they searched them and did not find any wounds on their bodies. They were safe. The chief asks how they managed to enter the police station. Weren't there a lot of zombies near it? Li Xiaoxiang says that they came from Yuzhou Business College and were planning to go to Base 6 to find help. They were passing by and decided to go inside and see if there were survivors here and if they could take weapons and ammunition. As for those zombies outside, his older brother took them away. For some reason, the boss was happy and asked what their car was on the street. Li Xiaoxiang says yes. The chief shakes his hand and says that he is the boss in this station. When they came here, they had to act carefully. He apologizes for being so rude. Li Xiaoxiang asks how many people are in this huge police station. The chief says the police station initially had a few dozen people, and they sent most of the police to help people at the beginning of the outbreak. Unfortunately, at the time, they didn't know how dangerous the zombies were, and many of their men died. The only police car ran out of gas and they were stuck here for several days. The guy says that the police are not ordinary people who don't have weapons, then why can't they fight? These words angered the police chief. A mother tells her son to keep his mouth shut. The police chief says they didn't want to sit still and tried to break out several times, but there were still criminals in the prison that they had to keep an eye on, so they stayed here, waiting for the rescue team. Li Xiaoxiang says that the police chief is a good person, because he thinks about preventing the prisoners from escaping. The chief says that this is the duty of the police. The chief says that they are their saviors. He asks them to lend them some gasoline so that they can leave here and take prisoners with them. The chief also asks them for permission to go with them to base number 6. Li Xiaoxiang, with a satisfied face, replies that of course it is possible. After all, they are all experienced police officers and they have a lot of firearms and ammunition. He thinks that Tianlei might agree. Li Xiaoxiang suggests they go now, but the policeman says that the police station has a lot of necessary documents. They need a little time to prepare. He says that there is food and water in the station. They need to eat and rest, and when they are ready, they will all go on their way. The guy was glad that they had food. He said that he was hungry. Li Xiaoxiang agreed, but says they need to hurry. They don't have much time and the zombies might come back. They need to hurry. The boss says that they will complete the preparations as soon as possible, but Wu Shuxian stops them and asks the boss to return his gun to him. The boss says that he made this muffler himself. It could be dangerous and it could explode. Wu Shuxian says that the boss doesn't need to worry. Nothing will happen to him. For some reason, the boss was afraid of the guy's persistence. The guy says that although Wu Shuxian knows martial arts, they are all armed. He better listen to them. Li Xiuxian says that the boss is just worried. After this, Wu Xiuxian agrees with them. After that, they entered a block with cages for prisoners. The guy says that they were going to relax. What are they doing here? Li Xiaoxiang asks the boss how long they still have to go. The policeman stops right in front of them and says that they are already there. And suddenly the police stuff them all into a cage. Li Xiaoxiang asks them with a menacing look what they are doing to them. The policeman tells them to sit quietly, or he will shoot them in the head. Aunt Zhang asks them why they locked them up, but the policeman kicked her and told her to shut her mouth. Her son began to stand up for her and ran to that policeman. But the policeman shot him, but the guy was saved by Wu Shuxian. Li Xiaoxiang says that he will tell everything to their boss, but the police begin to laugh and say that the boss himself ordered them to do this. The two police officers leave and tell the others in the cages to sit quietly. There was a man sitting opposite their cage. He said that it was useless to scream. They wouldn't let them out anyway. He says that there is no boss or police and they are all prisoners. Li Xiaoxiang asks the man who he is and how he knows that they are prisoners. The man says his name is Chen Feng and he is a policeman. Meanwhile, the prisoners, dressed as police officers, look through binoculars at the car in which the main characters arrived. They think that there are a lot of supplies inside. And even two beauties who are sitting in this car. Meanwhile, those two policemen who threw the main characters into the cage came to their boss and said that what use were they? The chief says that although this police station has a lot of weapons, there is very little food here, and he thinks they have supplies there. Those two prisoners ask that they won't stay here, and won't they go to base number 6? Their leader says that there is nothing good in this base, There is a government and army that will force them to obey the rules. He asks not to forget that they are bad people, and a world where chaos reigns is their habitat. These guys agree with their leader and say that he is right. There is food and water here, and there will also be 2 beauties with whom you can have fun. Until the zombies break in, this place is just paradise. The leader orders his men to search the car and bring these beauties before the zombies return. Meanwhile, Tianlei was still running away from the crowd of zombies. He got tired and stopped. He stopped and began to count the number of zombies. He counted 35. He thought it was a herd of zombies, a mine of experience. Tianlei says that she themselves came to him for death. He will show mercy and kill them. But suddenly the zombies got scared of something and started running away. Tianlei thought that he was already so strong that the zombies were running away from him. And suddenly Tianlei sensed danger behind him. Tianlei swung his axe behind him, and on one of the pillars sat some terrible monster. Tianlei was even scared because he had never seen such a zombie before. The virtual god says that this zombie is called licking eaters, zombies with the 2nd evolution. They are also a special class of evolution. They are very agile and fast. They have no vision, but they have excellent hearing. They can find prey even by very faint sounds. With the help of strong limbs and claws, they can climb up walls. But their most powerful weapons are their mouth and tongue. Their tongue is very strong and flexible. It can even pierce stone. Their tongue is very strong and flexible. It can even pierce stone. Also, their body recovers very quickly, and unless a fatal blow is dealt to it, it will not die. This monster can be compared in strength to 100 ordinary zombies. The virtual god finished his explanation. Tianlei asks the virtual god to return. He asks if this monster has a weak point or some kind of weakness. The virtual god says that his weak point, like ordinary zombies, is the head. Tianlei asks how he can defeat him. The virtual god says that everything depends on Tianlei's luck and skills. Does he want the system to help him? The system explained everything to him. The rest depends on Tianlei himself. Meanwhile, this zombie attacks Tianlei, but he successfully dodges it. This monster moves very fast. Tianlei thinks that this mutant is very strong. An ordinary person cannot defeat him. This zombie jumped over Tianlei behind him. And after that, the zombie began to bind Tianlei with his tongue. This caused his axe to fall out. The zombie lifted Tianlei up with his tongue. Tianlei remembers that his weak point is the same as that of ordinary zombies. It is the head. Tianlei knees this zombie in the face. From this, the zombie let him go. Fortunately, Tianlei's legs are long enough. After this, the zombie ran towards the police station. Tianlei can't let the zombies escape to the police station. Everyone will be in danger. Meanwhile, in prison, the man in the opposite cage reveals that the boss Ma they are talking about, named Ma Lipeng, is the head of a black organization, and these fake police officers are his 6. They tend to be hooligans, break a lot of laws, and it took him and his colleagues a lot of effort to bring them to justice. During the zombie outbreak, most of his colleagues protected the people, but they did not survive for long. They were left with a few people who received orders to evacuate immediately. Even though they are criminals, they should also be protected by the law, so they decided to take them with them. As soon as they opened the doors of their cells, they immediately attacked them. They weren't ready. They took the gun, and 2 of his colleagues died. Wu Xuan says that he immediately realized that these people were somehow strange. He did not believe that they were police. Wu Xuan says that if they killed his colleagues, then why didn't they kill him? What's the point of them keeping him here? This man says that Ma Lipeng, although he looks like a rude person, is very careful. He knows there are a lot of places in this precinct that require a fingerprint or a pupil check to get in, so he lets him live. All this time they were dressed in their uniform to blame the police, fooled several survivors who, like them, came for help, and then locked them up. Men work, and women, he greatly regrets not killing them. Li Xiaoxiang says that he doesn't have to worry about them, because their boss is still outside. He is no ordinary person and will undoubtedly save them. Soon they will be connected, and he will be able to take revenge on them. Suddenly Aunt Zhang felt bad. She says her stomach hurts a lot and she may be bleeding internally. Li Xiaoxiang runs to her and says that that bastard hit her with all his might. He wants to watch and help her. Aunt Zhang says that she is afraid that this will no longer help her. Her death is already inevitable, so she asks him to save her sons. Her eldest son was very frightened by such words and told her not to say that. She says that she is telling the truth. The 2 of them are the result of her relationship with their father. She wants them to grow up, have girlfriends, and have children. She asks them to listen to their dad and should not be as wayward as before. Her children began to cry. Wu Xuan also felt sad about this, but Li Xiaoxiang comes to her and says that she is fine, the injury is not serious and she just needs to move. And everyone realized that Aunt Zhang was simply exaggerating. She says that she is not pretending and it really hurts a lot. As soon as they come out, she asks not to tell this to their father. And then, Wu Xuan remembered that Ma Lipeng knew that their car was outside. Binyan, Tongxi, and their father were left in the car. Li Xiaoxiang says they need to hurry and takes off his t-shirt. He says he saw this in movies. You need to soak your clothes and then use an iron rod to tighten the bend of the railing. His t-shirt needs to be soaked in urine. He asks that maybe one of them wants to go to the toilet, but the guy tells him to calm down and put the t-shirt back on. His brother says that it would be better for Li Xiaoxiang to be more polite to his brother, because he is the only person who can open the doors. Li Xiaoxiang was surprised that he could open the doors. This guy asks if any of them have a needle or something, but suddenly the man who was sitting in the cage opposite them began to look for something inside himself. He found some kind of badge with a rank in his pocket. The guy says he will improvise. He takes out a needle from this patch and tries to open the cage lock with it. The guy says his brother is a professional. He once snuck into the director's office. One guy's things were confiscated, and he asked his brother to get the things. Li Xiaoxiang says that he will not be able to open it because it is a prison lock and is different from ordinary locks. And suddenly, after some time, this guy managed to open this lock. He says a lot of people underestimated him, but he is a master at his craft. Li Xiaoxiang runs up to the real policeman and says that he will get him out, and the policeman says that there is a spare key in the security camera drawer. Wu Xuan ran to this box and found these keys. They let this cop out of his cage. Li Xiaoxiang invites the policeman to come with them. The policeman tells them to go ahead. There are still some deceived survivors here and he is going to free them. Li Xiaoxiang tells him that they will help him with this. The policeman thanks them for their help. They began to run through the cells and free the captives. While they were running, Wu Xuan heard his name being called and stopped to see who it was. It would be Li Yichuan and his girlfriend. He asks Wu Xuan to save him and pull him out of the cage. The policeman asks if they know each other. Li Xiaoxiang says that bastard deceived them. Wu Xuan asks why he is here. Li Yichuan says that his car broke down and they started looking for a safe place and met these fake policemen. They made slaves out of them. They force him to work every day, and they use Yan Zhen as a sex slave. He says that he is glad to see them. He wants to be saved from these villains. Li Xiaoxiang says that there is a saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. While they were being kind to him, they locked themselves in the store, stole their food, and wanted to be eaten by zombies. Li Yichuan says he promises he will never do this again. He asks them to release them. Li Xiaoxiang says that he is not an idiot and will not step on the same rake again. He tells Wu Xuan not to forget that he is a bodyguard, and his duty is to protect his employer. He can throw it and run away, but what about his professional morality? Li Xiaoxiang asks, what else is professional morality? Wasn't the contract terminated? Wu Xuan says that he is right. He, as a bodyguard, is responsible for the employer. But as they already said, they broke the contract with him a long time ago, and he is no longer responsible for his life. He gives him the key and says that he doesn't owe him anything. He took and threw these keys into the toilet, which was in the cage. After that, they left. They walked up to the elevator and pressed the button, but the elevator was locked and the fingerprint was invalid. The policeman is surprised that the elevator is closed. This elevator is the only way in and out, and it is controlled by a computer, and if the top elevator is closed, that means they won't be able to get out. Only the person at the top will be able to open it. Li Xiaoxiang asks what should they do now? Li Xiaoxiang looks at the guy who opened the cage lock. This guy asks you not to look at him like that. This is a tonic blocking that cannot be cracked. The policeman says there is another way. Wait for them down here. If they catch their friends, they will definitely close them. Then, they will be able to attack them from behind. And taking away their weapons, pistols won't hurt them. Wu Xuan agrees that this is the only way. Meanwhile, Tongxi and Binyan are sitting in the car and waiting for them to return. And suddenly the driver notices that someone is walking towards their car. It was the police. They approached the car, and they said that they were friends of Li Xiaoxiang. He says that they are police officers, and their situation was explained to them. He says that he knows that they have come a long way to be safe. He wants them to come with them. The driver says that means they came to help them. The driver wants to press a button to open the doors for them, but Binyan tells Uncle Lee to wait and not open the door. Binyan addresses the policeman. She asks him where their friends are. This question surprised the policeman. She wants them to come out to her for a minute. The fake cop tells her to make sure they are safe in their station. He says there will be zombies here soon. He wants them to get out of the car and go with them. The driver tells them to listen to the police and go with them. But Binyan did not believe the words of these police officers. The police say they have been found out. They need to use brute force. They already want to have fun with one of them. They want to break the car window and drag them out. Fake police officers smashed a car window with the butt of a machine gun. Tongshi asks what they are doing. Binyan tells her that they are not real police officers. They smashed the car window and began dragging Binyan out. But suddenly this policeman was grabbed by a tongue, and then he killed him. This was the zombie with the long tongue that Tianlei fought. The fake policeman started shooting at him all together. This zombie threw the body of a policeman, which he grabbed with his long tongue. And after that, the zombie began to attack the rest of the police. This zombie wants to grab the leader of this gang of fake cops with his tongue. But the main one grabbed his subordinate and slipped him under the tongue of this zombie. This zombie quickly ate this policeman. And suddenly, when they looked back, they saw a crowd of zombies approaching them. The police began to run away from these zombies. The zombies began to take his prey from the huge monster with a tongue. These zombies also attacked the limousine in which the girls and the driver were sitting. The girls began to cover the broken car window with pillows. And suddenly an axe crashes into the neck of this huge zombie. It was Tianlei. He still managed to take this zombie by surprise and kill him. Then Tianlei picked up an automatic rifle and began shooting all the zombies. After this, Tianlei approached the zombie, whose tongue he had killed with an axe, and took the core from him. The virtual god congratulated Tianlei for obtaining a second-class core, which can be used to exchange 20 experience points, add 2 attributes, or exchange in the exchange system. Tianlei says that getting this core was not so easy. He wants to keep it for now, and will think about how to use it later. Meanwhile, the girls realized that there were no zombies near the car and removed the pillow. After that, Binyan got out of the car. She ran to Tianlei and hugged him tightly. She asks Tianlei if he is okay. Tianlei says that everything is fine. It was a simple zombie with an unusual appearance. Binyan then started screaming at him and says he scared her to death. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee wants to go to the station because the zombies have gone there, and his wife and children are there. Tianlei tells him to calm down if he doesn't want his children to not see their father after they come out. Tianlei tells them to sit here, and he will go there and take them out from there. After that, he headed inside the police station. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting in prison and waiting for someone to open the doors for them, and suddenly they heard someone call the elevator. Each of them took their weapons and began to wait for the elevator doors to open. When the elevator arrived and the doors opened, many zombies came out. Everyone immediately began to scatter and run away from the zombies. Li Xiaoxiang fights off a pair of zombies that attacked him. Wu Xuan shouts at the people to hide in the cage. People ran into the cage and closed the doors behind them. Meanwhile, 2 sons and a mother were looking for an open cage to hide there, but there were locks on all the cages. The burglar was finally able to open the lock. They go into the cage and the mother tells the guy that he needs to quit this hacking and get himself a girlfriend. The guy is indignant that his mother always tells him to get a girlfriend. But suddenly a zombie appears behind her. This zombie bites Aunt Zhang straight on the neck. Their mother closed the cage in front of them, and she remained outside. She asks her eldest son named Dian to look after her brother, after which the zombies begin to devour her. Meanwhile, Li Yichuan tries to get the keys from the toilet. He puts his hand inside the toilet and says that if Wu Xuan catches his eye, he will be in trouble. And yet he manages to get the keys out of the toilet. He opened the cage and tells his girlfriend to get up and come with him. But the girl just sat and was silent. Then he takes her hand and says that why should she sit in such a wretched place? But she breaks away and does not want to go with him. He asks her why she doesn't listen to him. It will be better for her, although in any case it is already desecrated. When he gets to the base and sees his father, he will tell him to give him another woman. Now she is not worthy of him. Soon, he would force Zhao Tianlei and Wu Xuan to kneel before him and beg for mercy. He tells her to sit here and wait for her death, and he himself leaves this cage. And suddenly he saw some people running towards him, and these people were being chased by zombies. After that, the guy ran back into his cage. He immediately began closing the doors behind him, but the girl stopped them with her hand. The guy asks her what she is doing because the zombies are already here. If she doesn't remove her hand, they will break into the cage. The girl says that Li Yichuan is not human. He gave it to them in order to survive. If he had not offered to betray Zhao Tianlei, nothing like this would have happened to them. She no longer wants to live, but wants to take him with her to the next world. The guy kicks her and says that if she wants to die, then let her go and do it herself, but he doesn't want to die. But he doesn't have time to close the cage and zombies burst in. The zombie knocked him to the floor and tried to bite him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan fight off these zombies themselves. They lock themselves in a cage, and more zombies are approaching the cage. A real policeman holds the cage so that the zombies do not break through, but he is already tired and can no longer hold them back. Then suddenly someone killed these zombies. The zombies died one by one. Someone shot them in the head. The guys were very surprised by this. It was Zhao Tianlei with a machine gun. The guys were very happy that Tianlei came to save them. Tianlei's zombies were rushing into their cage and asks if the guys are okay. He gives them weapons. Li Xiaoxiang gives the automatic rifle to the policeman and says that he will need it. The guy happily accepts this rifle and thanks Li Xiaoxiang for it. After that, the guys started killing zombies one by one. While Tianlei was distracted by other zombies, another one sneaked up on him from behind. But that policeman saved him. He shot that zombie straight in the head. After a long time of battle, all the zombies were killed. Tianlei says people can go out, they are already safe. Tianlei shook the policeman's hand and said that he was a good shot. Li Xiaoxiang decided to introduce them to each other. He says that this is their boss, Zhao Tianlei, and this is Chun Fang, a policeman. He helped them out a lot. Tianlei asks where did Aunt Zhang go? Her sons lowered their heads and said nothing. Tianlei approached them and told them to go outside. Their father was waiting for them there. They all got into the elevator together and went up. When the elevator doors opened, they saw that Marley Peng was standing in front of them. He pointed a gun at them and said that if any of them moved, he would immediately kill them. He says that they will all go to feed the zombies and will never leave this area. Chen Fang points a gun at him and says that he will take revenge on him for his colleagues. But Marley Peng had explosives on him. He says that they damned creatures got in his way. He knew they would try to kill him as soon as they met. But it's too late, he says everyone will die here. And after that, he will go have fun with those two beauties in the car. But suddenly a guy jumped out and attacked him. He says that he will take revenge on him for his mother. He knocks him off his feet and falls to the floor with him. He says that they all said that he is a cowardly and worthless person, but today he will prove to them that he is not like that. Marley Peng punches a guy in the face, but he doesn't give up and bites his hand. He tells Tianlei to take his brother and run away while he holds him. Tianlei takes his brother and takes him out of the station. When they left the police station, the guy stops Tianlei and tells him to save his brother. His mother is already dead. He doesn't want to lose his brother too. Tianlei tells Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan to look after the others, and he will go and help that guy. Meanwhile, Marley Peng defeated the guy and knocked him to the ground and pointed a gun at him. But for some reason, the guy starts laughing. He had in his hands the remote control for that explosive. Marley Peng was surprised when he managed to pick up this remote control. The guy presses the button and says that he will take revenge for his mother. Xi Tianlei comes inside and sees the guy pressing the button, and in an instant, an explosion occurs inside the police station. Everyone who was already on the street was afraid of this explosion. Binyan and Mr. Li also saw this and rushed to see what was happening there. The father runs to his son, and the son says that his mother and his brother are dead. And Binyang approaches Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan and asks, "Where is Tianlei?" The guys say he stayed at the police station. Binyang immediately ran inside the police station to look for Tianlei. She saw the destruction around her and loudly screamed the name Zhao Tianlei. Binyang begins digging through the rubble and looks for Tianlei. She can't believe he could die. Li Xiaoxiang also digs up the rubble. He says that Tianlei is not an ordinary person. He is a very strong and tough guy. He could not die. Everyone is looking for Tianlei's body under the rubble. But suddenly the elevator doors open and everyone looks in that direction. And Tianlei and that guy fall out of the elevator doors. The two of them were completely alive. Li Xiaoxiang saw that Tianlei was alive and immediately ran towards him. He helps Tianlei to her feet, and behind them a father hugs his son. The guy says that he has everything figured out. Tianlei says that if it weren't for him, the guy would already be dead. Binyang starts yelling at Zhao Tianlei and says that she was scared because of him and thought he was dead. She walked up to him and hugged him tightly. She asks him not to risk his life, otherwise she will not forgive him. Tianlei looked at Binyang lovingly. After this, the people he saved thank him. They don't even know how to thank him. Tianlei says that he doesn't need gratitude. There are still many scum in this world, he says. Tianlei says that unfortunately they don't have much space in the car and they can't take it with them. People tell him not to worry about them. This police station has plenty of food and a good defense system. They can live here for a while longer. Uncle Lee turns to Tianlei and says that he discussed this with his children and they decided not to go with him. His wife is dead, and even though they were going to base 6, he doesn't know what else will happen along the way, and he can't let his son take risks again. Therefore, he decided to stay with everyone and wait for the saviors. He knows he's being selfish and cowardly, but he's just a father who cares about his children. Tianlei respects his decision. He says that once they reach base number 6, he will inform the military to come here and help them. Uncle Lee thanks Tianlei for this. The policeman came out of the police station. He was completely covered in weapons. He addresses the people and says that he chose a light and convenient weapon that remained in the arsenal so that they could protect themselves. People ask Officer Feng if he will stay with them. Officer Feng says he wanted to stay, but he learned a lot of important information that needs to be reported to the boss. Besides, he is a police officer, and now the organization needs him, and he must go to the base to protect the people. Tianlei says that they can be sure that Hao and Xiao Hao have matured. They are brave and will take responsibility for protecting everyone. Tianlei said goodbye to them and said that they were leaving. But when Tianlei was already leaving, the guy Hao wanted to tell him something. Tianlei turned around to listen to what he wanted to tell him, but Hao said that he no longer wanted to say anything. They all got into the car and hit the road. Hao shouts after them that they must get there alive. He will wait for Tianlei to teach him how to fight zombies. Tianlei stuck his hand out of the car window. Inside the limousine, they each took a glass, and they poured the wine into the glasses. Tianlei says that they need to celebrate the addition to their team. Their combat power is now higher. Tianlei congratulates the officer on joining their team. The policeman says they can call him Chen Feng. Chen Feng says that although his and their path to base 6 are different, he will probably join the other police officers at the base, so he is not sure if he can be on their team, but he would like to treat them as his friends. Tianlei says that even if they team up temporarily, at least they will reach the base. The more people they have, the more zombies they can kill, and as you can see, there are more and more of these zombies, so even temporary people will help them. And now Tianlei wants to develop a plan of action. Li Xiaoxiang says that if Tianlei has any ideas, they will listen to them. Tianlei's plan is, according to his observations, Chen Feng is a very good shooter and is best suited for suppressing fire and covering. Wu Xuan is good at precision shooting. The shooting speed is also fast. He can be a sniper and shoot from afar. Tianlei is bad at shooting, so he will be responsible for close combat. Chen Feng says that this arrangement is very good, but he also suggests that these two girls also participate, and from today, they can be trained in shooting, because everyone can be in danger, and for people with insufficient strength, weapons are the best protection. Binyan says they didn't even hold weapons in their hands. There are so many weapons out there. Which one should they choose? Chen Feng says that he will explain everything to them now. He picks up the M99 rifle. It weighs 2 kilograms and has an effective firing range of 150 meters. Its advantage is that the material is thick, the range is amazing, but it can only be used with great sniper abilities. It is a deadly rifle with long range and low recoil. It is said that many foreign assassination organizations use this rifle. Li Xiaoxiang says that this is very cool, but a machine gun would be better for him. Chen Feng tells Li Xiaoxiang not to think that shooting is so easy. It can take a whole month to learn how to shoot with this rifle, and even longer with a machine gun. Since he is a beginner without basic knowledge and skills, he would recommend starting with something simple. NP-22 pistols are quite easy to shoot and are most suitable for initial training. The girls each took a pistol. They like them because they are small and light. They can no longer wait to practice. Tianlei hands Li Xiaoxiang a gun and says it's better to start with something simple. Li Xiaoxiang didn't like it. He says he won't use that woman's gun. After some time on the road, night fell. They decided to stop at a gas station. Tianlei summoned a virtual god through his ring. The system asks why he called it at night and not during the day. The system also needs to rest. Tianlei says that there was an emergency during the day, so he couldn't. He wants to hear an explanation from the system. The system told him that zombies would mutate slowly, but recently he encountered many mutants, even met a licking devourer. He wonders what is happening. The system says that everything really started much faster than expected. She says that everything is in Tianlei's hands. Her "everything is in your hands" does not give Tianlei any hope. Tianlei wants the system to say, the situation has changed. Or is it deliberately not telling the truth? Tianlei says that this is a stupid system. Maybe she will stop doing this already? She constantly doesn't tell him, but he himself said that he would help. How is Tianlei supposed to save the world if he doesn't know anything? For that matter, Tianlei no longer wants to save the world and kill these zombies. He refuses. The system reminds Tianlei that they are strongly connected, and if he takes off the ring, he will die. And Tianlei didn't say that he would film it. He just wouldn't save the world and fight zombies. In any case, he is now immune to viruses, and nothing will happen to him. The system gives up and says that Tianlei won. It will give him a promotion. Tianlei was delighted and said that it should have been like this before. The system says that it has a weapon, but it has an insufficient core and will not be able to take it. Tianlei asks, is this core not enough? The system says that this weapon can only be obtained from a level 3 core. Now that he has a secondary yellow core, it will give him an exception. Tianlei takes out that yellow core, and the system launches the 3rd level exchange system. Tianlei selects an axe in the exchange system. He looks at it and thinks it doesn't look bad. Tianlei tested this axe and it turned out to be very powerful. The system says that it is not kidding. It is a high-tech alloy material, and it is impossible to cause any harm to it. The system then shows some kind of heavenly steel sword and shield. Although it cannot compare to the material of his axe, resistance to a weapon like this is not an issue. Tianlei ran somewhere and said that this would suit Li Xiaoxiang. The system didn't say it would help his friends. She made an exception only for him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang was outside practicing shooting at banks with a pistol. Tianlei approached him from behind and asked Li Xiaoxiang that he was in a bad mood. Li Xiaoxiang says everything is fine. Tianlei knows that Li Xiaoxiang is upset because he can't take the weapon he wants. But Chen Feng is right. He can't learn how to shoot a machine gun in 2 days. If a beginner uses a machine gun, he might hurt himself. But Tianlei promises that he will receive a machine gun as soon as he learns to shoot. But Li Xiaoxiang says that he is not upset. He is just angry with himself. They have a new addition to the team, and there are 2 pros who know how to use weapons. They are better than him, and Tianlei gives them good weapons that he does not know how to use. Li Xiaoxiang says that he doesn't want to be useless, but what benefit can he bring? Tianlei doesn't give him weapons or even a fighting position. All he does is train with girls. Now Tianlei understood what Li Xiaoxiang was worried about. He is his first companion, whom he knows best. He has always considered him his best friend and his right hand. Tianlei asks him to wait a little. A little later, he brought him a sword and shield. This is the weapon Tianlei chose for him. This sword is stronger and sharper than the one he has now. And this is a police shield that can even deflect bullets. Although they have firearms, they will not always be able to save them if they are surrounded by zombies. What should they do then? Then, only close combat can save them. Only Xiaoxiang and Tianlei can fight in close combat, but without protection, he can't let him go into battle. Now he can attack and defend, so he trusts him with his back. Li Xiaoxiang was moved by these words. He says that Tianlei entrusted him with such an important role. Tianlei says that he believes in him and asks him not to forget that he is his right hand. This made Li Xiaoxiang burst into tears. He thanks Tianlei for this and says that since childhood only his sister trusted him, he is so touched. Tong Shi was standing around the corner of the building, and she heard it all. After this, Li Xiaoxiang wants to go to Wu Xuan and show this sword to him. But then he met Tong Shi and she said that she wanted to talk to him. They go to a secluded place, and Xiaoxiang did not understand what she wanted from him. Tong Shi proposes marriage to Li Xiaoxiang. Li Xiaoxiang asks if this is a joke. She says she's not joking, but today there was an explosion at the police station, and she's afraid that he might die. Because of this, she realized that she could not live without him. Life is not eternal, especially in days like this after the outbreak. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Therefore, she decided not to wait until they reached base number 6 and get married, so that from now on, they will be a family, and no one will separate them. He is very dear to her, and she does not want to lose him. Li Xiaoxiang says that in fact she doesn't need to do this. He promises to protect her whenever he wants. If she doesn't marry him, he will still take her safely to the 6th base. Tongxi doesn't understand what he means by this. Li Xiaoxiang says that although he is an idiot, he knows that she is an elite girl, and he is just a poor guy without culture and status. There are many other people he does not understand why she is saying this to him. She wants to use him as a support, but he is a man with a lot of danger around him. Tongxi asks what he thinks, that she just wants to use him? Since he doesn't believe her, there's no point in Tongxi staying here. She'll leave right now. Li Xiaoxiang takes her hand and says that it is too dangerous outside, she can't leave. After this, Tongxi takes and kisses Li Xiaoxiang on the lips. She says that even though she is fighting to death, she really wants to be with him. She only loves him and doesn't need anyone else. Li Xiaoxiang asks that everything she says is true. Li Xiaoxiang was overjoyed. After all, he was alone all this time and did not even think that he could marry such a beautiful girl. Li Xiaoxiang addresses his dead younger sister. She was always worried about him not having a girlfriend, but now her brother is getting married. Now he won't be lonely. His sister doesn't have to worry. He turns to Tongxi and thanks her for loving him. He will devote his whole life to her. He will protect him from zombies and other dangers. She will be his goddess. After that, Li Xiaoxiang called all the guys and told them what happened. Chen Feng says that having a wedding is not bad, but won't it be dangerous? And where will they find the dress and wedding ring? But the guys didn't wait long and went to the bridal store. On the way to this store, they shot back at all the zombies that stood in their way. They also managed to get to a jewelry store and find a wedding ring there. Each of the guys was carrying some kind of wedding accessory in their hands. They got to the registry office. Li Xiaoxiang and Tongxi were dressed in wedding clothes and were waiting for the ceremony. Binyan asks Tianlei where they got the record player. Tianlei says they got it from the same store. Wuxuan asks Chen Feng if he is nervous. He replies that he is a little nervous. Chen Feng begins to give a speech. Li Xiaoxiang, Tongxi, are you ready, regardless of wealth and poverty, health and illness, people's lives and hardships, not to leave each other and be together forever? Li Xiaoxiang replies that he is ready. Tongxi also says that she is ready. Now the bride and groom must exchange wedding rings. Li Xiaoxiang put the wedding ring on Tongxi's finger. Now they can kiss each other. After that, Li Xiaoxiang and Tongxi kissed each other. Zhao Tianlei looks at this and is happy for his friends. Binyan says that Li Xiaoxiang should not dare to offend Tongxi. Wu Xuan says that usually people spend a lot of money to organize a wedding. But for Li Xiaoxiang's wedding, they only spent bullets. So to organize the wedding, you only need a box of bullets. Li Xiaoxiang thanks his friends for all this. Tongxi says that this wedding dress and ring are very difficult to find, so using it once would be too wasteful. She suggests that Binyan and Tianlei get married too. Binyang and Tianlei were shocked by what they heard. Wu Xuan says it's a good idea, and Chen Feng says that when he married the two of them, he felt like a registrar. Tongxi takes and pushes Binyan. She wants to go and change her wedding dress. Binyan says that this is too unexpected, and she is not mentally ready yet. The guys also began to persuade Tianlei to do this. They say that next time there may not be such an opportunity. They took risks and spent a lot of ammunition on it. Tianlei shouted loudly for them to let him go. Everyone was scared by his loud voice. He says today is Li Xiaoxiang and Tongxi's wedding. Why should he get married? Wu Xuan tells Tianlei not to be angry because they were just joking. Tianlei says that they are from kindergarten or something to joke about the wedding. Tongxi says that anyway, he and Sister Binyan are in a relationship now. They will still have to get married sooner or later. Doesn't he want to marry Binyan? Tianlei looked at Binyang and could not answer. After this, Binyan began to cry, and she just ran away from this place. Tongxi started shouting that Tianlei was not a man. After all, Binyan is his girlfriend. He doesn't want to take responsibility. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tongxi to calm down. After this, Tianlei ran after Binyang. Tongxi took Li Xiaoxiang by the ear and said that if he dares to do such a thing, she will castrate him. Li Xiaoxiang says he will never do such a thing. Binyan continued to run somewhere. She herself did not know where she was running. But suddenly Tianlei caught up with her and grabbed her hand. He asks her not to run away. Tianlei says there might be zombies in this building. But Binyan breaks away and says that he won't go anywhere with him. She asked Zhao Tianlei if he ever loved her. Tianlei looked down and said that he once said that he would be responsible for her. Binyan replies that she understands. She always thought that she would make him love her. She even stopped being restrained and took the initiative. She thought that after going through all this, he would feel a little affection for her. But she understands that he is with her because of that sense of responsibility. She thanks Tianlei for taking care of her and Tongxi all this time. Now that Tongxi has found someone who will protect her, she can rest easy. She will go her own way and not bother him anymore. Tianlei asks, what do you mean she will go her own way and not bother him? Now that zombies are everywhere, how will she survive on her own? She says that this is her problem, turns around and leaves. But Tianlei does not let her go and tells her not to be a fool. How can she survive without weapons and protection? Binyan says that even if she has nothing, she has her dignity. She can survive. After this, Tianlei says that he likes her. Binyang turns around and asks Tianlei what did he just say. Tianlei looked away and said that he liked her. Binyan asks how much he likes her. Tianlei shows with his hands and says that's about that much. After that, Binyan laughed hard. She says that Tianlei is indeed an honest person. This question should not have been answered so seriously. Binyan says her family is very traditional. She had a very traditional education growing up and didn't talk about love until after college. Despite the fact that rich, handsome men and many other people approached her after work, she did not pay attention to them. The only person she pays attention to is Tianlei, not only because of that night, but also because all this time they were together. Each time she understands more and more what a good person he is. He is kind, strong, and smart, a person who cares about others. She may not be Tianlei's first love, but he is her first love. She wants Tianlei to promise her to forget everything that happened in the past and start from today with a clean slate. She is sure that he will like her more and more, and one day he will truly love her. Tianlei agrees with her words. And then suddenly Tianlei notices someone attacking them behind them. Tianlei kicked the man who was attacking them. After this man began to ask him for help. Tianlei was very surprised because this man's voice seemed very familiar to him. When he looked closer, he recognized this man as Hua. A little later they gave Hua something to drink and feed. Tianlei asks her what she is doing in this place. Tianlei asks her where is Shen Xinyu now, and is she okay, and Wu Bin and Sitong aren't they with her? When Bingyan heard Shen Xinyu's name, she was not very happy. Hua starts crying and says that Wu Bin is dead. Tianlei asks her what happened. Hua says they ran away from school that day and heard a message from Base 6 on the car radio. They thought that if Tianlei survived, he would go there to meet them, so they set off. And as soon as they passed near the stop, they met a car. It was Lin Mu. He was also able to escape from the school. They knew that he was afraid of zombies and could not get out of the car. There was no water or food in the car, and they were hungry for several days, and on the way up the mountain, near which there was a villa. They thought they had found hope for salvation, but they did not expect that it would be a real hell. The owner of this villa, named Jia, was his brother, and he used to be a famous businessman. They had been relaxing with their friends at the villa in recent days, preparing for all this. The guards and workers at the villa became their people. This mountain is a mandatory path from the city center to the base, so there are many survivors passing by, and more people are being led and going to this villa. In Jia Villa, there was one rule. In order to be allowed into the villa, you had to give them all your things. They had no food or weapons, so they gave them the car, hotel, restaurant, casino, bar, everything you need for relaxation. But just like in the world before the outbreak, all this cost a lot of money. Only the Jia brothers and those rich bosses can enjoy all this, while people who came for help tend to work for the bosses in order to eat. There are only two ways to make money. Men use their strength, women sell their bodies. With Shen Xinyu's beauty, as soon as they entered this villa, there were many men who looked at her and wanted to do naughty things to her. Wu Bin worked for several people at once to feed the three of them, while Lin Mu, who had never physically worked in his life, wandered around the villa all day. Somehow Lin Mu came to the brother of the Xia family and became their disciple. They thought that he would no longer bother them. They could not even think. Hua says that she is already tired of eating this dry cake every day. She is already sick of its smell. Shi Tong says Hua shouldn't complain. Wu Bing works day and night so they can eat. By the way, Wu Bin has not returned yet and the food is already cold. Shen Xinyu says Wu Bing says Shi Tong's birthday is coming up and he wants to make money, and get them some meat so they can celebrate. Shitong says that she doesn't even remember when her birthday is. Shen Xinyu says that Wu Bing remembers and he is very kind to her. Hua says maybe he loves her. Shitong says they shouldn't joke. How can he love her? They're just best friends. She simply often helped him, even let him copy his homework. When suddenly someone knocked on the door, they thought that Wu Bin had returned. Shitong walked to the door and opened it. But it was not Wu Bin who stood behind the door, but Lin Mu. Shitong says that no one is welcome here and asks him to leave. But he holds the doors and tells her not to rush, because he is here to help them. He calls Shen Xinya over and says that he wants to introduce her to two famous people. It was Mr. Jia and Wen Shao. He is the young master of this villa, and the two of them are the masters of this town. Mr. Xia approaches Shen Xin and says that he admires her. After that, Shen Xinyu looked at him in disbelief. He tells her not to worry, because he is a good person. Lin Mu told him about her, and he immediately came to see her. He ordered wine and a delicious dinner to be prepared for them, and invites her to spend time with him. But Shen Xinyu says that she has already eaten. Lin Mu says that Mr. Xia invited her to dinner. How dare she refuse such an offer? Mr. Xia asks Lin Mu to be polite to Shen Xinyu. He looked at what they were eating and said, "How can this even be called food?" He says that in his villa there are many free rooms. He invites Shen Xinyu to move into one of the rooms with her friends. Shitong says this man is lying. You can see it on his face. Shen Xinyu thanks him for his kindness, but she says that she is fine here too. Wen Shao calls Shen Xinya a stupid bitch and says that there is no need to talk to her but just use brute force. And after that he ordered to seize her. Lin Mu threw Shen Xinyu into the car. Shen Xinyu says that they are from the same school. Why is he taking revenge on her? Lin Mu says that she is a stupid bitch who always ignored and did not pay attention to him. Moreover, selling her to Mr. Jia could give him a lot of wealth. He missed her for more than 1 day or 2. If she doesn't want Shitong and her friends to die, then she has to do whatever he says. Hua turns to Mr. Xia Wenshao and says that he is a good person. Why is he doing this? He then hit her and says he didn't allow her to touch her. Shitong stood up for Hua and yelled at him. Wenshao says that he and his brother are the kings in this villa. He looked at Shitong and said that she was very sexy. He invited his brother to take her too. But his brother said that he was not interested in other girls except Shen Xinyu. After this, Wenshao ordered his men to throw Hua out, and he was left alone with Shitong. Shitong was very scared and asked him what he was going to do to her. The guy starts to undress and says that she is stupid if she doesn't understand what he is going to do to her. A few hours later, Wu Bin returned. He entered the room and said that the person who sells the meat gave them a large piece. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a terrifying picture. The guards who were supposed to guard the entrance apologize and say that they fell asleep for a while and did not notice when he entered. Wen Shao got dressed and started yelling at his guards. Meanwhile, Wu Bin took a meat cleaver from somewhere. Wen Shao from behind. He wanted to take revenge on him for Shitong. But his guards worked in time, and they neutralized Wu Bin. Shitong says that Wu Bing doesn't need to fight them. But Wen Shao steps on Wu Bing's face and says that Wu Bing has lost his fear. But Wu Bin does not give up and says he will kill him. Wu Bing looks at Shitong and tells her not to be afraid. He will definitely protect her. Wen Shao tells Wu Bing to lick his shoes and maybe he will spare him. But suddenly Wu Bing grabbed a chair and hit Wen Shao with it. Wu Bing grabbed a sharp piece of a chair leg and swung it to stab Wen Shao with it. But Wen Shao's guards picked up a gun and shot at Wu Bing. After this, a number of new holes appeared in Wu Bin's body. Shitong hurried to save Wu Bing. Wen Shao kicked Wu Bing with his foot. Shitong hugged Wu Bing tightly. She cries and asks him not to die. Wen Shao says that Wu Bing is already dead, and he ordered his men to throw away his corpse as zombie food. After Tianlei listened to the whole story, he punched the wall. He says that he will take revenge on Xia Wenshao and Xia Zhiyu and tear them to pieces. Hua says that Shitong disappeared after that. She heard that she was locked somewhere by Xia Zhiyu, and they took her to the dacha, where she was under house arrest. Wu Xiaowen did not touch Shen Xinya. He waited for her to take the initiative. She and Xinyu tried to escape, but they failed. The last time they ran away, she was carried away by the current of the river, and the blue was caught. She says that she knows that Tianlei, Shitong, and Xinyu are classmates and good friends. But Tianlei did not let them finish and says that he will definitely save them. All the guys agreed to go with Zhao Tianlei to save his friends. Tianlei thanked the guys for their help. Tianlei asks Hua to tell him everything about the villa building so he can come up with a plan. After that, Tongxi and Binyang stood and looked at the whole pile of grain. Binyang says that Tianlei and the others found this grain in a store and brought it here. Binyan asks Tongxi if she has her makeup bag with her. Tianlei wants to take Sister Hua, but she might be recognized, so she needs to be disguised. Shitong asks Binyang if they are really going to save Shen Xinyu. Isn't she Zhao Tianlei's first love? Binyan says that even though her man wants to save his first love, however, she asks if Tongxi remembers Yamada and Gu Weiping. At that time, if they were unlucky enough to not meet Tianlei and his team, they would be used as slaves and then thrown away. Shen Xinyu and Shitong, they are like themselves. They feel this despair that no girl should have to experience. Tongxi says that Shen Xinyu is her enemy. What if she comes back and tries to take Tianlei from her? Binyan says that then they will have a love confrontation. And Binyan has never given up in her entire life, so he won't lose. And the invisible enemy for Binyang is not so terrible. Shen Xinyu may already be dead, and Zhao Tianlei will forget about her over time. She is going to defeat her so that Zhao Tianlei loves only her. After some time, Tongxi made up Hua beyond recognition. Now she can be sure that no one will recognize her. Tianlei tells Binyan that he closed all the entrances to this building. There are no zombies inside the building. Until they open the door, they will be safe. Tianlei also suggests that they leave Li Xiaoxiang for protection. But Binyan says that there is no need, because Hua said that there are many people in the villa, and he'll probably need his help too. Tongxi says that Tianlei should not worry about Sister Binyan. She will protect her. Tianlei says that he cannot take Binyang with him because it is very dangerous there. Binyan asks Tianlei why he is not so verbose. She is not the least bit jealous. She is sure that she will win. Binyang wishes good luck to Zhao Tianlei. She whispered in his ear that he was hers, and she would not give him to anyone. After that, she simply kissed Tianlei on the cheek, which made him feel embarrassed. The guys looked at this and thought that they had already become too close. Tianlei tells the guys to take the grain and put it into the car. That same day they went straight to this villa. Wu Xuan and Chun Feng were riding in the cab of the truck, and Tianlei, Xiaoxiang, and Hua were riding in the limousine. They arrived at this villa, and Tianlei asks Hua why there are only 2 guards there. Hua says this was done to confuse passing survivors. In fact, there are many guards in this villa, and they are all armed with pistols. The guards ask them what they are doing here. Tianlei tells them that they are just survivors and want to find shelter from zombies. They saw this place from afar and thought that there were survivors here. It would be great if the guards would allow them to join them. The guard says that luckily they have plenty of space. Mr. Jia is a very kind person, so he will gladly let them in. But in order to get into their villa, you need to pay for the passage. They themselves must understand that now zombies are everywhere, and food and other resources are very valuable. Tianlei understands this and asks how much food they need. The guards answer that it's about 10 kilograms. Li Xiaoxiang asks if 10 kilograms of food per pass is too much. The guards say that this is only an entrance fee. If they want to live longer, each person must pay for life, protection, accommodation per month. They also say that no one is forcing them. If they don't want to, they can go to another place. Tianlei agrees and says that the main thing is that they can survive. The security guard asks them to get out of the car. According to their villa's rules, all new cars and weapons must be left behind to keep them safe. He says they will return their cars and other things to them as soon as they leave. Hua says they don't need to be trusted. She saw people killed alive because they could no longer pay for food and wanted their car back. Tianlei says that he is not going to give them his car and offers them more food. The guard doubts that they will have enough food to leave the car. Tianlei says that they have grain in the car that is worth more than any car. Tianlei got out of the car and went to the trailer of his truck and opened the doors there. The whole truck was chock full of grain. The guards were surprised by so much grain. They don't know what to do and are thinking of calling Mr. Jia. One of the guards ran inside the villa to call Mr. Jia. Finally, the security guard brought Mr. Jia and told him about this situation. When Hua saw him, she was very scared. Xia Wen Shao introduces himself as Tianlei and says that he is the owner of this villa. Tianlei also told him his name. Mr. Jia says the guards told him everything. Now there are a lot of zombies everywhere, and food is now the price of gold, especially grain. He asks where Tianlei got this grain. Tianlei says that they don't have to worry, because they ate this grain until they got here. It is not poisoned. Mr. Jia says that Tianlei misunderstood him. Tianlei says that he knows that in order to get into their villa, they need to hand over their cars. But they got here and were able to survive thanks to these cars. If they had, he and his friends would have died, so he doesn't want to give up these cars. Tianlei says that he can guarantee that he will not leave the villa without permission, and is willing to provide another 100 kilograms of grain as a guarantee. And they will also follow all the rules. If they break anything, Mr. Jia can kick them out. Mr. Jia says there are zombies everywhere now, so people should unite. His villa, where the survivors live, is a place where people can be safe and not even think about escaping. The reason for this situation is to ensure the safety of every person. But there are always exceptions, and he believes that Tianlei is not a bad person and is willing to make friends with them. Mr. Xia orders the guards to open the gate. Tianlei and Mr. Xia shook hands. Tianlei says that although he is a kind person, sometimes he can take revenge. He says that you need to make friends with him, and he will definitely not regret it. Mr. Xia did not understand what Tianlei was talking about. After that, Tianlei and his team moved inside the villa. When they looked around, they saw a large number of armed guards. Wu Xuan says that this place is better protected than a police station. Chen Feng says that there are people everywhere here, and there is also barbed wire on the walls. This place looks like a prison. Tianlei cannot understand why Mr. Xia is accepting people into this villa. Mr. Xia says they don't have much food, so they give people protection and they give them something in return. Initially, food was stored on the estate, which has long since run out, and now people have to be sent in searches. However, Tianlei does not have to worry about safety. These people, they used to be his bodyguards, and some of them were mercenaries, and they protect them from zombies. And these walls are very strong, and there is also barbed wire on them. Even a fly cannot pass through them without his permission. Tianlei says that he feels relieved now. He says that Mr. Xia is a very good person, very generous and kind. Mr. Xia says that there is a separate house with a garage next to his house. He invites them to stay there, to which Tianlei agrees. Mr. Xia orders his guard to take Jia Tianlei to this house, after which they went to this house with a garage. Finally, they arrived at the place. The guard says that Mr. Xia said that the 100 kilograms of food they gave solved the food problem. From today, they are the honored guests of the villa. If they want anything, they can order it at any time. Tianlei thanks him for this. Then the guard invites them to have a good rest, and he will go back. The guard began to walk away from them. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang looked at each other. Chen Feng says that he sees that this is a good place and offers to stay here, and Wu Xuan says that rich people once lived in this place. Tianlei says out loud that they haven't paid for a lot of food anyway. What to fear, they now have little food left, but they have a warehouse. Such a large machine is less than 1/10 full. Do they have a warehouse? When will they be able to ship food? Tianlei asks them to speak more quietly because they might be heard. The guard overheard this entire fake conversation. When Mr. Xia told his brother all this, he didn't believe that they actually had 100 kilograms of food in the van. He says what should they expect? He offers to grab them and take away everything they have. Then the guard who overheard the conversation and reported everything to him approached Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia listened to the guard and asked his brother not to be so impulsive, and suggested that he just watch for now. He says he just got a report that they have a food storage area outside, and that's just a small part of what they have. His brother was very surprised and realized that this meant they had even more grain. Mr. Xia says he thought it would be a big fish, but it turned out to be a whale. His brother confirms this and says that it is indeed a big catch. But there is so much grain, how can they get it? Mr. Xia says that there is no need for such a rush as long as they have people, and where will they run away? Now the most important thing for them is to provide them with good conditions, and then deceive them. They want to force Tianlei to trust them, and then find out the location of the vault. His brother asks what if they die and don't say anything. Mr. Xia says that since they are hiding so much grain, they will naturally come back to pick it up. They want to follow them and find out the location of the warehouse and take their grain. Wu Xuan says that when he was a bodyguard, he was in the homes of many rich people, but even they did not have such luxury. Hua says that Xiao Wenshao himself was also in business, so he is a very serious person. As written in the novella, what captures the lifeblood of the world economy is not just money, but he is very suspicious. This villa is not far from where he lives, and many rich people wanted to buy it, but he refused everyone. It looks like they are actually guests and maybe living here. She says it's a really good move. Using a fictitious granary as bait not only made him afraid, but also made him move slightly. They are in an excellent location. It will be much more convenient to watch from here. Even almost all buildings are within sight. Suddenly they heard some sound coming from the suitcases, but Li Xiaoxiang asked them not to worry. Binyan got out. Everyone was very surprised when they saw this. Li Xiaoxiang, with tears in his eyes, asks Tianlei for forgiveness for this. Binyan says it's not Li Xiaoxiang's fault. It's all her fault. Tianlei started shouting at them, because they promised that they would wait in the building. Why are they here? Tongxi says that Binyang was worried about Tianlei. Tianlei says they don't understand how dangerous this place is. They could get hurt here. Binyan says that she is here because she wants Tianlei to know that she is not just hiding in a safe corner and waiting for him to save her. She will not bear it if anything happens to him. She doesn't want to sit in safety and worry if something happened to him. Also, this isn't zombie fighting. Although she can't fight, she can help with the plan. The guys say that they really could use some help. Binyan asks Tianlei not to be angry, because she is already here anyway and will not go anywhere. Tianlei says that the two of them should not even think of going out and should stay at home with Sister Hua, and they need to avoid being discovered. When suddenly someone knocked on their door, Tianlei orders the girls to go upstairs and hide. A security guard knocks on their door and says that Mr. Jia has prepared drinks and invites him and his friends. Evening came and it got dark outside. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang arrived at Mr. Xia's for dinner. Tianlei says that Mr. Xia is very kind. They are new here, but he decided to treat them. Mr. Xia says he should have invited him and his friends. Tianlei says that they were so tired on the way here, he thanks Mr. Xia for allowing them to stay in his villa. Mr. Xia introduced his brother Xia Jiaoyu to them. After that, they invited them to sit at the table. Mr. Xia pours the wine and says that it is a limited edition vintage French Bordeaux red wine, of which there used to be only 8 bottles in the world. He invites them to drink it. Wu Xuan warns Tianlei to be careful with the wine. Tianlei says that they are poor students who used to only drink beer, so that is what they will drink. He takes out a pack of beer and puts it on the table. The Xia brothers were surprised by this. Tianlei took out a bottle of beer and made a toast. Xia Jiaoyu asks them, "Are they really going to drink this?" But his brother says that wine is a drink for rich people, but for survivors, beer is just right. He also takes a bottle of beer and says that he is ready to drink with them. Tianlei liked this action. Mr. Xia asks what plans they have for the future. Do they want to live here for a long time or leave? Tianlei says that he heard on the news that there is a base number 6 that the government created for survivors. There are a lot of resources there and the base is under the protection of the army. He seems to be a good choice. But he is not sure, so he would like to hear Mr. Xia's advice. Xia Jiaoyu tells them to stay here. What's even good about that base? He is sure that as soon as they enter their place, their car with grain will be immediately confiscated, and perhaps even one of them will be caught. It's much better here than in that base. He and his brother will provide them with better conditions and security, and they won't have to worry about food and safety. Tianlei says this offer sounds tempting. Mr. Xia says so they don't misunderstand him. They don't force them. It's up to them to decide. Tianlei says that their villa is really not bad. Mr. Xiao says that the only reason the villa looks so peaceful now is because he keeps people in order and safe. But he won't be able to keep order for long. The food is not endless, and as soon as it runs out, a riot may occur. There are so many women and children in the villa that he really can't let them lose a place where they can live safely. Thus, their arrival really helped him with his food problem, and if Tianlei is willing to stay, it will really help him. Wu Xuan realized that Mr. Xia wanted more grain. He says that they have already given them more than 100 kilograms of grain, which is not so little. Tianlei says that Mr. Xia is a good person. He works for the safety of others. He believes that they should help too. Mr. Xia asks what does it mean they agree, but Tianlei says that this beer is diuretic. He asks, where is the toilet here? Mr. Xia ordered one of the guards to take Tianlei to the restroom. After that, Tianlei, accompanied by a guard, walked down the corridor to the toilet. He remembers how Hua told him that on the 2nd floor on the left there is the penultimate room. It is near the toilet. But then they ran away and, perhaps, the room had already been changed. Meanwhile, the guard brought Tianlei to the restroom. Tianlei tells the guard that he can go. He can handle the rest himself. The guard says that then he will wait for him downstairs. The guard comes down the stairs. Tianlei followed him, but he did not go to the toilet, but walked further along the corridor. And suddenly, while Tianlei was walking along the corridor, he heard a conversation as a maid was persuading someone to drink some medicine. But this man did not want to take any medicine. After that, the maid left. Tianlei walked to the door and knocked on it. He asked if Xinyu was inside. The girl inside asked who it was. Tianlei replies that it is him. When Shen Xinyu heard that it was Tianlei, she was very happy. Shen Xinyu came closer to the door but did not open it. Tianlei asks her if she is okay. And didn't that bastard Jia touch her? Shen Xinyu says that luckily he was kind to her and didn't do anything to her. She also asks Tianlei how did he get here. Tianlei says that Sister Hua asked to save her. Xinyu asks if Hua is alive now. Tianlei says that they met with her and she explained what happened to her after they left school. Shen Xinyu asks Tianlei to pick her up as soon as possible. Although this Xia Wenshao is kind to her, he is becoming more and more impatient. She doesn't know what will happen tomorrow. She's already going crazy. She can't be here for a minute. Tianlei says he can't take her now. He hasn't found Shitong yet, so he can't save her yet. Shen Xinyu says that she is very sorry for Shitong. Tianlei asks if she knows where Shitong is now. Shen Xinyu says that she doesn't know. All she knows is that she was locked up by Xia Zhiyu, but not in this villa. Tianlei says he just heard the servant say that she needs to take medicine. He asks if she is sick. Shen Xinyu says that the last time she ran away, she fell and hurt herself. Tianlei says that Xinyu should take medicine to be cured. He asks her to trust him. When he finds Shitong, he will definitely save her, and they will leave this place. Shen Xinyu says that she will eat well and save her strength while waiting for him to save her. But suddenly Mr. Xia quietly crept up to Tianlei. He asks what Tianlei is doing here. Tianlei began to panic a little. He says that this villa is so big that when he came out of the toilet he got a little lost. Mr. Xia says that damn guard left the guest alone. He wants to punish him. Tianlei says that there is no need to punish him because it is her own fault that he got lost. Also, Tianlei heard someone talking in this room just now. He asks that it could be someone from the Xia family. So why didn't he have lunch with them? Mr. Xia says that this is his wife. She has health problems, which is why she only eats dinner in bed. After that, they go downstairs so as not to keep the others waiting. When they went downstairs to the others, Brother Xia asks that there are problems with the famous star again. Mr. Xia says there are guests here and asks him not to talk nonsense. Tianlei decided to play along and says that it turns out that Mr. Xia's wife is a famous star. Now it's clear that it's a pity that she can't have lunch with them. Mr. Xia says she's not that famous, she's just been in a few commercials. Tianlei says that Mr. Xia is a very humble person, but he is handsome and young and decided to get married so early. Apparently there are a lot of people who can't stop talking about him and his wife. His brother says he doesn't like to brag about his wife. Mr. Xia asks his brother how things are going with that girl. Tianlei realized that they were talking about Shitong. Xia Zhiouyu says that this girl is like a mad dog. He sent her to that guy named Lun Mu. Tianlei became very angry when he heard this. Mr. Xia says Tianlei doesn't look well. Wu Xuan asks Tianlei if his stomach hurts. Could he be constipated? Tianlei decided to play along and says that apparently it is so. His stomach actually hurts a lot. Maybe it's because he ate so much food. He says he's going to go to the restroom again. Tianlei apologizes for today and suggests they talk next time. Mr. Xia says it's okay. He suggests they go back and rest. After that, Tianlei and Wu Xuan went to their home. Xia Zhiouyu says stomach problems are bad. He asks his servant to bring him an air freshener. Tianlei says that he was so angry that he could not control himself. He thanks Wu Xuan for stopping him. Wu Xuan asks Tianlei that the girl they were talking about was his prefect. Tianlei replies that yes it is, and they gave it to Lin Mu. But Wu Xuan asks Tianlei not to worry about it. He will take care of everything. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyu stands at the window and waits for Tianlei to come to her and save her. Tianlei, who came to her room, but Mr. Xia, he says that he heard that she has not taken her medicine today. He will worry if she feels bad. He wants the girl to take medicine, but Shen Xinyu lowered her head and closed her eyes, indicating that she did not want to. He says that the girl should know that he has already given her enough time. He has never been so lenient towards women. He loves her. But if she cannot accept his love, then she is unworthy of him. He's a businessman, and if he pays too much and doesn't get paid in return, he doesn't do anything stupid. He gives her two options, or she must take her medicine and marry him when she is better. He walked closer to her and quietly whispered that what he couldn't have, he wouldn't let anyone else have it. Xinyu remembers her conversation with Tianlei a couple of hours ago, and Tianlei says that she should choose the first option. He asks her to believe that once he finds Shitong, he will immediately come for her. Xinyu says that she will accept his proposal. After all, he was very kind to her. She has no reason to refuse him. Now she realized that she wanted to marry him. Mr. Xia was happy about this. He says that she finally understood it. He says that he will prepare the best wedding for her, even better than before the outbreak of the zombie virus. He hugs the girl, and she, in turn, counts the time when Tianlei will save her. Meanwhile, Lin Mu is walking somewhere down the street and talking to some scum. These scum begged him for a pack of cigarettes, and he gave it to them. Lin Mu says that he is a kind person, and everyone who follows him should benefit him. When he said goodbye to those scum, he walked further down the street and thinks he's a hillbilly who doesn't even deserve to talk to him. He thinks that how can he, the great Linda Shadao, stoop to such a hillbilly? And suddenly he heard someone behind him calling his name. He immediately turned around to see who it was. Tianlei standing behind him with two more guys he didn't know. He was very surprised when he saw Zhao Tianlei in front of him. He couldn't believe that Zhao Tianlei was still alive. Tianlei says that how can he die when a scumbag like Lin Mu is still alive? Lin Mu asks Tianlei what he is going to do with him. He says that if anything happens to him, it will be the end for them all. He wants to be released quickly, or Master Xia will punish them. Lin Xiaoxiang took out a bottle of wine and pointedly shows it to Lin Mu. He says that if Lin Mu is now telling them about Xia Wenshao and Xia Zhiyu, but they just had dinner at his house, and he gave this bottle of wine to Tianlei. Lin Mu did not believe them and says that they will not deceive him. After that, they dragged him to their home. Li Xiaoxiang says that whether he believes Lin Mu or not, it doesn't matter to him, but brother Tianlei gave 100 kilograms of grain, and his brother Xia would immediately start sucking up to him if he found out that Lin Mu had insulted Tianlei. After this, Lin Mu began to make excuses and says that although he and Tianlei had minor differences before, they are classmates. He wants Tianlei to let him go. Tianlei says that he is amazed at Lin Mu's impudence. Tianlei says he will give him a chance, but what benefit will it bring him? Lin Mu thought about it. He doesn't even know what benefit it can bring him. Tianlei wants Lin Mu to tell him where Shitong is. Wu Xuan tells Lin Mu not to pretend that he doesn't understand. If he doesn't tell them where she is, or if he deceives them, they will simply kill him. Lin Mu says that he will tell everything. He says that the day he ran away from school, he ran into Shitong, but there were many zombies there, and he couldn't get out of the car. If he got out of the car, zombies could attack him, and they themselves should understand that girls are not as strong as men and can be easily killed by zombies. But someone from the shadows tells him not to talk nonsense. It was Hua's girl. She runs up to him and says that he killed Wu Bing and Shi Tong. Moreover, he gave Xinya to Xia Wenshao. But then Binyan and Tongxi came down the stairs. Binyang says that it turns out that there are people like him in Yuzhou Academy. She is ashamed that there is trash like him in this academy. When Lin Mu saw these girls, he recognized Zhen Binyan, because she is the goddess of their academy. He asks her why she is next to Zhao Tianli. Binyang walked up to Tianlei and took his hand and said that he was her boyfriend. And suddenly Lin Mu began to laugh loudly. He thinks God has gone crazy. He didn't understand how this poor man Zhao Tianlei got such a girl. He believes that Tianlei is just trash. In his opinion, he should obey his master like a dog and crawl on the floor. He did not understand why Tianlei got all this. After all, he, the great Lin Mu, should have received all this. After these words, Tianlei kicks him in the stomach. Tianlei says that God is not crazy. Why on earth should he give something to such scum as Lin Mu? Tianlei says that he will deal with Lin Mu soon, but first he must tell him where Shitong is. Lin Mu asks what will happen to him if he doesn't say anything. He says that the headman is now suffering in one dark place, but he will not tell him where she is even if he tortures him. Tianlei was very angry at these words. Lin Mu laughed again and said that Tianlei has a facial expression like a dog that has been hit, but cannot bite back. He also says that Tianlei has always been worthless trash in front of him. Tianlei says that even if he doesn't say anything, he can get information from the Xia brothers. As for him, Tianlei will not kill him. It will be too easy. Tianlei says that he heard that Wu Bing suffered before he died. His brother suffered, and he would make him suffer 10 times more than he did. Tianlei leaves and orders his boys to cut Lin Mu into pieces. Tianlei wants him to stay alive, and then he needs to be thrown out as zombie food. After that, Li Xiaoxiang picked up a knife and said that he would start from the beginning with his tongue. Lin Mu was very scared by this and says that he sold Tongxi at the city market. Hua was very scared when she heard that he sold Shitong to the city market. Wu Xuan asks her what is going on in this city market. Hua says that this market is the very bottom of this villa, and only people who really can't earn enough to eat go there to use their bodies in exchange for food. Most of them are girls. Some of them sell themselves, and not some of them were sold by their own family. A person who enters there immediately loses his dignity, and these girls are used as slaves, and they do whatever they want with them. Tongxi says these girls are being made into whores. The environment there is terrible, dirty and smelly, but they can earn food there, and they pay taxes for the summer. Sometimes in one day you can only get half a packet of noodles, or no food at all. Many girls don't last a few days and die either from hunger or from disease. Tianlei couldn't take it anymore and punched Lin Mu in the face. He grabs Lin Mu by the hair and says that he better beg God for Jitong to be okay. Otherwise he will make him suffer and then kill him. Tianlei tells Wu Xuan and Chen Fang that they will go in search of Shitong tomorrow morning, and Li Xiaoxiang will protect Binyan and the others. All the guys agreed with this. The next morning, they went to the same market. At this market, girls asked people passing by for food. Wu Xuan thought that this only happened in films. He could not even think that this would happen in life. This is truly a tragedy of humanity. Suddenly, Wu Xuan noticed that something was wrong with Officer Fang. Officer Fang turned his attention to some guys. He says that he saw their photographs in the archives. They had previously been arrested for hooliganism. If it had been before, he would have put them in jail. But now he can only watch. He thinks that now he is really useless. Tianlei asks not to blame himself. It's not his fault. These wicked people may be arrogant. They are lucky. But if they encounter them, their good day will come to an end. Tianlei promises him that when they get rid of the Xia brothers, they will punish all these bastards, by which time the girl will not have to suffer. And suddenly they notice something in front of them. A girl with a baby behind her stops some guy and says that he didn't give her bread. After that, the guy simply kicked this girl in the stomach. The guy says that he won't give her anything because her child cried all the time and ruined his mood. The girl is crying and worried about her child. But Tianlei didn't wait long and simply punched this fat man in the face. But this fat man's friends begin to attack Tianlei. But Tianlei took out his axe, and those guys immediately stopped. Tianlei asked this guy what he should cut off first. But the guys immediately started saying that they were sorry and they didn't want to do it. Tianlei says that bastards like them piss him off and orders them to leave their food here and leave. Those scum agree to this and quickly leave. Tianlei gave away all the food he received from that girl's garbage. The girl thanks them for their help and says that if it weren't for them, she and her child would be hungry today. She asks them how she can thank them today. Tianlei says that he doesn't need anything, but if possible, he would like to ask her something. He asks if there are new schoolgirls in this market, beautiful with long hair, well-groomed. This person was his classmate, and she came to this villa a few days before him, but he couldn't find her anywhere. He heard that someone had seen her in the area, so he came here. The girl says that schoolgirls are quite rare in this villa. Tianlei was upset that he did not find out any information. After this, Tianlei says goodbye to the girl and thanks her for the information. But the Kopek piece stops him and says that she remembered. She says that she knows a girl who seems to have gone to school, but he doesn't know if this is the person he's looking for. The girl says that she is a good person. She always helped her and her child. Later, somehow offended Xia Zhiyu came here, but she would rather die than sell her body. Finally, they reached the place where Shi Tong should be, and suddenly a man fell out of this door, and a voice from behind the door tells him to get out. Tianlei thought that it was Shi Tong's voice. Tianlei didn't wait long and just hit this man. He asks how dare he do this to Shi Tong. But suddenly a girl came out of this door and asked why they hit this guy. This girl says that this is her husband. They were quarreling with each other. After that, they all went inside their house. And the girl says that it turns out that she is not the one they are looking for. This girl says she's a graduate student from medical school, not some government college. Tianlei asks for forgiveness from the guy he hit. The guy says that nothing bad happened. And his wife says that although the injury is not severe, now in this situation there are not even anti-inflammatory drugs, and after infection you can die. Her husband says that Tianlei just thought that she was his classmate, which is understandable. The guy says that this is his wife Wang Shuqing, Although she acts so boldly, she is very caring. Qin Feng asks why this guy looked serious when he said that he would sell his wife. The guy says his name is Sun Desheng and his wife's name is Wang Shuiqing, and they arrived at the villa a month ago. He is a mechanical engineer and his wife is studying medicine, so they are here to help people in need. Until one day, the Xia family sent people to say that Xia's wife, Wen Shao, had fallen into the water and had a high fever, and Wang Shuiqing asked to help her. Xia Zhiyu plotted against her, and Shuiqing stabbed him to protect herself. Xia Zhiyu got angry and sent them here, trying to force Shuiqing to do something like that. He also ordered all the people in the villa not to ask them for help, otherwise it would be against him. Luckily, they had friends who stole grain and brought him some tool parts so they could survive. But now food is becoming less and less. They can't even take care of themselves, so they don't bother others anymore. He and Shuiqing have not eaten anything for several days, and they may die of hunger. Yesterday, Boss Wang found him and said that he could tell Xia Zhiyu everything and take Shuiqing away. He was a rich man in this villa before he got asthma. He almost died, and it was Shuiqing who saved him. He was always grateful to Shuiqing, and he liked her, so he thought. His wife says he wants to sell her, leaving himself here to die alone. The guy says that this is the only way she can survive. His wife tells him not to talk nonsense, because when they got married, they told each other that they would be together for the rest of their lives. She cannot leave him alone and live with another man. She asks her husband not to be an idiot. He hugs her and says that he is not an idiot, but he would rather die than lose her. Tianlei says that Xia Zhiyu is a terrible liar. At that time, Xia Zhiyu tried to kill them, but was stopped by Xia Wenshao. Tianlei suggests that it might be because Shuiqing is the only person in the villa who studies medicine, and he wants to use it. And then Tianlei, to help this guy, offers him to buy everything he has. He offers him 100 kilograms of grain. The guy says that this rusty iron and copper is not even worth a kilogram of grain. Tianlei says it's okay, and he wants to add 10 more bottles of water. With this, they will temporarily not worry about food. Tianlei assures this guy that once he deals with the Xia family, they can live normally. Tianlei leaves their house and says that now he still has some things to do. He will tell them to bring grain. The girl who brought them here says that she also needs to go and take care of the child. But suddenly a girl doctor stops them and says that she knows one place where his classmate may be. Across the road is a bar where women and children were carefully selected by the Xia brothers to serve the rich people. But she says that she has not yet forgiven him for hitting her husband. She also says that she won't take their grain if they can't find his classmate. Tianlei thanks her and says that this information will greatly help him. After some time, they arrived at this club. They tied up the security guards of this club and stripped them. And they themselves changed into their costumes so that they would not be noticed in this club. Wushuan asks Tianlei why they should pretend to be workers. Isn't it easier to pretend to be rich guests? Tianlei says that this place is not the same as the population market. Many of these guests are friends of the Xia family, and workers have a greater chance of finding out some information. Chenfeng agrees with Tianlei's opinion. Tianlei shows them a photo of what Shitong looks like. If they see someone like him, they should tell him immediately. After that, Tianlei entered a room. He addresses the man as his boss and says he brought drinks and food. But the man got angry and said that he did not allow him to come here. He threw an ashtray at the door. Tianlei walked along the corridor for a long time, looking for a room in which Shitong could be located. Suddenly, some 2 workers were walking along this corridor. They were talking about how one man had a neurological disease, a bunch of perverted hobbies. Many girls refused to serve him. But he is Mr. Xia's friend. They must serve him. They say this man should be sent to room number 1303. Let that girl with the surname Shi serve him. Tianlei heard this and immediately hurried to room number 1303. When he entered this room, he heard someone talking in it. It was some crazy guy who was dressed in a nurse's costume. He pestered Shitong. Tianlei immediately punched this man in the face. He immediately walked towards Shitong and picked her up. But Shitong looked at Tianlei as if she didn't know him. Tianlei tries to tell her that it is him, but she does not recognize him. And then Shitong got scared and began to break away from Tianlei's embrace. Tianlei does not understand what is happening to Shitong. Tianlei hugged Shitong and asks her forgiveness for coming too late. Shitong cries and shouts that Tianlei will come to her aid and punish everyone. Tianlei assures her that she will make everyone who hurt her suffer. After some time, Tianlei brought Shitong to his home. Binyang and Tongxi came to visit Shitong. But Officer Chen Feng says that you can't go to her now. Her condition doesn't seem to be very good. It looks like she's gone crazy. He doesn't know what exactly happened, but Tianlei found her. But she went crazy, and even Tianlei doesn't know what to do. She has bruises all over her body. He can't even imagine what she went through. They contacted Dr. Wang Shuiqing, who is treating her. She says her mental state is unstable now, and she'd better not meet strangers because she'll get worse. Meanwhile, Shitong lay tied up in the doctor's office. Hua says she is uncomfortable and asks the doctor to untie her. But the doctor says that her wound has become infected, and if it is not treated, she will die. They don't have a tranquilizer to make her sleep, so they have to keep her tied up, or they won't be able to give her the medicine. When Zhao Tianlei returned, he took Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan and went to the garage, saying that this would make those bastards pay for everything. They grabbed a girl from that club and tied her up. This girl says she's just a worker. What's the point of robbing her? Li Xiaoxiang says that they already have a lot of grain. They don't need anything from her. The girl asks what they are going to do with her. Tianlei asks her why Shitong became like this. Tianlei repeats his question. The girl asks who Shitong is. Wu Xuan says that this is the girl she locked in room 1301. The girl understood who they were talking about and asked them if it was their friend. Li Xiaoxiang tells her to shut her mouth. They are the ones asking questions, not her. The girl asks not to kill her. She says that it was not her. It was Lin Mu who made her like this. Tianlei asked her who did this. The girl says that it was really Lin Mu. She heard that this girl had offended Mr. Jiawen Shao, so Lin Mu sold her to the city market. After she went to the city market, many guests raped her and bullied her, so she couldn't stand it and went crazy. She heard her guests say that Shitong is a great bitch. You can play with her as much as you want and she won't resist and will do whatever you ask. Tianlei grabs her and asks why she just locked Shitong in that room and sent perverted guests to her to rape and abuse her. The girl says she thought she was crazy anyway and doesn't feel pain. Instead of letting other girls suffer, it would be better to let them bully her. Tianlei is angry with this girl and says that she should die, but not now. She doesn't deserve to just die. After that, Tianlei tied up this girl, the guy who raped Shitong and Lin Mu. He put them in the car and is taking them somewhere. Finally, they arrived at some gate, and Tianlei ordered them to get out of the car. Lin Mu takes off his blindfold and says that Zhao Tianlei cannot scare him with death. He is not afraid of anything. When they took off the blindfolds from their eyes, Lin Mu was immediately unable to understand what kind of place this was. But the girl recognized this place. This place is called the Killing Field. This is a place where human corpses are thrown out to feed zombies. Corpses are thrown here so they don't stink and attract zombies. Because of this place is called the Killing Field. Lin Mu was scared and asks Tianlei not to do this. They studied together. He asks for forgiveness for bullying him. Tianlei says that Lin Mu killed Wu Bing, sold Shitong to the market as a prostitute, and captured Shen Xinyu, and after that, he says that they studied together and he should be forgiven. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan closed the gate. Tianlei said immediately, he will make them suffer 1,000 times more than they did. Tianlei takes out a sniper rifle and tells Lin Mu to go there and ask for his forgiveness, where he threw out the dead Wu Bing. The girl and the guy begin to beg Tianlei for forgiveness, but Tianlei simply started shooting at their legs. Tianlei tells his guys that they can go, while he watches them being eaten by zombies. These shots immediately attracted zombies there, and immediately these zombies chased after their victims. Lin Mu acted like a scumbag and left that girl to be eaten by zombies, and the zombies immediately began to devour the girl, and Lin Mu and that guy continued to run away from the zombies. Lin Mu climbed the tree like a vile coward, but that guy also climbed Lin Mu's tree and asked him for help. Lin Mu looks at this guy meanly and says that he will help him now. Lin Mu kicks this guy in the face and says that the zombies will help him. This guy fell from a tree to the ground and hit his back hard. And then the zombies immediately arrived and ate this guy. Lin Mu continues to sit on the tree and taunts the zombies that they really cannot climb the tree. He says he won't die just like that. But then suddenly Tianlei shot Lin Mu's knee. This caused Lin Mu to fall from the tree. Lin Mu lies on the ground and shouts threats towards Tianlei. But the zombies began to move closer and closer to Lin Mu. Lin Mu shouts for the zombies not to come near him. After this, the zombies got scared of something and ran away from this place, which caused Lin Mu to start laughing loudly. He says that even God helped him, he will never die. But all this was due to the fact that some huge zombie was standing behind him. Tianlei watches as the zombies begin to run away and says that something similar happened near the police station. Has the licking devourer appeared? Tianlei went deep into the forest to check the situation. And suddenly Tianlei heard a sound. When he looked, he saw some monster devouring Lin Mu. Then the monster takes the guy in the nurse costume into his hand, and it begins to absorb it with some tentacles. Tianlei summons the virtual god. The virtual god asks why Tianlei calls him again at night. He says that he wants to sleep. The virtual god, when he saw this monster, asks Tianlei what the hell this is. Tianlei says that he himself wanted to ask him. Tianlei has never seen such a zombie. He wants the virtual god to tell information about him. The virtual god says that this zombie's face is too ugly to be recognized. Tianlei says that shouldn't a virtual god have all the information about anyone who has seen a zombie? The virtual god says that the database only contains species that have been discovered and recorded, and this must be a new type of mutation, so there is no information about it. However, this can be obtained using system analysis, but this will take some time. Meanwhile, the zombie was still devouring Lin Mu. It was so painful for him, he was still alive and calling for help. But suddenly Lin Mu noticed Tianlei standing behind the tree. Lin Mu calls for help and looks straight at Tianlei. Because of this, the zombie also noticed Tianlei. Tianlei was afraid of this, because he was not ready to be discovered by this zombie. The giant zombie immediately began to attack Tianlei and destroy all the trees in its path. Tianlei, in turn, ran away from this zombie and fired back at him with a rifle. The rifle shots made several holes in this zombie, but these holes in the zombie's body quickly healed, and then Tianlei realized that bullets were useless against this zombie. The virtual god warns Tianlei that this zombie can kill him. Tianlei asks the virtual god what's going on with the virtual analysis. The system asks not to rush him. He does it as soon as he can. This zombie grabbed the Tianlei rifle with his hand, and he snatched it from his hands and threw it away. Meanwhile, the system analysis was completed. This is a new species, the product of a human mutation, the speed and power of about a third of a zombie mutation. The body has a strong ability to absorb and regenerate, can modify its body to absorb a person. The reason is that ontology, when infected with a virus, is greatly destroyed, activating the virus's self-preservation system, which leads to a change in the overall cellular structure. He has this body because he has absorbed many zombie and human bodies. Now Tianlei understands why this monster is so huge. He also wonders what his weakness is. The virtual god says that the system can only analyze information and abilities, and a weak point can only be known if it has been discovered. Tianlei takes out his axe and says that this will be difficult, but he thinks he can handle it. Lin Mu was still alive and asks Tianlei if he really doesn't recognize this zombie. Tianlei didn't immediately understand what was going on. Lin Mu asks him to look at the scars of this zombie. He immediately recognized him. This zombie is Wu Bin. Tianlei was shocked when he heard this. Wu Bing died a terrible death. His body was cut with a knife, and Xia Zhiyu ordered it all. The reason is that the body, simultaneously infected with the virus, was severely damaged and began to stimulate the virus's self-defense system. Tianlei turns to the zombie and asks him if he is really Wu Bing, but this zombie just takes and beats Tianlei. The zombie pinned Tianlei to a tree. But Tianlei does not give up and turns to this zombie. He wants to awaken the Wu Bing in him. The virtual god says that it is useless. He does not have human memory and does not recognize Tianlei. The virtual god tells Tianlei to cut off his hand or the zombie will eat him. Lin Mu was already almost eaten by this zombie, but he laughs and asks Tianlei how it feels to be eaten by his best friend. Lin Mu says that Wu Bing became like this because of Tianlei, and what happened to Shi Tong and Shen Xinyu is also Tianlei's fault. Even then in the library, he forced them to go against him. If he had not forced them to resist, nothing would have happened to them. Lin Mu says that he will not lose, and everything in front of him is garbage. Tianlei looks at this zombie and asks Wu Bing for forgiveness for not making it in time and being hurt. Tianlei begins to cry and beg his forgiveness even more. But this zombie felt something, and suddenly he released Tianlei, and the zombie began to try to pronounce the name Tianlei. Tianlei was glad that Wu Bing began to recognize him. The virtual god says that this is just a small part of the memories that he has preserved. But this will not last long. He loses control of himself. Tianlei must run away now. Tianlei decided to reach out to Wu Bing again and calls his name. This zombie starts growling loudly again. The virtual god tells Tianlei to leave while there is still time. Tianlei clenched his teeth tightly, and the zombie ran away from it. Tianlei ran to his car and went home. When they entered their home, Tianlei heard some screams. Shi Tong was running away from Bin Yan. She says that Bin Yan is a bad woman. But when Shi Tong saw Tianlei, she was very happy. Shi Tong asks Tianlei to save her. She says that everyone here is bad people and wants to harm her. When Tianlei asked what was going on here, Bin Yan says that she prepared some porridge and wanted to give it to Shi Tong, but she didn't think it would scare her. Tianlei warned her not to be disturbed. Why did she need to be warned? Bin Yan begins to say that she just saw Shi Tong waking up and she just decided, but Tianlei interrupted her and told her to shut her mouth. Tianlei took Shi Tong and takes her to the room. Wu Xuan tells Bin Yang not to be angry with him. He says that Tianlei didn't mean it. He's just in a bad mood right now. Bin Yan asks what exactly happened. Wu Xuan says that we are talking about Wu Bing. Meanwhile, Tianlei brought Shi Tong to her room and asks the doctor what about Shi Tong's illness. The doctor says that she still has injuries. She is already being treated and may recover after some time. The important thing is that she is mentally damaged, and she seems to be very irritated, so she has withdrawn into herself. Tianlei asks the doctor if this can be cured. The doctor says that she is not a psychiatrist and does not know much about this aspect. However, according to some literature data, some patients may be cured after the action of the drug and psychological care or other external stimuli and rehabilitation. But now that the conditions are limited, all Tianlei can do is calm her down, so that she is in a safe and relaxing environment. She cannot be nervous. Tianlei says that Shi Tong's condition is still unstable and the doctor and her husband will live here. The doctor says she doesn't need gratitude. She teased the food that Tianlei left it to the girls at the city market and to some of her patients, many of whom will be able to survive thanks to this food. So she will repay this food. Tianlei thanks the doctor for this. Shi Tong hugged Tianlei tightly and said that she was scared. Tianlei asks Shi Tong not to be afraid because he is next to her. A little later, Tianlei called everyone together to tell them the plan to save Shen Xinyu. Tianlei suggests using zombies to distract the Xia family. Xia Villa is not only well guarded, but also has many places under surveillance. To save someone, you need to distract them all. Brother Xia always thought that this villa was impenetrable, and they could live without worrying about safety. If he used zombies to cause chaos in the villa, he could save Shen Xinyu. The doctor says she doesn't agree with this plan. After all, there are more than 100 people in this villa. She is worried about what if zombies break through. Can Tianlei ensure that no one gets hurt? Even if one person is infected, all people are at risk. These people struggled to get here. This is their last refuge, and he wants them to lose hope? Officer Chen Feng understands that Tianlei wants to save his girlfriend, but he is endangering the lives of many people. He does not approve of his decision. Li Xiaoxiang says that this is quite easy to solve because you can just take all the people to the number 6 military base. Wu Xuan says there are more than 100 people here. How will they take them away? Tianlei says he doesn't mean real zombies, but people pretending to be zombies. You just need to spread a rumor that someone saw zombies running here. They will make someone up as a zombie, and he will run outside the Xia villa so that the Xia brothers will believe it. So the Xia family will send people to deal with the zombies, and then they will have a chance to save people. But they can't do it alone. So Dr. Wang, Sun's brother Tianlei, wants to ask them to find someone they can trust to help them. Sun says there will be no problem with this. Many people here are their friends, and they have all suffered from the villa's exploitation and abuse. And Tianlei grains saved their lives. But the doctor had a question. What if they start shooting people? Tianlei admits that a person pretending to be a zombie will have a certain risk, however. Officer Chen Feng and Xiao Xiang will save him, and in the meantime, Tianlei will rescue Shen Xinyu with all speed to reduce the risk to 0. Yi Tianlei asks, what does Dr. Wang think? Even if they don't take the risk, how long can they live under the control of the Xia family? Her husband says Zhao Tianlei is right. Isn't she tired of this life? As long as the Xia family still controls everything here, they will continue to live as slaves and livestock that they use for their own benefit. His wife says that all her life she thought he was a nerd. She could not even think that he would say such a thing. After this, the doctor began to agree with this plan. Tianlei thanks them for their help. Tianlei calls brother Sun to come with him. He needs some help from him. They approach the car and Tianlei says that there is a difficult path ahead of them. There is a zombie siege around them. The loss of the car is very bad. Because Sun mechanic Tianlei wanted to ask him to see if the car was okay. Sun agrees and says he will inspect the car. When Sun opened the trunk of the car, he saw a bunch of different weapons in it. He was very surprised by this find. Tianlei says that these are the weapons they took from the police station. Sun says to make sure Tianlei is sure, he will inspect this car, and if anything, he will fix this car. He will also have some surprises. Suddenly Tianlei heard a loud sound, and everyone immediately ran to see what happened there. Binyang standing next to them. Tianlei immediately ran to Shi Tong and asked if she was okay. Tianlei immediately started yelling at Binyan and Tong Shi. He says, why are they bothering her and bringing her to such a dangerous place in the kitchen? Tong Shi says that Tianlei doesn't even know what happened and immediately starts yelling at them. Sister Binyan, seeing that Tianlei had not eaten anything yesterday, got up early in the morning and prepared porridge for him, and Shi Tong smelled the food. Then Hua comes out of the room and says that she is very sorry. She didn't notice Shi Tong rushing out here. As a result, Shi Tong reached for the pan and was almost scalded by the boiling water, but Sister Binyan grabbed the pan and scalded her hand. When Tianlei heard this, he felt ashamed. Shi Tong then approached Binyang and she spoke to her and said that she was sorry. Binyan calms her down and says she's fine. Everyone was shocked that Shi Tong spoke, because yesterday she was afraid to approach anyone. The doctor says that Shi Tong willingly accepts people other than Zhao Tianlei, proving that he is gradually opening his heart to others, which is indeed a good gift. Tong Shi says that even Shi Tong understands everything, unlike some who shout at others without even knowing what happened. Tianlei walked up to Binyan and said that he really acted impulsively, just like yesterday. He shouldn't have shouted at her without finding out the situation. Tianlei asks for forgiveness. Binyan says she wants his action, not his apology. Tianlei went to the refrigerator and pulled out an ice pack. He immediately put this package to Binyan's hand. Binyan says she's fine, but if Tianlei dares to do such a thing in the future, she will not spare him. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a sudden ringing of the doorbell. It was Xia Zhiyu. He came uninvited early in the morning. Li Xiaoxiang informed Tianlei and says that if he sees the others, there will be trouble. Tianlei asks him not to panic. He will go to him himself. Tianlei asks everyone else to hide here and under no circumstances come out. Xia Zhiyu came to their home, sat on the sofa and asked Tianlei if he was comfortable in this villa. Tianlei says that he is happy with everything in this villa. He had never lived in such a big house, so he is grateful to him and Xia Wenshao. Xia Zhiyu is surprised that Tianlei is happy with everything. He thinks that this villa cost 100,000 for a week's rent. If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, Tianlei wouldn't even have visited it. Tianlei asks him why he came without Xia Wenshao. He says that his brother Xia Wenshao will be getting married in 3 days, so he brought invitations to the wedding. Tianlei congratulates that Mr. Xia is getting married. He asks, didn't Mr. Xia already have a wife? Xia Zhiyu says that this woman was sick before and his elder brother treated her. Now she is finally cured and her brother wants to marry her. Tianlei was overjoyed at the news that Shen Xinyu was cured. Xia Zhiyu says that Tianlei is a friend of his Xia family, and they are obliged to invite him to the wedding. Tianlei says that he will come without any problems, but first he needs to go get a wedding drink. Then Xia Zhiyu plans to leave. As he walked down the corridor, something caught his eye. He looked towards the slightly open doors. All the other team members were hiding behind these doors. Binyang calms Shi Tong as best he can. Tianlei asks that maybe something happened to him. After that, Xia Zhiyu took a jacket from the hanger. Tianlei realized that these were the clothes that Shi Tong wore to the bar before. How could he forget about them? Xia Zhiyu turned and looked at Tianlei with a grin. Xia Zhiyu says that he should have told him right away. There are a lot of great girls in his bar. He would give them a few. Xia Zhiyu says there is nothing wrong with this. This villa is big, and there are many men here. Tianlei then breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Zhiyu left and asked them to come early on the wedding day. Shi Tong says this man is a big villain, he heard her. In 3 days, Xiao Wenshao and Shen Xinyu will get married. He needs to hurry. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyu was already trying on the wedding dress. At this moment, Xia Wenshao comes into the room and says that this dress suits her. Shen Xinyu is embarrassed and asks him who let him in. Xia Wenshao ordered the maids to leave. He says that she has nothing to fear because she will soon become his bride. Xia Wenshao says that he invited a lot of friends on his wedding day and it will be fun. He also invited Zhao Tianlei. She had seen him before. Shen Xinyu says that she doesn't remember such a moment. Xia Wenshao saw Tianlei spend half a day outside her room and talk to her. Shen Xinyu says that she doesn't know his friend. How could she talk to him? He asks if this wedding dress suits her. Xinyu says she likes everything. He says it's good. This is what he did especially for her. From the moment he first saw her on screen, he decided to marry her. So at that time, he asked one of the most famous European designers to make this wedding dress for her. And fortunately, her figure did not change. However, he asks why did she betray him. Shen Xinyu says that she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He put the notebook on the table and says that she said that she doesn't know Zhao Tianlei. But how will she explain this? The photo showed Shi Tong, Zhao Tianlei, and Wu Bing. He had long thought that that guy was strange. And then he got to her door. And not even a few days later, Shi Tong and the other girl from the bar disappeared. So he decided to look at old articles about her. It turns out that she and they are classmates. And this time he came for her. It is not surprising that her attitude towards him suddenly changed. She so abruptly agreed to marry him. He says that she hasn't touched her with his kindness. She's just waiting for the opportunity to let Tianlei take her, right? After that, Shen Xinyu hit him in the face with her hand. She tearfully says that he and his brother are selfish and cruel villains. For your own benefit, use someone else's life at will. How can she love him? After spending a few minutes near him, she already feels incredibly angry. Now that he knew everything, she would rather die than be a hostage that he uses. After that, Shen Xinyu tried to run away from him. But Xia Wenshao caught her and grabbed her by the shoulder. After that, he threw the girl on the bed and says she is his wife. How can he let her die? He blames that guy with the surname Zhao for everything. Shen Xinyu asks him what he is going to do. Xia Wenshao wants Xinyu to watch Tianlei pay for everything. He orders the maids to keep an eye on her. A few days later, the wedding day arrived, and many guests gathered at Xia's house. Tianlei had already arrived at the place with a wedding gift. This bag contained grain. Xia Wenshao thanks Tianlei for the gift, but says that he did not need to give such a valuable gift. Many people came here just like that. Tianlei says that Mr. Xia is truly incredible, because in such troubled times he was able to organize such a beautiful wedding and invite many guests. Xia Wenshao says that he spent a lot of effort on this wedding. Some guests approach Mr. Xia and say that they heard that they saw a zombie near the fork 2 days ago. They think they may be in danger. Xia Wenshao assures them that no zombies will break through here, because his people are guarding the entire villa and will not let a single zombie through. And these zombies won't hide, so their guards will deal with them. And suddenly, Xia Wenshao noticed that Tianlei seemed to be looking for someone. Tianlei says today is Mr. Xia's big day, but why didn't his fiancée come out? Xia Wenshao asks why Tianlei is in a hurry to meet her. Tianlei says that it's just that Mr. Xia's wife is a very famous star, and he would like to see her in a dress. The other guests also say that they wouldn't mind seeing her. Mr. Xia says she is still changing clothes upstairs. She will come down here in a while. But suddenly, a guard comes into their hall and says that zombies have broken into the villa. Xia Zhiyu was afraid of this, but Xia Wenshao only seemed to be wary. All the guests who were invited were frightened by the approaching zombies and began to run away. Xia Wenshao asks them not to panic, because this villa is well guarded. He asks people to stay put. He invites his brother to go have a look. Tianlei was delighted with this outcome of events. Meanwhile, people were running away from the zombies from this holiday. But these were not zombies, but people disguised as zombies. Tianlei did not waste time, but ran to Shen Xin's room. He knocks on the door of the room where the girl was. When he entered the room, he saw a silhouette in a wedding dress. He approaches this silhouette and tells her to come with him. But this silhouette turned out to be a simple mannequin in a wedding dress. This mannequin fell to the floor and broke into pieces. And then Tianlei realized that it was a trap, and suddenly a cage fell on him from above. After that, someone pressed the light switch in the room. It was Xia Wenshao. He arranged all this, and was waiting for Tianlei in this room. He asks where Tianlei wanted to take his wife, but Tianlei does not leave the image and says that he just thought that his wife might be in danger, and just ran here to save her. Then Xia Wenshao would like to thank Tianlei for taking care of his wife. And then the guard leads Shen Xinyu into the room. Xinyu asks Tianlei for forgiveness and says that Xia Wenshao knows everything. Tianlei asks him when he found out everything. Xia Wenshao says that he immediately thought that something was wrong with him, and as it turned out, his guesses were confirmed. And after Tianlei was near Shen Xinyu's room, her attitude towards him changed dramatically, and he was sure that Tianlei knew something. If he is not mistaken, these so-called zombies outside are his friends disguised as zombies. Many people said that Xia Wenshao was paranoid, but Tianlei truly underestimated him. Xia Wenshao says that Tianlei will not run away anywhere. This iron cage is cast from the toughest reinforcement. He will not be able to break it. Lately, Mr. Xia has not taken good care of the villa. This villa has really become too dirty, thanks to Tianlei. He will be able to clear the trash from the villa. Outside, behind the fence of the villa, a number of people had gathered. The girl says that these people used to mock them, but today, it's the other way around. Binyan says that they scared quite a few people. She hopes that everything worked out for Tianlei. And suddenly they heard shots and immediately ran for cover. It was Xia Zhiyu with armed guards. He says pretending to be a zombie is a lot of fun, but it's game over. Zhao Tianlei has already finished playing. He asks them to go out and not force them to waste bullets. Officer Chen Feng didn't understand how they even knew about their plan. Xia Zhiyu orders his men to start shooting, and many bullets flew over the stones behind which people were hiding. Xiao Xiang and Chen Feng began to shoot back at them. Tianlei heard the sound of gunfire and was a little scared. Shen Xinyu turns to Xia Wenshao and says that he needs her. She asks not to touch the others and she will do whatever he wants. Xia Wenshao says that it is too late, he warned her. Now she is not worthy of him. Since she dared to betray him, he will make her understand what she has done. He points the gun at Tianlei and says that Xinyu cares about him so much, he wants her to see Xia Wenshao kill Tianlei. Shen Xinyu cries and begs him not to do this, and a shot sounded in the room. Xia Wenshao began to writhe in pain, and he had a hole in his shoulder. Everyone was shocked by this outcome of events, and Tianlei just looked at it with a grin. It was Wu Xuan, sitting on a nearby building with a sniper rifle. And then Tianlei picked up his axe, with which he could easily cut the steel bars of the cage. He grabs Shen Xinyu's hand and says that they need to run. Tianlei took the girl in his arms and jumped out of the window with her. Xia Wenshao ordered his guard to become Tianlei. Meanwhile, Tianlei has reached his truck and is about to get into it, but Tianlei managed to get into the truck and drive it. Xia Wenshao orders his men to kill them, but Wu Xuan was still on the roof of the building, and he decided to shoot at Mr. Xia. One of the guards warned Mr. Xia that there was an ambush here, and Xia Wenshao took one of his guards and covered himself with him. Xia Wenshao says that Tianlei will not run away from him. One of the guards looked at his colleague in horror. After that, something seemed to click in this guard, and the guards continued to shoot at the stone behind which the people were hiding. Zhuan says their firepower is too strong, he doesn't know what to do next. Officer Chen Feng says he's running low on ammo. Xiao Xiang asks them to hold out a little longer. He believes that Tianlei will return soon and will definitely save them. And after these words, the truck rammed the gate outside. Li Xiaoxiang was happy that Tianlei had finally returned. After that, Tianlei covered his friends with his truck. Xia Zhiyu says that now Tianlei has fallen into a trap. Xia Wenshao also came here. His brother was surprised that he was wounded. Tianlei gets out of his truck and says that he has no intention of running away. His friends were afraid of this outcome of events. Binyang immediately approached Tianlei and asked him if he was okay. And at that moment, Binyan and Shen Xinyu saw each other for the first time. Tianlei turns to the Jia family's guards and wants to ask them why they are selling their lives to the Jia family. Money. Status. There is nothing more important in this world than food and health. There are about 1,000 kilograms of grain in this carriage, and Tianlei can give them as much as they want. The guards thought about Tianlei's words. Xia Zhiyu laughs and says that Tianlei is an idiot because they will kill him anyway and take this grain for themselves. Tianlei says that even if he dies, the grain will become the private property of the guys, and the Xia family will not get anything. Tianlei says that the most important thing now is to live. With this grain, they will be able to avoid starvation and risk their lives for the Xia family. Xia Wenshao says that Tianlei's plan is really good, but he says they don't guard just to get food. This villa is a small society, hierarchical and weak to live comfortably. He says that they are his friends and the people who protect the villa, except for him and Zhiyu. He says that these people are loyal to him because they trust him and respect him, because he can give them absolute security and status, this unbreakable relationship, and Tianlei will not be able to provoke them. Tianlei saw bodies wearing guard uniforms near the villa, Their bodies were torn to pieces. Since it is so safe here, why are they dying? Xiao Wenshao says that they went looking for food and unfortunately were bitten by zombies. The more people in the villa, the less food there is, and people will begin to starve. This is a necessary sacrifice. Shen Xinyu says that he is deceiving even though there was not enough food in the mountainous area. The situation was not as critical as he said. She saw the two of them sneak food into the villa and hide it in the refrigerator in the basement. They do this to make them believe that there is very little food, and they go in search of food. The guards were surprised by such statements. Xiao Wenshao says that she is a lying woman who will believe her words. But one of the guards behind him says that he will believe it. Xia Zhiyu says that Chang Ling is the elder brother of the Naixing family and does not believe them, but believes these strangers. Chang Ling says that he does not believe them, but believes his own eyes. Chang Ling says that Li Wei, he worked hard to find them food, but due to his injury, he couldn't work anymore and was thrown out. Guo Tao always believed and trusted them, but he used it to protect himself from a bullet. They are indeed superior to the other villa guards, and they have not paid taxes and are not oppressed. But in reality, they are like all the rest of their pawns that can be thrown away after being used. Xiao Wenshao says this is his villa and he is the king here, and he decides who dies and who doesn't. They may live here and eat and drink because he is merciful, but they are ungrateful to him. He orders the other guards to open fire on him. Chang Lin was already a little wary, but the rest of the guards did not shoot, but simply stood silently in place. Xia Zhiyu asks them if they are deaf. He tells them to start shooting. Tianlei says that Xiao Wenshao is wrong. He is not a king. Nobody needs a king who only exploits and does not give people a chance to survive. If there's a king here, it's them. Only they created a safe environment in the villa. They put their lives at risk and protected the villa. Tianlei asks him to stop resisting and give up. The era of the Xia family has come to an end. Xiao Wenshao asks Tianlei not to be arrogant. He says that they don't believe his rotten words. They just want the grain in his car. After this, he snatches a rifle from one of the guards, and he points this rifle towards the truck and says that without this grain, no one would even listen to him. He aims at the car's gas tank, and he says that now they can say goodbye to their food. And suddenly, Xiao Wenshao suddenly had a hole in his forehead. It was one of the guards. He took out his gun and shot Xiao Wenshao in the head. Xiao Wenshao fell to the ground dead. His brother Xia Zhiyu began to scream loudly, but he was detained by security guards. He says that now the guard who killed his brother will burn in hell. The guard who held him says that this Xia Zhiyu is even more evil than his brother. He also needs to be killed. But Tianlei asks them not to rush. He has done so many bad things that death will be a gift to him. After that, the people tied him to a pole with ropes, and they threw stones at Xia Zhiyu. They threw stones at him and said nasty things about him. The guards thanked Tianlei and his friends for freeing the villa from the Xia family. One of the guards says that they had never actually seen the Xia brothers do anything useful, but they didn't want to cause aggression. Li Xiaoxiang says that they always did bad things, and it always made everyone feel bad. The guard asks them what their plans are for the future. He also invites them to stay here. Shiyu says that the Xia brothers are gone now, and the villa needs a new leader. And Tianlei is so capable and everyone listens to him. If he stays, he can do a lot of things and improve the villa. Tianlei says that the Xia family is no more and the villa will be fine now. Tianlei had already decided that he would go to base number 6 tomorrow. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei wanted to go there to meet headman Shitong, but he had already met her. Why would he go to base number 6? Although Tianlei found Shitong and Shinya, the end of times has not yet ended, or one might even say it has just begun. Being here, although calm and safe, is not his goal. Base number 6 is the government's strongest army against zombies. It has the best weapons and materials. Only by going there will they be able to change something. Wu Xuan and Officer Cheng Fen agree with Tianlei. After all, just sitting in a safe place and doing nothing is not in their spirit. Li Xiaoxiang also says that since Tianlei has already decided so, he will follow him. The guard offers to give them expensive weapons, since there are many weapons in Xia's villa. Shiyu says he has a gift for them too. He led them to the garage and opened the gate. In this garage, there was a fully prepared car for the zombie apocalypse. He used the guns in their car to transform the car, replace the accessories, the glass with bulletproof glass. Now this car can withstand a lot of damage. Tianlei says that they are both rare talents who play a big role in times like these. He invites them to join his team. The doctor thanks Tianlei for the offer, but there are many of her patients in this villa, and she cannot leave them. She also prepared some ordinary medicines for Tianlei and his friends, and they will probably face many dangers along the way. She hopes this will help them. She also says that Tong Shi has a serious injury and needs to be constantly bandaged to avoid infection. Shun Xinyu's body is fine. She just has a little weakness. She doesn't need to overwork herself. Li Xiaoxiang asks that Tianlei is really going to take that famous star with him. Tianlei asks what could be wrong, and then Li Xiaoxiang brought him to see. Shun Xinyu and Binyang were sitting in the building and talking about something. Binyan asks Xinyu that she is safe now. What is she going to do? Xinyu says that she will go with Tianlei. In this world, there are only Sister Hua and Tianlei, her closest people, and she will, of course, be with them. Binyan says they are not going to the outskirts of the city. They go to base number 6, and the path to it is dangerous and long. Her body is weak, so she needs to stay here and recover with Sister Hua. Shen Xinyu says that her body is fine and Tianlei saved her, and she will be with him wherever he goes. Binyan says that Tianlei saved Xinya because they are classmates. She is fine now. Why would she go on a trip with him? Hua says that Tianlei and Xinyu do not have the usual relationship of classmates. Tianlei always loved Xinyu, but did not confess to her. And Tongxi says that he doesn't want to upset them, but Tianlei not only confessed to Sister Binyan, but also proposed marriage to her, so that soon Sister Binyan will become a bride. Shen Xinyu does not believe their words, and says that why does Tianlei marry a girl older than him? Binyan says that it seems that Xinyu doesn't know Tianlei at all, and he just loves her. Unlike some stars who like to be in demand by the crowd in order to lure notified fans to themselves and make things worse for themselves. Shen Xinyu says that she does not believe her words and wants to ask Tianlei about it herself. And Binyang says that Tianlei no longer loves Shen Xinyu. Tianlei looks at this conflict through the window and still does not understand what is happening here. Wu Xuan says it's more like a women's fight. Chen Feng says that they both have strengths. That's why they have a confrontation. Tianlei started to run away and tells the guys to tell him that if anything happens, he is not here. But suddenly Shi Tong crawls out of the bushes and she greatly frightened Tianlei. And because of this, Shen Xinyu and Binyang notice Tianlei through the window. After that, they hit the road in 2 cars. Wu Xuan says that they are finally on their way together. Tianlei says that Xinyu said that she has a relative who held a position in the government, and now he is probably at base number 6. And Binyan asks Tianlei the same thing. Officer Chen Feng says that either this is an excuse or he is caught in a love triangle. And suddenly their truck starts to break. And Wu Xuan says they are there. They arrived at some big rock. After that, Tianlei got off the truck and opened the trunk of the car. Zhiyu was lying in this trunk. Tianlei pulled Xia Zhiyu out of the trunk and took her somewhere. Tianlei asks if Xia Zhiyu knows why he didn't let that guy kill him. In order for him to realize his sins and die. Xia Zhiyu says that it was all for the sake of survival, only the strongest survive, and trash like Tianlei must die. Tianlei says that survival is the most important thing now, but he and his brother deceived and killed many people. They burned their bodies, took away their last hope. Tianlei led him to the edge of a cliff. Xia Zhiyu approached the very edge of the cliff and asked Tianlei what he was going to do with him. Tianlei came closer to Xia Zhiyu and whispered in his ear to go to hell and answer for his sins. After which he simply pushed him off the cliff. After that, they got into the car and hit the road. Wu Xuan says that Xia Zhiyu received the punishment he deserves, and now it's all over. Tianlei says that this bastard died without an ounce of regret, and the damage he caused to Shi Tong remains. Wu Bin and other people who died, they will not be able to come back to life. Tianlei wants this bastard to die 10,000 more times. But when Xia Zhiyu fell from a cliff, he became entangled in vines and survived. He rises to his feet and says that God is on his side. But then a big zombie appears and eats him. Wu Xuan feels that something is wrong with the rock. He feels some kind of vibration. It was that zombie he was climbing up the cliff. And Tianlei realized that this zombie was Wu Bing. Wu Bin starts chasing their cars. Li Xiaoxiang sees some huge monster running after them, and he doesn't understand what it is. And Tianlei understands that he is pursuing them because of blood. Zhiyu's blood left in their trunk. Tianlei tells Wu Xuan to pick up speed as quickly as possible. Tianlei climbed out the window and told Xiaoxiang, who was driving the limousine, to try to throw off this zombie. And the zombie, in turn, attacks the truck trailer. This causes both cars to collide with each other. Officer Chen Feng picks up a rifle and says that he will kill this zombie now. But Tianlei shouts that there is no need to do this. This is Wu Bing. Chen Feng says that he doesn't want everyone here to die because of this. He climbs out of the window and climbs onto the trailer of the truck. Chen Feng lies down on the roof of the car and takes aim with his rifle at the zombies. Chen Feng shot several times at this zombie, and after that, Officer Chen Feng realizes that the bullets have no effect on this zombie. Meanwhile, the zombie clings to the truck trailer, and this zombie begins to attack Officer Chen Feng. The zombie hits the roof of the truck with all his might. This caused Chen Feng to fall inside the trailer, when the girls that were inside were afraid of it. When Tianlei approached the trailer, he was scared. After this, the zombie began to absorb Officer Feng with its tentacles. Tianlei was on top of the truck and asks the zombies to stop. Tianlei went down inside the trailer and tried to contact the essence of Wu Bing, which, in his opinion, was still inside this zombie. Officer Chen Feng asks Tianlei not to hesitate and kill the zombies. He says that he is already a mutated zombie and will not remember him. Tianlei pointed the weapon towards Wu Bing and, closing his eyes, asks for his forgiveness. When Shitong heard Wu Bing's name, something seemed to awaken within her. She began to remember some moments from the past. After this, Shitong calls Wu Bing's name out loud, and it was as if something clicked for this zombie, and he remembered. But at that moment, Tianlei shot at the zombies with his shotgun. This shot caused the zombie to fall off the truck's trailer. Shitong tries to jump out of this trailer, but the girls hold her. But Wu Bin does not give up and continues to chase them. Chen Feng tells Tianlei to shoot the zombies, but Shitong stands in front of Tianlei and says that why shoot him, it's Wu Bing. But then Wu Xuan shouts that they are already approaching the edge of the cliff, and they need to do something. Tianlei, through tears, asks Shitong to leave. He has no other choice. Shitong also cries and says that Wu Bin became like this because of her. He feels bad and lonely. She blames herself and says that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have become like this. Shitong asks for forgiveness and says that she is glad that she met Tianlei again. She cries and says that Tianlei should live well, and after these words, Shitong jumps out of the trailer. Tianlei was shocked when he saw this. While she was on the flight, she remembers moments with Wu Bin. She thanks him for protecting her, but this time, she wants him to help her free herself. And after that, Wu Bin broke through the fence with his body and fell off the cliff. Tianlei could not contain his emotions and began to scream loudly. A couple of days passed after this moment, and they stopped in one of the buildings. Everyone gathered together and knocked on the room where Tianlei was sitting. Binyan knocks on the door and calls Tianlei for dinner. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei why he is still not going out. Since they were here, he had never left his room. The death of Wu Bing and Shitong had caused him a lot of pain. Shen Xinyu asks them not to disturb him, let him calm down. Meanwhile, Tianlei was still sitting in his room, just sad. Meanwhile, Wu Bing lay broken on the ground, and Shitong lay on top of him. Wu Bin was still alive, and he says that he will protect Shitong. Shitong was also still alive and moving her hand. But then some people in masks approached them. These people themselves do not understand what kind of mutant this is. He looks like a licking devourer, but he is much stronger than him. They also understood who could hurt him like that. The masked man says that the mutant was seriously wounded and does not seem to be able to survive. He asks what will they do with them. The girl takes off her mask. She orders them to bring this zombie back. Meanwhile, everyone gathered at the table and had dinner. Li Xiaoxiang asks in a whisper why there is such silence and why is no one speaking. Wu Xuan says that Li Xiaoxiang is really so stupid that he doesn't understand what the atmosphere is like now. Chen Feng says that Tianlei is not here, so these two women cannot afford to say anything. It looks like war could break out at any moment. They don't say anything and try to quickly eat their food and leave. After that, the guys get up from the table, and Li Xiaoxiang turns to Sister Binyan and Miss Shen and says that they have already eaten, so they will go to the room. Tongxi says that why, by the way, does Li Xiaoxiang call his sister Binyan that way? He should call her fiancée. Now there are more and more people in the ranks, and the time has come to put everything in its place. They should all know what the relationship is between Tianlei and her daughter-in-law, but the new people on their team don't know about it. They need to call everything by its proper name so that there are no misunderstandings later. Hua says that Miss Zhen has not said anything yet, and she has nothing against Miss Shen. Moreover, they say that she is Zhao Tianlei's fiancée, but he didn't say anything about it. Binyan says there's no point in lying to them. Tianlei has feelings for Binyan, and she says that everyone here can confirm this. Tianlei himself. But Shen Xinyu didn't say anything to this and simply got up from the table and left. Tongxi says that Xinyu was so angry that she couldn't say a word, but Binyan thinks that she didn't believe them, so she needs to repeat it again so that she doesn't think about Tianlei. Meanwhile, Hua and Xinyu were sitting in their room, and Hua says that she is angry with her. She doesn't understand why she didn't show her courage. She suggests going to Tianlei and asking him for sure. Shen Xinyu doubts what if Tianlei really loves Zhen Binyan. Hua says that it can't be like that, and Tianlei only loves her, not to mention that he went this far at the risk of finding her and Shi Tong, and he went to this dangerous villa and risked his life for her. Xinyu says he never talked to her and she never talked to him. But didn't she say that ever since she saw him in the library, how he protected other classmates from Lin Mu, she fell in love with him? He likes her. He just needs some time and a step. Now that Shi Tong is gone, they can be together. Xinyu says that Tianlei was very sad after Shi Tong's death, and Hua suggests that she use Shi Tong's death as a chance to make Tianlei fall in love with her. Hua says that now is a time when it is not known who will die and when, so we need to act. If she doesn't take this chance, she won't be able to reunite with him anymore. Tianlei tonight and tell him everything, but Tianlei locked himself in the room and hasn't come out for 2 days. What if he doesn't come out? Hua says that Tianlei will definitely want to eat or go to the toilet. Hua gets Xinyu some nice heels, and then Xinyu herself knows what to do. When Tianlei leaves his room, Xinyu must trip over her heels and fall straight into Tianlei's arms. And this evening, Shen Xinyu waited for Tianlei to leave her room, and she immediately hurried to approach him. But without expecting it, she stumbled, and she fell right next to Tianlei's feet. But she immediately stood up and began to walk away from him in the other direction. She said she was just going to the toilet. But Tianlei says that the toilet is on the other side. But Tianlei realized that Xinyu had actually come to him. Xinyu breaks down and says that she really came to him, and she wants to tell him something. Tianlei is waiting to see what Shen Xinyu wants to tell him. But Shen Xinyu is not ready to tell him this yet. And she says that she wants to say that she understands that Wu Bin and Si Tong died, and he is sad. But she asks him to pull himself together and stop wasting his time. All these 2 days when he did not leave the room, Wu Xuan, Li Xiaoxiang, Binyan, and the others were upset. Shi Tong and Wu Bing have already died, and he doesn't need to lament the past. She says Tianlei needs to move on. Tianlei says that he once thought that he was a chosen person and could become a support for others, but he was wrong. Rather, it was he who used others as support. He survived and tried to find them, but no matter how hard he tried, they still died. Wu Bing, Shi Tong, and Chen Yao, the people dear to him, left him, and he was unable to save them. Tianlei thought he could protect them, but in reality he cannot protect anyone. Shen Xinyu says that Tianlei saved her. Sister Hua and those classmates, they were able to escape successfully. If it weren't for him, they would have been devoured by zombies in the library. When they were in Xia Villa, every day was like hell, and Xinyu could barely hold on. But Wu Bing and Shi Tong always supported her. Wu Bing said that he used to be a cowardly person, and that Tianlei taught him to be brave. Shi Tong believed that he would save them. Tianlei feels that he could not save them, but only thanks to him they were able to survive back then. She thinks that Tianlei gave them hope of salvation. But what will they do if Tianlei loses his fighting spirit? Shi Tong and Wu Bing are watching them from heaven, and they don't want Tianlei to give up so easily. Tianlei says that he understood this. Tianlei thanks her for such words. He says that he will not let them down. From now on, he will not allow anyone to die before him. Although Shi Tong and Wu Bing died, they will always be with him in his memory. She takes Tianlei's hands and asks him to never give up. But Binyan stood around the corner and heard their entire conversation. After that, Shen Xinyu sat in her room, and she was glad that she didn't tell him about it. She was too ashamed. Binyan came into her room. She gives her an ointment for circulation and tells her to use it for 2 days. Xinyu hesitantly thanks Binyan for the ointment. But she asks, how does Binyan know that she injured her leg? Was she following her? Binyan says she doesn't do such mean things, she just happened to see it. Shen Xinyu asks Binyan that if she hates her, why give it to her? Binyan decided to play a trick on her and says that this ointment is actually poison, and after using it she will become an ugly girl. But Binyan admits that when she learned that Shen Xinyu was Tianlei's first love, she was a little upset. But now, Tianlei is in a bad mood, and she doesn't want to cause him any trouble. Besides, Wu Bing and Shi Tong were their best friends, so only Xin Yu could cheer him up. Binyan's willingness to accept Xin Yu does not mean that she is losing. It is because she is confident in herself. And how can such an inexperienced girl like Xin Yu be her opponent? She will prove that even if Xin Yu stays with him, she will not pose any threat to Binyan. Xin Yu asked, "What does inexperienced mean?" But Binyan simply walked away and said good evening. When Binyan left Xin Yu's room, she heard Xin Yu in the room shouting that Binyan was an old woman, and she should not underestimate her when she let her know the taste of a slap in the face. Xiao Xiang heard all this. The next morning, when everyone woke up and came into the living room, they saw a table set with a bunch of prepared food. But they didn't understand who was so good that he got up in the morning and did this. This good man was Tianlei. Everyone was surprised that it was him. Tianlei says he got up early today, so he decided to cook it. Tianlei calls everyone to sit down at the table while he goes. Binyan asks where Tianlei is going to go. Tianlei says that they gave quite a bit of grain to the people from Xia Villa. They will soon run out of food. He wants to go and look for food supplies. The guys were glad that Tianlei was no longer sad. Wu Xuan is glad that everything is fine with him. Otherwise, he was worried that something happened to him after the death of Wu Bing and Shi Tong. Xin Yu and Binyan looked at each other, because they knew why Tianlei's mood rose. Meanwhile, Tianlei went outside, and he picked up his big axe. He thinks that if he was strong enough to subdue Wu Bing, Shi Tong would not have died. Wu Bin only had a third-level mutation, and he couldn't do anything to him. Now is a very dangerous time, and much stronger mutants can attack at any moment. Only by improving and killing zombies can he become stronger. Today, zombies will become his food. Tianlei killed the zombies one by one, leaving them no chance. Tianlei has already killed so many zombies but only received 30 experience for it. Will the system deceive him again? The system says it is fair and never cheats. If Tianlei doesn't believe it, he can check the number of corpses on the ground. Tianlei says that in order to be promoted to a new class, he needs 500 experiences. Is there really no other way to earn experience? The system says that experience points correspond to the level of the zombie. The higher the level, the more experience points Tianlei will receive. For example, a mutant. Tianlei is to blame for attacking this bunch of lowly zombies. Tianlei says that mutants are not so easy to meet. Well, after these words, the zombies began to run away again. Tianlei says that every time there is a high-level mutant nearby, low-level zombies start running away. And suddenly Tianlei heard the sound of gunfire. It was good. Tianlei would just be able to earn experience. And the shots were fired by the military. They were shooting at some huge monster. The chief of the military tells them to shoot the monster in the head. This monster got hurt from so many shots, and this monster began to go underground. One of the military men tells his captain that the monster is running away from them. But their captain says that this is not the end. He is just hiding. But this monster crawled out of the ground again and ate one of the military men. The military continues to shoot at this monster, but their colleague can no longer be saved. This worm monster starts attacking and injures their captain. The military man starts shooting at this mutant worm and tries to save his captain. But suddenly he runs out of ammo for him, after which he threw the weapon out of his hands and took out his knife. And this guy was about to attack this huge monster with a knife, but he was scared and simply dumbfounded and just stood and looked at this monster. This guy was lucky that Tianlei was nearby, and he immediately saved him. After that, this worm hid back into the ground. Tianlei hid 2 military men around the corner of the building and asks them to keep their heads down. Tianlei looked back at them and said that they had unusual clothes. He asked if they were military. They say they are military from Base 6. The young guy's name is Tong Lei, and this is their captain, Chen Fei. They were ordered to go to the area to find survivors. To Tianlei that these soldiers were from Base number 6. Tianlei introduced himself to them. He tells them to go to the east. There is a hotel where all his teammates are. They will help them. And here Tianlei will figure it out himself. The captain says that they are soldiers, and their task is to search and protect survivors. He does not understand how Tianlei can fight this strange creature. Besides, this monster has killed so many of his brothers that he must get rid of it and stop it from harming other people. The captain tells his subordinate to leave with Tianlei, and he will deal with the monster himself. Tianlei takes a grenade from one of the soldiers and says that this monster will be difficult to deal with, and they are pretty tired. Tianlei says they shouldn't underestimate him. Tianlei tells the guy to take his captain away if he doesn't want him to become food for this worm. The guy agrees with this. After this, the guy takes him far away against the captain's will. How can Tianlei allow them to do this? This is only his prey. Tianlei calls the virtual god and asks him to tell him information about this creature. The virtual god begins scanning this monster. The data analysis has been completed. This mutant is called a digger. He is mutated from a leech. Its teeth are its main weapon, containing toxins that can paralyze the entire body if it bites a person. Even though Digger is a level 4 mutant, he has nothing special other than his large size and the ability to run away. He has little agility, so it is difficult for him to defend himself. Tianlei asks that if he kills this monster, will he get the core and experience? The virtual god says yes, but it will be difficult to kill him. But if Tianlei succeeds, he can directly increase his class using his 4th level core. Tianlei says with a grin that the virtual god doesn't understand something. Cleaning the boys' dormitory at the school was part of his part-time job. Getting rid of insects is his job. And Tianlei immediately attacks this worm monster and wounds it with his axe. After he injured this monster, some liquid poured from his body. The virtual god warned Tianlei. When this slurry fell to the ground, it began to burn through the asphalt. The virtual god says that any liquid from the digger is very poisonous and acidic, and even Tianlei will be injured if it gets on him. Tianlei asks why didn't he say this before. The virtual god says that he just remembered this. After this, the monster begins to attack Tianlei, but he successfully dodges. Tianlei understands that it is useless to attack him in close combat, but only if Tianlei couldn't dodge his bodily fluids. But fortunately, Tianlei has a grenade, which he took from a military man. Tianlei swings with all his might and throws this grenade at the monster, after which there was a big explosion. Tianlei covered his face with his hands so that he would not be injured by shrapnel. When everything around became clear, Tianlei opened his eyes and looked around. He got up and walked towards the worm. He thinks what could have happened to the core. It could have been damaged by the explosion. But Tianlei didn't expect this, and this mutant crawled out of the ground behind him. This monster attacked the boy and knocked him to the ground. Tianlei grabbed his teeth with his hands and held back this monster. Tianlei asks the virtual god what should he do now. God says that the thing that diggers fear most is fire. If the Tianlei has a weapon, then he can scare him away. But Tianlei has insufficient class and will not be able to exchange weapons. Tianlei begins to brainstorm and tries to think of what else can help him. Then he remembers how in childhood, when he was little, he was bitten by a leech, and his grandmother saved him. Little Tianlei cried, because he was afraid of the creature that bit him, but his grandmother said that she had one remedy. This remedy is ordinary salt. Tianlei remembers that leeches are bugs that feed on blood. Their skin is thin, you just need to sprinkle a little salt on it, and it will detach itself from the skin so as not to die from dehydration. After this, Tianlei shouts for the virtual god to exchange salt for him. This time the grandmother saved Tianlei. After this, a pack of salt appeared above the monster's head, and when it opened, it became too painful for the leech. The leech let go of Tianlei and began to run back underground. But now Tianlei doesn't want to let this monster go, and immediately ran after it. But the monster managed to escape into a huge hole in the ground. Tianlei is angry because he could have gotten the core from him. When he looked around, he saw many dead military men. Tianlei hopes that at least those 2 guys made it to the hotel successfully. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the Tianlei team was, those 2 military men arrived there, and Bin Yang gives them water, bread, and some medicine. The guy thanks them for their help. Bin Yang says his captain is badly injured and offers to help him, but the guy refuses and says that he can handle it alone. Shen Xinyu says that this guy is also injured. She wants to treat his wounds, otherwise he might get an infection. She says they will take care of his captain and he needs to treat his wounds and rest. She asks if maybe he doesn't trust them, but the guy says he can handle it himself. After that, he dropped a box of medicine and food. Hua asks what he is doing. They're just trying to help him. The guy looked down and said that he didn't need help. Wu Xuan says this is a little strange. They just want to help him, but he resists. Maybe he is hiding something? Xiao Xiang agrees with this claim. He wants to enter the room now and see what is happening there. But the guy pulled out his knife and told everyone to move back. He doesn't want anyone to go in there. Officer Chen Feng took out his gun and pointed it at the guy. He asks him to put the knife down. This guy was a little scared by it. Wu Xuan took advantage of this and attacked the military man. A fight broke out between them. The military man almost wounded Wu Xuan with a knife, but he managed to dodge. And even Wu Xuan managed to capture a military man. Li Xiaoxiang also took advantage of the moment and knocked the knife out of the soldier's hands. After that, they threw the guy to the ground. Li Xiaoxiang has tied up the military man and is holding him on the floor. Li Xiaoxiang tells the others to go into the room and see what's going on while he holds it. When they entered the room, the captain was lying on the bed. He was covered with a jacket. The captain felt very bad. Wu Xuan and Chen Feng glanced at each other. Wu Xuan took the jacket and pulled it off the captain. And then they saw that the captain was missing one limb. But then, a military man burst into the room and told everyone to move away from the captain. And then everyone thought that his captain had been bitten by a zombie. No wonder he didn't let them in. He hid it. But the guy says the captain wasn't bitten by a zombie. During the battle, monster fluid got on his hand, and the captain cut off his hand because he was worried that the virus might enter his body. Li Xiaoxiang asks if this is really true. The military man says that this is indeed true. The captain would never be harmed by zombies. He was simply protecting others. Shen Xinyu says that she believes him. Zhen Binyan asks the military man not to worry. They believe him. But he also said those fluids could contain the virus, and no one could guarantee his captain wasn't infected. They will not harm the captain, but to keep everyone safe, they will isolate him. And he must know if his captain is infected, they will have to do this. They will have no other choice. The guy even cried a little. He says he won't let them do this. No matter how many of them attack him, he will not allow them. But his captain heard everything and asks his subordinate to remain silent. Through pain, he says that they are military personnel. Their task is to protect the people and their honor. The captain stood up and told his subordinate that they were right. But now he was in danger and asked to listen to these people. But then someone starts clapping. Everyone turned around to see who it was, and this was Tian Lei. He says that since the outbreak, he has seen countless numbers of selfish people who did anything in order to survive. This guy is the first to think about others when he himself is on the brink of life and death. Tian Lei admires him. Tian Lei says they shouldn't worry too much. He thinks Captain Chen is not infected. Tian Lei has experience in this. The blood of any infected person turns black and has a rancid odor. And the blood in his wound is bright red, so he thinks he made it in time before the virus spread. The guy was very happy that his captain would be okay. But Tian Lei says that this is just his theory. He thinks he needs to be isolated for a while due to the security rage. The guy started screaming again, but the captain asks him not to act like a child. He says this guy saved them both, and he believes him, and what he said makes sense. The captain himself is not sure whether he is infected with the virus, so he suggests tying him up during isolation to prevent accidents. Tian Lei says that at such moments, Captain Chen still deserves to be the guardian of the people. Tian Lei says that he will leave the care of Captain Chen to Wu Xuan. Tian Lei asks that military guy to come with him. He wants to ask him something. But the guy refuses to go with Tian Lei and says that he will stay with the captain. But the captain orders a guy named Tong Lang to go. After that, Tian Lei and the guys left this room into the corridor. Tong Lang says that Tian Lei is really lucky that he was able to escape from this monster. Tian Lei says that he did not run away from this monster, it was the monster that ran away from him. Tong Lang doesn't believe that this monster was running away from Tian Lei. Even they and their team couldn't do anything to him, and he even ran away from him? Li Xiaoxiang says that he simply does not know Tian Lei. Brother Tian Lei plays with zombies like a cat. Some kind of monster is not a problem for him. But Tian Lei wants to ask the guy since he's the sixth baseman. Then he should have a good idea of what's going on there. Tian Lei asks if base number 6 can really accommodate 100,000 people. What is the source of supply? What weapons do they have? The guy says that 100,000 people is exaggerated, but the base can accommodate 78,000 people. From time to time, troops are sent to the base specifically for food collection, so supplies are guaranteed for a short period of time. Regarding security issues, the base has been strengthened 3 times, and you can simply remove the bridge there so that zombies cannot pass through. Tian Lei asks again, is it really absolutely safe there? The guy says that it was a decision of the leaders of the collective meeting, made with full consideration, without any losses. Tian Lei says that this protection will cope with slow and ordinary zombies, but what about mutants, such as the one they recently met? The guy didn't know what to answer. There are mutants who can make tunnels, fly through the sky, or have incredible speed and strength. The guy says that the officers will be able to cope with these mutants. But then Shen Qinyu suddenly runs up to them and says that Captain Cheng's condition is very unstable. They immediately ran into the room to see what condition the captain was in. Officer Chen Feng says it's probably because he lost quite a bit of blood. They can no longer help him. They can only hope that he can survive. The guy was afraid that his captain might die. The captain calls Tian Lei to him. Tian Lei leaned over and the captain wants to ask him something. He knows that they met not long ago and he should not ask for this, but we are talking about the safety of the entire base or even all the surviving people. He takes out his diary, in which he wrote down all the information and betrays it to Tian Lei. The captain discovered that new species of mutants had recently appeared and that they had evolved much faster than they expected. Therefore, at the moment, the defense of the base is no longer safe, and the director needs to be informed about this so that he can strengthen it. If he dies, he hopes that Tian Lei will hand over this diary to the director. Tian Lei takes this diary and says what it promises to him. The captain also asks Tian Lei to take Tong Lang back to base. But Tong Lang shouts that he will stay with the captain, but the captain asks him to stop acting like a child. After all, the captain will not be able to be with him always. Tian Lei assures the captain that he can bring the guy live to the 6th base. They leave the room and leave the captain to rest. It was late night and everyone had already gone to bed. But Tong Lang was not sleeping. He put on his full equipment and went somewhere. He slammed the doors behind him and went outside. But Tian Lei heard this and woke up. After some time, Tong Lang reached the rehabilitation clinic that he saw on the map. Tong Lang did not wait long and entered this building. He started looking for something and opened many boxes. And finally he found equipment for blood transfusion. Now he can save the captain. He immediately hid this equipment in his backpack. But suddenly he felt as if there was someone behind him. He immediately turned around and pointed his weapon in that direction. When he looked closer, he found a child opposite him. This child looked at the guy strangely. When Tong Lang saw that it was a child, he immediately hid his weapon. But this child turned out to be a zombie with a long tongue. He immediately grabbed the guy's rifle with his tongue and threw his weapon away from him. This zombie child immediately attacked Tong Lang. The zombie child was very strong, but the soldier managed to dodge this zombie. The guy took out his 2 pistols, and then he started shooting at this zombie child. The soldier managed to wound this zombie. After this, the zombie child ran away. Tong Lang immediately tried to get away from this building, but when he left the room, he saw this wounded zombie child. The guy doesn't want to do this to a small child, but he will have to. But suddenly, another scary zombie woman appears. It was a zombie mother and son. This is something you rarely see. The soldier starts shooting at the 2 zombies. But this zombie was damn fast, the guy didn't expect it. This zombie mother managed to knock the soldier to the ground. He was completely unarmed, and thought that this would be the end of him. Before his death, his whole life flashed before his eyes, and he remembered how he served in the army. His captain asks him why he doesn't listen to orders. The captain ordered him not to go. Why was he in such a hurry? But Tong Lang says that if they don't hurry up, they will lose to Class A. The captain tells him that this is a tactic to lure the enemy inside. But then that battalion commander comes up to them and says that he is a brave newcomer. The battalion commander says that he understands what he wants, but in the army they act as a team. Even if he is courageous, he must trust and rely on his comrades on the team. Does he understand this? Tong Lang agrees with this. But now he again asks for forgiveness from the battalion commander for not listening to him and doing everything alone. But he cannot trust his unreliable comrades. And this zombie mother attacks him with her tongue, and suddenly someone cut this tongue in 2. It was Tian Lei and his team. Tian Lei takes out his axe and says that he will deal with Mom. Li Xiaoxiang took over the baby, and Li Xiaoxiang covered them with an assault rifle, and the zombies dodged their attacks. The soldier again remembers his past. He was sitting by the fire with his battalion commander. He says that he does not believe that there are no heroes who act alone. He does not believe it. He had seen quite a few films where heroes save the world alone. His captain says he's a stupid guy because it's just a movie. The guy asks that such people really don't exist in reality. The commander says that such people exist, but such a person is 1 in a million. And real heroes will not fight alone because a hero is like a magnet. He attracts like-minded people as brave and strong as he is. The captain believes that someday the guy will become such a person, but not now. The commander asks him to try to grow and become stronger, and then he will become so strong that he will be able to protect other people. The guy then looks at Tianlei and his team and realizes that he is strong, brave, and united. This is what the captain called a hero. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiang dealt with the zombie child, and Wu Xuan pierced the zombie's mother. Tianlei raised his axe and said that now she will meet her child, and he killed this zombie mother. Tianlei then approached the soldier and asked if he was okay. The soldier says he is fine, but how did they know he was here? Tianlei says that although Tong Lang is strong, he behaves like a child and it was not difficult to predict his actions. If he knew there was a clinic here, why didn't he tell them? The guy looked at them and didn't know what to say. He says that they just recently met them, and he thought that they wouldn't take risks for strangers, so... Li Xiaoxiang says that he underestimates people. Do they really look unfriendly? Tianlei would not have waited idly by and would have saved him. Tianlei asks the guy if he found something. The guy says he found blood transfusion equipment, blood bags, and medicine there. Tianlei says that's good, but they need to hurry up and get away from here. There may be mutants here. They walked along the corridor to exit the building, but suddenly this entire building began to shake and Li Xiaoxiang thought that it might be an earthquake. But it was that huge leech. It crawled out of the ground right in front of the main characters. But now Tianlei and Tong Lang noticed that this monster was twice as big as before. For Tianlei, it is not surprising that there is such a smell of blood here and there is not a single zombie. He devoured them all because of this. Over such a period of time, he became stronger. The monster began to attack them, and the guys began to run away. They needed to get out of this building as soon as possible. The guy led them along and showed them where the exit was. He finally led them to safety. Then he threw his backpack into Tianlei's hands and closed the doors behind him. Tianlei shouts at him not to fool around and get out of there, but the guy asks them to leave and says that he will deal with the monster himself. He also asks to take what he gave them. This will help save Captain Cheng. He runs away somewhere and leads this worm with him. Meanwhile, Tianlei knocked down the doors with his hand. Tianlei thinks this guy is too impulsive. Wu Xuan says that this worm doesn't seem to be afraid of being caught. Doesn't it have any weakness? But Tianlei knows what the weak point of this leech is. He looked around, and I saw a cabinet with medicines, and in this cabinet there was 95% medical alcohol. Tianlei asked the guys if they ever set fire to a worm when they were children. The guys looked at each other and did not understand what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the soldier was stumped and out of ammunition. The worm was already right in front of the guy. He thinks that those three must have already escaped. The guy asks for forgiveness from the battalion commander. The only thing he can do is that his commander must survive. The worm began to attack the guy, but this guy was lucky and something flew into this worm and broke. It was Tianlei and his team. They were throwing glass jars of alcohol at this worm, and they started throwing cans of alcohol at this worm. And after that, Tianlei threw a lighter at this worm. He says that if the guy doesn't want to get fried, he should run away. The guy managed to jump away in time, and the worm began to burn with a bright flame, after which this mutant burned out and that same poisonous liquid began to splash out from it. Li Xiaoxiang sees this and says it's disgusting. The guy turns to his captain and dead comrades and says that revenge has overtaken this creature. Tianlei, meanwhile, is looking for the core that should have fallen from this monster, but the virtual god says that the core burned out. The core is a substance, a creation inside the mutant's body. 98% of the digger's body is water, of course. The core is also liquid. The body burned to the ground and the core has long evaporated. The other guys stand and watch Tianlei talking to himself. The soldier asks what Tianlei is doing. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei sometimes talks to himself. They are already used to it. After this, they returned back to the hotel and went into Commander Cheng's room. Officer Chen Feng says the device works without problems, but it won't be possible to give Captain Cheng a blood transfusion. Tianlei asks why. Chen Feng says that this blood has gone bad. Tong Lang doesn't believe this and tells them that he pulled out a bag of blood from the refrigerator. He doesn't understand how it could have gone bad. Chen Feng says that frozen blood has a shelf life, and these blood bags have run out of shelf life. And the sealing device is also damaged. It is contaminated. This blood cannot be used. The guy says he'll go back and look for more. Tianlei tells him not to worry, and says that although they won't be able to use the blood, they now have equipment for blood transfusion. Captain Zheng had blood type B. Tianlei says that he has blood type A, and Shen Xinyu has blood type AB. Wu Xuan was surprised and asked how they knew all this. He had never known such a thing. Li Xiaoxiang says that such things are told to everyone. But suddenly someone raises their hand and says they have type B blood. It was Hua, and she offers to use her blood. Shen Xinyu asks if she will start to feel dizzy. Hua says she will close her eyes and be patient to save the person. After some time, they began the blood sampling procedure. Officer Chen Feng inserted a needle into a vein in Hua's arm, and the empty blood bag began to fill. After that, they immediately inserted this needle into the captain's arm and began to transfuse him with blood. Shen Xinyu is worried about Sister Hua because she has lost a lot of blood. She wants to find her something to eat and feed her. And suddenly Hua begins to writhe in pain. She says that she's actually anemic, so she's feeling a little unwell right now. Shen Xinyu was scared because people with anemia should not lose a lot of blood. It is dangerous. But why didn't Hua say this right away? Hua says this because she could not force Zhen Binyang transfuses blood to Chen Fei. After all, Binyan had a universal blood type. But why did she do this? Hua says that she is doing all this for Shen Xinyu. Shen Xinyu was very surprised by this. Hua says that although Xinyu and Zheng Binyang have temporarily stopped the war, the battle for a place in the harem is not over yet. Throughout the war, Tong Shi was Zhen's henchman Bin Yang, and Li Xiaoxiang was her servant. Wu Xuan, Cheng Feng, Li Xiaoxiang, they are all on Zhen's side, Binyan, and only Hua is on Shen Xinyu's side, and the current situation is not benefiting her. If Zhen Binyan would transfuse Chen Fei's blood, he would be in her debt and fall in love with her. If a few more people join her, her powers will completely crush Xinyu. Shen Xinyu says Hua is exaggerating. This is not some palace fight. Shen Xinyu believes in Tianlei, and she is his first love no matter what others do. Her position in his heart will not change. Hua says that Xinyu is very naive. People change, especially men. Hua says that men are big trotters. Zhao Tianlei is the same, especially now that their relationship is better than ever. Xinyu used to be a big star who had many fans, but he was a little pink and inexperienced guy. And now that he is the leader of this team, Xinyu must rely on him to protect her. Xinyu is like an ancient empress who has no power to back her up. If she allows Zhen Binyang does whatever she wants, Xinyu may lose her place in Zhao Tianlei's heart. So she will have to fight and not give up her place in his heart. Hua tells Xinyu not to leave him. For her own happiness, she must go now, and she didn't dare give up her place. Xinyu asks, has Hua's anemia gone away yet? After some time, they prepared food. After all, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. This fried chicken is from Hua's personal storage. She wanted to eat it, but she decided to contribute to Xinyu. She tells Xinyu not to come to her if she can't pick up Zhao Tianlei tonight. Shen Xinyu asks who even has dinner at this time. She doubts that it will work out. But Sister Hua did it for her. Xinyu can't let her down. And gathering all his courage, Shen Xinyu approaches the door where Tianlei is. She knocks on these doors and hears some conversations behind her. Behind this door sat Zhao Tianlei and Zhen Binyan. Binyan prepared ginger soup for him and tries to feed him. Shen Xinyu got angry and said that Binyang was ahead of her and called her a sly fox. Tianlei takes the plate and spoon in his hands and says that this soup has a good aroma. Tianlei tries this soup and starts to squirm because he was too hot. Binyan leans against him and asks if he got burned. Binyan says that she and Tianlei were not alone for so long after they left Xia Villa. They didn't talk much. She invites him to stay together that night. But suddenly Shen Xinyu comes into the room and calls Binyang an old woman and asks her to get away from the boy. Xinyu says it's already evening and Binyan should be sleeping. But she came to the guy's room and chatted with him. Binyan asks her, what is Xinyu herself doing here then? Xinyu looked at the chicken that she brought for Tianlei and could not say anything. Binyan pushes her out of the room and says the little girls need to go to bed. It's grown-up time. Xinyu says that Binyang made Tianlei this disgusting ginger soup. It turns out that age also affects the brain. Binyan says that Xinyu does not understand anything, and ginger soup will warm Tianlei well, and it is also healthy. Xinyu says that they are from different generations. They are young people. They don't eat such disgusting soup with a terrible taste. A man needs high-calorie and filling food, and of course this is fried chicken full of calories. Binyan asks, how can this junk food be nutritious? Ginger soup is much more nutritious and healthier. Tianlei asks the two of them to calm down. The two of them ask Tianlei whether he prefers ginger soup or fried chicken. Tianlei no longer knows what to do and asks for help. Meanwhile, the captain woke up. And all this time, Tong Lang sat next to him and waited for his captain to wake up. Tong Lang touches the captain's forehead and says that his fever is gone. The captain looked at the bag of blood and asked what it was. Tong Lang says that the captain lost too much blood and his life was in danger. This is a blood transfusion device, and Sister Hua's blood is in it. She and the captain have the same blood type. The captain asks Tong Lang that he himself is not injured. Tong Lang says he is fine. Tong Lang says that fortunately Zhao Tianlei and his friends arrived in time and saved him and also killed that leech. He avenged the dead soldiers. The captain was very surprised and did not understand how this was possible. Tong Lang says it's true. He saw it personally. He found it hard to believe. Not only he, but also his friends are incredibly strong. He has never seen people who could kill zombies so easily. The captain says that Zhao Tianlei is not an ordinary person. If he joins the rescue team, they can help many people. And suddenly they heard a loud sound coming from above. Meanwhile, Tianlei devoured all the ginger soup and all the fried chicken. He holds his stomach and says he likes both dishes. But the girls ask Tianlei to choose one of the dishes. Since there is no winner, Xin Yu proposes again. But Tianlei asks him to spare him, because he won't fit into him anymore. And then suddenly someone turned off the light in their room. Xin Yu wanders in the dark and looks for Zhao Tianlei there. And suddenly someone takes her by the thigh. Xin Yu felt it and asks Tianlei if this is it. She asks Tianlei what he is doing. She says that now is not the time for this. And suddenly the light in the room turned on. And suddenly Tianlei starts screaming for Xin Yu to run away. And it turns out that all this time Xin Yu was being groped by a licking zombie. And after that, Xin Yu starts screaming loudly. Tianlei goes to fight this zombie in hand-to-hand combat. And Tianlei manages to free Xin Yu from being captured by zombies. And after that, the zombie made a hole in the ceiling and disappeared. Tianlei helps Xin up and asks if she is okay. And then Tong Lang bursts into their room and asks, "What is that loud sound as if someone had broken in here?" Tianlei says that it was a licking devourer. He has already run away. Zhen Binyan says they checked this hotel for safety. Where did the licking eater come from here? Tianlei thinks it might have something to do with that zombie child and his mother. Tianlei tells Tong Lang to go and gather everyone in the hall. And then suddenly they hear a voice, and Xin Yu realizes that it is Sister Hua's voice. They all hurried to arrive at the room where Sister Hua was. When they entered this room, they saw Hua lying wounded on the floor. Tianlei says that thing must still be in the hotel. He orders Tong Lang to go and watch the captain, and Li Xiaoxiang must go search every room and be sure to find this creature. Xin Yu cries and leans towards Sister Hua, but Sister Hua asks Tianlei to fulfill one of her requests. She wants Tianlei to promise her that he will marry Xin Yu. Tianlei and Xin Yu looked at her and could not say a word. Hua says that although Xin Yu is a beauty and a star, she was lonely all the time. Since she was the center of attention, she could not make the mistake of opening her heart to someone. Although there were many guys who wanted to become her suitors, they didn't want her beauty. They wanted something else. Besides Sister Hua, Zhao Tianlei is the only person who is sincerely kind to her, and the only person she cares about. Now she is dying and wants to give it to Tianlei. Xin Yu says that she will not die. Xin Yu has no one left except her. She asks not to leave her. Hua asks Tianlei if he can promise her this. Tianlei stood there and could not utter a word. Zhen Binyang also waited for what answer Tianlei would give. Tianlei says that he will take care of Xin Yu as long as he is alive. He will not let anything happen to her. Hua closes her eyes and with the last of her strength says that Tianliji and Xin Yu are suitable for each other. She also turns to Xin and says that she must get this man for herself. These were Sister Hua's last words, and after that she died. Meanwhile, Wu Xuan was trying to kill this zombie. Li Xiaoxiang says that this creature is much stronger than those two zombies. This zombie attacks Li Xiaoxiang, but Li Xiaoxiang defended himself with his sword. Wu Xuan tells Li Xiaoxiang not to get close to this zombie. He can't aim properly. Li Xiaoxiang says that he feels that this zombie is not stupid, and he cannot free himself. The zombie takes the sword from Xiaoxiang and throws it away, and after that he attacks him. And suddenly someone asks Li Xiaoxiang to bend her head. And suddenly this zombie had an axe in his head. It was Tianlei who arrived in time and saved his friend. But it still didn't kill this zombie, and he just pulled the axe from his head. Tianlei realized that his head was too hard. It's not that easy to kill him, and this zombie starts attacking the guys again. Wu Xuan continues to fire back with his rifle, preventing the zombies from getting any closer. But the zombie grabs Wu Xuan's rifle with its long tongue, and he continues to hold it with his tongue, Xiaoxiang standing nearby. Tianlei takes advantage of the moment and attacks this zombie from behind. But the zombie managed to dodge and attacked Tianlei in the back, after which Tianlei fell to the floor. The zombie then grabs Tianlei and tries to tear him into pieces. Tianlei screams loudly in severe pain, but Shen Xinyu did not stand by and injected this zombie with something. After this, the zombie became hurt and he let Tianlei go. But the zombie turned around and hit Shen Xinyu with his hand. This blow sent Shen Xinyu flying far away and sliding across the floor. Tianlei saw this and immediately tried to avenge the girl. He roundhouses this zombie in the face with one powerful blow of his elbow. After this, the zombie got angry and began to attack Tianlei. After this, Tianlei takes his axe in his hand, and he begins to chop this zombie. He mercilessly continues to hit the licking zombie with an axe, and finally he managed to kill this zombie. After that, Shen Xinyu lay in bed and felt bad after the fight with the zombies. Everyone gathers around her, and Binyan says that she examined her. She is fine. She has a slight fever. But suddenly Shen Xinyu calls Tianlei over. But Tianlei approaches Binyang to explain to her. But Binyan says he doesn't need to explain anything. She understands everything. Shen Xinyu lost her sister Hua and now she is sad. Binyan allows Tianlei to be with her. After this, Tongxi and Zhen Binyang leaves the room, and Tianlei is left alone with Shen Xinyu. As they walk down the corridor, Tongxi asks why Binyang left Tianlei alone with Shen Xinyu this time. Well, what else can Binyan do? Be jealous. This will only make Tianlei be more sympathetic to her, and she feels that she is too upset. Even in this situation, Tianlei thought about Binyang's feelings and tried to explain and prove that he also took her feelings into account. There is no need to worry. Let Tianlei console her for a while. One way or another, she will be the winner of the finals. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyu tells Tianlei that her parents divorced early and then created new families for themselves. They settled her in her grandmother's house and came to her only for some holiday. She then went to a show company, but they didn't want to have anything to do with show business, so she had to break off all ties with them. Therefore, from a very early age, she knew that she did not have parents like other students, and she had to achieve everything on her own. And she also wanted to have a lot of memories with her grandmother, but she died before she could do that. Besides his grandmother, Sister Hua is the best person in the world for him. She is like a kind sister to her. And now that Sister Hua is gone, she is left alone. Tianlei says she still has him. He promised Sister Hua that he would take care of her. Shen Xinyu knows that Tianlei responded so that Sister Hua would die without regrets. Shen Xinyu says that she will always regret this. When she was in school, she saw how Tianlei didn't run away to protect them, being left alone by the zombies, and she wanted to be like Shitong. But she is afraid. She lacks courage. She always wondered if things would have been different if she hadn't left then. They would not have gone to Xia Villa, and Shitong and Wu Bing would not have died. And Tianlei would not have met Zhen Binyan. And at this moment, Shen Xinyu confesses his love to Tianlei. She was too cowardly, so she jumped along the Tianlei. Seeing that he was caught by the licking eater, she subconsciously rushed. Only then did she realize how much she liked him. She asks for a chance to compete fairly with Zhen Binyan. Tianlei opened his mouth but could not answer her. Meanwhile, the next morning arrived. Tianlei says that Captain Chen's body has not yet recovered. He asks him not to rush out of bed, and it is better to rest for a few more days. The captain says that now there are new changes, and he must return to base immediately to report this to his superiors. He has no time to think about the injury. He also turns to Shen Xin and says that he knows that Sister Hua transfused his blood and saved his life, but unfortunately, he has no way to repay her. Since she is her best friend, he is indebted to her. If she needs any help, he asks her to contact him. Shen Xinyu thanks the captain for this. Tongxi says that Captain Chen only thanked Miss Shen, but they also did a great job. If Officer Feng and Sister Binyan had not helped him stop the bleeding, he would have lost too much blood and the blood transfusion would not have helped. But Tianlei says that there is no need to thank them. Since they have become friends, they will be able to reach base number 6, and they can rely on Captain Chen Guanzhao. After that, they went on their way. Shen Xinyu and Zhen the Binyans sat in the car and happily talked to each other. Li Xiaoxiang asks his wife why Binyan and Shen Xinyu became so friendly. Tongxi says that this is simply Sister Binyan's battle. The better Sister Binyan treats Shen Xinyu, the more Tianlei will love Sister Binyan. But then suddenly their car stopped abruptly. and in front of them stood a zombie dog. A pack of zombie dogs attacks their car. They rush into the car windows, and the girls are very scared. Officer Chen Feng fires back at zombie dogs from the cab of a truck, but even more zombie dogs start running towards them from the forest. Qian Lei saw this and shouts for Chen Feng to close the window. Chen Feng managed to close the window in time, and their cars were completely surrounded by zombie dogs. Wu Xuan asks what he should do, and Qian Lei tells him to step on the gas. And then Wu Xuan began to press the gas to the floor. And since their car was improved, they hit all these zombies with the car. But Wu Xuan noticed that they had a flat tire. And the zombie dogs took advantage of the moment and began to attack the car. And suddenly, someone starts shooting these zombie dogs. It was some man in homemade armor and with a double-barreled gun. He helps them kill these dogs. But he fails and one zombie dog bites him, but he is very lucky and is saved by his homemade armor. But Tian Lei did not just look at this and decided to help this man. The guys started helping this man and fired back at the dogs. After some time, the guys dealt with this pack of zombie dogs. Tian Lei thanks the man for the help he provided. When this man removed the motorcycle dick from his head, it turned out to be an old man. The guys were very surprised that this man turned out to be an old man, because he fought so bravely with these zombies, but their wheel was still punctured. Wu Xuan says it's a problem because they don't have a spare tire. The old man says that he has a tire at home. His village is nearby. He invites one of them to go with him and pick him up. Tian Lei was very happy about this and thanks the old man for this. Tian Lei says that they can't just take someone else's thing and forgive Li Xiaoxiang to bring the old man something in return. But the old man refuses and says that he doesn't need anything. The old man says that it is better for them to keep it for themselves. It will be useful to them. Tong Lang says that then he will go with Grandpa. Maybe those zombie dogs will still come back, and they will stay to protect everyone. After this, Tong Lang went with the old man to his village. Li Xiaoxiang says that this girl is really a good person. After some time, the guy and the old man reached his village. Tong Lang asks if there are any other survivors in this village. The old man says that everyone ran away. Only those dogs remained that turned into zombies. Tong Lang asks, why doesn't the old man run away from this village? The old man says that he is already old, and there is no need for him to run. He will not be able to survive anyway. Tong Lang invites him to go with them to Base 6. If he goes there, he will be safe. After that, the old man had a damn scared face. But he refuses because his wife and children are left here, and he does not want to leave them. If they die, he will die with them. They finally arrive at the old man's house, and the old man asks Tong Lang to wait for him inside. When Tong Lang entered the old man's house, he immediately looked around. He looked at the photographs that were hanging on the wall and saw that this grandfather was so old, and his wife was so young and beautiful. And suddenly he heard a sound coming from the door that was behind him. When Tong Lang came closer to that door, he saw something terrible. The old man's wife and child were sitting in this room and were chained. The wife and child were turned into zombies. But then an old man approached him from behind and put the barrel of a weapon to the back of his head. The old man says that Tong Lang found out everything. This is the old man's wife and child. The old man says that even though they are zombies, he wants them to be alive. The old man had 3 wives, and they all died. The people in the village say that he is a cursed man and no one wants to go near him, except for his wife Xiao Jun. Only Xiao Jun understands that the old man is not as terrible as others say. She did not hate him because he was old and poor. She even agreed to marry him and gave him such a wonderful son. They are his most beloved and dear people in this world. He cannot leave them. Tong Lang asks the old man not to be stupid and think that they are still alive. They have been dead for a long time, and now they are just the walking dead. If the old man really loved them, he should have freed them from their suffering. The old man says that he is tired of being alone, and if he loses them again, he will have no reason to live. And at this moment, Tong Lang forgot to take his gun. He thinks that this man has gone crazy. Everything will be difficult with him. The guy says it's too dangerous for the old man to keep them like that. Tong Lang points his finger and says that the chain is rusty. When it breaks, then they will bite him. The old man says that zombies are aggressive and attack everyone when they are hungry, and if the zombie is full, he will behave calmly. They will be the same as before if they are provided with enough food. The old man tells Tong Lang to watch them have a delicious dinner. Tong Lang asks the old man if he killed all these people. The old man says they deserve it. The old man locked Xiao Jun and Xiao Hao in the house and tied them to chains to prevent them from harming others. But these people did not spare them. They were going to set them on fire and kill them. But the old man did not let them die. The old man says that Xiao Hao is growing up and has a big appetite. So many people were not enough, so he went outside the village to find passers-by. There had been no one here for a long time, and the old man was already starting to worry that they wouldn't last. Fortunately, the old man ran into them today. The old man asks him not to be afraid and says that it won't hurt. Soon his friends will accompany him. Tong Lang was very afraid that the old man would pull the trigger. The old man tells him not to be afraid because now everything will end. And suddenly something happened to the old man, and he grabbed his hand. It was Tianlei with the other guys. The old man is still trying to reach his weapon. But Li Xiaoxiang kicked this old man in the face. Li Xiaoxiang says Tianlei was right. This old man has problems in his head. Tong Lang asks how they knew about this. Wu Xuan said that the tire was punctured by a nail, and they looked at the road and found that there were many nails on the road. This old man appeared at the right moment, and he thought it was strange. Tianlei opens the doors to that very room, and a zombie girl and a zombie child immediately ran towards him, but they were held back by a chain that was chained to their feet. Tianlei makes it clear with his gaze that Wu Xuan needs to act, and the old man shouts that if he dares to hurt his wife and son, he will kill them. Tianlei walked up to the old man and took him by the shirt and lifted him up. Since he loves them so much, Tianlei will do it for him. Tianlei throws this old man into a room with zombies and tells him to reunite with his family. But the old man was afraid of this. He crawled away from his wife and child and leaned against the wall. Tianlei says, doesn't the old man love them, so why is he afraid of them? In the end, the old man only loves himself. He is afraid of death, and he does not have an iota of courage. Tianlei asks the old man if he has thought about his feelings. Even the people closest to him consider him a disgusting and ugly person. Although their body stinks and rots, their attitude towards him has not changed. They are still conscious and want to get rid of it. Tianlei picks up the rifle and fires 2 shots, and these 2 shots were clearly in the head of 2 zombies. The old man begins to cry because his wife and child were killed. The old man falls to his knees and asks his wife and child for forgiveness. He says he was scared. Tong Lang asks what should they do with this old man now. Li Xiaoxiang says that zombies eat people out of instinct, and the old man views people as food to feed his wife and son. This is just crazy. The old man asks to be killed. Now that he has no love, he asks to be allowed to reunite with Xiao Jun and Xiao Hao. Tianlei says that death is a blessing for them, but the old man doesn't deserve it. After that, Tianlei turned around and left the old man's house. When they went outside, Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei if everything is okay. What if he deceives someone again? Wu Xuan says that his wife and son are dead. There is no point in deceiving anyone. Tong Lang asks why Tianlei spared the old man. He killed so many people, he deserves punishment, he needs to be killed. He will be punished for the sin he committed. Death is the easiest thing, for him life is the greatest punishment. And suddenly, they heard a shot that came from the old man's house. Tianlei says that the old man is still a coward. After that, they came back to their cars and drove on with a flat tire. Li Xiaoxiang told the girls what really happened there. Tong Shi clings to Li Xiaoxiang and says that if one day she unfortunately becomes a zombie, then Li Xiaoxiang must immediately help him free himself. She will leave her beautiful appearance in his heart so as not to become a ghost. And suddenly the car brakes again urgently. Binyang asks Tianlei what happened. Tianlei says the road ahead is destroyed. They got out of their cars to look at the road. Tong Lang says that when their rescue team passed here, everything was fine. He doesn't understand how it could have collapsed. Captain Chung says that it seems to him that there is no other way from here to the base. It seems to him that he will have to abandon the cars and go on foot. Tianlei says it's too dangerous to walk, so they need to check the map first. Tianlei placed the map on the hood of the car, and they saw that this was really the only way. And suddenly Tong Lang saw Q Village on the map. He says that his grandfather lived there, and as a child he often went there. He remembers one road, but he does not know if it is still there. And after that, they went to this village. Tong Lang says that although this road is a little narrow, a car can pass. Tong Lang tells where they need to go and says that now they need to turn right. And suddenly their car gets caught in the net. It was a trap, and some miners ran out to them with pickaxes and told them to leave the car. Li Xiaoxiang asks Tianlei what should they do with them. Will they fight them? Tianlei says that it looks like they are ordinary villagers, and it would be bad to harm them. Tianlei gets out of the car and asks these people to understand him correctly. They are not bad people. But these residents began to shout that he should not come closer to them. because he might be infected. Tianlei says that they really are not infected. They were just driving along this road to the 6th base. One of the residents of this village says that Tianlei is lying because the 6th base no longer exists. Tianlei team was very surprised by this statement, but the villagers continue to shout and chase them away. But Tong Lang did not like the words of this resident. He grabbed him and begins to interrogate him. He asks what happened to base number 6. This guy who is captured begins to tell his people that these are bad people and they need to be beaten. And after that, the residents of this village began to attack the Tianlei team. They surrounded the guys, and Tianlei tried to calm them down. Wu Xuan says that now he will have to use firearms, and suddenly they actually hear a shot in the air. After this, the villagers stopped rioting. This shot into the air was fired by Li Xiaoxiang from his pistol. The villagers were afraid that they had weapons and began to run away. Wu Xuan says that they are ordinary people. It is bad to use weapons against them. But Li Xiaoxiang says that didn't Wu Xuan himself shout that he would have to shoot? But Tong Lang is still trying to find out from that guy what he knows about base number 6. But the guy in a panic says that he knows nothing and asks him not to kill. But his captain tells Tong Lang to calm down. But when the captain called the soldier by name, one of the residents of this village heard this name. He stopped and turned around. Tong Lang recognized this resident as his Uncle Zhao. After some time, they all moved together towards the village. Uncle Zhao says that he has not seen Tong Lang since his grandfather left. He never thought that he would see him again under such circumstances. The last time Uncle Zhao saw Tong Lang, he was a little boy, and now he is so big and mature. And Uncle Zhao asks Tong Lang how is his grandfather. Tong Lang says that his grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and before he died, he asked him to fulfill his wish and become a soldier, and now he is in the army. The inhabitants of this village are harvesting. There is nothing in the village except rich land. They have a source of water, so they don't have to run around looking for food and water. And as long as there are no zombies in this village, they have nothing to worry about. Binyan says she hasn't seen a view like this in a long time. It's like she's gone back in time. Shen Xinyu says that it feels like a lifetime has passed. Although not much has passed since the start of the apocalypse, it feels like several decades have passed. Tong Shi misses the old days and can only think about what if the zombies had never appeared. Li Xiaoxiang says that women are so sentimental, he doesn't understand why they should cry over something like this. Wu Xuan asks Xiaoxiang to turn his face so that others can see that he is not crying. Tong Lang asks his Uncle Zhao if he knows what happened to base 6. Uncle Zhao says it's a long story. Uncle Zhao says that they are just farmers. They have never done anything, and after the outbreak, they just seem to go crazy. He later heard that the government had set up base 6 for survivors, so he discussed joining them. But as soon as they left the village, they were met by soldiers who had escaped from the base. The soldiers told them that the base had been overrun and that everyone inside had become zombies. It's a good thing they didn't go there, otherwise they would have been in the lion's den. Captain Zheng says that this is impossible. There were strong troops and a lot of weapons at the base. He does not understand how the zombies got there. Uncle Zhao says that he is not sure about this, but Chief Tang should know it. The captain seemed to have heard this name before. Uncle Zhang says that the head of Tang is some kind of leader at the base. He should know this better than anyone. Uncle Zhao points his finger somewhere in the field and says that the head of Tang is there with his brothers. Head Tang saw his name being called and looked back. He greeted them back. When Tianlei saw this man, he seemed to recognize him. Captain Chen and Tong Lang introduced themselves to the Tang chief. Chief Tang says that he never thought he would meet any of the troops here. He thanks them for their hard work. His name is Tang Kun, and this is his deputy Xiao Jun. Tang Kun says that it probably wasn't easy for them to get here amid all this apocalypse, and they formed a good team. Tianlei says that they are just trying to stay alive and nothing more. Captain Chen's squad was almost wiped off the face of the earth. He lost an arm while trying to save his people. He and his comrade are real heroes. Tang Kun says that Captain Chen is the pride of their soldiers. If the army were still here, he would tell everyone what a hero he is. Captain Chen says it is a soldier's duty to protect people. One hand is nothing. Captain Chen asks if the base was really attacked by zombies. Tang Kun says that this is indeed true. Tong Lang says that the base is heavily fortified. He doesn't understand how the zombies managed to get there. Tang Kun says that the base is heavily guarded, but unfortunately this time, it was poorly guarded. The influx of casualties and the lack of medical personnel made it increasingly difficult to protect the base. One of the survivors was already infected, but he was not detected in time, and the situation got out of control during the incident. He bit several people in a row, and the virus spread so quickly that everything got out of control, and now this place has turned into a living hell. Their squadron was ordered to escort and help the leader escape, but they encountered zombies and were separated. Captain Chen doesn't understand how this could happen. Tang Kun asks Captain Chen not to be so depressed. They lost their base, but they are still alive. As Captain Chen said, a soldier's duty is to protect people, and wherever they are, they will protect them. They also say that Tianlei and his team can stay here. They are all talented people. This village needs them. Tang Kun says that if they all work together, they can turn this place into a safe haven. Tianlei says they will think about it. Suddenly, workers approached them and said that they had brought eggs, cucumbers, and tomatoes for Mr. Tan. Tianlei says that it seems that Chief Tang is very well liked here. These workers say that Captain Tang is their great benefactor, and if they had not met him, they would have been foolish to rush to the base. Old farmers like them would be able to get to the base, as they would already become food for zombies. He not only saved their lives, but also taught them how to blow up roads, barricade paths, set up ambushes, keep outsiders out, and keep out the infected. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be living in such a safe place now. Tianlei's expression that he suspected something. Night has fallen, and the entire Tianlei team has gathered in the room and is negotiating. Tianlei says the soldiers and Tang Kun are both from the base. Haven't they met before? Captain Chen says no. There were a lot of personnel at the base, and it was difficult to know whether they saw each other or not. Tonglang says that they are in charge of search and rescue, and they were only at the base for a short time, so it's normal that they didn't see them. But now that the base is gone, what should they do now? Shen Xinyu says that she thinks they should listen to Captain Tang and stay here. And Binyan says that the people here are good and simple. They can stay here and farm like them and be self-sufficient, so they won't have to take risks anymore. Tongxi says that wherever Binyan is, she will be there. Li Xiaoxiang says that of course he will be with his wife. Wu Xuan says they have been looking all this time for this to be a place to stay. Now that the base is gone, it doesn't matter where they stay. Wu Xuan also thinks that this is the most ideal place. Tianlei also wants to hear what Captain Chen thinks about it. Captain Chen says he is returning to base. He can't believe them without seeing it with his own eyes, so he will return to see it for himself. Tong Lang says he will go after his captain. Officer Chen Feng says his goal was to convey information to the government about the death of his comrades. They died bravely, and he wants to engrave their names on a monument to military merit, so he will not give up even with a glimmer of hope. Tianlei saw that people had differences of opinion, but the guys say that no matter what Tianlei says, they will listen to him. Tianlei chooses the option and says that they will go to the base. They don't know Captain Tang, and they can't give up their goal just because he says so. Even if there is no base, there must be many people like them who have escaped. Maybe they will even clash with the government. The most important thing is that they have supplies and weapons. This place is the best in this place. Tong Lang says that Tianlei is right. Their government cannot be defeated by zombies so easily. They have taken some measures. If he finds them, he will return and tell Uncle Zhao to take them all there. But, unfortunately, their conversation was overheard by the guy who was with the head of Tang. He came to Tang Kun and reported to him everything he had heard. He says that maybe they don't believe that they are from the army. They don't have army clothes. One of them says that they have clothes that were taken from dead soldiers. Tang Kun says that they lied to deceive those village idiots, but they haven't even seen the base. He assumes that the Tianlei team has real soldiers, or they are from the base, and come to think of it, they most likely have weapons. Tang Kun says that he has been a bandit for so many years and has never experienced this. This is the first time in his life that he felt respected and loved. He loves to see these village goats giving him food as if he is their savior. His people say they have cucumbers and vegetables every day and don't even rape women. What is the point of living like this for them? Tang Kun says that he too can no longer hold back. Those two girls who came here with them are so hot, he also can't stand it and wants to rape them. He doesn't understand how this guy with the surname Zhao could get such a beautiful woman. He says he can't let such a beauty leave. He orders all his people to prepare. In 2 days, they will plunder this village. The next day, they laid out a feast. This guy informs Tang Kun that among these people, only Chun Fei and Tong Lang are soldiers, and that guy with the surname Zhao and his friends are ordinary people who don't know how to fight. Their people have already set up an ambush. They are waiting for the order of the head of Tang Kun. Tianlei and his team enter this building, and these bandits saw that all the guys were well armed. Tang Kun says that today he held a party in honor of their arrival, but people are a little scared because they have weapons. He asks them to hand over their weapons, but Tianlei refuses this. He says that now there is an apocalypse everywhere, and they are used to going anywhere with weapons. They can't even go to the toilet without weapons, because they don't feel calm without them. Tang Kun says it's okay. He tells them to sit down at the table before the food gets cold. But he thinks that they are already in his trap anyway, and they will not get out of it no matter what. After that, they sat down at the table and began to eat. Uncle Zhao asks Tong Leng if he is really leaving. It's so dangerous outside, he doesn't understand why take such risks. Tong Leng says that as long as there are zombies all over the world, there will never be a safe place. He, as a soldier, must fulfill his duty, protect people, destroy zombies, and return the world to its original state. After that, Tang Kun poured alcohol for everyone. He makes a toast to their safe journey. Captain Chen raises his glass and says that he hopes that they will see each other at headquarters when the time comes. And after that, he drinks a whole glass of this alcohol. All the guys at the table empty their glasses as well. But Tianlei doesn't drink alcohol, so he'll just drink water. The bandits say that there are no men who do not drink alcohol. This is a sign of their appreciation. But Binyan says that it's okay. She will drink as a sign of gratitude instead of Tianlei. She picks up a glass of alcohol, gets up from her chair, and wants to make a toast to all of them on behalf of Tianlei. After she made the toast, she emptied her glass. Tang Kun says she is a heroine, and Zhao Tianlei is lucky to have such a confidant. But Binyan snuggles closer to Tianlei and says that she is not a confidant but his fiancée. But Shen Xinyu also clings to Tianlei and says that Sister Binyan works and drinks a lot. Of course, a student like her will be better. After that, the girls started arguing and dividing the guy between themselves. But the bandit could not stand it and calls Binyan and Jinya small bitches who enraged him. Now he will deal with them all. All the people present were shocked by Tang Kun's behavior. And suddenly after that, Captain Chen fell unconscious. After that, all the guys were just as dizzy, and everyone who drank alcohol fell to the floor unconscious. Tianlei asks Tang Kun what kind of alcohol was it, and then Tianlei was finally convinced that these guys were all villains. Afterwards, Tang Kong kicked Tianlei in the face. After that, Tianlei fell to the floor. Shen Xinyu was conscious because she did not drink alcohol. She immediately tried to help Tianlei up. Tang Kun says that he mixed something into this alcohol, and he says that today Tianlei will die. The villagers were shocked by what Chief Tang was doing. Tang Kun turns to them and says that he is a bad guy. He admitted to them that he had deceived them and used them as idiots. After this, the bandits took out their weapons and pointed them towards civilians. The villagers began to run away, but one of the bandits fired a shotgun upward so that people stopped running away. Uncle Zhao asks why are they not from base number 6. One of the bandits says they found out too late. Tang Kun says it felt good to be adored. He didn't want it to end so quickly, but it was all because of these guys. One of the bandits says that there is water and farmland here, so it's safe and they don't have to worry about food. So he suggests setting up camp here. One of the bandits asks what they should do with these people. Tang Kun says that men will work on the land without rest, and women, they will work with their body. The bandits grab the women and say that now they will have fun with them. But Tang Kun's right-hand man tells them to stop. The bandits ask what happened. He says that although Tang Kun is not against what they are doing, they must first take these two girls to his room so that he can have fun with them. These bandits began to approach Zhen Binyan, and Shen Xinyu sits next to Tianlei, who is passed out. He asks them not to approach her, but the bandit says it's not up to her to decide. He says that she has such a great body, he wants to register her before Tang Kun has fun with her. And when he leaned closer to Shen Xin, someone cut off his hands. And after that, the rest of the bandits got a bullet in the head. Tianlei stood up and said that he has seen many villains, but he is the most disgusting of them, doing evil deeds and pretending to be not all that. Everyone else also stood up and took up their weapons. Tianlei says that they themselves wrote out a death sentence for themselves because they tried to attack them. The bandits were shocked that they were alive because he saw them drink alcohol. Captain Chen says that they did not swallow it, but spat it out while they were not paying attention to them. He points his finger at Zhen Binyan, says that he definitely saw her drink it. Binyan says she didn't drink alcohol, but water. Shen Xinyu didn't know that they had planned all this, but she didn't understand why they didn't tell her. Xinyu starts scolding Tianlei and says that she is a professional actor. Tang Kun says that they planned everything so well that they seem to know about his plan in the morning. Tianlei says it was easy to figure him out. Their performance was so bad that as soon as they entered, Captain Chen immediately noticed something was wrong. Uniform is the dignity of a soldier, and no soldier would wear such a uniform. And even if they did, it would be done carefully. But their clothes are tattered and worn incorrectly. Tang Kun says that even if they found out what, so what? This is his territory. If anyone dares to go against him, he will die. And a shootout begins between the bandits and the Tianlei team. Tianlei's team was better trained in shooting, and they quickly dealt with these bandits. Tang Kun saw that his people were starting to be killed one by one, and he began to panic. And then he saw mother and daughter hiding under the table. Tang Kun takes a little girl hostage and tells her not to move or he will kill her. Tianlei saw this and threw his axe at this bandit. But this axe flew past the bandit and he just grinned. But the axe was like a boomerang and turned in the opposite direction. And he hit this bandit right in the back. After this, the daughter returned to her mother. The peaceful villagers begin to scold Tang Kun and say that they trusted him and he deceived them. But Tang Kun is still alive. He stands up and calls them idiots because he is a villain. He gets up and says he hasn't lost yet. His brothers had already ambushed and looted the village during this skirmish. Now all their parents, wives, and children are hostage to him. If something happens to him, they will all feed the worms in the ground. But at this moment, Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan bring these same brothers of his into this building. They caught them and tied them up. Tang Kun doesn't understand how they dared to get caught. The bandits say they were ambushed. When they were about to take everyone hostage, they were caught. Tianlei says that this is Uncle Zhao's village, and now he will decide what to do with these people. After that, the peaceful villagers approach Tang Kun with a menacing look and a desire to kick his ass. Tang Kun got scared and starts making excuses. He says they misunderstood. They are friends. How could he harm them? People say that although they are from the village, they are not stupid. They will not let him deceive them again. After this, when the Tianlei team got ready to go on the road, Uncle Zhao says that the whole village decided to give them grain for the journey. But Tianlei refuses and says that they don't need it. They already have plenty of food. But Uncle Zhao says that they saved the lives of all the people in the village. He must repay them. They have nothing but grain, and if they don't take it, the villagers will feel uncomfortable. Captain Chen says that since Uncle Zhao says it, they can't refuse. They agree to take the grain. Tianlei asks Uncle Zhao if they can really keep these guys. The villagers use the bandits as labor in the fields. Uncle Zhao says that even though they are villains, they cannot kill them. But he asks not to worry. They will look after them. They won't give them a chance to hurt anyone. Uncle Zhao also asks that if Tianlei knew right away that they were being deceived, then why didn't they tell them right away? Tianlei says that if they told them, they still wouldn't believe them. People agree with this. Therefore, before they left, they wanted to reveal their real intentions. So if they went to base number 6, they would show them their true colors. Tianlei says that now there is chaos all over the world and people are unpredictable. So he asks Uncle Zhao not to trust people so easily. After that, they said goodbye and set off. Tong Lang says that when he returns to base, he will figure out how to return and get them. But as they were leaving, Captain Chen felt sick. Captain Chen developed a fever. When they took off his shirt, they saw that his wound began to bleed. After that, they returned back to the village and bandaged Captain Chen. Tianlei asks Officer Chen Feng how Captain Chen's condition is. Officer Chen Feng says his condition is very bad. The wound began to fester, and because of this, he has a high fever. Tong Lang understands that it turns out that Captain Chen was initially unwell, but he held on. In his current condition, he would need to rest and recover to have any chance of recovery. Otherwise, he would not be able to make it to base. One of the villagers suggests that the guys leave Captain Chen here in the village so that he can recover from his injuries. Tianlei thinks that they really have no other choice. Tong Lang doesn't want to leave his captain and says that he will stay too, but Captain Chen tells him that there is no need. He says that his wound is not serious, and they need to return to the base as soon as possible and report what they saw to the chief. Tong Lang says that he cannot leave his captain here alone. Uncle Zhao says that there are enough people in their village to take care of Captain Chen. Captain Chen tells him not to worry. He says he has been through a lot. He's not going to die from this. He asks Zhao Tianlei to take care of Tong Lang. Tianlei asks not to worry. He will take care of Tong Lang. Once they reach the base, he will find a person to come here for him. Captain Chen was delighted at these words. After this, the Tianlei team set off, and everyone in the car sat in a tense atmosphere. Tong Lang asks over and over again how the captain is doing. Li Xiaoxiang put his hands on his head and said that he couldn't stand it anymore. He shouts at Tong Lang and asks how many times he will repeat this. Tong Shi says that luckily Captain Chen is a man, otherwise she would have thought he liked him. Tong Lang says that this is nonsense and that he and the captain are straight. But Tianlei stops them and asks them not to joke with him. Tianlei says that at this rate it will take them 2 days to reach the base. Tianlei wants Tong Lang to tell them what the rules are so they don't have to look both ways. Tong Lang says that the rules are actually quite simple, but entering will be a bit of a hassle. As he already said, the base is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, and the only way to get inside is through the front axle. There are 3 guard posts on the bridge, all under heavy security. The first post is a routine examination, which is a medical disinfection and checking the body for infection. If a person is found to have any kind of injury, he will be immediately isolated, and if he is infected, he will be killed on the spot. The second post is more dangerous and powerful than the first. All the people there are heavily armed. Even if someone is lucky enough to break through the first post, he will never go through the second. The third post is the last defensive shield, belonging to a hybrid weapon equipped with high explosive ammunition. The third post in order to give the rear time to mobilize more troops to fight in the event of an attack by large groups. In addition, the base is regularly patrolled to avoid fights and provocations. We can say that from the point of view of security and order, the world is no different from what it was before. Tianlei looked back, and it was as if he saw something. He immediately asks Wu Xuan to stop. Wu Xuan asks Tianlei what happened. Tianlei says there are zombies outside. Li Xiaoxiang looked through his binoculars and saw zombies climbing a tree. And on this tree there was a man with a bow who hid there from the zombies. Li Xiaoxiang reports that 500 meters away, a man was trapped. Tianlei asks the guys to stay in the car, and he will go and check. Li Xiaoxiang says that he will go with Tianlei. Meanwhile, at that moment, the man who was in the tree was shooting back at the zombies with a bow. But suddenly one of the zombies climbed up a tree behind this man. But this man noticed this in time and hung on his feet on a tree branch and shot at this zombie. When Tianlei arrived at the scene, he says that he had not seen these zombies for only 2 days, and they had already learned to climb trees. Li Xiaoxiang wants to ask Tianlei something. He asks why Tianlei didn't take an axe with him. Tianlei, meanwhile, takes out 2 pistols and says that he recently realized that firearms are quite convenient. Meanwhile, a flock of zombies was running towards them. Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang began to destroy these zombies. A few minutes later, Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang dealt with all the zombies, and they asked the guy in the tree how long he will stay there. After that, the guy climbed down from the tree. The guy says that the 2 of them are amazing and asks them what their names are. Li Xiaoxiang calls this guy a baby and says that before asking someone's name, you need to tell him your own first. But this guy says that he is not small, but he is already 20 years old. If it weren't for the zombies, he would have gotten married last month. Tianlei says it looks like this guy was born in the mountains. The guy says that this is true. His entire village has lived in these mountains for several generations, and all thanks to hunting. But too many bad things happened this year. Firstly, there was this zombie outbreak, which caused quite a few people in the village to die. Secondly, a bunch of bad guys came and stole all their food supplies, so their people ran away. Tianlei asks, then why doesn't he run away? The guy says that here are the graves of his parents. He doesn't want to leave them, so he didn't run away. He was hungry, so he went out to look for something to eat, but he didn't expect to find zombies. With his bow skills, he could kill all those zombies if they were 100 meters away from him. He doesn't understand why no one can kill them. Tianlei says that zombies are not so easy to kill. To kill them, you need to hit his head. If you hit any other part of the body, he will not die. The guy says his name is Yang Feng and asks them to give their name. Zhao Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang told him their names. The guy starts rummaging through his pockets and says that he should thank him for saving his life, but he has nothing to give them. Yang Feng takes out the last piece of dried meat and gives it to them. But the guys smelled an unpleasant smell from this meat and say that they have something to eat. Tianlei says that it is too late. As soon as it gets dark, there will be even more of them. Tianlei asks the boy to return home. After that, Tianlei and Li Xiaoxiang turned around and began to leave for their car. Li Xiaoxiang says that this guy doesn't even have the basic knowledge to fight zombies, but he's still alive, and this guy suddenly noticed the binoculars on Li Xiaoxiang's belt. And after that, the guy starts shouting that they are bastards, and he immediately shot an arrow at them. But Tianlei and Xiaoxiang dodged the arrow. The guy doesn't stop and continues to shoot arrows at them, but Li Xiaoxiang repels these arrows with his sword. Tianlei moved too fast and approached this boy. The guy was surprised that Tianlei moved very quickly. After that, Tianlei grabbed the guy by his shirt and lifted him up. And after that, he threw him with all his might to the ground. This guy starts shouting that they are bastards and bandits, and he will definitely avenge his parents. Tianlei asks him who told him that they were bandits. The guy says that if they are not bandits, then why carry bandit things with them? The guys were very surprised by this statement. Li Xiaoxiang takes out binoculars and shows them to this guy. The guy says that he knows these binoculars belong to the bandit leader who robbed their village. Tianlei let the guy go and says that the bandit leader the boy is talking about was captured by them and they took those binoculars from him. The guy says he doesn't believe them. They had so many people and they had weapons, how could they capture them? Tianlei says why would they lie to him to get a piece of his rotten jerky? If they were bandits, they would have let the zombies eat him. Why would they save him? Tianlei leaves this guy and goes away himself. He says that it is his business to believe them or not, and advises the guy to quickly go home. The guy shouts at them in the back that he won't go home until they explain to him. He ran towards Li Xiaoxiang and tripped over a stone. After that, he fell face down into the ground and passed out. Tianlei asks Xiaoxiang why he hit the boy. Li Xiaoxiang says that he didn't even touch it. Li Xiaoxiang tries to wake up this guy, but he fails. After that, they brought this guy to their car. Binyan says that this guy looks 16 or 17 years old, but not 20. Shen Xinyu says that he is very thin, and he probably hasn't eaten for several days. Meanwhile, this guy woke up and began to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shen Xinyu in front of him. He immediately recognized this girl. The guy immediately stood up and began to shake Shen Xinyu's hand. He says that she is a goddess, and he has liked her a lot for many years. Shen Xinyu turns to the guys and says that this seems to be his fan. Tianlei tells this guy that holding Xinya's hand is probably enough. When the guy saw that they were also here, he began to protect Shen Xinyu from them. He asks Shen Xinyu how she ended up with these villains. Shen Xinyu says that he is mistaken because they are not villains, and the fact that they captured the leader of the bandits is absolutely true. And after these fame, the guy immediately believed her. Li Xiaoxiang is furious that he believed her so quickly. This guy turns to Shen Xin and says that although it is a little presumptuous of him to say this at their first meeting, he kneels down and asks Shen Xinyu to marry him. Everyone was shocked by such statements. Xinyu also couldn't say anything. The boy says his parents' greatest wish was to see him get married, have children, and inherit the Yang family's archery skills. He is sorry that they died young and did not wait for this day. He swore on their graves that he would soon find a girlfriend and have children. And she had been his dream girl since he was a child. Now that everyone is gone, the whole mountain is his. He is young and strong. He will be able to hunt and protect it. Shen Xinyu says that she already has a boyfriend and points her finger at Tianlei. It hurt this guy to hear that. He didn't understand how this was even possible. She said that she wouldn't date anyone until she graduated from school. But Binyan and Tongxi decide to encourage this guy and ask him not to give up, and he will succeed in the future. When he looked at them, his melancholy went away a little, and he also proposes to Binyan and Tongxi to marry him. Because of this, Li Xiaoxiang grabbed the sword, but the guys try to hold him back. Tianlei says that if he really wants to find a beautiful girl and marry her, then he invites him to follow him to base number 6. Tianlei says that in this mountain there are only birds and animals. Maybe no people will come here for the rest of his life. Or does he want to marry a zombie girl? There are almost 100,000 survivors at the 6th base, and it will be easy to find a wife there. The guy says that he will not leave here. He will guard the graves of his parents. The guys decided to play along with the young man and say that they heard that at this base there are many models who performed in beauty contests. The guy has already thought about it. And a couple of minutes later he was already sitting in the car and saying goodbye to his parents. He says that he will return here with their grandchildren. Wu Xuan says that this guy is so stupid that he only thinks about girls. And even with a bamboo bow and arrow, almost like a primitive man, he doesn't understand what Tianlei saw in him. Tianlei says don't underestimate the wisdom of the ancestors. Tianlei has seen the guy shoot. He shoots so well that he almost doesn't need to aim. He hits his target with instincts. A little training can make him an excellent long-range attacker, and it's still unclear what's going on inside the base, so an extra person could come in handy. After some time, they arrived at base number 6, but at the first checkpoint, there was a huge line of cars. Tong Lang is surprised that there are so many people here. He says that there are usually not so many here. Li Xiaoxiang says that it will take them forever to get tested. Tong Lang gets out of the car and says that he will try to negotiate. He approaches one of the guards and says something to him. After he talks to the guard, he points his finger in the direction of their car. Then he calls Tianlei to him. When Tianlei came closer, Tong Lang introduced him to Company Commander Chen Dorgan. He was in charge here. The company commander says he reported their situation to his superior, and he agreed to allow them through for security checks. However, they do not allow cars into the base, so Tianlei must leave it here. He says Tianlei should follow him. Tianlei agrees with this. After that, everyone got out of the car and went to the security check. Tianlei team was sprayed with something to disinfect them. Then some of their blood was taken from all of them, and after that they were given their identity cards. The company commander says that from now on, this is their temporary ID. After receiving clearance from security, they are now official members of Base 6. Comrade Tong Lang and Officer Feng went to report the situation to the boss. He heard about the mutants and organized an emergency meeting. And first they need rest. While they were walking to the place where they would rest, they noticed that this government base was full of modern weapons. With such weapons, they could really destroy the zombies and restore civilization. It is also unknown what position the authorities will give them. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei is very talented. The bosses should be very impressed. In the worst case, it should be a summer villa. The boy asks if they have a beauty and modeling contest here. Shen Xinyu says that the boy is changing quickly, and after some time they finally reached the place where they would live. When they looked closely, they saw just ordinary slums. Li Xiaoxiang was unhappy with their new habitat. The company commander says that all new arrivals live here. As you can see, there are a lot of people here today. Some of them are even staying in tents. He says for the guys to stay here for now, and he will deal with this later. Wu Xuan says that he has looked around the area, and isn't there a vacant house here? The company commander says that there are several houses, there are too many new arrivals, and they cannot afford them. Li Xiaoxiang starts talking rudely to the soldier and says that they are not ordinary survivors. They killed a lot of zombies and saved a lot of survivors on the way to this base. The soldier asks Li Xiaoxiang to watch his words, and he says that everyone who came here, whether they fought zombies or not, whether they survived many difficulties or not, simply live here. Would it be fair to others if they were given special treatment? Tianlei calms them down and asks which room is theirs. The soldier says that the blue room is theirs and points with his finger where they need to go. Tianlei extends his hand to the soldier and thanks him for leading them through. The soldier also responds by shaking Tianlei's hand and saying that he knows that they saved Captain Chung and he respects them too. However, since he does not have special permission, he cannot decide anything about them. After that, they went into the room that was provided to them. The guy says that he should have guessed before coming here. At least he would rather be free in the mountains than in this crowded place. Wu Xuan says that it is really too modest here. This is normal for them, grown men, but they cannot allow girls to live like this. Li Xiaoxiang says that with Tianlei's skill, they can't be here. He suggests they leave here. Tianlei says that it is not his style to simply leave after arriving at his destination. If Tianlei is not given something, he will take it himself. He says that by evening, they will be living in a bigger house. The next morning came. Wu Xuan says that he made some inquiries and the officer's story is not entirely false. This was indeed the main residential area of the base, where most of the survivors lived. Li Xiaoxiang says that he doesn't believe it. How can a leader live in such a place? Wu Xuan says that this is a residential area, but there are 3 areas. They are in the 3rd region, with the largest population, the largest territory, and the worst conditions. The 2nd district is home to the elite and former celebrities. Scientists, musicians, artists, and so on are the very people who represent the last hope of human civilization. The 1st area is where government troops and leaders live and where the operational command is located, but they will not be able to get there. Li Xiaoxiang says that they can't live in the 1st district, but they can live in the second. Aren't their zombie fighting skills superior to those who play the piano or paint? Binyan says that in this case, actors are considered the art world, and Shen Xinyu, with her popularity, she can live in the second district. But Shen Xin, she says that wherever Tianlei is, she will be with him. Shen Xinyu says that Sister Binyan was an elite in the workplace, a company CEO and a pillar of society, so why shouldn't she go? Binyan says she's just a small company. How can she compete with the popularity of a big star? Tianlei asks how people live here, trade, buy and sell things. Wu Xuan says that the best currency is food, and besides money, there is barter. Although the base will regularly distribute supplies, it is becoming more and more crowded. He heard that breakfast was cancelled yesterday, so people were exchanging goods at the market. Tianlei asks what about the things they brought. Li Xiaoxiang says everything is here. Tianlei takes the bag and throws it to the guy. Tianlei says that if he wants a wife, he will have to work or he will stay here. After that, they came to the market. And the guy sat and laid out some of his toys near him and sold them. He invited passers-by to come to him. A child walked past him with his mother and he noticed something from him and asked his mother to buy it. But mom did not allow her child to buy anything. After this, the guy got angry and said that he would not do this. He says that Tianlei brought him here just to make him look bad. Tianlei lies on the couch and says that he doesn't know how to shout. He has never practiced before. They mountain people have good voices, so of course he will have to do the hard work. Protecting humanity's peace starts with children, and these guns are a great way to prepare them for war. These people are so blind. And then suddenly a man comes up to them and says that he sees that Tianlei has never done this before in their time, when you can't even eat. Why would anyone buy these things? He suggests that they help him sell shoes, a pair of boots for a pound of millet, for which he will pay them 10%. He brings them to his merchandise and says they are limited editions that he has kept for years. They used to cost thousands. They can be easily sold. The guy asks, then why doesn't he do it himself? The man says that with a look like the boys, he is sure that he will not bring home a single grain of rice today. And suddenly they hear loud exclamations of people. Cars were driving through this market, and for some reason people were happy about it. Tianlei says that he thought cars were not allowed to enter here. The man says that this is a car of the hunting legion, so it is their privilege. Since Tianlei is new here and doesn't know much, he will explain it to him. At least everyone is safe here. The military, government, and survivors all have their own powers to check and balance each other. Even the third region, at the bottom of the food chain, has its own subgroups. The food supplies distributed by the government are so meager that they are not even enough to make up the shortfall. They are ordinary people, and they listen to anyone who can feed them and make them happy. The brothers of the Liu family were so powerful that they were able to build a hunting army that would search for supplies from outside. They brought everything from food to food, and this greatly improved the lives of the people inside the base. They are also generous and righteous and reward those who return with supplies and reward those who die posthumously. Therefore, although the work is dangerous, many young people who now number in the thousands are willing to join in and pledge their loyalty. Even the government has to rely on them from time to time, so of course they have to give them their fair share. The brother's name is Lu Heng. He is not yet 30 years old, and he is a very shrewd young man with great courage. His younger brother, Lu Yunfeng, is 2 or 3 years younger and a good fighter. Although he is impulsive, he listens to his brother and is a good helper. Tianlei asks where he can find these brothers. The man says that they own the largest stall in the center of the market and sometimes make the rounds, but they don't meet everyone. He says that Tianlei had better retreat. Tianlei says that it is up to them to decide. After this, Tianlei came to the place where this hunting clan sells its goods. And near this place, there were many people who were in a hurry to buy their goods. One man approached Tianlei and said that this was the first time he had seen them. He doesn't know what he needs, but he tells them to take whatever they want. Tianlei says he is not here to buy, they are here to sell. The man asks what they are going to sell. Tianlei says that he has something that is worth a lot of money. Therefore, he would like to meet Mr. Liu. The man says that Mr. Liu is not the kind of person you can see just by wanting to. If he wants to see the true God, he must first let him check the quality of the goods. Some guy in the crowd says he saw it. It's a toy water gun. Tianlei says this product is for children. He then reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket and says that this is what he really wants to sell. And after that, he takes out a package of medicine. People were very surprised when they saw this medicine. Tianlei says that these are just samples, anti-inflammatory, painkiller, colds, heat, and bruises. In short, Tianlei has everything you can buy at a pharmacy here. The man says that all these medicines were plundered without a trace at the beginning of the apocalypse. They went in search so many times and did not find a single pill. He asks Tianlei where he got it. Tianlei says he has his own ways, he can't tell. Fortunately, before this, Tianlei found these medicines in the warehouse of the medical post, so they came in handy. Tianlei asks him, will they bargain or not? The man says that of course they will. This man orders one of his men to quickly go get Mr. Liu. The boy says that good things are usually not put on display right away but are tried to be fooled. But suddenly a man comes up to them and says that although all these medicines are very valuable, they will be enough for more than one family. The man invites Tianlei to talk to him about it. He ensures that Tianlei is satisfied with the price. The guy from the hunting clan doesn't understand where this impudent guy came from. He says this is his family's place, and he wants to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This guy says that the Liu family has gathered together as a rabble and think that they are somehow special. After all, they are nothing more than a few mongrels in their first and second districts. A guy from a hunting clan grabbed this guy and started threatening him. But the guy in the red hoodie asks that guy to take off his eyes. He's from the second district. If he dared to touch him, he would not let him come back next time. Tianlei thinks, what kind of speech does this guy have? Is everyone in the second district so unbridled? But suddenly another person comes up to them and asks Chao Hai to stop this. This man says that he is actually from young master Guo Lin Shao's family. Tianlei thought that this was Lu Heng. The guy in the red jacket says he's pleased to know. The guy in the red jacket says his name is Wu Wei. Today he received an order from the young master to come and see what kind of goods there are here. He just liked what this little brother brought, that's all. Security guard Lu Heng asks whose off-leash dog is this? She barks so annoyingly you should cut out her tongue. Lu Heng asks his guard named Yun Feng to put away the knife. He says that everyone is a civilized people. How can you just immediately grab a weapon? In addition, since they founded the hunting corps, they take the lead in maintaining public order in the third region. If there was a violent incident, wouldn't it cause problems for the government? Wu Wei asks Lu Heng if he is threatening him. Lu Heng says that he is just reminding him out of the kindness of his heart. The third district is no better than the second. It is also a heterogeneous society, and you meet all sorts of people. If someone suddenly disappears for unexplained reasons, the government will not interfere with it either. It is still better for respected dignitaries like them to come here less often. Tianlei thinks that this guy has a powerful attitude, just now that Wu Wei was bragging about his strength, and now he is standing in shock after a couple of sentences. The boy says that people fight just like animals. The more one growls, the more afraid the other is. Those two brothers remain absolutely calm, like well-fed lions, while Wu Wei looks like a frenzied little dog barking to give himself courage. It has long been clear which of them is strong and which is feeble. Wu Wei asks Lu Heng not to be impudent, although this shop is his, but the entire market does not bear his surname Lu. Is he really planning to monopolize everything here? Why suddenly? There is free trading here. Anyone can make a trade transaction. He liked this guy's product and was determined to get it too. He proposes that everyone offer their own price, and who to sell to, they will let the boy make his choice. Lu Heng wants to know Zhao Tianlei's name. After this, Tianlei tells him his name. Lu Heng says that no matter if they make the deal today, he will consider him his friend from now on. Tianlei says that he is new here, and he is honored to become a friend to someone like Mr. Liu. However, even blood brothers must keep score among themselves. He has no idea what price each of them can offer. Lu Heng says that Tianlei can ask for as much food as he wants. As long as he can afford it, he will not bargain. Wu Wei says that no matter how much Lu Heng offers, he will give him more to the widow. And besides, Tianlei himself will be able to get as much as he wants in the future. Tianlei says that as expected from people from the second district, they are indeed rich and powerful. But Tianlei does not need provisions. He wants to exchange for a building. Tianlei says that he and his friends were a little late, so they only got a dilapidated house for their share. And he wants to exchange for a little better one. Wu Wei approaches Tianlei and tells him that living conditions are almost unimportant. He tries to dissuade Tianlei and says that even if he has a huge house, he will not be able to take a step without good provisions. But Tianlei says that he needs a home, and if Mr. Wu Wei has nothing to offer him, then he wants to end it. Wu Wei does not want to lose such a valuable product, and says that he will immediately go and consult with the young gentleman, and he will find him a one-story house or something similar in the 3rd district. But Tianlei needs the home of someone who's going to buy his goods. Since Wu Wei is making a deal without his master, then Tianlei needs the house in which he now lives, and he doesn't want any other. After this, Wu Wei begins to be indignant and says that Tianlei, with the help of some couple of boxes of medicine, wants to get to the 2nd district and even wants to live in the young master's house. He says these are pipe dreams, but Tianlei still stands his ground and says that he is quite serious. Then Tianlei looks at Lu Heng and asks what he can offer him. Lu Hei says that this is not a problem. He will move to Yunfeng today to free up his house for Tianlei. Wu Wei gets angry and says that Lu Heng is trying to oppose the Guo family. And suddenly someone cut a strand of hair from Wu Wei's head. It was Lu Hei's bodyguard. He says that if Wu Wei is done talking nonsense, then he should get out of here. Otherwise, next time he will lose more than just his hair. After this, Wu Wei says that he will remind them of this again. And after that, he leaves. Lu Hei says that Zhao Tianlei has lost a rather large client. Tianlei says that he considers it beneath his dignity to make deals with dogs that oppress others, having their owner behind their back. Tianlei asks that Lu Hei didn't even ask how much goods Tianlei had, and immediately agreed to exchange for the house. Doesn't he trust Tianlei too much? Lu Hei says that human life is short. In their time, medicine is in short supply, and his brothers selflessly follow him until their death. Getting injured is inevitable. Sometimes an ordinary anti-inflammatory drug can save a life, and an insignificant house in return is a mere trifle. Tianlei says that is well said. Lu Hei's moral principles reach to the skies. Tianlei admires him. Lu Hei says that he is also very happy to make friends with Tianlei, and if Tianlei needs help in the future, he can safely turn to Lu Hei. He can't guarantee everything, but as long as it's in the 3rd district, his Lu family can handle it. But suddenly, Li Xiaoxiang comes running from the crowd and calls Tianlei. Li Xiaoxiang says that several soldiers came there and said that the authorities want to see him. When Tianlei arrived at the scene, he met with the soldier. This soldier says that after listening to Tong Lang's report to the end, the authorities paid special attention to this matter. Having learned that it was Tianlei who defeated the mutants and saved squad leader Cheng, they asked about Tianlei to meet. Meanwhile, they reached another soldier. This soldier approached Tianlei and asked if he was Tianlei. Tianlei says it's him. After this, the soldier made some kind of gesture with his hand. And after that, 2 soldiers began to search Tianlei. To ensure security, anyone entering the building must be searched. When the soldier searched Tianlei, he found an axe on him. The soldier asks Tianlei, "What is this?" Tianlei says that the weapon is for self-defense, of course. Not many people outside carry guns. It's not far from becoming zombie food yourself. Tianlei also says that this axe is his personal property, and asks not to throw it away and return it later. Now Tianlei asks if he can come in now, but one of the soldiers stops Tianlei and says that she cannot enter yet. The soldier says that the chief has just finished a meeting and is having lunch right now. Don't bother him. He asks Tianlei to wait here. He will call him when the boss is free. Tianlei suspected something fishy. Tianlei says that he also hasn't eaten anything yet. It was their boss who invited Tianlei. They searched him and now he still has to wait? It's too disrespectful. The soldier says that some hooligan who killed only a couple of zombies suddenly thinks that he is something special. He tells Tianlei to sit and wait. After that, Tianlei turned around, said goodbye to them and began to leave. The soldier threateningly tells Tianlei to stop, but Tianlei did not listen to him and continued walking. The soldier then ordered his men to stop Tianlei. The soldiers ran up to Tianlei and took him by the shoulder. Tianlei exhaled and said that he thought that at least a couple of days would pass quietly without zombies, but the soldiers asked for it themselves. Then Tianlei turned around and punched the soldier hard in the face. From such a blow, the soldier fell to the ground. Tianlei together. But this was not a problem for Tianlei, and he dealt with the first soldier. One of the soldiers asks an older soldier to stop his men. After all, Tianlei is the guest of the commander-in-chief. If he gets injured, the soldier will not be able to explain it. Meanwhile, Tianlei dealt with 2 soldiers with 1 kick. Tianlei stood surrounded by amazed soldiers and said that it looked like they all hadn't eaten yet. They were completely exhausted. The soldier says that he underestimated Tianlei and calls him an arrogant boy. He attacks Tianlei and says that he will not be called Li Hu if he does not teach Tianlei a lesson today. The soldier asks Li Hu to stop. He not only masters all types of martial arts, but also has many years of combat experience. Li Hu is from the guard company and has the strongest hand-to-hand combat skills. No matter how strong Zhao Tianlei is, he is just a common man. How can he be his opponent? Meanwhile, Tianlei successfully dodges all of Li Hu's attacks. Li Hu doesn't understand how this kid managed to evade his attacks so quickly. And Tianlei thinks that no joke. This ability is very useful. However, professional soldiers are also different. Considering his fighting abilities, Li Xiaoyang and Wu Xuan together were hardly worthy opponents. Li Hu says that he doesn't want to cripple Tianlei just to stay strong. Tianlei was able to block Li Hu's blow with his palm. After that, Tianlei hit Li Hu with his shoulder. This caused Li Hu to fall to the ground. After that, the soldier's hand completely failed and he simply did not feel it. Tianlei says that Li Hu has good technique but lacks ingenuity. The sequence of movements is like a textbook. You can see right through it. Li Hu says that Tianlei should not act like a winner. If he still has strength, then he needs to attack. And suddenly, some voice behind them says that people who can defeat mutated creatures are truly extraordinary. It was Tong Lang with some person. And suddenly all the soldiers saluted this man. This man says that Li Hu is the best of the soldiers under his command, and his subordinates are also carefully selected and well-trained. And Tianlei was able to defeat them alone. He was young and daring. Tong Lang says that this man is the main commander of their troops, General Zhang Zhongquan. Tianlei says that he used to only see generals on television. He thought they were all high and powerful. He didn't expect him to look like the typical guy next door. The general laughed and said that Tianlei is a funny guy. The general says that he just finished his meeting. He invites Tianlei to go to the restaurant with him and chat over lunch. Tianlei cannot refuse such an offer. Tianlei thinks that this time he will benefit. He hasn't eaten normally for quite some time. Surely his food is good. You will need to pack some with you. Tianlei will treat everyone with treats when he returns. When they arrived for lunch, Tianlei saw a tray with ordinary food in front of him. He asks what does the commander-in-chief usually eat. The general says that in difficult times we need to overcome difficulties together. As leaders, they simply have to lead by example. Suddenly, a soldier approached the general and brought him the information he had requested. On the general's desk were papers with notes about zombies. There were diggers, eaters, and there are also mutants that combine people and zombies. This is all the information they have about mutated organisms at the moment. In addition, many unpredictable mutations continue to appear. It seems that the battle between humanity and the zombie virus will drag on for a very long time. The general turns to Tianlei and says that he is grateful that he saved Chen Fei and Tong Lang, and that they were able to obtain this information in time. He wants to express gratitude to Tianlei on behalf of the military and present him with an award. Tianlei says that the general did not call him just to express gratitude. The general says that Tianlei is a smart guy. Then the general will immediately get down to business. Now the situation outside is unpredictable. No one knows what will happen next, so we need to immediately bring back Captain Chen and those who survived. Therefore, the general has already ordered the creation of a temporary rescue team. Tomorrow, they will go to Shuiku village under the command of Li Hu to rescue them, and the general hopes that Tianlei can help them. The general says that only Tianlei and Tong Lang have been to Shake village, and only he has had to face the diggers in battle. That's why Tianlei is the most suitable candidate. Tong Lang says that although their soldiers are all professionally trained, none of them have much combat experience when it comes to mutants. If Tianzhu is there, everything will go smoothly. Tianlei says that they have just settled in the 3rd region, and they still have so much to do. He's afraid he won't be able to help. After this, the general says that Tianlei is a successful, meritorious person. How can he live in the 3rd region? After this, the soldier says that he will arrange everything immediately. But Tianlei says there is no need to do this. He thinks that the 3rd district is good enough. It is lively and popular. Besides, he has already solved the problem with the house. Since the commander-in-chief trusts him so much, he is happy to agree. But Tianlei has 3 conditions. The general asks what these conditions are. First, in addition to those who are part of the rescue team, he wants to take a few more of his people. Second, their equipment has already worn out along the way. There is almost nothing left. So Tianlei wants to choose a couple of things from their arsenal. The general says that if it helps bring back Cheng Fei and the others, it's not a problem. But the third condition is the most important. This operation must take place under the command of Tianlei. Li Hu gets angry and asks, what is Tianlei talking about? He also says that this is a serious military operation, not a street fight. Tianlei is not literate in military affairs, and he has no experience in operational control of combat operations. If something goes wrong, can Tianlei take responsibility? Tianlei says such a disaster has never happened before. That is why everyone accumulates their experience from scratch. Isn't the reason that their boss asked Tianlei for help because his experience is much richer than Li Hu's? They themselves said that the situation outside is unpredictable, and that no one knows whether new mutants will appear or not. If disagreements arise during an emergency, it could result in death, and Tianlei is not going to die in vain. The general listened to Tianlei and said that he gave him his consent. Li Hu wanted to stop the general, but the general stopped him and said that there was no need for unnecessary words. This time the command over the entire military operation would be borne by Zhao Tianlei. Now Li Hu and the others must obey Tianlei's orders. Then the general will start preparing the festive banquet and will wait for good news from them. Tianlei guarantees that he will complete the task. After this, Tianlei shook hands with the general. Night fell and everyone had already moved into their new home. Tianlei told everyone what happened and that he had to leave base number 6. Binyan and Shen Xinyu do not want to let Tianlei go. But Tianlei says that he has already agreed. Wuxuan tells Binyan and Xinyu not to worry. And Tianlei is not alone here and he has them. They will bring him back safe and sound and not a hair will fall from his head. After which Wuxuan hugs the guy and asks him, right? The guy says he won't go, he is here to find his wife, not to be their little brother. Tianlei says that the flowers he saw today in the military building were so beautiful. And after these words, the guy said that he would go. Li Xiaoxiang asks if these two are enough for such a big operation. Tianlei says that there are other girls in their house who need someone to take care of them. Tianlei asks Officer Chen Feng if he really decided to stay here with them. Officer Chen Feng says that yes. He has already clearly explained everything to the police station and provided them with information regarding the comrades who died on duty. We can assume that he has fulfilled his duty. Although the commander-in-chief invited him to join the army, he still wants to stay with the Tianlei team. Okay, then he will stay with Li Xiaoxiang to look after the house. Tianlei has already attracted Lu Heng to his side. If they need any help, then they need to immediately go to him. And Binyan and Xinyu Tianlei asks to behave well. He asks them not to fight like before and not to make him worry about them. The girls say that they understand this and will be obedient. After some time, Tianlei sat in his room and called on the system. Tianlei says that he wants to exchange all the crystal cores collected earlier for experience points. The system needs confirmation of this action. Tianlei confirms this. This is the first joint mission with the army, and Tianlei cannot disappoint. This is the fastest way to improve your combat skills. After this, the procedure for increasing experience began. Tianlei's skills began to increase: strength, agility, and defense. Now Tianlei can't wait to see what he can do. The next day, a column of military equipment set out on a mission. Tianlei was sitting in one of these cars. Wu Xuan rejoices at the new and modern weapons. Wu Xuan says that Tianlei took a good bite, in fact, causing them to suffer more losses. Tianlei says that he doesn't understand this, so he took what was more expensive. Tianlei also asks Yang Feng if he is satisfied with his bow. Yang Feng says that this bow is too ostentatious and so light, he doubts that it can even hit the target. Tonglung says that this is the best composite bow. Its maximum firing range reaches 200 meters. How does it compare to those broken pieces of bamboo? Li Hu thinks that they are a herd of hillbillies, hesitating to scratch his tongue. He doesn't understand what the commander-in-chief was even thinking about, letting such a person lead the operation. But Tianlei tells Li Hu not to take what happened yesterday to heart. Tianlei hopes to cooperate with them. Tianlei extends his hand to him. But Li Hu says that his surname is Li. He does not have a brother with the surname Zhao. There is no connection between them at all, and there is no need for them to get closer. As long as Tianlei takes care of his people and does not slow them down, this is his maximum contribution. One of the soldiers says that they will soon enter the village of Shuyu. He asks them to maintain their formation and increase vigilance. Wu Xuan says that didn't they say that Tianlei would be in charge of the operation? But it seems he can't even say a word. Tonglang says that although there is a commander-in-chief, most of the rescue team are usually under Li Hu's command. Tianlei has only recently been here, so he is afraid that it will be difficult for him to win over the crowd. All the soldiers whom Tianlei had beaten yesterday were sitting in the car. Meanwhile, they entered this village. But Tianlei noticed that something was wrong here and told Li Hu to slow down. He says that usually at this time everyone should be cultivating the land. But today there is no one. It's too quiet. Li Hu says that there is much ado about nothing. Who would fry in such a hot sun, digging in the ground? They all just went to take a short nap after lunch. When suddenly Tianlei heard someone scream. Tianlei says he heard a scream on the right side. Wu Xuan immediately took out binoculars to see what was happening there. In the distance, he saw zombies rushing into the building in which people were hiding. After this, Wu Xuan handed over the binoculars to Tianlei. Tianlei saw that this building was packed with people, and among these people was Captain Chen. Li Hu tells everyone on the radio that they have found survivors. They are surrounded on all sides by zombies. He orders to take positions closer to him and prepare to open fire at a greater distance. But Tianlei stops him, and he says that the houses in this village are made of wood. Their design is primitive. They are already barely standing, holding back the attack of the zombies. If they open intense fire, they will simply shatter into pieces and then the zombies will get inside. Tonglang says now is not the time to argue. Tianlei is much more experienced than him in fighting zombies. Tianlei says he will teach him a great lesson today. After that, they got out of the cars and climbed onto a hill. Tianlei says that this is the highest area, so it won't be easy for zombies to get up here. Soon he will return their attention to himself and lead them away from the houses, and their task is to kill those who run away. And Wu Xuan and Yang Feng will cover him. After that, Tianlei went to distract the zombies. Li Hu says this guy is crazy and doesn't realize how many zombies there are. He thinks at least 100. Isn't it crazy to go against them alone? Tonglang says that if they met the digger, 100 zombies would seem like baby talk. Meanwhile, Tianlei took out 2 swords and said that this crowd of soldiers has eyes on the very top of their heads. Tianlei does not think that it is possible to force them to show obedience without showing real abilities. Fortunately, the goods were delivered directly to Tianlei's home with all my heart. Then Tenenlai will accept him with all compassion. After this, Tianlei began to attack this crowd of zombies. He began to crush these zombies one by one, and Wu Xuan and Yang Feng covered Tianlei from the top. Yang Feng hits a zombie's head with his bow from a long distance. Yang Feng was very happy that his bow really did not miss. The soldiers think that they have no fear at all. Tonglang says that when he first met them, he was just like Li Hu. He believed that he had undergone professional training and looked down on others. But the more you work with them, the more you realize how strong they are. Zhao Tianlei was right when he said that such a disaster had never happened before, so everyone was starting from scratch. Instead of nurturing your pride, it is better to learn from others. Experience is not something that can be seen with the eyes. Li Hu will not yield to anyone in a real fight. He orders his men to take out the bayonet knives from their weapons, and he leads all the military behind him, if they are not afraid of death. After this, the army began to attack the zombies with their bayonet knives. The villagers who were inside the building were glad that the army had come to their aid, and Tianlei continued to kill zombies one by one, thereby replenishing his experience points. The system congratulates Tianlei. The experience bar is full, and he receives the rank of junior sergeant. This meant that Tianlei killed 500 zombies. And suddenly Tianlei notices something dangerous behind him. After this, Tianlei's sword shattered into smithereens. Wu Xuan and Yang Feng were surprised by this. Tianlei landed on his feet and was left with 2 broken swords in his hands. It was a huge zombie with a long tongue. Wu Xuan recognizes that it is a devourer, but it looks different. Li Hu saw a mutant for the first time. He thinks that this mutant looks much scarier than in the picture. Without proper psychological preparation, even a person with extensive combat experience can panic and fall out. Lu Hu didn't understand how those youths could go through this. Tianlei says that he is no longer the same person he was before. Besides, zombies are usually afraid of eaters, but then why are they together? The system says that this is a second-generation devourer, the result of the evolution of a primary species eater. Speed, strength, and durability are superior to its predecessor. However, he also has a certain degree of intelligence. In other words, he has the ability to control these ordinary zombies. Tianlei says that intelligent mutants are not very good news. After this, the zombie begins to attack Tianlei with its long tongue. The system warns that the thorn on his tongue has a stupefying effect. If Tianlei touches it, Tianlei will instantly be paralyzed and he cannot move. Tianlei realizes that since this zombie is so powerful, its core must also be too valuable. Tianlei says that then he will not stand on ceremony and attacks the zombies. But this zombie repelled Tianlei's attack. This zombie grabbed Tianlei's axe tightly and did not let go. Tianlei hard. Because of this, Tianlei fell to the ground. After this, Li Hu gives the order to open fire on the zombies, and thereby cover Tianlei. But the zombie grabbed another zombie with his tongue and used it to shield himself from the bullets. After this, the zombie attacked the soldiers and scattered them around, after which the zombie began to scream loudly. Because of this, he summoned a crowd of zombies, after which the military began to shoot the crowd of zombies. After this, Tianlei loudly calls Tong Lang. After that, Tong Lang got into the armored military vehicle, and thereby knocked down a crowd of zombies on his way. Meanwhile, Tianlei fought with the zombie eater. Tianlei managed to pierce this zombie's arm with half of his sword. After that, Tianlei cut off this zombie's hand. Yang Feng did not stand by and decided to help Tianlei. He fired his bow and hit the zombie's head with an arrow, after which the zombie eater was defeated. After this, Captain Chung and Uncle Zhao went out to the military. Uncle Zhao walks up to Tong Lang and says that they arrived just in time. And Tianlei says it's dangerous to stand here. He suggests they get on the bus and head back to base before running into anyone again. Residents of this village get on the bus first. One of the soldiers says that Tianlei's team is really good. Tianlei next time? After this, the column with their transports set off. Tianlei asks the villagers what happened there, and why were the zombies in the village? Uncle Zhao says it's his fault. He shouldn't have protected Tang Kun and his people. When Yang Feng heard this name, he knew that this was the man who robbed his village. Tong Lang says that he thought that since they were spared, they would have at least some gratitude. He didn't expect this. Instead, they killed the guards, destroyed the traps at the entrance to the village, and escaped. As a result, this attracted zombies. Yang Feng asks what happened to the bandits after this. Captain Chung says that as soon as they escaped the village, they encountered zombies and were eaten. Yang Feng thinks that they died too easily. It cost them little. Captain Chung did not expect them to return for him so soon. Tong Lang says that the chief attached great importance to this operation and gave orders to bring the survivors back, no matter the cost. Tianlei made a huge contribution this time and will return as a hero. Tianlei asks Wu Xuan not to get distracted on the road. As long as they are not at the base, they are in danger, and Wu Xuan must not relax. Tianlei says he doesn't know why, but even from the beginning of the operation, he had a feeling that something was going to happen. And suddenly their car began to shake. Tianlei became worried. Wu Xuan says it was probably just a log. Tianlei speaks into the walkie-talkie and asks Li Hu if he sees anything strange behind him. Li Hu says everything is clear, but Li Hu doesn't like that Tianlei doesn't stop giving orders. And suddenly the ground begins to move under their car column. And after that, a digger bursts out of the ground. After Tianlei saw a digger appear next to them, he gives everyone an order over the radio to speed up. The cars began to accelerate, but the digger got out right in front of them. The digger opens its mouth and attacks one of the cars. He grabbed the armored car with his mouth and lifted it into the air. There were also civilian villagers in this car. After this, Li Hu gives the order to open fire on this mutant. The soldiers took all possible weapons into their hands and began to shoot at the digger, but these shots were of no use to this mutant, and he scattered several cars. After that, their entire convoy of cars stopped moving, and they decided to stop. Tianlei orders the soldiers to pull the survivors out of the car, and he and Wu Xuan will take away this zombie mutant. Meanwhile, everyone got out of the armored car, in which only Tianlei Yixuan remained. And after that, Tianlei begins to go straight to this monster. Li Hu tells Tianlei to stop because he cannot handle the digger alone, but Tianlei answers him on the radio so that he does not forget who the captain is. After this, Tianlei takes out a grenade launcher. He climbs out of the car's sunroof and takes aim at the monster. And after that, he begins to shoot grenades straight into the mouth of this monster. Tianlei managed to slightly knock out this digger with these shots. After this, the digger began to dive underground. And a moment later, the digger immediately climbed out right under the car in which Wu Xuan and Zhao Tianlei were. After they were caught, Li Hu gives the order that 2/3 of the units go to help Tianlei, and the rest of the cars leave at full speed. After this order, the soldiers began to shoot at the digger. Meanwhile, the digger tried to devour the car, but he might not last that long. Suddenly, Tianlei says that they need to jump out of the car. And after that, they didn't wait long and immediately jumped out of the car. Tianlei picked up a grenade launcher. While he was falling, he took aim at the car's gas tank. After that, he shot right at the gas tank and blew up the mouth of this monster. The soldiers were shocked that Tianlei was able to deal with this zombie alone, but they didn't have to rejoice for long because the digger didn't die, but crawled back out of the ground behind Tianlei Yixuan. Tianlei noticed this, but unfortunately, Tianlei did not have time to dodge the attack of this monster, and the digger ate Tianlei, and then the digger swallowed it. Everyone was shocked by this. Everyone immediately rushed to his aid, but this digger simply dug underground. Li Hu gives the order to send 5 vehicles to bring the survivors to the base, while the remaining vehicles should continue the search. A few days later, Tianlei's team sits in their house, waiting for any news about Tianlei. The soldiers enter the room looking sullen. Binyan immediately asks if they found Tianlei. Captain Chung shakes his head. Tears well up in Zheng Binyan's eyes. Shen Xinyu does not believe that Tianlei is dead, claiming that he promised her that he would always take care of her. Tong Shi notices that 3 days have passed and even the rescue team has refused to continue the search. Zhao Tianlei, although strong, is not immortal. Li Xiaoxiang attacks Wu Xuan, blaming him for failing to save Tianlei. He claims that if he were in his place, he would save Tianlei even at the cost of his own life. Captain Chung calms Li Xiaoxiang by explaining that the situation was critical, and everyone did not have time to think. Wu Xuan did his best. Captain Chung expresses his condolences and says that he is sorry that Tianlei failed in his attempt to save them. Li Hu admits that he previously thought Tianlei was heartless, but now he has seen that he is capable of self-sacrifice for others. He recognizes Tianlei as a hero and expresses respect to him. The chief decides to award him the highest medal of honor and hold a memorial service. Li Xiaoxiang refuses to take Tianlei's death into account. Shen Xinyu cries, saying that she doesn't need medals, she just wants Tianlei. Banan asks if the army really gave up on the search and rescue mission. Li Hu says the rescue team used all available methods and searched every possible location. He hopes for understanding, since staying on the street for a long time is dangerous. Li Xiaoxiang expresses his displeasure and asks why they weren't told about the risks when Tianlei sacrificed himself. Zheng Binyang states that if the army does not resume the search, they will do their best themselves. Tianlei's death at face value until she is given proof in the form of his body. In case he really died, she does not consider it possible to leave him alone with the virus that he hated most. All team members decide to go in search of Tianlei. Shi Tong suggests choosing a new captain before they set out on their quest. She emphasizes the importance of having a leader in their absence, since Tianlei is not there and there are many issues that need to be resolved now. Yang Feng wonders who will take the captain's place. Shi Tong hugs Li Xiaoxiang, stating that he has spent more time with Tianlei than the others and considers him the best choice. Binyan remains silent, showing no emotion. Suddenly a man comes up to them and asks what happened to Tianlei. This is Mr. Liu, who just returned from work and heard about this incident. He came to help. Binyan is grateful for the support. Mr. Liu says that Tianlei is his friend and he can't just sit idly by. Everyone wants to start searching as soon as possible. Only Tong Shi and Li Xiaoxiang remain. Tong Shi does not approve of Mr. Liu interfering in their affairs. Li Xiaoxiang points out that Mr. Liu just wanted to help. He finds it strange to choose a new captain when Tianlei is still alive. Tong Shi explains that she did this for Li Xiaoxiang. She claims that he is the eldest of the team, has killed the most zombies, and contributed the most, but is often not taken seriously. Because Li Xiaoxiang constantly jokes and laughs, he does not look like the captain's right hand. Tong Shi believes that Zhao Tianlei has eclipsed Xiaoxiang, but she remains silent. Now that he is gone, it is time for Xiaoxiang to take the captain's place. But Li Xiaoxiang claims that he does not believe that Tianlei is dead and believes that he is fine. Perhaps he really suffered death? Li Xiaoxiang expresses the opinion that Zhao Tianlei played a key role in the team, and his absence means the team's vulnerability. However, what will their future be? Should they search as hard as those outside? Li Xiaoxiang notes that Tianlei saved the captain, so the army and leadership will take care of them. Tong Shi greets this statement with doubt, claiming that by using Zhao Tianlei, they may be forgotten once the benefits are gone. You can't rely on anyone to stay on your feet. Strength is necessary. The Lu brothers serve as examples of ordinary people that even the government fears. Tong Shi expresses his wish for Li Xiaoxiang to become as strong. Tong Shi believes that this will be beneficial for everyone. Even if the captain is in heaven, he will probably agree to this. And the next time a new captain has to be chosen, Tong Shi advises Li Xiaoxiang to take the initiative. She threatens that if he hesitates like he did today, he better not come near her. At this time, someone approaches the forest, cutting the vines with a katana. This is a woman in black with a mask on her face. She uses her gadget to check for a signal that indicates a high level of mutation in that direction. She continues to move through the bushes. Suddenly, a dead mole rat appears in front of her. The girl realizes that this digger was killed by a professional. It is not so simple to determine the weak point of the digger and deliver a fatal blow. She was lucky that the crystalline core remained. Suddenly, the digger begins to move. The girl assumes that the digger is still alive. But suddenly, the digger's body is torn from the inside. The girl is shocked by what she sees. Tianlei crawls out of this digger. The girl, stunned, asks Tianlei who he is. Tianlei replies that he is just a simple poor man who managed to avoid death. The girl insists on the strangeness of the situation. Tianlei was the first to survive after being swallowed by a digger. She asks again who he is. In response to her questions, Tianlei expresses his own surprise at the girl's mystery, her black robe, mask, and accompanying katana. Tianlei, passing by, warns her that it is better for her to avoid his path for her own well-being. As he heads towards the water for a swim, he expresses his lack of time to interact with her. The girl does not intend to let Tianlei go and follows him. However, Tianlei wastes no time throwing liquid from the digger at her. From the girl's reaction, covering her face with her hands, he sees that this stopped her in her movement. While she stands there in bewilderment, Tianlei runs away from her. Outraged, the girl declares that her main goal is to take the core. Opening the digger, she discovers the core is missing and suggests that Tianlei may have stolen it. Meanwhile, Tianlei, while swimming in the lake, tries to wash off the remains of the digger's fluid from himself. He is glad that this time he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have been digested long ago. Tianlei managed to extract the 4th-level crystal from the digger, which he decides to save for future use. But the girl turns out to be not from the base, knowing about the diggers and the cannonballs. Approaching Tianlei, she asks him to remove his hands from the core. Tianlei refuses to give her the core, pointing out that he almost died for it and sees no reason to share. She attacks with her katana, saying that he will remain naked if he does not comply. Tianlei replies that he has nothing to fear and rises from the water, asserting his masculinity. He scornfully tells her to take away her dirty clothes. In response, Tianlei cheerfully declares that he has nothing to be ashamed of, since he is a man. In response to this, the girl closes her eyes. Tianlei stands naked in front of her and mocks her, claiming that she is so innocent. After these words, the girl gets angry with him. Tianlei says that if she wants to rob him, he is ready to play with her, and does not believe that she is stronger than a digger. The girl thinks that this guy was able to survive in the stomach of a navvy, but he doesn't know what skills she has. After that, she stuck her katana into the ground and went into the water towards Tianlei. She approaches him and says she is just a defenseless girl. How can she rob him? She leans her body against Tianlei's body and says that this crystal core is very important to her. She invites him to exchange. Tianlei asks what does she want to exchange for. She brings her lips to Tianlei's lips and says that it's as if he doesn't understand. And after that, he abruptly snatches the cannonball from Tianlei's hands, and he immediately gets out of the water. She looks at Tianlei and calls him a fool. But when she looked at what she managed to get, it was an ordinary stone. Tianlei says that he forgot to tell her that he has never had anything with beautiful girls. These words caused a burst of anger in the girl, and she uncontrollably rushed to attack Tianlei. With a subtle movement of her hand, she tries to strike her face, but Tianlei deftly avoids her attack. Masterfully blocking all subsequent blows, Tianlei stands like a strong wall in front of her aggression. After this, he decides to put an end to it by throwing her face into the water, letting her know that further aggression is useless. Tianlei, holding her head underwater, offers a condition. He will let her go if she promises to stop bothering him. However, despite the condition, the girl is silent, not expressing any reaction. Then Tianlei, deciding that this may be a pretense, pulls her out of the water, and she lies unconscious. Tianlei believes that she is probably faking it to avoid further trouble. As he brings her to shore, he wonders if she should work on improving her breath-holding. Tianlei slowly removes her mask, thinking about the reasons for constantly using it. Seeing the girl's face, he realizes that she has amazing beauty. Tianlei ponders why she chooses to hide her face under a mask, and sees no connection in this with tradition or religion. Following this exciting moment, Tianlei decides to help the girl. After starting CPR, he makes efforts to restore her breathing and heart rate. With unbending diligence, he manages to rid the girl of the excess water flowing from her mouth. Deciding to continue the process, Tianlei decides to breathe air into the girl's lungs, helping her recover from the tragic incident. Getting as close as possible, he leans over the girl, trying to provide her with his respiratory reserve. And suddenly, as if in response to his efforts, the girl opens her eyes, returning to consciousness. Out of surprise, she meets Tianlei's gaze. But instead of gratitude or understanding, she jumps up with fear and accuses Tianlei of vilely using her unconscious state. Tianlei, slightly taken aback by her reaction, explains that his intentions were far from abusive, and he was, in fact, seeking to save her from the threat of drowning. The girl, without letting go of the topic, asks Tianlei why his hands are still on her chest. Tianlei defends himself by calling it cardiopulmonary resuscitation, adding a sophisticated medical term. Unsatisfied with this answer, the girl aggressively attacks Tianlei, threatening to kill him in response to his unrestrained actions. Suddenly, Tianlei perceives a sound, which causes him to stop arguing and pay attention to the external stimulus. After asking the girl to be quiet, Tianlei insists that he hears something important that requires their attention. Having agreed due to the circumstances, they set off towards the source of the sound, ready to investigate what might be there. Arriving at the site where the dead mole rat lay, they discover that his body has disappeared, raising new questions about the fate of the creature. Tianlei, showing interest, bends down and examines the mucus residue left at the site of the digger's death, looking for some clues or traces. Suddenly, another girl appears from the bushes, warning Tianlei not to leave, creating additional mysteries around her appearance. Tianlei, brushing off the new girl, warns her against such approaches, claiming that next time the games will stop. Not agreeing to give in, the second girl declares that she will not leave him until she receives the core, emphasizing her own goals and desires. Tianlei, in turn, notes that he was the first to discover the core, and begins to think about the possible attachment of this persistent girl to him. Despite all the allegations, the girl rejects any assumptions about her feelings for Tianlei, claiming that all this talk is pure nonsense. Looking at the petrified mucus, the girl asks a question about the origin of this sticky substance, to which Tianlei explains that these are traces of the mucus of a mole rat, once again returning to the mysterious death of this creature. Surprised by the appearance of a girl from the bushes, she questions whether the digger is still alive, creating a new twist in their adventure. In the current situation, Tianlei expresses bewilderment and claims that this is impossible. He concludes that a creature of a higher level probably appeared and brought him to this world. Suddenly, a mysterious sound is heard in the air, which catches Tianlei's attention, creating a new element of uncertainty in his adventure. Not wanting to take any chances, Tianlei quickly reacts and covers the girl, preparing for possible danger that could sneak up from the shadows. Boar suddenly runs out of the thickets, attracting the attention of Tianlei and the girl, and creating a new situation that they have to overcome. The zombie boar begins to attacking Tianlei and the girl. They find themselves at the center of a new challenge that requires an urgent solution. Tianlei handles the attack with skill, swinging his axe and striking the zombie boar, knocking it down and trying to prevent the new threat. With the power of his weapon, Tianlei defeats the zombie beast, completely depriving him of his ability to pose danger. Completing this fight brings temporary relief. Watching what is happening, the girl admires Tianlei's strength, especially after he easily removes the head from a mutated boar, creating the impression of his incomparable strength. However, more zombie boars emerge from the bushes, suddenly surrounding Tianlei and the girl. This unexpected appearance creates a new level of danger and tension. Soon after, Tianlei and the girl find themselves surrounded by this mutated threat, forced to face an endless wave of zombie boars, making their situation even more difficult. Tianlei, noticing a crowd of mutated pigs, expresses regret that these fat mutant pigs do not provide him with the opportunity to arrange a real feast. Tianlei's unclear expectations regarding the distribution of responsibilities in dealing with the threat collide with the girl's misunderstanding when he asks how much responsibility she is willing to take on. Tianlei makes the comment that he does not have 6 arms, emphasizing the need for a common effort. Perhaps the girl sees the situation differently. The girl, agreeing to her share, expresses her readiness to take on this responsibility in the fight against the mutated zombie boars. Now, having joined forces, Tianlei and the girl begin to destroy this army of zombie boars. Suddenly, these zombie beasts, as if succumbing to some inexplicable force, begin to exhibit strange forms of coordinated movement. Tianlei, amazed by this phenomenon, stops, trying to figure out who or what is connecting these zombie beasts. Some invisible force begins to drag the zombie beasts deep into the bushes, creating a mysterious spectacle that fills the air with mystery and uncertainty. Pointing to the bushes, Tianlei suggests that something is hiding in them, adding mysterious elements to an already complex setting. Suddenly, invisible tentacles engulf Tianlei, and only through the girl's decisive intervention does he escape the grip as she cuts the tentacles holding him. As a sign of gratitude, Tianlei expresses his gratitude to the girl, but she, maintaining a cold attitude, reminds him of the importance of preserving the core and warns him against distraction. Suddenly, a mysterious mutant appears from the dense thickets, a mutated plant with many mouths, introducing new complications into the already intense struggle. Tianlei, not understanding what kind of creature he encountered for the first time, watches as a mutated plant, armed with many mouths, begins to protrude from the thickets. This strange creature, like a ghost, appears before Tianlei's eyes, remaining a mystery to him. A plant, mutated and possessing multiple mouths, appears before him, creating a new challenge in their unpredictable adventure. A voice came from inside the ring, announcing that this was Ya Te Vio. This is a mutated cannibal plant, a Venus flytrap, which has collected all the horrors of nature. Despite the sharp teeth ready to tear apart the victim, this creature is also capable of swallowing its prey whole and digesting it inside itself, extracting nutrients. Its poisonous tentacles are especially dangerous. But, more importantly, one should pay attention to its amazing capacity for unlimited growth. Even if you cut it into pieces, countless new specimens will instantly appear into the world, as if born from a bottomless natural force. Additional mouths grow back from the girl's severed tentacles, creating an endless threat. Surprised by the appearance of another head, the girl remains perplexed by the indestructible development of the creature. Turning to the system for help, Tianlei learns where the weak point is and how to defeat this terrible monster. However, the system categorically declares that it is impossible to defeat such a creature. Without wasting time on useless attempts, Tianlei and the girl decide to escape from this unknown horror, whose growth and mutations seem unstoppable. Tianlei's action asks why he, being so strong, runs away. Tianlei explains that this monster's mutation rate is too high, and if they remain, they will become its snack. Disagreeing with the decision to run away, the girl stops and states that it is not so easy to find a mutant with a level superior to a mole rat. Tianlei, expressing his bewilderment, simply calls her a fool. The girl claims that she will defeat this creature, as if insidiously predicting her victory. Bravely attacking the monster, the girl cuts it in half, leaving behind only a piece of chaos. Then, turning around, she meets Tianlei's gaze. However, this did not bring success, and the creature seems to have become even larger and more terrible. The girl, frightened by this development of events, feels that her strength is leaving her. Meanwhile, Tianlei announces that this is no ordinary mutant, and his actions only increase their number, like an unsolvable mystery. Grabbing the girl's hand, Tianlei says that they urgently need to run away from this endless horror. The monster, enraged, attacks them with its tentacles, but thanks to Tianlei's quick reflex, they dodge, avoiding dangerous contact. As a result of intense running, Tianlei and the girl unsuccessfully fall to the ground. The mutant zombie, without missing a beat, hits Tianlei on the back with its tentacle. By raising the question of her ability to escape, Tianlei finds himself in a situation where he is responsible for her safety. The girl examines her leg and realizes that the bruise prevents her from running, creating even greater difficulties for rescue. In a moment of decision, Tianlei, without hesitation, takes the girl on his back and, by force of will, begins to flee from the incredible threat rushing after them. The monster, like a shadow, continues to haunt them, creating an ominous touch at every step. The girl, realizing the helplessness of her situation, asks Tianlei to leave her, knowing that he will not be able to avoid danger with her. In response, Tianlei, with a sharp tongue, reproaches the girl for her naivety and reminds her of the debt that he has not yet paid for her slap. The girl, in confusion, cannot find words in response to his mocking remarks. However, their escape is interrupted by a cliff, and Tianlei, in the struggle for survival, finds a way to jump over the barrier and continue to escape with the girl. However, the test ahead of them was a cliff, huge and menacing, like an immense threshold of unexplored spaces. Without wasting time on idle thoughts, Tianlei urges the girl to hold on tightly, preparing for the leap into the unknown. In response to his words, the girl, like a steel grip, wraps her arms around Tianlei, squeezing him as tightly as possible. Having risen to the peak of adrenaline tension, Tianlei accelerates at maximum speed and, like an arrow, desperately jumps from the edge of a cliff. In a moment of ascent, Tianlei shows skill and retrieves his axe, preparing for the inevitable test in the void of air. With incredible dexterity, he tries to hook the edge of the axe onto the edge of the ledge, creating the illusion of a moment slowed down by eternity. But despite his professionalism, the forces of fate are not favorable, and Tianlei, having lost his balance at the top, begins to slide down the steep slope, like a hero without support. Following a dramatic descent, they finally stop their fall and float in the air, clinging to the edge of the axe, like a symbol of the never-ending struggle for survival. At this time, two mutants, like ominous shadows, do not dare to jump into the abyss and remain on top, carefully watching this daring battle with the unknown. After an indefinite amount of time, each moment of which seems like an infinity, Tianlei discovers a small cave where he makes a fire and begins to bandage the girl's wound. Confident in his rescue skills, he comforts her, assuring her that her wound is only a small scratch, despite all the difficulties of their adventure. The girl, who has gone through the ordeal embarrassed, asks Tianlei where he got the medicine and bandages from. Tianlei, wavering between truth and fiction, is faced with the question of whether she should tell her about his spatial storage. Ultimately, deciding not to reveal his secret, Tianlei comes up with an answer and claims that he always has life-saving things at hand, as if an integral attribute of his unquestioning precognitive nature. The girl replies that gratitude for saving a life is not related to debt, claiming that she previously saved him from a dangerous weed, and now they are one, so she owes him nothing. However, Tianlei, having decided to joke, replies that he is not interested in her gratitude, and he did it for the sake of... The girl, frightened, asks what he is going to do. In response, Tianlei begins to bandage the girl. Taking advantage of this moment, Tianlei decides to find out from the girl who she is, where she got so much knowledge about mutants, and what she plans to do with the core. The girl replies that she always knew that Tianlei was not so simple, and warns that although he can do as he pleases, she does not intend to reveal anything. Tianlei points out that the rules of his friends have no place for insults towards ladies, but, with a smile, he adds that they are rather fickle. The girl, responding to this, notices that everything around, except for them, is empty, and only the air hears his jokes. In the subsequent plot, Tianlei, having decided to continue his methods of psychological influence, removes 2 snakes from his arsenal, designed to frighten the girl. Noticing that the girl is afraid of snakes, Tianlei, emphasizing his ingenuity, suggests that the snakes have not eaten for quite a long time, and if the girl does not answer questions, he will release them. However, fear takes over the girl so much that she loses consciousness. Surprised that a girl, accustomed to fighting mutated boars, reacts so abruptly to 2 snakes, Tianlei concludes that fear can have unexpected manifestations in different individuals. Assessing his chances of survival, Tianlei decides to keep 1 snake for further communication, while the second can be used as food. After some time, Tianlei decides that it is time to enrich his diet and burns one of the snakes. At this time, the girl, still unconscious, unknowingly becomes a witness to this process. Waking up from her blackout, the girl begins to express her displeasure. In an unexpected turn of events, tentacles begin to appear from underneath the girl. Tianlei, despite her attempts to seduce him with moans, claims that he does not give in to the girl's tactics. The tentacles, unnoticed by Tianlei, approach him. Reacting at the last moment, Tianlei dodges one of the tentacles. Quite unexpectedly, it turns out that this is a girl, and many tentacles grow out of her. Surprised and bewildered, Tianlei turns to the system, demanding an explanation. Having seen this girl, even the system cannot unambiguously determine what it is. Tianlei is forced to turn to the system, asking it a question about the mutation of this girl. The system scans to identify mutations in the body. After a thorough scan, the system provides information that this girl is not a mutant, but simply poisoned by plant poison. Tianlei, realizing the scale of what is happening, asks the system a question about the nature of the poison and its origin. The system explains that this poison is the result of a mutation in the seeds of a triphid, a carnivorous plant that attracts prey and then eats it after mating. The substance contained in these seeds enters the body through the wound, beginning the process of mutation that changes the person. Also affecting the psyche of the characters, this influencing factor forces them to a constant and endless search for a partner, who will ultimately turn out to be food for this mutant creature after its successful capture. Tianlei, noting that using others to achieve one's own goals is a shameful act, expresses his ethical beliefs in the scene. The scene cuts to the girl's attack on Tianlei, providing an element of character dynamics and interaction. In a fascinating development, Tianlei deftly performs a somersault over the girl's head, avoiding her attack. Captivating the viewer, Tianlei appears behind the girl's back, emphasizing his combat skills and tactical mastery. The climax scene occurs when Tianlei grabs the girl's tentacles and firmly pulls on them, creating tension and drama in the scene. Against the backdrop of Tianlei's futile efforts, the system announces that the mutant's seed has already entered his body, becoming one with the carrier. Pulling out the tentacles is tantamount to the death of the girl. Steadfastly holding the tentacles, Tianlei realizes that he needs to find an alternative way out of the situation. The system offers him the only solution, the use of an evolutionary liquid that is resistant to poison. If Tianlei does not want to make such sacrifices, then there are almost no options left. Tianlei realizes that incredible sacrifices will need to be made, injecting evolutionary fluid into himself if necessary. Upcoming events may force Tianlei to make a difficult choice between his own survival and sacrifice for the sake of others. As a result, the girl used her tentacles to tie up Tianlei, then threw him to the ground, thereby creating a rather complex interaction scene. This is followed by a moment when the girl's voice sounds in panic, declaring that she is getting sick and needs help. Tianlei, gritting his teeth, expresses his willingness to help, pointing out that he only agrees because she personally asked. An emotional twist occurs when he decides to kiss her, creating a tense atmosphere in the scene. As a result of this kiss, their bodies are enveloped in the tentacles of this mutant plant, adding to the mystery of the scene. The next morning, Tianlei finally comes to his senses, realizing that he is in a bound state, which makes the scene more mysterious and tense. He surveys his surroundings, discovering his desperate situation. With an expression of disappointment, he comments that this girl is showing little gratitude, and if he had known what would come of this, he probably would not have given her help. The plot moves to a building where scientists are carefully studying mutants, providing context and explanation for what is happening. The same girl enters this building, creating a mysterious return for the character. Approaching a huge monitor, she kneels in front of the image of a man whose face is hidden, adding to the complexity of unraveling the plot. The girl, on her knees, apologizes for the failure of the mission, remaining waiting for the reaction of the mysterious man on the screen. The on-screen person comments that this is probably her first failure, adding mystery to her past and future in the story. The girl reports that although she discovered the digger, a level 7 mutant plant suddenly appeared, and she found herself in an unequal battle with this strange creature. This man, surprised that the virus is moving much faster than they expected, emphasizes the need for urgent action and is quick to issue a warning. Telling the girl to return, he disappears from the screen, ending the connection with her. The girl, left alone with her thoughts, firmly promises herself that she will see Zhao Tianlei again. Meanwhile, at Base 6, Shen Xinyu was hosting a dinner, inviting everyone to join the table. Everyone here rejoices at the unexpected holiday. Yang Fei expresses his joy at the meat that has appeared, but Wu Xuan, without missing a beat, reminds him that Tianlei has not yet been found, and he should think about more than just food. While everyone was enjoying their meal, another event was being prepared on the personal front. A dissatisfied Wu Xuan highlights Yang Fei's carelessness by expressing his concern about the current situation. Tong Shi and Li Xiaoxiang walk up the steps, and the former expresses her concern for saving money, especially when the captain is not with them. Shen Xinyu, sharing his thoughts, offers to open 2 tin cans to support his tired comrades. The guys express their gratitude to Shen Xinyu for her care and attention. Tong Shi, however, reminds that every product has its own value, and kindness does not give the right to waste common resources. The question arises that the canned goods were intended to last for a month, and Tong Shi emphasizes the need to be careful with the supplies. Tong Shi warns against confusing kindness with wastefulness, emphasizing the importance of balance and responsibility. Officer Chen Feng expresses the opinion that everyone can use the collective property, and therefore there is no need to worry about it. Bin Yang's reaction, Tong Shi expresses his displeasure. Bin Yan, however, notes that due to such misunderstanding there is no point in arguing. She herself allowed me to open the tin can. Tong Shi realizes that there is some logic in Bin Yang's words, and she promises to be more careful in the future. Bin Yan invites everyone to sit down at the table, have lunch, and refresh themselves for the upcoming search. During dinner, when everyone was busy eating, there was no conversation. Suddenly, Tong Shi turns to Bin Yang, wondering if she has thought about the proposal she made earlier. The discussion of candidates for the deputy position leads to some tense moments. Tong Shi shares his opinion, noting that despite Lu Hengting's help, their family relationship still leaves much to be desired, and they cannot rely on anyone else's support forever. With a hand gesture, Tong Shi touches Li Xiaoxiang's hand, emphasizing his point. Li Xiaoxiang supports her, saying that he considers the people from the hunting association to be temporarily free. If they start searching, they will need to rely mainly on themselves. Offering himself to be Tianlei's deputy, Li Xiaoxiang promises to take care of everyone. Silence covers the room. Everyone sits at the table silent and pondering the proposed ideas. Chen Feng agrees with the need to go in search of Tianlei and choose a new leader. However, he expresses doubts about Li Xiaoxiang in this role. Tong Shi decisively says that Li Xiaoxiang is the most experienced in the squad, has great merit and a sense of responsibility. Officer Chen Feng argues that Li Xiaoxiang may have joined Tianlei first, but his energy and temper make him unsuitable for a leadership role. Suggests Wu Xuan as a suitable candidate for the post of head. Wu Xuan represents calm, clear thinking and consistency in his presence next to Tianlei. This sentence irritates Tong Shi. She doesn't like it being assumed that her strength is her only asset, and that she will have to follow others without the opportunity to become a leader. Officer Chen Feng tells it like it is, without softening his statements. Bin Yun urges Tong Shi not to be offended, as it is important to listen to everyone's opinion in such matters. Thus, a dilemma arises. Li Xiaoxiang and Wu Xuan are the 2 candidates to choose from. The voting process begins. Tong Shi votes for her husband Li Xiaoxiang. All the guys in the room support Wu Xuan. Tong Shi is very annoyed by this choice. Shen Xinyu also casts his vote for Wu Xuan. Tong Shi explodes, shouting at Shen Xinyu and asserting that her voice should not be ignored. Li Xiaoxiang, depressed by the rush of feelings, explodes with anger towards his wife, demanding that her worries stop. Through tense silence, he makes the statement that he must lead according to the wishes of the majority. Tong Shi, with a strong expression of displeasure, notes that Li Xiaoxiang should not even risk shouting at her. Suddenly, their conversations are interrupted by a strange sound coming from the street, crashing into their conversation. Meanwhile, ordinary people running down the street in panic interrupt the debate, screaming about the approaching zombies. Mr. Liu, leading this stream of fleeing people, urges them to remain calm and follow his instructions. Evacuation will be carried out through the southern gate. The main characters immediately run up to Mr. Liu, asking him what is happening. Mr. Liu warns them about the zombie invasion. Information has just arrived from headquarters that zombies are roaming the area and are heading towards the residential sector. It is necessary to immediately evacuate people from the 3rd sector. Information about the zombie invasion of base number 6 will shock everyone present. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the bridge are actively building fortifications. The entire process is led by Li Hu, who gives commands to block the passage on the bridge, prohibiting passage. The machine gun company focuses its fire at mid-range, creating a wall of fire for the zombies. Standing on the tower, peering through the dark space with binoculars are Tong Leng and Captain Chung. Xiao Xiang and Chen Feng rise up to them. Captain Chung, unhappy with their presence, firmly asks why they are here. Wu Xuan replies that they heard about the zombie invasion and came to see if they needed help. Tong Leng announces that the lookout spotted a large crowd of zombies a kilometer or two away, and they arrived immediately. Li Hu, an artillery battery and a machine gun company had already taken up positions. Suddenly, the soldiers notice that zombies are already approaching across the bridge. Their numbers continue to grow, creating a terrifying prospect for defenders. The guys express surprise, noting that these zombies move faster and are different from those they have encountered. Tong Lang reveals that they have completely destroyed all the zombies in the area and cannot understand where these new threats come from. They seem to know exactly where to look for them, which adds to the mystery of the situation. Captain Chen expresses deep fears about a possible zombie breakout. His concern centers on the fact that, if they maintain their current speed, they will be able to reach the second post in just 10 minutes, leaving almost no time for the people to evacuate safely. The military's absolute duty is to block their path, preventing them from crossing the bridge. Li Hu reacts quickly, giving the order to open artillery fire. The artillery, responding to the order, begins active and accurate shelling of the zombies, trying to reduce their number. The military manages to successfully destroy several zombies, but this success brings only temporary relief. The shooting drags on, taking place over a long period of time, emphasizing the tense situation. After some time, the zombies on the bridge shrink, giving the soldiers a false sense of victory. The soldiers, naively thinking that the danger has passed, exhale with relief, mutually exchanging glances, but do not notice the hidden threat that lurks in the darkness. Suddenly, a crowd of mutants, zombie eaters with long tongues, bursts into attack, attacking the soldiers like a storm in the Pacific Ocean. Zombie lickers attack the soldiers, causing devastating blows, and the zone of concern once again covers the heroic defenders. Li Hu, realizing that the situation is getting out of control, orders the soldiers to flee in order to maintain at least some chance of survival. The military begins to retreat from the bridge, trying to escape the deadly embrace of the zombie lickers and their ruthless allies. Lick zombies and regular zombies continue to advance, creating an atmosphere of fight for life. Despite the steadfastness of the military, the zombies are becoming more and more numerous, and some soldiers are unable to survive this bloody battle. Wu Xuan, looking at the eerie scene before his eyes, realizes that these incessant waves of zombies cannot be stopped. The realization of the impending disaster forces Wu Xuan to assess the situation more realistically and understand that even the military is unable to cope with this threat. The soldiers decide to blow up the bridge to prevent the zombies from advancing further. However, Captain Cheng reminds that Li Hu and the others are still there and will be at risk. But the soldier insists that the zombies must be prevented from passing through, otherwise the price will be too high. Suddenly, Officer Chen Feng notices something in the distance, which the soldiers do not pay attention to at first. The soldier, taking binoculars, carefully examines the distant area, trying to understand what is happening. His binoculars flash images of a military vehicle slowly approaching the base, causing mixed feelings among the remaining soldiers. Upon closer inspection, the soldier learns that Tianlei himself is behind the wheel, causing excitement and relief among the defenders. The soldier brings the good news, reporting that Zhao Tianlei is driving, and a wave of relief sweeps through the tortured hearts of the military. Enthusiastic exclamations and joyful smiles fill the air as it turns out that Tianlei is alive. Tianlei, peering into the distance, continues to feel a lack of understanding of what is happening, not knowing what fate has prepared for him and his comrades in the next episode of this gloomy scenario. Tianlei is perplexed when he sees so many zombies storming the main area. Tianlei craves clarification from the system, trying to understand why these zombies are evolving. The system claims that everything is going wrong and these zombies are being controlled. Tianlei cannot imagine who is capable of controlling so many zombies. The system talks about a mutant called Captor, Although he lacks power, he is capable of subjugating low-level species. He is the one behind everything that is happening. Finding him is the key to returning to the previous state. Tianlei asks the system, "What does this captor look like?" The system reports that the captor looks like a zombie. Tianlei notices that there is darkness around him and asks how he can be spotted among the others if he is no different from the others. The system explains that the captor uses sound waves with a limited range for control. If Tianlei listens, he will be able to determine exactly where the captor is. Tianlei focuses and begins to listen carefully. Suddenly, he manages to determine the location of this zombie captor. Tianlei presses on the gas and begins to make his way through the crowd of zombies. And then Tianlei notices that same zombie captor in front of him. Tianlei accelerates, trying to crush this zombie. However, the captor summons the devourers who attack Tianlei's car. Then this zombie disappears from sight, as if disappearing into the darkness. Zombies began to attack the car in which Tianlei was sitting. The guys saw that Tianlei was surrounded, and no matter how cool he is, he cannot cope alone against so many zombies. Wu Xuan asks Commander Chung for a car he must save Tianlei. The soldier says that we can't take such risks. It concerns the safety of the entire area. But Commander Chung did not think long and allowed them to do this. Now the fate of the lives of soldiers and the safety of the city is in their hands. Meanwhile, Tong Lang and Li Hu are still on the bridge shooting back at the zombies. And suddenly a car drives up to them and hits several zombies. It was Wu Xuan and Chun Feng. They tell Li Hu and Tong Lang to get into the car. Meanwhile, Tianlei's car was still surrounded by zombies. And then a zombie licker appears. He breaks through the roof of the car with his hand. And after that, the zombie began to tear the roof of the car with his own hands. But someone immediately shot this zombie in the head and killed him. These were the guys who were rushing to help Tianlei. Tianlei was glad that his friends rushed to his aid. Tianlei got out of his car and started running towards the zombie captor and asked his friends to cover him. Meanwhile, the guys covered Tianlei. And then on his way, Tianlei saw a zombie captor. Tianlei says the zombie won't escape this time. But the zombie captor orders ordinary zombies to attack Tianlei. Tianlei took his axe and began to chop down these zombies on his way to the zombie captor. And the next in line was the zombie captor himself. Tianlei multiplied his head with an axe. After Tianlei killed the zombie captor, all other zombies became slow. Tianlei says that the zombie captor has been killed, and they need to finish off the remaining zombies while they have the chance. The soldier ordered his men to kill all the zombies as quickly as possible. After this, the military moved into battle. They shot all the zombies one by one, but as it turned out, this zombie captor was not killed and attacked Tianlei while he did not see him. After this, Tianlei fell to the ground and dropped his axe. While this zombie was trying to devour Tianlei, he found his axe on the ground and took it in his hand. And then he hit this zombie on the head with it. Tianlei got up and realized that this zombie was pretending to be dead, after which Tianlei took out a crystal from this zombie. Tianlei thinks that the further you go, the more mutants there are, and as this battle showed, the stronger they are. After this, Tianlei returned to his house, and the girls met him there. Binyan and Xinyu immediately ran to hug Tianlei. Tianlei calms them down and says that everything is fine. It's not that easy to kill him. Li Xiaoxiang says that they didn't see it, but there were more than 1,000 zombies there, about to break through the defense line. If Tianlei had not killed the captor who controlled them, now there would be a lot of corpses here. Li Hu says that he was wrong to despise Tianlei. Tianlei defeated the digger and this time saved their area from destruction. His actions are worthy of admiration. Tianlei says that he is glad to hear this and can now consider him a friend. It was clear from Tongxi's face that she was not entirely happy about Tianlei's return. Tongxi approaches Tianlei and says that he has no idea how worried they were these 2 days, especially Binyan and Li Xiaoxiang. When he disappeared, everyone thought he was missing, but Binyan did not let them lose hope. And Li Xiaoxiang went out every morning to search, but time after time he came across zombies. Tianlei says Li Xiaoxiang is a good friend. Commander Chung says that Tianlei should rest today and go with him to headquarters tomorrow to discuss the situation in detail. Tongxi says that she has already prepared the bathroom and opened a couple of cans for dinner. Shun Xinyu looked at this and said nothing. Meanwhile, Tianlei sat in his room and counted how many crystals he now had. He has 3 high-level crystals. He wants to think about what to exchange them for. And suddenly someone knocks on his door. Tianlei, in a panic, hid these crystals and allows entry. And Shen Xinyu comes into Tianlei's room. She apologizes for coming so late. Tianlei invites her to sit down. Tianlei asks that maybe she wants to ask something. Shen Xinyu says that while Tianlei was away, something happened, and she thought that she needed to tell him something. Shen Xinyu said that after Tianlei disappeared, Tongxi wanted to make Li Xiaoxiang the boss. Tianlei says that means Xinyu suspects that. Shen Xinyu interrupts Tianlei and says that she doesn't think anything like that. She says that it is known that he are best friends, and in such a situation, choosing the main one is not bad. It just seemed to her that Tongxi had changed recently. It was scary. After that incident, the atmosphere in the house as a whole was strange, so I decided to tell him. Tianlei thinks that Li Xiaoxiang was one of the first people he got along with, and no one chose him. It must have been unpleasant for him. He and Wu Xuan are the key figures of the squad. If he harbors a grudge, then in the future it will not play into their hands. Tianlei thanks Shen Xinya for telling everything. Tianlei will sort everything out. The next morning, Tianlei called his entire team for negotiations. He says he has received word that in his absence they have decided to elect a deputy captain to handle day-to-day affairs. Tongxi says that she was worried that everyone would get away with it while there was no one in charge, and that's all. But now that Tianlei has returned, there is no need to elect anyone. Tongxi says that she wanted to tell it herself, and after that, she blames Shen Xinyu for informing on her. Tongxi accuses Shen Xinyu and says that she decided to replace Bin Yang in her position and become the captain's wife, and since she is friends with her, she decided to eliminate her too. Shen Xinyu admitted that she was the one who told the story, but she had no idea of replacing anyone. She only told what she saw. Bin Yang also stands up for Shen Xinyu. Tongxi is upset that Bin Yang did not choose her side. And Li Xiaoxiang stands up for his wife and asks Tianlei not to blame her. He says that it was his idea. Then Tianlei says that he will not blame anyone. Actually, he liked the idea. Tongxi and Li Xiaoxiang were surprised at Tianlei's reaction. Tianlei says that he just returned from the commander-in-chief and found out the situation. There are more and more mutants, and the outside world is more dangerous. There is barely enough food. In the future, he would have to go outside for supplies, so he thought of creating his own search group. In his absence, someone must lead the rest, and Tianlei decided that Li Xiaoxiang would become him. Li Xiaoxiang doesn't believe that Tianlei put him in charge. He says that he is simple-minded and impulsive. Isn't Wu Xuan more suitable? But Tongxi stops him and says that Tianlei believes in him. Tianlei says that Li Xiaoxiang is his best friend and first partner. If not him, then who to trust? But his character is really not very good. Therefore, Bin Yang will be his advisor. Li Xiaoxiang will consult with her on all matters. Li Xiaoxiang says that Tianlei can rely on him to take care of everyone, and Tianlei's expectations will be justified. After this, Tianlei asks them to cook something delicious to him in gratitude. And after that, Shi Tong and Li Xiaoxiang ran to prepare food for Tianlei. Bin Yang asks Tianlei if he really wants to make him deputy. Tianlei says that Tongxi was very worried that she had done something wrong. Li Xiaoxiang is a simple and loyal person. You can trust him, he can handle it. Moreover, under the leadership of Bin Yang, problems should not arise. Tianlei asks Wu Xuan if he is disappointed that he did not choose him. Wu Xuan says that he is not disappointed, because Li Xiaoxiang is much more experienced and deserves this place. Tianlei says that he did not choose Wu Xuan not because he lacks experience, but because he has another assignment. Of all, it is Wu Xuan Tianlei who is the easiest to coordinate with, so when traveling he cannot do without him. Now Wu Xuan is the deputy commander of the search party. When it comes to finding resources, the Lu family is more qualified. Tianlei wants to go visit them. After some time, Tianlei came to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu says that he heard that yesterday Tianlei single-handedly destroyed a horde of zombies and saved the area. He always knew that Tianlei was not so simple, but he did not think that he was that simple. He regrets that he was evacuated and didn't see everything for himself. Tianlei says that he alone would have been enough. The military did all the work. Tianlei says that he heard that in his absence, Mr. Lu and his friends did a lot to search for Tianlei. Tianlei came to thank him personally, but still couldn't figure out what to bring as a gift. Mr. Lu says that as a sign of gratitude, Tianlei could join his hunting association. If Tianlei agrees, Mr. Lu will immediately appoint him as commander. Tianlei says that he didn't really come here just to say thank you. But suddenly a man comes into their room and says that a misfortune has happened to the second head of the Lu family. When they came down the stairs, they saw a beaten man. Mr. Lu asks how this happened and who injured him. Maybe they met zombies? But the wounded guy says that they met people. He says that there are some eccentrics in masks. Among them there was a blonde girl. The rest were men. Tianlei immediately realized that he was talking about the girl he had met before. Tianlei asks that she was an attractive lady with a good figure. The guy says that's true. Mr. Lu asks Tianlei if he knows her. Tianlei says he just guessed, a typical image of a negative character. The wounded guy says that they told this girl that they were local, but that didn't stop them and they took her brother. They told him to deliver the message. If you want your brother back, give him 500 kilograms of provisions in return. Mr. Lu says this is outrageous. How dare they treat the head of the Lu family like this? Mr. Lu orders to call people, prepare a car and provisions. They leave immediately. Tianlei says that he will go with them. A little later they moved to the place. Mr. Lu, on the way to the place, asks the wounded guy for details. Xiao Cheng says that today they went in search of resources. In the next 20 kilometers from the base, they had already taken everything away, so they decided to move further away. On the way, we came across a shopping center. As soon as we got there, we met a girl. At first, they mistook her for a survivor hiding here, and they immediately came closer to her to find out who she was. But when they just approached her, the girl stood up and immediately opened fire with her weapon. And then other masked people appeared. These people shot all the other members of the team. They were ambushed. The brother told them that if they did not return to the base on time, they would come looking for them, since they were members of the hunting association. Then they won't be happy. This did not frighten them, but rather pleased them. That's why they let him go to deliver the message. Tianlei thinks that if that girl is Hong Yue, then the others are her comrades. But she would not engage in extortion of food. They knew who they were dealing with and let them go on purpose. But for what purpose? And finally they got to this supermarket. But they were already being watched on CCTV cameras. These were the masked people who attacked them earlier, and this girl was with them. Tianlei says that this place seems familiar to him. Wu Xuan says that Li Xiaoxiang and Tong Shi's wedding took place on this street. But there were already snipers on the roof of this shopping center, and these snipers immediately started shooting at their car. The car was driving and trying to dodge shots. Tianlei shouts to them that they are from the 6th base and the provisions that they asked to be in the car. The girl gives the order to let the car inside. After this, the snipers stopped firing. The gates to the shopping center opened and a car drove in. When the car stopped inside the shopping center, they were met by 2 people. They pointed a gun at them and told them to get out of the car. After that, they all got out of the car with their hands raised. And Tianlei immediately notices that girl with white hair. But when Tianlei took a closer look, he realized that it was not her. Mr. Lu asks, where is his man? The girl tells them not to worry. They didn't harm such an important person. He's fine. The girl snapped her fingers and this tied-up guy was brought to her. Mr. Lu says there is food in the car, as much as they asked for. So he asks to be released. The girl asks them if they are in a hurry. There are a lot of zombies outside, you can't run into them yet. She invites them to play a game. She says that if they win, they will be free. And if they lose, they die. And after that, they start a shootout. The girl says into her earpiece that the hunt has begun. And somewhere there was a man sitting at a computer and watching all this through CCTV cameras. This man looked at the CCTV cameras and gave information to his men where Tianlei was hiding. After this, their people immediately began to go in this direction, where Tianlei was hiding. Tianlei immediately began dodging the shots and looking for a safer place. Mr. Lu says they didn't need food, but sacrifices. Tianlei thinks that if they were zombies, 5 minutes and an axe would be enough to deal with them. But they deal with people. No matter how developed your body is, you can't argue with bullets. Tianlei wants to try to distract them and buy Wu Xuan time. Mr. Lu says that now they are in plain sight, like a target, and they are hiding. They need to be careful. Tianlei says that they are not so simple. They restored the security cameras that were broken. Tianlei suddenly comes out of hiding, and it erases the video surveillance cameras directly, thereby destroying them. The guy who was sitting at the computer sees that several security cameras have stopped working. At this moment, the girl shoots at Tianlei, but he dodges these shots. After this, the girl begins to run away from Tianlei on a hoverboard. Tianlei runs after her and asks her who she is and why she brought them here. The girl says that if Tianlei catches up with her, then after that she will tell everything. The guy who was sitting at the computer says that they won't just disable his cameras. He smiles and says that he also has backup equipment. But suddenly someone approaches this guy from behind and puts a gun to the back of his head. It was Wu Xuan. He sneaked up on this guy and destroyed him. After that, The masked people did not understand why they no longer had information through video cameras. After they have lost contact, Mr. Lu is about to attack. Tianlei continues to pursue this girl, but the girl presses a button on some remote control. And after that, the floor collapses right under Tianlei and he falls down. The girl stands on top and laughs loudly. She says Tianlei is a fool and thinks he is dead. But Tianlei did not die at all. He immediately crawled out from under the rubble. The girl calls Tianlei a monster. She does not understand how he survived such a fall from such a height. After this, the girl begins to run away from Tianlei. But Tianlei takes his axe and throws it straight at the girl. But the axe did not hit her but stuck into the railing next to her. After that, the girl knelt down and began to beg for mercy. Tianlei came up to her and said that falling was somehow painful. The girl says that they forced her to do this. If she had not obeyed, they would have killed her. She begins to cry, and at that moment she pulls out a gun behind her. And after that, she points the gun at Tianlei and says that now he will definitely die. Tianlei did not expect to be taken by surprise. But suddenly someone shot straight into this girl's hand and she dropped her gun. It was Wu Xuan. He came on time and saved Tianlei. After all this, the hunting clan tied up all the robbers. Wu Xuan says that they are well equipped. Not only have they repaired all the surveillance cameras in the building, but they have also installed a live wire network in the prison. If he hadn't grabbed that fat man, they would have been in trouble. Mr. Lu interrogates them. He wants to know where they are from and what is their purpose. Where did you get the weapons from? One of them says that they played online games together. The weapon belongs to one of their teammates. He is rich among them. They say that at home he has much more of this property. People like them have felt inferior since childhood and cannot even hope to make friends. Games give you the opportunity to be yourself. At first they only communicated in the game, but one day he invited them all to his home for a party. The girl says that she was in an online relationship with him. At first she believed that in games people do not hide anything, and in reality they make contracts. But when he came, she realized what reality really was. Everyone is interested in a beautiful appearance. They don't care what you are like at heart. People are stupid, superficial monkeys, unable to look into the essence of things. Because of this, people like them become outcasts. Then zombies broke into the house. Taking advantage of the opportunity before they reached them, they took the weapon and fled in his car. Then, for the first time, she felt how similar she and he were. Zombies didn't care what anyone looked like. They didn't spare anyone. Justice did not prevail for long. People are greedy for appearances and behave predictably in any situation. They are all human, so why are the qualities that they got from nature so important? All roads are open for them. Everyone loves them. But they are like dirt thrown on the side of the road, which no one will look at. Now everything is different. The times when appearance was so important are over. Nowadays, those who are smart and talented laugh well. These arrogant bastards will find out what the world really is like. This is their territory. Here they are gods. Wu Xuan says that in addition to Mr. Lu, there are boys and girls in prison. Apparently, these are those who escaped with them then. Tianlei says that since they like the game so much, why provoke people from the base? Do they know that it is now a provisional government? Weren't they afraid that someone would come and cover up their games of being hunters? The girl says that they wanted to start a revolution. They wanted to be noticed and heard. Found out who they are. We learned that they are heroes. Appearance has a huge influence on people. It even drives some people crazy. They cared so much about other people's opinions that they lost their true selves, humanity, and have become worse than monsters. The guy says that he can't accept this. They were just unlucky. If he had another try, everything would have ended differently. After this, Mr. Lu's brother picks up a gun and says that, alas, life is not a game. There will be no second attempt, and the people they killed will not come back to life. He points the gun at them and says the game is over. After this, the guys arrived at base number 6. They opened the wine and celebrated it. Mr. Lu says that thanks to Tianlei, Yunfeng escaped with only a fright. Yunfeng says that Tianlei is with Wu Xuan, his brothers from today. He says that if anything happens, they can contact him, and he will help in any way he can, and everything they found today, he wants to give to Tianlei. Tianlei says that everyone risked their lives. He can't just take everything away. Yunfeng says that he never owed anyone anything. If Tianlei does not accept, he will despise him. Mr. Lu says that Yunfeng is hot-tempered. He asks not to hold a grudge against him and accept their gift. As for what they talked about during the day, Mr. Lu really wants Tianlei and his friends to join their hunting association. He understands that it is unlikely that Tianlei, with his extraordinary abilities, will want to be on an equal footing with others, eat twice a day, and lead a quiet life. But it's worth paying attention. Here everyone saves on everything in order to somehow survive. Even the soldiers only have enough for food and clothing. But if Tianlei joins them, he and his friends will live in luxury. Tianlei thanks for such an offer, but he is forced to refuse. Brothers Lu asks if he needs anything else. Tianlei says that he was misunderstood. He is not bargaining now. When the explosion occurred, the news reported that the base was the last safe place. Tianlei, like others, traveled long distances and found that it was not so safe. When the zombies suddenly attacked last time, if they had managed to break through the bridge, there would have been nothing left of the residents of the area. It's not enough to just dream of a long life. One zombie attack and all their safety turns into empty words. Therefore, Tianlei does not want to stay here and does not want to join their association. Yunfeng, surprised that Tianlei wants to exchange it all and go to the outside world, where there are a lot of zombies. Mr. Lu says that since Tianlei has already decided everything, he will not try to convince him. A man brought some book to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu says that Tianlei is very insightful. He is even somehow ashamed of his family. But in any case, when Tianlei leaves, he will have to survive. He gives him a notebook, which contains all the notes on the location of the resources marked on the map. It is also noted where it is safe and where it is not. He says that he won't need it anymore, but Tianlei might come in handy. Tianlei says that this is exactly what he needs. Tianlei will not hide the fact that he came to them today for information. Tianlei asks not to worry. He will not create competition for their family while he is here. Mr. Lu says that no matter what, he hopes for cooperation, so that the two squads will help each other when they meet in the outside world. Yunfeng turns to Wu Xuan and says that he is excellent with weapons. Such talents as his would be useful to them. He invites him to stay, and they will be of the same rank as him. Wu Xuan says that Tianlei once helped him, and he swore an oath that he would follow him. Mr. Lu says that it is obvious that they are very close, and there is no point in asking them to separate. Yunfeng says that Wu Xuan saved his life and he should thank him. Maybe he needs a weapon or a car? Yunfeng still has a couple of beautiful acquaintances if he wants. He can introduce them to them. Wu Xuan says he doesn't need to. But Tianlei says it's a good idea. Wu Xuan is 2 years older than Tianlei. It's time for him to get a girlfriend. He sees Li Xiaoxiang and Tong Shi every day and doesn't feel jealous. Wu Xuan doesn't understand why Tianlei brought up this topic. Yunfeng tells Wu Xuan to rely on him. He will find him a girl 100 times more beautiful than this Tong Shi. Mr. Lu says that younger sister Xiaocheng is nothing. She used to be a model. Wu Xuan shouts that he said that it is not necessary. He never even thought about this and asks not to laugh at him. Tianlei says that Wu Xuan turned red. After that, they had lunch and went their separate ways. Yunfeng asks his brother if he believes what Tianlei told them. Maybe he fooled them. Would anyone really prefer fighting with zombies to a quiet life? Mr. Lu says that true or not, he is an unusual person. Friendship with him will not be superfluous. But being his enemy is scary. After that, Tianlei returned home to the girls and brought a full box of various cosmetics. Binyan kisses Tianlei and says that this box contains all her favorite brands. And Shen Xinyu says that he wouldn't remember which companies she likes and that Binyang wouldn't come up with it. Binyan says it doesn't matter. He was guided by the way she smelled. Shen Xinyu says that the girl in this photo does not look like her, and apparently then he thought about her. Binyan says, isn't this the fake shampoo that makes hair fall out? And after that, a quarrel began between them. Tianlei asks, why didn't they make up? Why are they fighting? Tianlei looks into the supply box and sees that there are a lot of things. From lanterns to soap, exactly what is in short supply. At the market, all this could be profitably exchanged for products. Fen Feng says that today Tong Lang told him that food is inconvenient to transport and spoils, so the government issued a single currency, the same as paper money. Now everyone wants to exchange goods for it. Wu Xuan says that if they leave here, then the money will be of zero use. Tong Shi doesn't like that they are about to leave, and she says that she won't go anywhere. She asks Li Xiaoxiang what he thinks about it. Li Xiaoxiang says he will stay with her. Tianlei says it's cute, and they wanted to introduce Wu Xuan to the girl, but he refused. Bin Yang heard that Wu Xuan does not meet girls. 2 days ago, a neighbor confessed to him and he mercilessly rejected her. They think that he is not attracted to women at all, but he feels at ease with guys. They also notice that he is looking at Tianlei strangely. Wu Xuan and Tianlei did not like this conversation. Wu Xuan asks them to stop talking about what they don't know. He has a lover. Her name is Ari. He studied with her in elementary school, and they lived next door and grew up together. She was an excellent student and dreamed of becoming a doctor, and he was interested in technology. They agreed that when they graduated from university, they would move abroad together and continue their studies. He lacked a little more than 10 points, but she got into the best medical institute. But she had a younger brother, and her parents hoped that she would start working part-time to buy her brother a home. She did not resist, but continued to study. But Wu Xuan knew what she was dreaming about. That's why I quit studying to help her raise money. What he saved up during his year of work as a security guard was enough to take her to study abroad. He doesn't know how things are there, but he is sure that she is alive, so he will not die. He believes that one day they will meet. Yang Fen thinks that he and Officer Chen Feng are bachelors. Chen Feng says that they are different. At least girls talk to him. Yang Fen asks Tianlei to talk to Mr. Liu and let him introduce him to the girls. Tianlei asks him not to worry. If he wants it so much, he will definitely find someone for himself. Tianlei says that everyone should pack their things, but not touch food and essentials. Everything that is gathered must be exchanged for money. There are just a lot of useless things in the warehouse. Take this opportunity to exchange them, and when they leave, they will buy something they need. A little later, Yang Fen arrived at the market and was carrying all the things that needed to be sold. Li Xiaoxiang was supposed to help him, but his wife called and he immediately left. Even the dogs found a mate. And not only is he lonely, but he also has to carry a bunch of things. After that, Yang Fen sold all the things and received 300-something in return. He has counted his money and thinks it is real. Some person noticed this. And after that, Yang Fen saw people running somewhere. When he arrived at the place, he saw some pop group performing. Yang Fen looks at them and thinks they are very beautiful. But then a person comes up to him and says that they are the most popular idol group now. This guy offers Yang Fen a handshake for 10 and a group photo for 20. And for 100, he can communicate with them closer. Yang Fen didn't really like the idea of spending money on it. This man says that in the modern world, everything has its price. Idols also need to eat. This man hugs Yang Fen and says that it is clear from him that he does not have a girlfriend. He literally smells bachelors. This man keeps trying to trick him out of money and says that he will give him a 20% discount. Just 80 money and he can be alone with them. Yang Fen began to sweat as he thought about it. But then Yang Feng's evil side says that there is no need to hesitate. This Zhao Tianlei is being courted by everyone, but he doesn't even think about his suffering. Fen's kind side tells him that love is priceless. How can such a wonderful feeling be tainted by buying for money? You need to defend your principles. Yang Fen burst into tears and said that he could not contain himself. He runs away from this place and asks for forgiveness from mom and dad. And while he was running away, he bumped heads with some girl. The girl fell to the ground and held her head with her hand. Yang Fen apologizes to the girl and asks if she is okay. The girl says it's nothing. Yang Fen looked at this girl and seemed to fall in love. He helped the girl to her feet. The girl says that she probably sprained a muscle in her leg, but she needs to hurry. She says that her house is not far away and asks Yang Fen to help her get home. Yang Fen agrees without a doubt to take this girl home. After some time, they came to the place where this girl lived. She apologizes for the mess and asks to feel at home. The girl opens the box in which the kitten was sitting. This girl takes milk out of her bag to give the kitten a drink. Yang Fen asks this girl if she was in a hurry home to feed the kitten. The girl says yes. She says that yesterday she found this kitten, and his mother was lying dead next to him. If she had left him there, he would have died of hunger. He is still quite a baby. He eats little. He has enough milk. I had to walk around the market for a long time to get it. The girl was afraid that he would run away while she was gone. It's good that she made it in time. Yang Fen thinks that this girl is an angel. Yang Fen says that now it's difficult to feed herself, but now she and the kitten will have to buy food. He says she is very kind. The girl says that life will be more fun for them together. Zombies killed the girl's entire family, her friends left, and she was left alone. Everyone here is very wary. They don't just make friends. And she really wanted to find a friend. The girl thanks Yang Fen for saving her and helping her get there, and also apologizes for talking so much. She's just in a good mood. She hasn't talked to anyone for a long time. The girl also says that she has some coffee left and offers to prepare it. She picks up a thermos and says that there is just some hot water. But she twisted her ankle again, and it fell straight into Yang Fen's hands, and the hot water in the thermos doused him. Yang Fen shouts that it is very hot and immediately takes off his t-shirt. When Yang Fen took off his t-shirt, he found himself bare-chested. The girl looks at the guy and asks him to close his eyes. Yang Fen immediately thought that she was going to kiss him. He closes his eyes and thinks that the gods have heard his prayers. But instead of a kiss, he gets hit in the face with a baton. After this, Yang Fen fell to the floor unconscious. He was hit by this girl. She says that Yang Fen is stupid. After that, he woke up from someone hitting him in the face. It was some kind of huge, gloomy woman. Yang Fen asks her who she is and how she got here. This woman says she should be the one asking what he forgot at his house. The woman holds out her palm and tells Yang Fen to give her something. But he doesn't understand what she wants from him. Is she telling him not to pretend to be retarded, or is he refusing to pay his debt? She wants him to give her money for renting the premises and for damaging property. In total, she wants to get 13 yuan from him, no less. Yang Fen doesn't understand what's going on. He seemed to be at that girl's house. After that, he reaches into his pocket. But he notices that he has no money. Since he has no money, this woman called her sons to beat Yang Fen. After that, Yang Fen came home and told everything that happened to his friends. Tong Lang says that in the area, families live in tents because there is no money. But the young people want to live separately. Some have seized on this idea and are renting out housing to them for a while. Those who are not satisfied with how food is distributed should not eat, so they make money with their bodies. Things like this overlap. Therefore, renting out housing to such individuals is a big risk. But, on the other hand, you can increase the rent. This woman is a pro in this business. She rents tents at a low price, and then rents them to others at a high price, making money on the price difference. In addition, she needs to pay her guards, of which there are many. Everyone blames Yang Fen for losing the money. Yang Fen asks them not to talk nonsense and says that everything was wrong. He says that girl is not like that, she is good. She chose to starve to feed the kitten. He didn't understand how such a girl could lie. Tong Lang says that he heard about a girl who uses a kitten to fool others. They are currently investigating this matter. Tianlei says that if this girl was just scamming for intimacy, then that would be fine. But they got this money with great difficulty and she won't just escape with it. Meanwhile, this girl was sitting with some guy and counting the money she stole from Yang Fen. The girl says that you can't tell from him that he has as much as 300 yuan on him. She considers herself very lucky. She puts this money into a bag that contained even more money. She says that it was not easy to collect all this money. She had to try. She wants to leave here soon and buy herself a house in the first district. But the guy who was sitting next to her said nothing. She asks him why he is not happy about this. June says he's worried about the girl. Because of such a wound, she has to take such risks. But the girl closes his mouth. She says she will never forget her first day here, how she was robbed and kicked out of the house, almost beaten. And June saved her. He was the first one to treat her well here. She will do anything for him. A little later, the girl continued to deceive other people. And she took their money. Recently, there are more and more poor people. At this rate, she will not soon accumulate the required amount. She knows where she can go for a bigger fish, but for safety's sake, she shouldn't appear in the same place often. But for June, she is willing to take risks. At the market, some guy was given a lot of money. The person who gave the money to this guy says that maybe he needs to send someone to escort him. But this guy says that he is strong and can handle it himself. The man who gave him the money says that he seems to be an adult, but he's still a stupid poor guy. This girl saw this and thinks that stupid and rich is just for her. She decided to release her kitten. And she ran after this kitten, and I specifically ran into this guy. She starts acting out the scene again and says that she was just running after the kitten and didn't notice it. However, this time the guy ignored the girl and hurried in pursuit of the kitten, captivated by his attention. The girl approaches this guy and invites him to join her, claiming that she has many kittens at home. The guy expresses doubt about her words, and she assures that she is not lying. Suddenly, this guy grabs her hand. Turns out Tianlei, playing the role of a guy, catches the girl. After this, she is brought in for questioning. But the girl, not realizing the situation, insists on contacting the real police. Tong Lang explains that they are the police. He turns to the intended victim. Is this her? Everyone she deceived confirms that it was her. Yang Fen, silently watching the girl, does not express his opinion. Tong Lang asks Tianlei how he knew that they would find her here. He replies that it was just an assumption, because this is an ideal place to search for a potential victim, although smart scammers would not return to the same place twice. The girl admits her guilt, but claims that life forced her. She asks what they want from her. After all, these are different times. Trials are not held so often. Space on the base is limited, and building a new prison is not easy. Moreover, the survivors are the last hope of humanity. Can't we forgive her for this petty crime? However, those whom she deceived claim that she thought it all out long before, knowing that she would not be punished, and that is why she acted so confidently. Yang Fen, unable to bear it, says that this is not a trifle. He emphasizes that even if she returns the money, what about his heart? She doesn't realize the pain she caused him, and it can't be undone. The girl asks him not to discuss feelings because he is just a consumer. How else can one explain that he was so easily deceived? A good guy won't let himself be fooled so easily. Yang Fen feels furious towards her. The girl bows and apologizes for the inconvenience caused, assuring that she will not repeat this again. Thus, she expresses hope that she will be released. Tong Lang says that would have been the case before, but due to the fact that people are uneasy at the last time, the government issued a new decree. The further it goes, the stronger the government becomes. Thieves, bandits, and criminals must go to prison, where they will be rehabilitated. The amount she stole has already reached the amount for which she will be sent to custody for 3 years. Yang Fen was surprised at such a cruel punishment, and the military begins to take the girl away, but she asks for forgiveness and says that she understands that she did wrong. She says anything but go to jail. She asks to let go at least for a while. She says that Jun's wound has not healed yet. Someone might hurt him if she is not around. Tong Lang says that means she doesn't know yet. She was deceived. Jun is also a fraudster. The girl doesn't understand what he's talking about. Tong Lang says that while they were studying her case, they found other girls. Some have cats, some have dogs. They were all tricked into getting money and handing Jun over to someone. He used the same scheme on everyone. First, he heroically saved them. Then he pretended to be wounded. He took advantage of their kindness and made them fall in love with him so that he could then lure them out of money. But the girl doesn't believe it and says it's a lie. He did not force her. She did everything of her own free will. Jun didn't ask her to look for money. He was worried about her. It couldn't be a lie. When Tianlei asks where the money she stole is, the girl says that it is at her house. Tianlei thinks that there is no money anymore. After this, the girl took them to her home. But Jun was not in this house, and when she opened the box where her money was kept, she saw that there was no money there. The girl doesn't understand where the money went. Tong Lang says that experienced scammers always have a place to retreat. Anything that goes wrong, they immediately run away. Apparently, as soon as the girl was detained, he ran away. But the girl still doesn't believe it and thinks that it was someone else who stole them. She says that Jun was injured. He could not fight back the thief. He was probably kidnapped. Tianlei and the military for everything. Feng came and urgently called Tianlei to important matters, confusing them with the events. Tianlei, realizing for what reason he was being called, followed the officer, anticipating growing trouble. At this time, at the market, an unknown gang of robbers organized an attack on the girls, suddenly disturbing the peace. Jun, who was present at the scene, could not remain indifferent to the disaster unfolding before his eyes. He encourages the girls and promises to protect them from the incident. However, one of the robbers hits him on the arm with a stick, causing Jun to pretend to be in unbearable pain. Acting on a fake reaction of pain, Jun pushes herself to the ground, feigning the wound caused by the attack. From that moment on, he remains in a lying position, and calls are heard around him to call the police and provide assistance to the wounded man. The robbers, frightened by the possible consequences, run away in panic. The girls, freed from the attack, immediately show concern for Jun's condition. Jun, lifting his head from the ground, reassures the girls that he probably has a fracture, but he believes that protecting women is a man's duty, and he has no regrets. A moment later, trying to justify himself, Jun says that he just wanted to introduce himself to the girls and did not think that the situation would take such a turn. Then, Tianlei appears, accompanying the deceived girl who fell under the influence of Jun. Following this, Chen Feng decides to tie up and take Jun and his accomplices for interrogation to the war room. Chen Feng believes that Qianlei was right in his suspicions about Jun, who happened to be close to the scene. Shen Xinyu expresses admiration for Jun's acting skills, who were able to deceive so many. Jun's followers claim that they bear no responsibility by following his instructions, and ask that they be absolved of blame. Tonglang turns to the girl and asks if she sees Jun's true essence. The girl, approaching Jun, denies his betrayal, considering the situation a misunderstanding, and claims that she continues to believe in his sincerity and love. Jun shouts at the girl in obscene terms, blaming her for all the troubles, and declares that she ruined his plans and the appearance with which he lived peacefully for so long. At the same time, Jun notes that she ruined him while she lived with him, and despises her as a shameless girl ready to kill. Jun believes that he did not have the patience to put up with his neighbor for long, and expresses anger and disgust towards her. The words spoken by the guy brought the girl to tears. She was lost in the fire of indignation and resentment. Yang Fen, observing this injustice, did not remain silent and decided to restore justice, putting all his rage into his blow. Jun, who stood aside, did not understand who the aggressor was who deserved a spanking from Yang Fen. Addressing the soldiers, Jun urges them not to stand aside and take action, but Tong Lang prefers to remain indifferent to what is happening. Yang Fen expresses his disdain for the guy, claiming that he doesn't know how to treat ladies, but with trash like him, he knows what to do. In gratitude for the protection, the girl gratefully turns to Yang Fen for forgiveness and not being accused of stealing his money, reproachfully admitting her stupidity and the resulting 2-month imprisonment. Yang Fen does not tolerate the girl's short-sightedness and warns her to be more vigilant in the future, emphasizing that appearances can be misleading. The girl, jokingly, asks if Yang Fen is going to take revenge on her for what he did. They laugh together at the situation, finding lightness after the past events. The girl notes Tianlei's kindness and claims that he will definitely find the right girl. Yang Fen sarcastically notes that the sympathy in the girl's voice is unnecessary, predicting that handsome and young guys like him are popular. The girl asks Yang Fen to take care of her cat while the soldiers take her away. Whispering to him that girls are usually more merciful towards small animals, she begs for tenderness towards her pet. The soldiers take the girl away and Yang Fen remains with the cat, which is left without an owner. At this time, the guys walking along the street express sympathy for Yang Fen, noting that everyone rejected him. Yang Fen, agreeing with their words, talks about how terrible it is to be alone, emphasizing that losing someone you love is much more painful. Looking up, he expresses his desire to be cool despite his current situation. Suddenly a girl approaches, asking if this is her cat. She pets her, remembering her lost cat and expressing regret about it. Having asked permission to take the cat in her arms, she confidentially communicates with Yang Fen. Yang Fen agrees, glad that the cat manages to evoke positive emotions in those around him. Thus, a moment that began with a fight and tears turns into an unexpected union of two people in caring for a helpless animal. The girl, captivated by the cute cat, begs Yan Fen for permission to come later and take care of the furry pet. Yan Fen happily agrees, feeling that luck has returned to him, filling the emptiness of past events. Meanwhile, Tianlei observes Yan Fen, noticing that he seems to have the memory of a fish, forgetting his recent loss. Shen Xinyu's field of vision, discussing a handsome guy who looks like a movie star. A flamboyantly dressed young man walks down the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Shen Xinyu, fascinated by his appearance, begins to follow him, trying to find out more. Finding herself deep in thought, she notices that the guy has disappeared around the corner. Wasting no time, Shen Xinyu follows to find out who he is. Finally, she approaches him and learns that his name is Xin Wen. But suddenly he disappears, as if dissolving into thin air, escaping her gaze. In the evening, attention gathers around Shen Xinyu, and she shares with those around her that the guy from her pursuit is her younger brother, Xin Wen. Yan Fen is surprised by this news, asking if Xinyu was an only child. Bin Yan is also surprised, not having heard of brother Xinyu before. Xinyu explains that they are half-brother and sister, her brother being her stepmother's son. Her father and mother divorced, and when Xin Wen was a child, they got along well. But her father did not approve of her career in show business, and she was thrown out of the house. The family moved abroad, rarely seeing his brother. Tong Shi questions the veracity of the story, pointing out that they moved and where Xin Wen came from. Xinyu believes in her intuition, claiming that she is confident that he is her brother. Tianlei offers to describe his brother's appearance so that tomorrow they can start searching for him together. Tongxi is not happy with this idea. At this time, Xin heads towards his home. Two men run up to him, informing him that Mr. Guo and Mr. Pan had a bet, and Mr. lost significant amounts of money. When Shen Xinyu entered the building, she found herself at a party where crowds of people were dancing and having fun to the pulsating music. There was a pool around, surrounded by many girls who happily splashed in the water. The spotlight was on the two fighters as they battled it out in the ring, causing the crowd to applaud. A certain American named Thompson attracted the attention of the viewer, who actively rooted for him. On the other hand, another man was supporting another fighter, creating a tense atmosphere among the people divided by the Allegianes. The American fighter continued to dominate, striking his Chinese opponent to the chest. Mr. Guo, a passionate supporter of the Chinese fighter, was under great stress as he watched his representative get hit. Mr. Pan, having invested his money to win, wins and declares his victory. But Mr. Guo suggests betting again. At this time, Tianlei recognizes the man he met in the market, and he introduces himself as an expert in hand-to-hand combat with boxing champions under his command. A nervous Mr. Guo must pay off his debt to Mr. Pan, which already amounts to 10,000. However, Guo does not give up and offers a new bet. Tianlei addresses the man, claiming that Guo can hold his own against even his best fighters. Mr. Guo, irritated by this statement, accuses the man of humiliating himself in front of others. Mr. Pan denounces Guo and his men as weaklings and offers to call his guards to resolve the conflict. Guo is confident in his abilities and states that losing is not his style. Mr. Pan offers a new bid of 30,000, creating a new challenge for Guo. Wen appears, ready to take on the challenge and present his skills. An American fighter expresses his contempt for Chinese athletes by giving a thumbs down. Xin Wen resolutely attacks the American fighter, starting to fight for his honor. However, the American successfully blocks the first blow. Without stopping, Xin Wen throws a series of punches, trying to overcome his opponent's resistance. The climax is a control kick to the head, ending this epic fight. Following the American fighter's brutal fight with Xin Wen, the U.S. fighter finds himself down, panting on the floor. Mr. Guo, witnessing this battle, is delighted with the victory of his ward. However, the American fighter, not wanting to accept defeat, suddenly removes the blade from his boots. With this blade on his boot, he aims an attack at Xin Wen, but the latter blocks the blow with his agility. Reacting disapprovingly of his opponent's dishonest tactics, Xin Wen flares up in anger. In response to aggression, Xin Wen strikes, forcing the opponent to yield and do the splits. With a successful maneuver, Xin Wen takes out a knife and brings it to the throat of the American fighter. Realizing his defeat, the American fighter admits his loss and begs not to take his life. Xin Wen, taking his hand, warns that there will be a heavy price to pay for disrespecting him. Wen then, ignoring the objections, breaks the fighter's fingers. Mr. Pan intervenes to demand that the rule-breaking stop, claiming that it is not up to code. Turning to Mr. Guo, he expresses concern for his fighter Thompson, whose fingers were broken, and asks how Mr. Guo intends to repair the damage. Mr. Guo laughs lightly, noting that his bodyguard dealt with the champion so easily. In addition to this, he announces that every girl willing to take off her clothes will receive 100 coins. Under the influence of this statement, the guy shouts at the girls, urging them not to stand but to undress. In response to this, the girls in the pool begin to undress. Mr. Guo generously throws coins into the pool. The next morning, Shen Xinyu and Tianlei visit the artist to commission a portrait of her brother. However, Shen Xinyu expresses her dissatisfaction, stating that the drawing is far from reality and does not convey the beauty of her brother. She accuses the artist of deception. The artist explains that previously an artist could afford to buy an apartment for one portrait, but now their fee is only enough for one pencil stroke. Tianlei objects, saying that the artist sets the price for his services. Binyan proposes to use his connections with the headquarters to find out whether the new law adopted 2 days ago includes a clause about charlatans who inflate prices without good reason. Hearing this, the artist promises to immediately correct the situation. Inspired by the moment, he began to create a new artistic masterpiece on the canvas of his imagination. Upon completion of his work, the portrait that emerged from his studio merged with reality and became indistinguishable from a photograph. Shen Xinyu, paying attention to the authenticity of the work, enthusiastically noted that now the portrait exactly reflects her appearance. Tian Lei suggested that each of them take several copies of the portrait, after which they would temporarily disperse and meet here again in an hour. Meanwhile, the same guy serving Mr. Guo was walking along the street. With his mission to find girls for the upcoming party, he actively walked the streets. However, many girls refused. Suddenly their eyes turned to Shen Xinya. Walking down the street, Shen Xinyu shows passers-by a portrait of his brother, asking if they have seen him. However, all those interviewed claim that they did not see it. And then, Shen Xinyu suddenly notices a guy who looks like her brother. She doesn't hesitate and runs towards him. But it turns out that this is not her brother, but just a stranger. Xinyu stops and admits that she made a mistake. But she was lucky because her brother was really nearby. Xinwen puts on sunglasses. Then he just walks past his sister. But a person from Mr. Guo's entourage approaches Shen Xin. He recognizes the superstar and says that he is her fan. He stops her, blocking the path with his hand. The guy asks her to relax and tells her that he is Wu Wei from the Guo family, 2nd District. Wu Wei says that Mr. Guo also admires her. He was delighted to hear that she was here. There's a party tonight and he's invited her to join. However, Shen Xinyu is not going to listen to them any further and simply leaves. Shen Xinyu moves away to a safe distance and turns the corner. At that moment, she finally felt that she was safe and breathed a sigh of relief. Incredibly, an unexpected event intervenes in the plot when Wu Wei sneaks up from the shadows and puts a rag on Shen Xinyu's nose and mouth, rendering her unconscious. Shackled in sleep, Shen Xinyu falls into a state of unconsciousness after Wu Wei's intervention. At the same time, Li Xiaoxiang and Tong Shi, also dedicated to finding Shen Xinyu's brother, face a moment of temptation. However, Tong Shi, engrossed in looking at an expensive handbag, is faced with a reminder from Li Xiaoxiang that their goal is not just luxury items, but to find a person. He calls her to be serious. But despite the reminder, Tong Shi shows her displeasure and reminds Xiaoxiang that she reported them. Tong Shi did not expect that Binyan would be so naive as to help her rival in finding her brother. Xiaoxiang, having resolved this in the past, believes that it is worth leaving the past behind. After this, Tong Shi is insulted and decides to leave. Suddenly, an event in front of her catches her eye. Shen Xinya being carried away to safety by unknown boys. Stunned, she becomes disoriented and doesn't know what to do. Xiaoxiang suddenly appears from behind and admits that he was wrong. But Tong Shi diverts his attention so that he does not notice Shen Xinya. They turn and go the other way. Tong Shi deliberately does not reveal anything about Shen Xinyu, believing that this will allow her to finally escape her constant presence. At this time, Wu Xuan informs Tian Lei about Xinyu's disappearance. The latter learns that she was last seen in the company of strangers who took her into an alley. Wu Xuan found the drawing she left on the ground. Binyan asks why she doesn't know about the disappearance if Tong Shi and Li Xiaoxiang were together. Tong Shi makes an excuse, explaining that they started out together, but then she decided to split up to search more efficiently, and that's when Xinyu disappeared. She expresses concern that proper order is not maintained in the 3rd region, and Xinyu, being beautiful, could be kidnapped. Crying, she confesses her guilt, claiming that she should not have let Xinyu go alone. Li Xiaoxiang says that if anyone needs to be punished, it is him. But Tian Lei claims that there is no time for this, and the search must begin immediately. Wu Xuan suggests that the kidnapper might be a man from the 2nd District, Wu Wei. Yang Fen notices that this name seems familiar to him. Then Yang Fen remembers that they met him at the market. Tian Lei also remembers this man. Yang Fen notes that the 2nd District is vast, and no one knows where exactly he resides. Tian Lei says that he doesn't know either, but he knows who he can find out from. After this, Tian Lei turns to Mr. Lu and tells him that Wu Wei kidnapped her friend. Knowing that they know each other, he turns to Mr. Lu for help. Tian Lei proposes is not so easy to complete. Wu Wei himself is not a threat, but Guolin Hao is behind him. That's where the real problem lies. Wu Wei is essentially just a puppet in Guo's hands, and by nature would not kidnap someone on his own initiative. Most likely this was ordered by Go, known for his perverted nature and constant search for new victims. Wu Xuan asks why such a person can live peacefully in the area, and the headquarters is not aware of his activities. He not only has a lot of money, but also significant influence. In the depths of time, history reveals its many-sided shades, leaving us with evidence that the headquarters, which personifies power and strategic insight, was founded for a reason. It was a kind of personal legacy, perpetuated by the works of the Guo family. Let us lift the veil of the past, where the government, as an objective arbiter of issues of large-scale significance, admired the magnificence of the Guo estate. Surrounded by water on three sides, this idyllic abode was an ideal location for a strategic headquarters. As a sign of gratitude, the Guo family pledged to protect the interests of the state and listen carefully to their opinions in important decisions. With the tragic event, the death of his father, a period of change began in the family. Guolin Hao, who has taken on the role of head of the family, is spending money left and right, relying on the support of the headquarters. He is fortunate not to hold important positions, since his uncle is an influential figure in the headquarters. Although the Liu family may have a certain weight in the third region, comparing it with the Guo family is as useless as comparing a diamond with an ordinary stone. In this tangled tangle of intrigue and personal connections, Tianlei, in an attempt to minimize possible difficulties, expresses his desire to know the whereabouts of Mr. Liu. He is ready to take on the rest of the ballast. Mr. Liu, being vigilant, decides to clarify whether Tianlei is capable of handling such a task. In response to Mr. Liu's doubts, Tianlei points out that Shen Xinyu is his girlfriend, and he is not ready to leave her. Yang Wen, expressing his courage, emphasizes that even the influence of the Guo family will not save them if someone dares to touch their girlfriend. In the context of the invisible shadows of intrigue, Mr. Liu cannot publicly speak out against Tianlei, but he is also unable to remain indifferent. He invites them to rely on him for support. Guard posts are installed within each district to maintain order. People from the third district usually do not have access to the second. The Liu family, having influential connections with the military, is able to organize the transfer of provisions through these posts. Taking this chance, they can sneak in there secretly. Once they cross the threshold, Mr. Liu realizes that his influence will no longer be able to help them. Again, there was a party at Mr. Guo's house, and there were a lot of people at this party again. Mr. Guo was bowling here. He says that if he scores a strike, the girls will receive a reward, and if he misses, they will be punished. He forced the girl to become a bridge and threw a ball at her. This girl was very lucky because he scored a strike. After that, he points his finger at another girl. This girl also became the bridge and waited for Mr. Guo's throw. Mr. Guo swung his hand to throw the bowling ball hard, but the girl got scared and fell to the floor. Because of this, Mr. Guo became angry and started yelling at the girl. He walked up to her and kicked her. But then Wu Wei comes into the room amid loud screams and asks what happened here. Mr. Guo is now shouting at Wu Wei and asking him why he invited these assholes. Stupid, ugly people, not a single normal one. Wu Wei asks him for forgiveness and says that they are just students. They don't understand anything at all. They don't understand life. But today they found someone special for Mr. Guo to like. After this, Wu Wei claps his hands as if giving a sign. After his claps, the guys bring a huge gift box into the room. Wu Wei asks Mr. Guo to open this box. When Mr. Guo opened the box, he saw that Shen Xinyu was sitting in it, but she was still unconscious. Mr. Guo was very happy about this. Mr. Guo was so happy that he allowed Wu Wei to take all the money that was on the table. After that, Wu Wei took a lot of money and says that he will go now and wishes Mr. Guo to have a good time. After everyone left, Mr. Guo immediately attacked Shen Xinyu, saying that it was time to wake up the sleeping beauty. But Shen Xinyu whispered the name Tianlei in her sleep. Mr. Guo did not understand who this Tianlei was, but he didn't care who it was. And suddenly Shen Xinyu wakes up and opens his eyes, and suddenly she sees an unfamiliar crazy face in front of her. She was very scared and immediately began to fight back. But Mr. Guo pushed her back onto the bed and held her hands. Mr. Guo says that the more Shen Xinyu resists, the more pleasant it is for him. But in the meantime, Xinyu notices a bottle of wine standing next to him. She took this bottle and smashed it on Mr. Guo's head. This made him very angry, and because of this, he hit Shen Xinyu hard with his hand. Mr. Guo tells her to be obedient so she won't get hurt. And suddenly Mr. Guo hears some extraneous noise. He left the room to ask what was going on there. Wu Wei says they are in trouble and someone has broken into the manor. The cameras showed that it was Tianlei and his team. Xinyu was very happy when she saw Tianlei coming to her aid. Mr. Gu asks if this Tianlei is her boyfriend or what. He says he's an ordinary guy and doesn't understand what she sees in him. But Shen Xinyu says that everything is just the opposite, and that he is a hero who killed the zombies that attacked the base. Xinyu says that if he wants to avoid problems, it is better to let her go now. Otherwise, there may be no mercy. Mr. Go says that all the guards in the 2nd District are his pawns, ready to give their lives for him at the snap of his fingers. He says that nothing will work out for Tianlei, because unlike him, Mr. Gu is an influential man in the headquarters. He asks Jinya to just accompany him for the evening and will not need for anything for the rest of his life. But Shen Xinyu refuses such an offer. After this, Mr. Guo calls her impudent. Wu Wei says that he has already met this guy. He's really not easy to deal with. He suggests informing the army commander. But Mr. Go asks, for what? So that his uncle could spend days teaching him? He says it doesn't matter to him. He wants to have fun with this hero. He wants Tianlei to know that he is no match for him. Meanwhile, Tianlei was still trying to get to this manor, but Wu Xuan says that it looks like they are lost. Tianlei knew that they should have taken a compass with them. Yang Wen says that they are urban people and have poor local knowledge. He asks them to rely on him. After that, he stopped and began to look at the sky. He says that you can see from the stars where north is. They need to move in that direction. While they were moving through the stars, Yang Fen heard a sound behind them, but when he turned around, he saw that it was just a squirrel. But suddenly a huge bear crawls out of the bushes. And this bear was not alone. There were 3 of them. These bears surrounded the guys. Wu Xuan asks Tianlei what their plan will be. Maybe they should attack first? Tianlei says that they didn't take weapons for safety. Tianlei asks Yang Wen, does he happen to have any hunters in his family? Does he know what to do in such a situation? Yang Wen says he is the hunter, not Wu Song, and these bears are too huge. Their mouths are bigger than his head, but his father told him that in such a situation there is only one way out. Tianlei and Wu Xuan listen to him attentively. Yang Wen lays down on the ground and says that the only way is to pretend to be dead. But it didn't work for the bears, and they began to attack the guys, after which they had no choice but to run away. Meanwhile, Mr. Guo had been watching them through CCTV cameras the entire time. He laughs and says that this is a pathetic sight, and that he had not seen such an impressive hunt for a long time. Mr. Guo turns to Shen Xin and asks her if she knows who is the scariest in this forest. Tiger? A lion? No, it is the bear that is the most terrible in this forest. According to statistics, the chance of surviving an encounter with a tiger is 3 times higher than after an encounter with a bear. In other words, one bear is as strong as 3 tigers. He is the most powerful of the ground assassins. The brown bear is the largest representative of its genus. Gu's father was a big fan of hunting. He bought them abroad. The joy from this purchase was greater than from 1,000,000 yuan. Bear cubs grow up in the forests. They are wild animals. When they reach adulthood, people take them, place them in reserves, and fence them off. They hate people. He heard that a Special Forces soldier once opened fire on a bear, but at least it didn't matter. It was not an adult, but he finished off the warrior. No matter how cool Tianlei is, he is also a person. He relied on weapons to fight zombies, but he couldn't kill a bear with his bare hands. He asks her to look at how happy these bears are. Even my eyes were bloodshot. He says that these bears will tear them to shreds in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Tianlei, Wu Xuan, and Yang Fen were still running away from the bears. But the bears did not lag behind and continued to pursue them. Yang Fen says that he can no longer run. Tianlei understands that this will not work, and the bears are faster than them. But Tianlei had already forgotten that he had a ring. Tianlei asks the system to open the inventory. After that, Tianlei bought several traps in a virtual store and immediately threw them on the ground. And all the bears immediately fell into these traps. Tianlei rejoiced at this victory over the bears. Mr. Gu was angry about this. He didn't understand how it happened. Xinyu also saw this on the CCTV cameras and was very happy about it. Meanwhile, the guys were able to find a way and left the forest. And in front of them, they saw Mr. Guo's very estate. Xinyu reminds them that she already told them that Tianlei is strong. And less than 3 minutes passed before he dealt with 3 bears. Mr. Guo says she shouldn't rejoice ahead of time. They were just lucky. It will be more interesting. He asks her not to forget. This is his domain, and he has a lot in store for his guests. Meanwhile, the guys reach the gates of this estate. They are still thinking about how they can climb over this high fence. But the gates opened on their own. And after that, the guys realized that apparently they had been spotted. But since they were let in voluntarily, it means that Jinya is really inside there. Wu Xuan asks them to remain vigilant. They have already prepared for their arrival. and perhaps there is an ambush there. Tianlei goes inside and says that whether there is an ambush there or not, they will definitely cope, and Mr. Guo will beg for mercy. After they went inside, the gate behind them immediately closed, and many fighters came out to meet them. One of the fighters says that he thought they were some kind of strong men, but in reality they were wimpy teenagers. Tianlei asks him to shut up and return his girlfriend. The fighter says that if Tianlei is about that famous girl, then when they play enough with her, maybe they'll give her away. Tianlei feels sorry for these fighters and says that they had a good life up to this point. And after that, the fighters began to attack Tianlei, and also on Wu Xuan and Yan Fen. Tianlei easily blocks their attacks. The fighters think that Tianlei does not know how to fight hand-to-hand and is simply blocking blows. But Wu Xuan will not be able to hold off their attacks for so long, since they are professionals and he will not understand what kind of technique it is. And Yang Fen was being strangled by some sumo wrestler, and Tianlei was grabbed and held there. Mr. Guo laughs and says that they deserve to be called world champions. It's not for nothing that he spent so much money on them. Mr. Guo says that Tianlei can only defeat zombies. Shen Xinyu says that he is a friend of the commander-in-chief. If something happens to him, the headquarters will not let him get away with it. Mr. Guo says everything belongs to his family, and after that he gives the command into the microphone to finish them off. This is heard by the man who held Tianlei in captivity. But Tianlei looks at them with a grin and says that they don't understand something. And after that, Tianlei gathered all his strength and broke free from the capture. And he was able to easily deal with these fighters. Mr. Gu was afraid of this outcome. The fighters finally realized that this guy is not a weakling at all. Tianlei says that they are nothing of themselves. They can only perform in the ring for show, but they have nothing to answer with real power. The fighter says that these are too loud words for someone who cannot lift a finger. This is the time for Tianlei to demonstrate true skill. After that, Tianlei gathered all his strength into his fist and punched the fighter in the face. From such a blow, the fighter fell to the ground. The other fighters were confused when they saw Tianlei knock out Thompson with one punch. After this, the fighters decide to attack one Tianlei together, and then they all simultaneously attacked Tianlei. But Tianlei scattered these thugs in all directions. Tianlei thinks that physically he has become much stronger. A third of the force was enough to defeat the opponents. Apparently, killing zombies was not in vain, but Wu Xuan was still held by two fighters. But when they stared at Tianlei, Wu Xuan took advantage of the moment and hit one of them on the Adam's apple. And he hit the second one in the stomach with his hand. He says that the larynx and solar plexus are the most vulnerable places, but it's better this way than hugging their lives. But this fat man was still sitting on Yang Fen. Tianlei looks at this fat man and asks him why he still sees him. The fat man got scared and ran away crying. After this, Tianlei approaches Thompson and kicks him and tells him not to play dead. Tianlei wants Thompson to tell him where Xinyu is. Otherwise, he will knock out each of his remaining teeth individually. But the fighter was very scared and asked him not to hit him. He would tell everything. He says that Shen Xinyu is on the second floor down the corridor to the left, but Yang Fen was wounded. Yang Fen says he can't believe it. He survived the zombie attack but was almost crushed by the fat man. A disgrace. He asks them to take care of his cat after his death. Tianlei says that he only has a couple of broken ribs and he already wants to give up the ghost. Tianlei tells Wu Xuan to escort him back, and Tianlei will save Xinya. But Wu Xuan doesn't want to leave Tianlei alone because it could be dangerous there. Tianlei says that Yang Fen is not seriously injured, but it is better to help him quickly. Moreover, Wu Xuan saw what Tianlei was capable of. Tianlei goes inside the building and tells Wu Xuan not to worry. But while Tianlei has not yet gone inside, Thompson stops him. He says that Tianlei will not succeed. Mr. Guo has one more person. They are no match for him. If Tianlei runs into him, he won't get out. But Tianlei was not afraid, and he moved on. Meanwhile, Mr. Guo is furious and says that his fighters are worthless. Shen Xinyu decided to play a joke and asks if they don't hear anything. She says it's the sound of being hit in the face. And after that, he hit her hard in the face. Mr. Guo orders Wu Wei to call Ah Xin. He changed his mind, let him bring him alive. He wants Xinyu to see Tianlei's arms and legs torn off. He wants to see if she will laugh when her boyfriend crawls like a worm. Meanwhile, Tianlei went inside the building. And suddenly Tianlei felt a sharp pain. His body may have become stronger, but he is still no different from humans. Apparently it will be necessary to focus on increasing the armor parameter. But for now, he needs to save Shen Xinya. The pain will have to be endured. Tianlei walked along the corridor and reached the doors. He opened these doors, and he entered a huge room, and suddenly he heard that there was someone in this room. Xinwen greeted Tianlei and said that he was already starting to feel sleepy. After that, he got up from the sofa and walked over to Tianlei. Shen Xinyu saw from the CCTV cameras that it was her brother Xinwen. Xinwen says that Tianlei was able to deal with the foreigners alone, but as he sees, Tianlei was seriously injured. Xinwen says that he doesn't like to hit someone who is down. He wants Tianlei to admit defeat, and he cut him some slack. Tianlei agrees, but only on the condition that Guo Linhao lets his girlfriend go. Xinwen says that it is unlikely that he will listen. People like Xinwen are only interested in money, but not in other people's problems. Tianlei says that then they will miss the empty talk, and Tianlei immediately began to attack him. Xinwen says that he hasn't finished speaking yet. Why is Tianlei interrupting? Tianlei says he doesn't have time to listen to him talk. Xinwen jokes and says that he would not be pleased if that blow hit the target. But Xinwen dodges all the blows. Now Tianlei realized that it was Thompson who told him about him at the entrance here. He doesn't attack like the fighters did. He just dodges. Tianlei thinks that maybe he is stalling for time to use some kind of technique. But for Tianlei, this does not matter. Blue is waiting for him. We need to deal with him quickly. But unexpectedly for Tianlei, Xinwen grabbed his hand. And after that, Xinwen took his knife and cut Tianlei's eyes. Now Tianlei was completely immobilized because he could not see anything. Xinwen says that in fights it is not enough just to rely on strength. And after that, Xinwen also cut Tianlei's hand. And after his hand, he also cut his legs. Tianlei was severely injured and suffered. Shen Xinyu was very worried about Tianlei. But Mr. Gu laughed. He says that Xinwen is the best fighter. He has a completely different level. Mr. Gu says that the headquarters is trying their best to win him over to their side, but he is paying much more. Compared to him, Zhao Tianlei's merits are dust. He asks Shen Xinyu to wait and see how her hero becomes obedient like a dog. Shen Xinyu thinks that if Guo finds out that Xin is her brother, it might only make things worse. Xinyu doesn't understand why her brother became like this, how he willingly agreed to work for Guo, what happened to him, and more importantly, how to stop it. Tianlei's eyes see nothing, only the red color of blood. He deliberately pretended to dodge, but in fact he distracted attention in order to suddenly attack. He is very fast and agile, an ordinary person is not capable of this. Tianlei turns to the system and wants to find out if he has mutations. The system analyzes his body. The system says that no mutations have been detected, he is just a person. Xinwen asks Tianlei to stop fighting, it is pointless. Then she will quickly end his suffering. The system asks Tianlei not to fuss and take time while his body regenerates. Now Tianlei must focus all his efforts on restoration. Tianyue says that he is blind, how can he be detained? The system asks you not to forget that Tianlei only lost his sight. The other 4 senses are fine. Vision, hearing, charm, taste, tactile sensations are the sense organs. With their help, he can assess the situation. Tianlei's body has evolved. Then the senses are superior to an ordinary person. The system asks him to concentrate. If he cannot see, he must use other organs to sense what is happening around him. After this, Xinwen begins to approach Tianlei. And after that, Tianlei begins to listen. Xinwen walked behind Tianlei and raised his knife above him, but Tianlei suddenly moved quickly. Xinwen was very surprised by this. After this, Xinwen picks up 2 knives and attacks Tianlei, and Tianlei, guided only by his hearing, dodges his attacks. Now Tianlei can hear vibrations in the air, can hear movements. You just need to concentrate, then you will be able to determine where he is and how he will attack. Now he can't cope. After this, Tianlei captured Xinwen, and he threw it on the floor. Xinwen says that at first he looked down on Tianlei, but now he will fight with half his strength. After that, Xinwen threw the balls onto the floor, and the sound from these balls began to confuse Tianlei. Tianlei lost where Xinwen was because of this sound. And suddenly Tianlei notices that his vision has begun to return. Xinwen says that when it comes to war, sight is more important than hearing. Even if he hears where he is, he must physically react in time. Xinwen attacked Tianlei, but Tianlei reacted in time and hit Xinwen in the groin. And after that, Xinwen's testicles became very sore. He fell to the floor and started crying loudly. Mr. Go says it's not fair, and Shen Xinyu says that the future of the Shen family is at risk. Xinwen asks Tianlei how he managed to regain his sight. Tianlei says that Xinwen's weapon skill is mediocre and he only scratched him. But in reality, Tianlei simply has the ability to regenerate. Tianlei leaves and says that he doesn't have time for this. Mr. Guo says that this non-entity Tianlei still won't give up. He didn't expect difficulties to arise with him. He orders the person at the computer to activate something. But this person says that unauthorized use of weapons on headquarters grounds is against the rules. Mr. Gu asks him to close his mouth. He won't let anyone pepper him. After this, the person at the computer pulls the lever. And after that, a turret came out in the room where Tianlei fought with Xinwen. This was taken away. Tianlei and Xinwen were very worried about this. Mr. Gu says that Tianlei needs to be finished off. But suddenly, Wu Xuan and Yang Fen burst into the room. Yan Fen immediately attacks Wu Wei, and Wu Xuan disarmed Mr. Guo. Mr. Guo calls someone for help. Wu Xuan says that if he calls for help from those guards who are lying unconscious in the corridor, then it is useless. But Mr. Guo says they should have left. Yang Fen says that it was a ploy by Tianlei to let his guard down, and he focused only on him, and they passed unnoticed. His guards were so scared that they showed them where to go. This saved time. At this time, Tianlei and Xinwen notice that the turret is not firing at them. But after Shen Xinyu was released, she asked them to stop using the microphone. She turns to her brother and says that she is his sister. Xinwen recognized his sister's voice, and Tianlei was very surprised when he realized that this was her brother. After that, Xinyu came out to the guys and told them to stop fighting. It was just a misunderstanding. Shen Xinyu starts crying and tells them to stop for her sake. She says that they are both important to her, and what will she do if they don't get along? After this, Tianlei and Xinwen stopped fighting. The brother approached his sister and said that she was crying as if she were the same child he knew in childhood. But Xinyu deceived him and says that her tears always affected him, and he is still the same cutie he was as a child. Can't watch the girl cry. Wu Xuan asks Tianlei what they will do with Mr. Guo. Guo Linhao starts yelling at them and says that he has an influential family. He says that his uncle is the commander of the army headquarters. If they even touch him, they will be signing their own death warrant. Tianlei then kicked him in the face. Wu Xuan says that people like him need to be taught a lesson. Let him also feel what it's like to be pressed by a 300-kilogram fat man. After this, Guo Linhao got scared and said that he would pay them a lot of money if they didn't touch him. Yang Fen says that money does not grant permissiveness. But Xinwen is not averse to taking out the savings that are kept in the safe. But on the other hand, he kidnapped his beloved sister. Guo Linhao says he didn't know they were related. Xinwen says he should have known in advance, and after that he just went and cut his throat. Everyone was horrified by this. Xinwen says that he planned to talk to him longer, but he died so early. His sister can't believe he actually killed a man. Xinwen says that he did not kill a person, but a scumbag who offended his sister. Was it possible to leave him alive? Xinwen says that he avenged his sister, and does not understand why Tianlei is so unhappy. Tianlei says that he deserves to be taken into account, but they do not have the right to decide to kill someone. Xinwen says that his uncle is the commander of the army, and he loves his nephew very much. Whether Tianlei believes it or not, the headquarters would at most reprimand him. Otherwise, he would want revenge. And when that moment came, would Tianlei be able to guarantee that his sister would be safe? Therefore, the best solution would be to get rid of it once and for all. After that, he took his sister and went to treat her to something tasty.